Chapter 1. Benevolent father, filial son have I, a heartless capitalist crossed over? Do you dare to disclose the emperor's decree summoning talented individuals? If I do not break your leg today, I might as well dash my head against a wall. A voice, laden with authority and fury, reverberated in the air, awakening Gao Yang, who felt an agonizing throb in his head. Disclose the imperial decree? Had he not just orchestrated a scheme, reaping millions of dollars from several foreigners, and summoned a few blonde maidens, preparing to bring glory to his country in a hotel? Gao Yang instinctively opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself sprawled atop a courtyard wall. Below, in a quaint and fragrant courtyard, a group of individuals stood, urging him to calm down and refrain from acting impulsively. Several maidens stretched out their hands, poised to catch him should he fall. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating presence even without raising his voice, glaring at him as though he were prey. Reprobate, I grant you 3 breaths of time. Do not humiliate yourself up there. Gao Yang's ire surged instantly. This middle-aged man, seemingly dignified and imposing, truly believed himself to hold sway over him, hurling insults and threats as if he were his father. As a ruthless capitalist of the 21st century, feared by countless foreigners, could Gao Yang endure such indignity? This was a society governed by law. What was there to fear? Should he dare to strike, he would surely turn the tables on him. Thus, Gao Yang retorted boldly, "Old Bitong, if you dare to spew such filth again, I shall shatter your eye with a single punch." Upon uttering these words, the servants of the Duke's residence were left utterly astounded. Madness! The eldest son must be insane to speak to the master in such a manner. Not far off, a middle-aged woman, resplendent in her elegance and still possessing a captivating charm, instinctively dropped her exquisite jade ruby, which shattered upon striking the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yet, she remained oblivious, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his body trembling with rage, as if on the brink of eruption. "Reprobate, do you dare speak to your father in such a way?" Gao Yang blurted out, "Old Bidong, if you continue with your arrogant words, I shall declare myself your father." "What?" The middle-aged man quivered at his words. Fury drained the color from his lips, and he bellowed, "Bring me a long ladder and my great sword." Rather than allow this reprobate to offend the emperor and implicate the Gao family, I shall personally cleanse the house and then seek forgiveness from Her Majesty. With that, his furious shout echoed throughout the Duke's residence. Several armored servants hastened to deliver a long ladder, accompanied by a gleaming great sword. Good heavens! What is happening? At a glance, he recognized that the sword was genuine. Looking around, he noted the opulent and imposing residence, the ancient and elegant courtyard. This was bad. Surely I have not crossed over. Just then, a wave of intense pain surged through Gao Yang's mind, as if a vast reservoir of memories had suddenly inundated him. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, astonished beyond measure. This was dire. I have truly crossed over. This was not a society governed by law, but the great Qian dynasty, a realm that had never before existed in history. Before him stood a middle-aged man, his father, Gao Feng, an esteemed deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the great Qian dynasty, holding the rank of a third-grade official. His grandfather, Gao Tianlong, was a stalwart of 3 reigns, the foremost figure in the military. Through the haze of memory, Gao Yang grasped the entirety of his situation. 2 months prior, Empress Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, becoming an unprecedented female emperor in the annals of the great Qian dynasty. Yet, the current state of the empire was fraught with peril. Treachery thrived within. Feudal lords carved out their territories, and the Xiongnu eyed them covetously from beyond. With grand ambitions, the empress sought to quell the chaos of the times and lay the foundations for millennia of stability for the great Qian. A month ago, she issued a decree seeking talented individuals, posting royal edicts to summon the brightest minds from across the realm, yearning for strategies to strengthen the nation. The empress emphasized that extraordinary achievements could only be accomplished by extraordinary individuals. Thus, anyone possessing remarkable talent, regardless of their background, could enter the court to serve. To his dismay, the original owner of this body, a notorious wastrel well-versed in indulgence, inadvertently revealed his name on the imperial list. This incited Gao Feng's immediate wrath, leaving him feeling that the family had fallen into disgrace. According to the Empress decree, those who revealed their names would be summoned to the Golden Throne Hall. Those of talent would be rewarded, but those seeking fame without merit would face 30 strikes of the cane. For serious offenses, they would be charged with deceiving the emperor. Soon after receiving this news, Gao Feng stormed through the courtyard, brandishing a stick in pursuit of Gao Yang. In a frantic bid for escape, Gao Yang scrambled up the courtyard wall. Within the Grand Duke's residence, there was little fear of future generations living in debauchery. The true concern lay in the current heir's ignorance of his folly, striving to prove himself and achieve monumental feats. In Gao Feng's eyes, Gao Yang epitomized this kind of wastrel. Just then, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Yang felt a surge of panic. He glanced down at Gao Feng, who had taken up a large blade, his murderous intent unmistakable. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Yang's forehead. As he contemplated his escape, a fierce shout rang out. "Gao Feng, how dare you?" Li Shi, like a protective hen, swiftly positioned herself in front of Gao Feng. "Even a tiger does not consume its own cub. If you wish to harm my son, you must first slay me." Li Shi, the eldest daughter of the illustrious Li family, was Gao Yang's mother, overseeing the various affairs of the duke's household. "Step aside. This wretch has gone mad. If he reaches the Golden Throne Hall, who knows what chaos he might unleash?" Gao Feng exclaimed, furiously pointing at Gao Yang. "This wretch has not only caused great misfortune, but has also climbed the courtyard wall to boast without the slightest humility. How can I possibly tolerate him?" Yet, in the next moment, Gao Yang hastily descended, smoothing the creases of his garments. He respectfully bowed to Gao Feng, saying, "I am Gao Yang, your son, honored father. In truth, my revealing of the imperial edict was driven by a desire to achieve merit and restore the century-old glory of our Gao family, not an impulsive act." Gao Feng remained silent, taken aback by how quickly his son had bowed his head. With an impassive expression, Gao Feng remarked, "When you were 17, a poem about reed flowers made our family the subject of jest among the common folk of Chang'an. Do you remember?" Memories flooded back. It seemed that during that time, he had been bedridden for an entire month due to a bout of illness after a mixed double match with his father and grandfather. Before he could respond, Gao Feng continued, "At 18, your poem A Close Look at a Boulder made our family the target of scorn in the literary world once again. Now that you are 19 and have unveiled His Majesty's edict seeking talent, do you realize that this act will place the Gao family at the center of controversy?" Gao Feng remarked, his grip on the sword tightening. Gao Yang understood that failing to provide Gao Feng with a reasonable explanation would undoubtedly result in a severe beating. Given the circumstances, even if father were to chastise me severely, it would be of no avail. The current empress has just ascended the throne and is fervently seeking capable individuals. By unveiling the imperial decree, I have become the target of scorn in Chang'an. Should you attempt to obstruct this, it would be at best a slight against the empress and at worst a charge of treason. Gao Feng's pupils constricted as he looked at Gao Yang in shock. These words struck at his vulnerable point. With the new emperor's ascension, this was indeed a tumultuous period. Gao Yang's actions had likely already reached the palace. If he were to interfere, he would undoubtedly find himself the subject of a formal complaint. But when did this wretched child become so sharp-tongued? Gao Feng felt astonished. Gao Yang calmly inquired, "Father, have you ever heard of a poisoner?" "A poisoner?" Gao Feng frowned slightly. "There are 3 types of strategists. Those who plan for themselves, for others, and for the world. The self-serving ones are poisoners. Those who employ overt strategies harm their own hidden virtues. They, too, are poisoners. With the realm unified, yet the north in unrest, plagued by treachery within and threats from the barbarian tribes without, ordinary measures prove ineffective. It is indeed a time for the poisoner's dominion." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Though he understood the youth was likely spinning tales, there was a degree of truth woven within. Could it be that he was hiding his true talents? Just as Gao Feng pondered this, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from outside the Gao residence. "Uncle Gao, Qingqing has come uninvited. I hope I have not been a bother." Gao Yang looked up to see a woman clad in an emerald green gown, her skin as pale as snow, standing at the entrance, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Yet, her eyes were laced with indifference. Song Qingqing, the daughter of Song Li, the minister of rights in the great Qian, and is betrothed in name alone. Her arrival at this moment sent a chill down Gao Yang's spine, hinting at impending trouble. A family should not speak as strangers. There is no need for such formality. Qingqing. Upon seeing Song Qingqing, Gao Feng's face broke into a gentle smile. Song Qingqing raised her chin with a proud demeanor and replied coolly, "Uncle Gao, I have come today to rescind our engagement." Chapter 2. The Empress's Assessment. A deceptive scheme shocks the officials. The announcement made by Song Qingqing ignited a fervor throughout the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Gao Feng's expression darkened instantly. The betrothal between the Song and Gao families had been arranged since childhood, and with the wedding on the horizon, how could it simply be retracted? Gao Feng's face turned icy as he gazed at Song Qingqing, questioning, what does the Song family's action imply for the Duke of Dinghua's house? Gao Yang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival in this realm, his fiancée would seek to annul their engagement. This was undeniably a dramatic twist. However, the humiliation of the prestigious Duke of Dinghu being confronted by the lady for a withdrawal was akin to a complete rupture of their dignity, a matter that could not simply be overlooked. Song Qingqing spoke, acknowledging, this matter is a fault of the Song family, but it is a collective decision of our clan, one that I could not prevent. My father has specifically instructed me to convey to the Duke that should any troubles befall your esteemed house, the Song family will offer our utmost assistance. Gao Feng, seething with rage, retorted, get out. Inform that old fool Song Li that if the engagement is to be annulled, it shall be done by the Duke of Dinghua's house, not by your Song family. In the face of Gao Feng's fury, Song Qingqing remained unperturbed. It is an immutable truth that water flows downward and people strive upward. Once, the Duke of Dinghua's house stood in high regard, but now, with the ascension of the female emperor, a shift in power was inevitable for all of Chang'an. As long as Gao Tianlong, the Duke of Dinghua, lived, he would command respect, but how many years could he endure? Gao Yang, in a moment of recklessness, tore down the imperial edict, heralding a decline for the Gao family. Her future husband would undoubtedly be a paragon among men, a figure of great authority, not someone as ordinary as Gao Yang. We, the Song family, shall await the esteemed visit of the Duke of Dinghua. After her declaration, Song Qingqing departed with her attendants. Gao Feng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched in indignation. This was an immense humiliation. Yet, Gao Yang began to laugh. You foolish child, how can you still smile after being publicly rejected? Gao Feng's gaze swung to Gao Yang. Filled with rage, Gao Yang, still grinning, replied, Father, what is wrong with annulling an engagement with such a vain woman? In her eyes, with the new emperor's rise and the shift in power, the younger generation of the Gao family lacks the capability for great responsibility and is destined for decline. Otherwise, why would she rush to annul our engagement the moment I presented the edict seeking talents? It is merely a fear of being implicated with the Song family. Gao Feng's gaze towards Gao Yang shifted. His son seemed to grasp the situation more clearly than he did. However, something felt amiss. Wasn't he adamant about marrying Song Qingqing? Something was profoundly wrong. Sighing heavily, he remarked, do not dwell on the annulment. The Duke of Dinghua's house will not let this matter rest easily. Our immediate concern is the assessment from the Empress in the Golden Luan Hall. I shall take you to the palace to meet her. Once we arrive at the Golden Luan Hall, it will depend solely on your own capabilities. Strive not for the Empress's admiration, but rather to avoid making any mistakes. Otherwise, it is not just you who will suffer the consequences. The entire Duke of Dinghua's house will be implicated. Gao Yang followed Gao Feng into the imposing Deqian Imperial Palace, traversing several crimson gates, making their way directly to the Tai Chi Hall. Your Majesty, the son of the Minister of Revenue, Gao Yang, has arrived at the palace. Announce him. A noble voice resonated through the air. Gao Yang was abruptly ushered into the Tai Chi Hall by Gao Feng. At that moment, the civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, their curious gazes fixated upon the two as they entered the palace. After performing their bows, Gao Yang finally lifted his head to gaze straight ahead. Upon the dragon throne sat Wu Zhao, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, her countenance exquisite and her phoenix eyes exuding an air of authority. A regal aura enveloped her, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Gao Yang's mind began to race. The Empress had recently ascended the throne and was eager to make her mark. If he could secure her favor, the entire Gao family estate would undoubtedly be revitalized, ensuring his own fortune would endure. Wu Zhao's keen eyes fell upon Gao Yang, tinged with disappointment. She had anticipated that one bold enough to present a talent-seeking decree would be a rare gem among men. However, upon reviewing Gao Yang's credentials, The illustrious empress found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, in the realm of governance, there must be order. Since she had summoned the one who declared the imperial edict, she would certainly convey her will. Nevertheless, the Gao family was a prestigious lineage of loyal generals, and she merely hoped that Gao Yang would not behave so absurdly as to complicate matters before the officials. Wu Zhao spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. My first question to you is this. If you were a newly appointed magistrate of a remote county plagued by bandits, and on a day when you were inspecting the county town, a butcher openly insulted you, knowing that he held some influence locally and even within the court, how would you respond? Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight of command. Gao Yang was taken aback. This was indeed a unique inquiry. The officials, too, found themselves lost in contemplation. Wu Zhao's fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the dragon chair as her gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang. The question appeared straightforward, yet it concealed deeper intricacies. The court of Deqian was rife with decay and factional strife, compounded by regional lords asserting their power and prominent clans vying for influence. To confront such nefarious individuals and foster a peaceful era for the populace, one must allow malevolence to consume itself. Wu Zhao did not lack for talents well-versed in the classics. Rather, she sought a cunning mind. After several moments of contemplation, Gao Yang turned to Wu Zhao and replied. The commoner would maintain a smile and express gratitude for the butcher's critique of his shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's expression shifted to one of disappointment, her enthusiasm waning. Just as she was about to dismiss him, Gao Yang's voice rang out once more. Subsequently, the commoner would return to the county office, instructing his men to beat drums and announce the gifting of 10 taels of gold to the butcher. Thus, the entire town would learn of the butcher's windfall. And given the prevalence of bandits, the butcher would undoubtedly meet his demise. I would then discreetly arrange for the constables to monitor the situation. And once the butcher is dead, we would apprehend the miscreants. As his words settled, the officials were visibly stirred. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. This Gao Yang was intriguing. A cunning plan with multiple advantages. Not only would the gold return to the magistrate's hands, but he would also gain a reputation for benevolence, while simultaneously orchestrating the butcher's downfall at the hands of the bandits, leading to the capture of the wrongdoers. Though the scheme was not without flaw, it could certainly be regarded as brilliant. What if you personally annihilated the entire family of your enemy, reveling in the sight of their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, only to discover a child still within the confines of the dwelling? How would you respond? Wu Zhao's piercing gaze fell upon Gao Yang. Compared to the butcher's query, this dilemma of exterminating a family proved far more complex. Gao Yang pondered for several moments before addressing Wu Zhao, stating that he would ensure the child remembered his face, and when they next met, he would show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao silently shook her head, filled with disappointment. The offspring of a foe, having witnessed the slaughter of their kin, if the roots of vengeance were not eradicated, would they not return to seek retribution in 10 or 20 years? For the sake of virtue, for the compassion within his heart, he endangered an entire lineage. To Wu Zhao, this was sheer folly. Yet, in the next moment, Gao Yang's voice resounded once more. After uttering those words, I would turn and leave, only to abruptly spin around and laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, young one, we meet again." At this proclamation, the officials collectively turned their gazes towards Gao Yang, their lips twitching slightly. Wu Zhao's hand abruptly halted its rhythmic tapping on the dragon throne, her eyes gleaming with newfound interest. Gao Feng, initially relieved, realized that the response of showing no mercy upon their next encounter conformed to the righteous principles of the Deqian dynasty. However, this rogue then immediately followed up with a statement about turning to leave, only to whip back around. Did this imply that now mercy need not be extended? He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and stood forth, proclaiming, "This unworthy son has offended your majesty. It is my failure as a guardian. All faults lie with me. And I beseech your majesty to impose punishment." "Why should I punish you?" Wu Zhao replied coolly, a faint smile gracing her lips. In that instant, Gao Feng was taken aback. The Deqian dynasty governed through law, and a culture of righteousness prevailed. Implicating a defenseless child was morally reprehensible. Did Wu Zhao favor this response? As Wu Zhao spoke, the gaze of the officials shifted with surprise. Then, a voice emerged, "Your Majesty, killing is merely a matter of striking a head to the ground. The enmity of the past is satisfied with the sight of corpses. A child, unarmed, should not be slain. To do so would be excessively brutal. Such cold-hearted individuals, once in power, would surely bring calamity to the realm." Gao Yang turned his gaze, spotting a young man clad in an official robe, exuding an air of composure. As he spoke, a white-haired warrior in battle armor chimed in, affirming, Master Cui is correct. The men of Deqian wield their blades against foes on the battlefield, not against defenseless children and the elderly. To slay a child in such a manner is utterly barbaric. Gao Yang squinted at the white-haired general, who was none other than Wang Zhong, the renowned general of Deqian, and a sworn adversary of his grandfather, Gao Tianlong. With Wang Zhong's words, a chorus of ministers echoed their agreement, further darkening Gao Feng's expression and tightening his fists. The Gao family had remained in hiding for too long. Now, within the court, anyone felt emboldened to strike them down. Wu Zhao's keen eyes remained fixed on Gao Yang, her silence urging her to observe how he would respond. Both Wang Zhong and the newly appointed scholar Cui Xinghe were formidable opponents, and even she found them challenging to contend with. Gao Yang's lips curled into a sly smile as he first turned his gaze towards Wang Zhong. The words of the venerable General Wang were indeed profoundly reasonable. It was true that Gao's great sword did not strike at the young or the old. Yet, he possessed a smaller blade. Wang Zhong. The court's officials and generals exchanged bewildered glances. Cui Xinghe's lips twitched slightly as he coldly remarked, Flattery may flow from your tongue, yet it cannot conceal your inherent brutality. Gao Yang then directed his attention to Cui Xinghe, continuing, Esteemed scholar Cui, your integrity is commendable, and I, a mere commoner, hold you in high regard. However, as a commoner, I cannot afford to spare him, allowing his family to live in fear for the ensuing decades. Cui Xinghe looked intently at Gao Yang and inquired, How can you be certain that, after 10 years, he will not seek vengeance for his family's annihilation? Gao Yang chuckled. According to your majesty's supposition, had that young boy's father understood the principle of eradicating the roots along with the weeds, we would not be facing the calamity of familial extermination today. Conversely, if we fail to eliminate the roots now, in 10 or 20 years, a similar tragedy may well befall me. A commoner may live in guilt for a lifetime, yet I shall never live in perpetual fear. The principle of eradicating the roots is a lesson taught by my father. Upon hearing these words, Cui Xinghe's pupils constricted. Empress Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes shimmered with a peculiar brilliance. Gao Yang continued with eloquence, Of course, my earlier abrupt departure followed by a sudden return was merely a jest. Were I to find myself in such a scenario, I would offer him a few pieces of silver. Turning to General Wang to declare that my great sword does not strike at the young or the old, thus allowing him to depart. In truth, I would be covertly observing him, discerning to whom he might flee for refuge, or who might come to retrieve him, and subsequently eliminate them all. When it comes time to act, while the hearts of ordinary individuals are generally situated on the left side, there are indeed a few whose hearts lie on the right. It would be best to strike once on each side, and perhaps deliver a blow to the rear as well. Chapter 3. A collective shock in the court. The words of Gao Yang reverberated suddenly within the Golden Luan Hall, startling all the officials present. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to him. In mere moments, an icy dread coursed through their veins. It is far better to live with a guilty conscience than to live in perpetual fear. When the time comes to act, let there be a blade to each side of the chest, and even one to the rear. Ensure that each strike is lethal. Ruthless. Excessively ruthless. Wang Zhong gazed at Gao Yang with a face full of terror, his heart trembling. Could it be that from the esteemed Gao family, a lineage of a century, there emerged such a cunning descendant? If he were to seize power, would not the old Wang family's minions be cleaved in twain? Not only Wang Zhong. Even Gao Feng felt a chill. Such words came from his own son? In an instant, the eyes of the civil and military officials were fixed intently upon Gao Yang. General Qin Jingguo of the Right Way Guard spoke up, Your Majesty, the words of Lord Gao's son carry merit when it comes to great enmity. Age is of no consequence. I, too, concur. This remark brought Wu Zhao back to her senses. Her gaze swept across the hall, and a glint of intrigue graced her stunning visage. This Gao Yang possessed a certain charm. When confronting enemies, one ought to be merciless. Your response to the first query pleases me greatly. Wu Zhao's first statement was directed towards the officials, and her second was aimed at Gao Yang. Gao Feng was taken aback. This scoundrel has garnered the favor of the Empress? Although incredulous, this was undeniably a boon for the Duke of Dinghu's household. Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon Gao Yang, and she spoke casually. The first question was merely a small test. However, aspiring to serve in my Dakian and answer to the people is no simple task. Gao Yang returned her gaze, first casting a glance at the long legs concealed beneath the dragon robe, and then replied, I humbly request your next question, Your Majesty. I am willing to serve you with utmost diligence. This Empress was intriguing, rather than testing him on the 4 books and 5 classics or poetic compositions. She posed these peculiar inquiries. He found himself genuinely curious about what her next question would entail. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes surveyed the officials. This question is not solely for the son of Lord Gao. All esteemed ministers may voice their thoughts. Those who satisfy me shall undoubtedly be rewarded. Upon hearing this, some lesser officials' eyes brightened, eager to seize the opportunity. Should they gain Wu Zhao's favor, they could ascend to great heights. Wu Zhao spoke again. Imagine you are a tea merchant from a distant land who has contracted an uncultivated mountain in the impoverished regions of Jiang'an to plant tea. However, the local populace is exceedingly indolent. They not only refuse to clear the land, but, even when a few are persuaded to assist, they work with great lethargy. As the time to plant the tea approaches, how would you proceed? As Wu Zhao's words faded, a frown spread across the faces of all officials present. This question was one of her most challenging, and those who could craft a brilliant response would surely possess extraordinary talent. Her gaze swept across the court, and all officials bowed their heads in silence. Even Cui Xinghe furrowed his brow. This question presented a considerable challenge. A foreign tea merchant venturing into the remote mountains of Jiang and to cultivate an uncultivated land, there were 3 significant difficulties to consider. Firstly, the tea merchants from distant lands are unfamiliar with the terrain and, apart from their wealth, offer little support. Secondly, the local populace, by nature indolent, finds the prospect of clearing land both arduous and taxing. Unless lured by substantial wages, it is challenging to recruit laborers. Thirdly, even with generous compensation, the locals may still exhibit a lackadaisical work ethic. Wu Zhao seeks not merely a resolution to this issue, but rather the most optimal solution to demonstrate her capabilities. This problem is exceedingly daunting. Wang Zhong, unacquainted with the intricate nuances of the matter, spoke directly. Your Majesty, what difficulty lies here? If no one responds to double the wages, then offer triple. With such generous sums, how could the populace remain unresponsive to land cultivation? Wu Zhao shook her head, countering. General Wang, your reasoning is flawed. As merchants, one must prioritize profit. While triple wages may attract some laborers, it would significantly inflate costs. Furthermore, as I mentioned, even if the populace were to work, their inherent laziness prevails. The tea merchants lack a foundational presence in Jiang'an, making it difficult to impose constraints. How shall we resolve this? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's expression shifted. His thoughts had been too simplistic. Realizing his oversight, he conceded, Yet, Your Majesty, this problem seems insurmountable. In this impoverished and remote region, the populace's inherent laziness poses a significant barrier. Without increased wages, how can we expect their participation? Laziness is indeed a fundamental aspect of human nature, and in such desolate areas, it is exacerbated, rendering any expectation of industriousness virtually impossible. As Wang Zhong spoke, the officials nodded in agreement, echoing their shared sentiments. Wu Zhao's demeanor grew stern, radiating an air of authority. She replied coolly, If we are to select exceptional talents for the benefit of the nation and its people, should the task be overly simplistic? In the vast realm of Deqian, there exist numerous administrative challenges far more complex than this. Shall we simply disregard them all? I would not dare. Wang Zhong quickly knelt in submission. In that moment, under the weight of Wu Zhao's formidable presence, the officials lowered their heads in respect. Wu Zhao continued. This issue, while clearing land and cultivation may not be inherently difficult, achieving this with minimal cost and maximum efficiency is indeed a formidable challenge. Minister Cui, you are our esteemed champion. Renowned for your poetic prowess since the tender age of 8 and your mastery of classical texts by 12, one of the 4 great talents of Chang'an. Do you have a solution? Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon Cui Xinghe. Furrowing his brow, Cui smiled wryly and replied, Your Majesty, I have yet to formulate a comprehensive plan, but if granted a moment's reflection, I shall surely provide a satisfactory answer. Though his proposal was somewhat more astute than Wang Zhong's, it would likely still fall short of Wu Zhao's expectations. He needed further contemplation. Wu Zhao's eyes remained cold as she merely stated, Then, Minister Cui, ponder further. She then turned her attention to an elderly scholar with graying hair. Old Master Zhou, you are a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a luminary in the literary circles of Deqian. Do you have any insights? Old Master Zhou paused, then awkwardly shook his head. I have no better solutions at present. His thoughts aligned closely with those of Wang Zhong, revolving around the notion of offering higher wages. A suggestion that Wu Zhao had already dismissed. The chill in her gaze intensified, though she kept it concealed. Lastly, she turned to Gao Yang and inquired coolly, Gao Yang, do you have a solution? Gao Yang shook his head, pondering the matter. Although he harbored a certain disdain for Cui Xinghe, the latter was undeniably a prodigious talent. Moreover, the venerable Lord Zhou was no ordinary figure. He was a distinguished scholar of the Hanlin Academy, a luminary in the literary world. They both needed to consider their words carefully. Speaking too hastily could lead to unnecessary offense. Despite his discomfort with these two individuals, there was no need to make enemies in public, as this was not in accordance with Gao Yang's principles from his previous life. With a slight curl of her lips, Wu Zhao remarked, "Oh, you have unveiled my edict calling for the recruitment of talents. My treatment of you shall differ from that of others. Should you fail to devise a solution, I shall have to accuse you of treason against the sovereign. Where are the Black Ice Guards?" Wu Zhao commanded with an air of authority. Outside the hall, several cold-faced imperial guards armed with blades entered, exuding an aura of frostiness. Gao Feng trembled slightly. The charge of treason could spell disaster for the Gao family. Could their century-old legacy be obliterated so easily? Just as he was about to step forward to plead for mercy, a voice emerged from behind him. "Your Majesty, I have suddenly conceived a few strategies that may resolve this dilemma." Chapter 4. Bribing the county magistrate. What if the gold contains copper? Gao Feng turned in astonishment, glancing at Gao Yang. The exchanged gazes between father and son were laden with profound significance, a moment that felt eerily familiar. Wu Zhao's lips curved into a subtle smile as she articulated with a voice as precious as gold, "If the scheme pleases me, then Gao Yang, not only shall you be absolved of blame, but you shall also be rewarded." The eyes of the officials converged upon Gao Yang, their initial disdain having transformed into palpable caution following Gao Yang's decisive stratagem. This young man's cunning was undoubtedly insidious. Gao Yang's voice resonated within the golden chamber. From the perspective of a tea merchant, his objective was straightforward: to employ laborers at a low cost to cultivate the land swiftly. Yet, the local populace, largely indolent, found the toil of land reclamation arduous and exhausting. Even with enticing wages, the tea merchant lacked local prestige, resulting in the villagers' sporadic efforts. To achieve his ends, one must adeptly manipulate human nature. The commoner's approach was deceptively simple, requiring but a single scheme, which I shall refer to as the monkey play scheme. Wu Zhao sat upright, her keen eyes fixed upon Gao Yang. She pressed, "How shall one manipulate human nature, and what scheme shall you employ?" "If I were the tea merchant," Gao Yang proclaimed, "I would first offer 3 to 5 times the normal wage to hire a dozen villagers for land cultivation." His voice echoed in the golden chamber, drawing a frown from Wu Zhao. "Is that all? I had anticipated a more ingenious plan." "It appears you have merely proposed hiring laborers at inflated wages," Wang Zhong scoffed. Cui Xinghe shook his head dismissively. Unperturbed, Gao Yang continued, "In the following days, I would instruct the villagers to concentrate their efforts on land reclamation. Should they slack off or fall asleep, I would vociferously reprimand them, feigning urgency. The villagers, accustomed to laziness, would likely comply outwardly while secretly mocking my frantic demeanor, viewing me as a comical monkey. However, after a few days, I would bury several pieces of gold in the barren mountains. At that point, my scheme shall take shape." With the conclusion of his statement, the empress sat bolt upright, her eyes wide with astonishment. Burying gold within the barren mountains. This plan was exceedingly clever. She could already foresee Gao Yang's subsequent actions. The officials erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Gao Yang maintained his composure, continuing, "As the gold is concealed in the desolate mountains, the previously industrious villagers will inevitably draw attention when the gold is unearthed. No matter how swift the excavators, they cannot conceal their discovery from their fellow laborers. Once disputes arise, I shall seize the opportunity to feign anxiety, demanding they surrender the gold. I may even offer them a bit of silver to ensure they do not disclose the source of their findings, lest others come to claim it. This ruse, requiring but a few hours, will spread the news of gold in the mountains across the village. Just a couple of gold pieces will undoubtedly reveal the darker facets of human nature. The common folk, having witnessed the allure of gold mining, could not remain still. Akin to ants on a hot skillet, agitated and restless. Those who had struck gold would undoubtedly rally their entire families in secret to ascend the mountain. For such is human nature. At that juncture, rumors would proliferate with increasing fervor, and labor would be rendered unnecessary as entire families would bear their tools and toil through the night in pursuit of riches. Upon uttering these words, the officials were taken aback, casting glances at Gao Yang. The laziness of the populace stemmed from the arduous and laborious nature of land reclamation. Even thrice the wages could not motivate them. However, if they believed that a gold mine lay hidden beneath the desolate hills, spurred by rumors, Especially driven by the first person to act, the villagers would flock to the mountains, harboring dreams of sudden wealth. Even Cui Xinghe, upon realizing the implications, could not help but commend the notion. Though the plan bore its flaws, it undoubtedly possessed the potential for success. Gao Feng, too, was left in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly his son, Gao Feng? Had he come to an epiphany? What brilliance it was! To invoke the greed of humanity with the lure of gold, leading the entire village to venture into the wilderness. Subsequently, burying gold at various locations on the mountain would instill a firm belief among the villagers that a treasure awaited them, thus saving a substantial amount on labor costs. With the villagers laboring tirelessly through the night, the son of the High Minister had indeed not disappointed me. This strategy is remarkably astute, Wu Zhao remarked, her phoenix-like eyes resting upon Gao Yang, filled with satisfaction. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, do not be hasty. This scheme is far from concluded. In fact, the most treacherous aspects are just beginning." Wu Zhao, taken aback, pondered how the most perilous elements had yet to unfold. The officials were equally astonished. Having achieved the objective of rapid land reclamation, this was merely the beginning? In the impoverished mountains, where the populace languished, it was highly probable that the local magistrate was a corrupt official who could be easily bribed before the plan commenced. With the magistrate's assistance, the endeavor would yield exponential results. Gao Feng's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "You wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet Wu Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "Nonsense or not, even in the destitute lands of our great Dacian, are there not corrupt officials aplenty?" "Gao Yang, please continue." Gao Yang responded with a smile. "According to the laws of Dacian, the barren mountains are the private domain of tea merchants. If the villagers ascend the mountains to mine for gold under the cover of night, they would be in direct violation of the law. Should I be a tea merchant, I would promptly report this to the authorities, dispatching men to apprehend them, demanding the return of the gold they have unearthed. The avarice of the common folk, often unable to bear witnessing the prosperity of others, would inevitably lead to mutual denunciations." Wang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes wide with astonishment. No wages were dispensed, yet the villagers were allowed to reclaim the land for free, and even the gold they uncovered would have to be surrendered. This scheme is insidiously clever. Wang Zhong gazed at Gao Yang, his face a mask of terror. Wu Zhao also nodded in admiration, recognizing the brilliance in first bribing the magistrate, then exploiting human greed to reclaim the gold previously buried. While the plan may seem somewhat nefarious, it accomplished the most efficient land reclamation at minimal cost. It remained an ingenious strategy. Cui Xinghe's countenance darkened as one of the four great talents of Chang'an, the eldest son of the illustrious Cui clan and the top scholar of the current era. He found it difficult to accept being overshadowed by Gao Yang at this moment. He spoke in a low voice. "Bribing the county magistrate is no trivial matter. The villagers might only return the gold, but is it worth risking their lives?" Gao Yang chuckled. "Sir Cui, are there not countless instances of collusion between officials and merchants in this world? Who would dare to offer a substantial bribe outright? One can discern between honest and corrupt officials simply by traversing the streets. Moreover, the cunning of this scheme extends beyond mere gold. What if the exterior is gold, yet the interior is nothing but copper?" Chapter 5. Manipulation of Hearts. The words had barely left his lips when Cui Xinghe's complexion shifted dramatically. Luring the entire village to toil through the night under the pretense of hidden gold in the desolate mountains was one matter. However, the revelation that the exterior was gold while the interior was mere copper unveiled an insidious cruelty that was unfathomable. He glanced at Gao Yang, his heart trembling with trepidation. On the dragon throne, Empress Wu Zetian wore an expression of astonishment, her shock palpable. The idea of gold on the outside and copper within was indeed ruthless. Gao Yang strolled leisurely through the golden Luan Hall, exuding an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Yet, in that moment, not a soul dared to reprimand him. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Gao Yang knew that with the cooperation of the county magistrate, he could easily slice open the returned gold and then accuse the villagers of theft, subjecting them to the court's penalty. Ordinary villagers could hardly endure the harsh punishments. Just a few severe interrogations would compel those who had unearthed the gold to confess, and by then, it would be too late for them to grasp the full extent of the scheme. Lacking silver for restitution, they would be left with no choice but to sign a contract binding them as lifelong tea laborers. Of course, if I were that tea merchant, I would take precautions against retaliation, traveling with several guards while promising these indentured tea laborers that if they worked diligently for an additional 5 or 10 years, their freedom would be restored. The harder they labored, the quicker they would earn their release. Once profits were amassed and the business flourished, I could pave roads and build bridges to facilitate tea transport while publicly claiming it was for the convenience of the villagers, thus earning the reputation of a great benefactor. As these thoughts emerged, the Golden Lawn Hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The civil and military officials fixated on Gao Yang, their lips quivering. A tempest brewed within their hearts. Even the empress found herself gripping the armrests of the dragon throne. Her gaze fixated intently upon Gao Yang. This revelation, though she had posed the question, left her utterly astounded. In her mind, the inquiry was intended to test one's reflexes and mastery over human nature. The chaos reigning in the realm had persisted for too long, and conventional methods had proven ineffectual. In extraordinary times, extraordinary individuals and unconventional measures must be employed. Only by exploiting the darker facets of human nature could one govern effectively and restore peace, rendering her Wu Zetian a capable ruler. This question was indeed a measure of one's grasp over human nature. Merely increasing wages would lead to mediocrity. She had contemplated the notion of hidden gold in desolate mountains or employing rumors as tactics, believing it to be the perfect answer. Yet, she had not anticipated that Gao Yang would devise subsequent strategies, first bribing the county magistrate, then using copper to masquerade as gold, culminating in false accusations and coercive interrogations that would render the gold-seeking populace into tea slaves. Furthermore, his plan was meticulous, providing a timeline that offered these enslaved individuals hope, preventing a complete breakdown of relations. In the end, a profoundly sordid scheme would lead to Gao Yang emerging as a local benefactor. Gao Yang had presented her with a satisfactory response. It was no wonder this scheme was referred to as the monkey play scheme. The villagers regarded the tea merchants as mere monkeys, oblivious to the fact that they themselves were the true jesters in this farce. Even if he never entered the court as an official, the empress resolved that he must never be allowed to engage in commerce. If he did, countless villagers would fall victim to his manipulations. Cui Xinghe stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. He had not anticipated that Gao Yang would deliver his answer so swiftly. As he pondered the feasibility of the matter, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Gao Feng, equally incredulous, turned to gaze at Gao Yang, his heart trembling with trepidation. Could such a cunning and treacherous individual truly be a descendant of the illustrious Gao family, which had stood for a century? This nefarious scheme was enough to instill fear not only in the other ministers of the Golden Hall, but even in him. As a father, Gao Yang's gaze fell upon Wu Zhao, and with a hint of regret, he remarked, "Your Majesty, the time is rather constrained, and there are still some flaws in this scheme. If I could be granted a little more time, it would reach perfection." Gao Yang, a perfectionist in the art of scheming, was somewhat dissatisfied with the rough edges of this particular plot. At his words, the assembly of officials was instantly struck with a wave of anxiety, their eyes widening in disbelief. They regarded Gao Yang with astonishment, questioning how this already imperfect scheme could possibly be improved. This flawed plan had already consumed a modest amount of resources, leading to the exploitation of a group of commoners as tea slaves. If this was to be deemed perfect, what would become of those unfortunate souls? The ministers collectively thought to themselves, "This young man is merciless." The venerable Lord Zhou trembled with rage and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this scheme is excessively insidious. I implore you to punish Gao Yang severely." "I second that," echoed several ministers, bowing deeply before Wu Zhao. Gao Feng's expression darkened as he surveyed the assembly. Noting that many were adversaries of the Gao family, it seemed they had been too discreet, allowing even the most insignificant to challenge them openly. He quickly stepped forward and proclaimed, "As the saying goes, the efficacy of a scheme lies in the mind of its executor. Although my son's plan may appear somewhat ruthless, I beseech your Majesty to discern its merits." Cui Xinghe's expression shifted. For the newly enthroned empress required a trusted scribe to draft edicts, a position that was now vacant. He had assumed that this role would naturally fall to him, the current top scholar. Yet, at this crucial juncture, Gao Yang had emerged unexpectedly. He interjected, "Your Majesty, I too concur with Lord Zhou's sentiments. This plan is overly vicious and should not be adopted." Wu Zhao's piercing gaze swept over the ministers, her demeanor icy. "If you esteemed officials believe this scheme to be excessively cruel, do you possess a superior alternative?" Upon hearing this, both Lord Zhou and Cui Xinghe's faces paled. Had they had a better plan, they would have articulated it already. With an air of imperiousness, Wu Zhao declared, "In my eyes, there is no good or bad scheme. Any strategy that achieves its objective is a commendable one. Although the plan devised by Gao Yang, son of the deputy minister, may be somewhat malicious, from the perspective of the tea merchants, it is logical and perhaps the most effective approach. If the people had no guilt in their hearts, would there be any corrupt officials? Governing a vast nation is akin to managing a small meal. All corrupt officials harbor malicious thoughts, and thus, against the wicked. One must employ wicked strategies. Moreover, the fact that the son of the deputy minister could devise such a cunning plan in such a short time speaks to his remarkable talent. This remark carried a hint of reprimand for the officials, prompting Lord Zhou and Shui Xinghe to promptly bow their heads. I am weary. The court is dismissed. With that, Wu Zetian, her visage stunningly beautiful, rose and departed with unerring grace. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Is she leaving just like that? What about the promised rewards? If not a myriad of gold taels, at least 2 enchanting maidens should have been offered. This empress possesses little regard for decorum. As Gao Yang silently lamented, the officials exchanged glances, their astonished gazes directed towards him. It was well understood that today's events would swiftly reverberate throughout all of Chang'an. Chapter 6. The Duke of Dingwo was bewildered. Is this truly my grandson? Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, officials were engaged in animated discussions. Gao Yang followed closely behind Gao Feng, basking in the golden sunlight that enveloped him warmly, nearly blinding him. A wave of ease washed over him. The peril of the day had been utterly dispelled. He had not anticipated that the empress would delight so much in cunning schemes, yet it was fortuitous, as he was not adept at the grand strategies for the nation and its people. However, when it came to devious plots, he had an abundance of ideas. In this regard, it would be no exaggeration to assert that he was a true expert. Father, since the empress has not chastised me, does this mean I have passed this trial? I hope I shall not face punishment upon returning to the manor, Gao Yang ventured tentatively. The family ethos of the Duke of Dingwo was traditionally upheld through strict discipline. Indeed, your performance today has greatly pleased me, came Gao Feng's voice, albeit tinged with an oddity, as if he harbored unspoken thoughts. Gao Yang brushed aside his concerns and instead began to envision the days to come. His father served as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, and his grandfather held the title of Duke, clearly marking him as one of the most privileged scions of the Deqian dynasty. In his past life, had he possessed such an illustrious lineage, he would not have needed to delve into schemes. In Deqian, there might still be imperial examinations to navigate, but in a later era, he could have penned an essay titled My Grandfather the Duke and My Father the Minister. He dared not boast of anything else in a writing competition. He would undoubtedly secure a top position unless contenders presented works like My Father the Chancellor or My Grandfather the Emperor. Otherwise, victory was assured. To be reborn into a life with such a prestigious status, one could hardly forego the pleasures of the brothels in the company of courtesans. To do otherwise would be a disservice to his own extravagant identity. The ancient pleasure houses were a realm he must experience. Just as Gao Yang pondered this, Gao Feng suddenly halted. Gao Yang, caught off guard, collided with him, earning a sharp pain to his forehead, prompting him to instinctively rub the area. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he found Gao Feng staring intently at him, his eyes brimming with complexity. Father, what troubles you? Gao Yang inquired, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. Could it be that Gao Feng was growing increasingly agitated and desired to reprimand him? However, Gao Feng remained silent, merely observing him, which only heightened Gao Yang's unease. After a prolonged silence, Gao Feng placed a hand on Gao Yang's shoulder and spoke. As the old saying goes, a brother is as good as a tiger. A father and son fight side by side. This is my first experience as a father, and I may have fallen short. Do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette elongated by the golden sunlight, reminiscent of someone heading off to purchase oranges. Gao Yang stood in a daze. What did Gao Feng's words signify? As Gao Feng and Gao Yang slowly made their way back, the events of the court that day spread swiftly throughout Chang'an. Particularly the Empress's 2 pressing questions and Gao Yang's 2 incisive answers, disseminating with a speed that surpassed even Gao Yang's return to his manor. Duke's manor. For 50 years, I have served the Qin in warfare, enduring life and death. I demand an audience with the Empress. Deep within the inner sanctum, in a room that exuded an ancient yet formidable aura, a voice, aged and resonant, reverberated through the air. The members of the Gao family, silent yet efficient, approached bearing a weathered red iron armor, their presence thick with the palpable essence of bloodshed, as if they had emerged from a mountain of corpses. It was evident that they were seasoned warriors. At that moment, they turned their gaze towards an elder, approximately 70 years of age, whose countenance radiated authority. Clad in a purple robe, his mere presence commanded a reverence that compelled one to kneel. Gao Tianlong, the foremost figure in the military of the Great Qin dynasty, had spent 50 years on the battlefield, a ruthless man forged from the crucible of death, who had single-handedly established this legacy. Although aged, he stood as a sword of unparalleled sharpness, a sight that rendered one unable to look away. "Old Duke," spoke Fu Bo, the steward of the Duke's residence. Dressed in a gray robe, his voice laced with concern. Though the eldest son has often behaved frivolously, he has never before exhibited such disgraceful conduct. Today, in audacity, he has unveiled the Emperor's decree for talent. I fear there are unseen hands manipulating this matter. Gao Tianlong's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes glimmered with an intensity that none could confront. When the younger generation falters, bringing shame upon the Gao family, I can overlook it. However, today's affront against Yang is clearly an orchestrated effort to undermine the Gao family during the ascension of the new emperor. To protect Yang, I must make an appearance at the palace. Yet, I wonder how much weight my visage still carries. His demeanor was icy as he spoke. In his lifetime, he had fathered 3 sons. Only the eldest, Gao Feng, had achieved some standing as a deputy minister. The other 2 sons had found themselves in less illustrious positions, Gao Linyuan stationed at the borders and Gao Tinsong serving as a vice commander. For a family of nobility, such a lineage indicated a decline. As for the grandchildren, they were even more lackluster, with the eldest grandson, Gao Yang, epitomizing the epitome of debauchery and folly. Though the Gao family appeared prosperous, they were, in truth, perilously vulnerable. In Gao Tianlong's eyes, the fate of the Gao family would be determined today, yet he believed that both the officials and the empress would accord him some respect. He awaited news from the court, ready to present himself before the emperor. Alas, misfortune befalls my household. He sighed inwardly. Just then, a voice rang out, echoing through the Duke's residence. "Old Duke, I bear both good and bad tidings." Suddenly, a servant rushed in. What good news can there possibly be for the Gao family? Gao Tianlong's face, previously stern, momentarily flickered with self-mockery. The mere fact that the Song family dared to publicly annul their engagement was a testament to the diminished influence of the Duke's residence. However, the eldest son had unveiled the Emperor's decree for talent and successfully passed the Emperor's examination in the Golden Luan Hall. The entire capital was abuzz with praise for his ingenuity. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong, while stroking his beard, gripped it so forcefully that he nearly tore out several strands. "What did you say? Yang has passed the Emperor's examination, and the Gao family has not been penalized?" His piercing gaze suddenly fixed on the servant, brimming with incredulity. "This matter has spread throughout the capital, and there is no doubt about its veracity. It is said that the eldest son has been concealing his talents. And quite deeply at that." Gao Tianlong laughed heartily, exuding an air of grandeur. "Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes produce phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will surely burrow." How could the descendants of Gao Tianlong be so absurd? And what of the bad news? Gao Tianlong inquired eagerly, his expression full of anticipation. The unfortunate tidings revealed that the eldest son's schemes were all insidious plots, rendering even Her Majesty the Empress silent, leaving the common folk in a fit of indignation. Denouncing the eldest son as truly malicious. Subsequently, the attendant vividly recounted the Empress's inquiries and Gao Yang's responses in detail. The warriors nearby were equally astonished. Not only had the commoners been coerced into cultivating the barren lands for free, but they had also been turned into unpaid servants, ultimately branded as virtuous benefactors. How ruthless! How merciless! In that moment, even the venerable Gao Laogong, who had witnessed countless vile machinations, fell into silence. His grandson was indeed more cunning than any. At the Song residence, amidst the artificial mountains and waters, maidservants traversed the long corridors. Song Qingqing sat gracefully upon a bench, her stunning visage devoid of expression. Upon seeing a middle-aged man enter, she hastily rose. "Father, how does His Majesty intend to punish the Duke of Dinghua's household?" Song Qingqing queried. Song Li glanced at her, but did not respond directly. Instead, he solemnly asked, "The marriage has been called off?" This question filled Song Qingqing with a sense of foreboding. She nodded, stating that the Duke of Dinghua had not made an appearance. Gao Shilang, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, asserting that this matter would not be easily settled. "Father, has there been some upheaval in the court?" he pressed. Song Li's countenance darkened as he replied that Gao Yang has indeed been concealing his abilities. He possesses some skill, and the Duke of Dinghua's household has successfully turned peril into safety. What? Song Qingqing's expression was one of astonishment. Upon learning the full extent of the situation, She was taken aback but quickly composed herself, smiling as she spoke. Father, why should you worry? The fact that His Majesty has not publicly rewarded anyone signifies that no decision has been made. Gao Yang treasures me like a jewel. All of Chang'an knows this. There remains room for negotiation. Moreover, in the vast realm of Deqian, with so many illustrious families, my talents will surely attract someone of exceptional merit, surpassing Gao Yang 100-fold, to bring glory to the Song family. After all, the Duke of Dinghua is advanced in age. Relinquishing this matter is no great loss. Song Qingqing's melodious voice resonated, bringing a measure of comfort to Song Li's heart. Chapter 7. The emergency in Lingjiang City and Wu Zhao's determination at this moment. Gao Yang and Gao Feng dismounted from their carriage and pushed open the grand doors of the Duke's residence. With a stern expression, Gao Feng headed straight towards the inner courtyard, while Gao Yang made his way to his own chambers. The Duke of Dinghua held the title of the foremost among the 6 great dukes of the Daqian dynasty, a position of immense prestige. Coupled with Gao Tianlong's reputation as a war god, known for his rare defeats and numerous accolades, the Gao household was indeed an imposing establishment. Navigating through the expansive grounds, Gao Yang recalled the layout from memory, maneuvering around several rockeries and along the long corridors until he reached his room. He flung himself onto his bed, the crisp bedding evoking a profound sense of comfort that enveloped every fiber of his being. Ah, bliss! Lying in the most relaxed position, Gao Yang began to contemplate his circumstances. Although the Gao family was on a decline, their stature remained formidable. A duke and a third-rank official were titles that granted him considerable influence in Chang'an. All he needed to do now was to secure the favor of the empress, and the prospects of a comfortable life in Chang'an were almost beyond imagination. He pondered what position the empress might bestow upon him, having traversed into the past and standing as a man of 7 feet. He was determined to achieve great accomplishments and leave a mark in history. Just as Gao Yang's thoughts meandered, the door was abruptly thrust open. A young girl, around 6 or 7 years old, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, appeared before him. Her cherubic face was radiant, and her round, sparkling eyes were fixated on him. Upon seeing Gao Yang, she immediately burst into tears. "Brother, how come you're not dead?" Meanwhile, Gao Feng arrived at the central chamber of the inner courtyard, hastily entering and respectfully bowing to Gao Tianlong. "I pay my respects to you, father." In the Daqian dynasty, filial piety was paramount, and it was customary for juniors to show deference to their elders. Gao Tianlong, with an impassive countenance, was preoccupied with a chessboard. Already aware of his son's predicament, this wayward child had hidden his troubles well. But today's events would prove beneficial not only for him, but for the Gao family as well. Yet, Gao Feng was filled with unease, as the empress had not yet conferred any rewards, indicating that matters were still unresolved. Gao Tianlong continued to rearrange the pieces on the board, stating, "Yang is mischievous and notorious. Originally, Cui Xinghe was the empress's favored candidate. However, Yang has appeared unexpectedly. Cui Xinghe, the top scholar of Daqian, was not only well-versed in classical texts, but also adept in governance. It was entirely natural for the empress to hesitate, based on my understanding of her. There remains a rigorous evaluation between Cui Xinghe and Yang concerning statecraft. The current empress's ambitions are no less than those of the late emperor." Gao Feng furrowed his brow, reflecting on his father's words. If Yang could not surpass Cui Xinghe, would he not still face dire consequences? That may not necessarily be the case. Gao Feng's eyes brightened, sensing a flicker of hope in his father's confidence in Yang. Gao Tianlong nodded, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. "Having lived nearly 70 years and witnessed 3 emperors, I have encountered countless cunning schemes. Yet, I have never seen one as ruthless as this. Yang may yet surprise us all. It has merely tarnished my reputation." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded in deep agreement. "Furthermore, as long as I am alive, I can certainly safeguard his life. While I still draw breath, it would not be amiss to indulge in some turmoil." In a low tone, Gao Feng remarked, "Father, there is another matter. Today, Song Qingqing, daughter of Song Li, personally came to annul the engagement, which has stirred considerable discussion in Chang'an. How should we proceed? The marriage arrangements of the Duke of Dinghua are not so easily dismissed. If the Song family lacks benevolence, they should not blame me for being ungrateful. All the descendants from the Song family's military should be expelled, not a single one spared. I anticipate that such a profound disgrace will allow me to act irrationally, and His Majesty will utter no objections. Let us set this aside for now. Life should be enjoyed in the moment. Let us engage in a game of chess." Gao Tianlong declared, gesturing towards the board. Gao Feng's expression shifted, as if confronting a formidable adversary. "Father, as a grandmaster of chess. Is it not a bit unkind to bully me, a mere novice? Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Well said, my boy. I would never stoop to bullying the younger generation. I shall grant you a peace first. Realizing evasion was futile, Gao Feng reluctantly took a seat but could not restrain himself from reminding, Father, let us agree in advance, should you lose. No one is permitted to strike another with the chessboard. In the imperial palace, within the Fenghuan Hall, Wu Zhao donned a resplendent golden dragon robe, her demeanor icy. Your Majesty, are you still contemplating the son of the High Minister? Inquiring beside her was Shangwan Wanner, clad in a dark green robe. Wu Zhao nodded. The rumors in Chang'an are misleading. Such a venomous scheme could not be devised by an ordinary young scion. Even I have never encountered such a diabolical stratagem. Shangwan Wanner, resonating with this sentiment, also nodded in agreement. Upon first hearing of these two nefarious plots, she was taken aback. Gao Yang's grasp of human nature, particularly its malevolence, is truly terrifying. If your Majesty employs it wisely, Gao Yang will undoubtedly prove to be a significant talent for Deqian. Wu Zhao, slightly astonished, recognized Shangwan Wanner's pride. It is rare for someone in the entirety of Deqian to receive such high praise from her. Then, in your opinion, who is superior, Gao Yang or Cui Xinghe? Who would best assist me in establishing an unprecedented dominion? Wu Zhao suddenly inquired, her gaze radiating a commanding presence surpassing that of any man. Without hesitation, Shangwan Wanner responded. The Cui family, Cui Xinghe. Seemingly surprised, Wu Zhao remarked, You hold such confidence in Cui Xinghe? With unwavering composure, Shangwan Wanner replied, Cui Xinghe is not only the top scholar of the current era, but also a pillar of the state. His theories on governance incisively address the flaws of our Deqian. If your Majesty seeks to lay the foundation for an everlasting empire, Cui Xinghe must be your foremost choice. Wu Zhao's expression remained impassive as her gaze drifted outside. Yet, I have greater faith in Gao Yang. I possess a premonition that he is the person I seek. Shangwan Wanner's spirited countenance was filled with perplexity. Your Majesty, Gao Yang's notorious misdeeds are well known. While he may excel in manipulating the hearts of men, how can he possibly rival the esteemed scholar Cui in matters of governance? Wu Zhao picked up a memorial, stating coolly, the question of who is superior will reveal itself through trial. This year, the Great Qian has suffered numerous calamities, and public sentiment is boiling. Du Jiang, the magistrate of Linjiang County, has reported that grain merchants throughout Linjiang City are hoarding supplies, leading to an uncontrollable surge in grain prices. Coincidentally, the nearby Yanshui city is also reeling from disaster, with soaring grain prices rendering it unaffordable for the common people. Upon this revelation, Shangwan Wanner's eyes flickered as she grasped Empress Wu Zhao's intentions. With an icy demeanor, Wu Zhao declared her decree. Bestow upon the Duke of Dinghua the authority of the High Inspector of Gaoyang to oversee all matters in Linjiang City. Additionally, confer upon Cui Xinghe of the Cui family the position of Inspector in Yanshui City to manage all affairs therein. I demand that they stabilize grain prices with utmost urgency, restoring tranquility to the local populace. Shangwan Wanner, taken aback, quickly bowed her head and began drafting the edict. Your Majesty, she presented the prepared imperial decree to Wu Zhao. Knowing his place, Cui Xinghe is capable and will ensure stability in Yanshui City. However, at Gao Yang's side, you shall accompany him. Should I truly have misjudged, you must act promptly to prevent further escalation. Yet, this young man is unlike others. Refrain from intervention unless absolutely necessary. Go and announce the decree. Disaster waits for no one. Let them depart at once. With that, Wu Zhao concluded, and Shangwan Wanner hastily exited the palace. Once tranquility returned, Wu Zhao stood with her hands clasped behind her back within the Golden Wan Hall, her gaze penetrating through the window to survey the entirety of Great Qian. In that moment, it felt as though she transcended time and space. Witnessing the mountains and rivers of Great Qian and its people, she murmured to herself, Father, I shall prove to the world that a woman can reign as an emperor, that a woman can lead Great Qian to greatness. I will not only strengthen Great Qian but also conquer the 7 kingdoms, bringing an end to this 6-century-long period of turmoil. Wu Zhao's voice was cold yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Chapter 8. The warmth of family and the despicable grain merchants by the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaimed. In the face of a great calamity, the plight of Yanshui City is dire. The esteemed family of Cui, particularly Cui Xinghe, possesses the talent to serve the nation. Therefore, I hereby appoint Cui Xinghe as the temporary Inspector General, tasked with overseeing all matters in Yanshui City, with the utmost urgency to stabilize grain prices and restore peace to the populace. Depart at once, without delay. Thus it is decreed. Cui Xinghe donned his official robes, his handsome visage illuminated by fervor. This humble servant, Cui Xinghe, accepts the decree and shall exert every effort. He took the imperial edict, his heart racing. Your Majesty has issued an order. I urge you, Lord Cui, to make swift preparations and set forth immediately. Lady Wano has pressing matters to attend to and must take her leave, spoke Shangwan Waner, as she departed with another imperial decree in a different direction. Cui Xinghe noticed yet another edict, and his pupils contracted. He glanced towards the direction in which Shangwan Waner had vanished. That direction. It leads to the Duke of Dingguo's residence. His expression darkened abruptly. Beside him, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached, none other than Cui Jian, the head of the illustrious Cui family. If I am not mistaken, this is the Empress testing you, and that Gao Yang. Whether our Cui family earns the Empress's trust to advance into Qian rests entirely upon your shoulders. Cui Xinghe nodded resolutely. In matters of cunning and deceit, I may not rival Gao Yang, but in governance, I surpass him 100-fold. Within 15 days, the grain prices in Yanshui city will undoubtedly fall. Father, await my good news. Cui Jian nodded in satisfaction. My son Xinghe possesses the demeanor of a chancellor. At the Duke of Dinggui's residence, Gao Yang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily perplexed as to whether the little girl was genuinely concerned for him or casting a curse upon him. The little girl, known as Gao Ling, was the daughter of his uncle Gao Lin Yuan and had always been close to him. Thus, Gao Yang felt that children speak without a filter. He pulled Gao Ling closer, pinching her chubby little cheek. Linger, you have made me worry to death. Gao Ling blinked, not quite grasping the irony of his words. With tearful eyes, she asked, Brother, I heard from the servants that you have revealed the imperial edict and are to be executed. Is this true? Gao Yang realized the gravity of the situation. How could a child harbor any ill intentions? Before he could respond, Gao Ling pitifully continued, Big brother, you promised to buy me the peach blossom pastries from the east side of the city. Please buy them for me first, if you are executed. Who will buy them for me? Gao Yang's lips twitched as he scanned the surroundings. Gao Ling cautiously inquired, Big brother, what are you looking for? I believe it is essential to make your childhood more memorable, he replied. Where's my rattan? In the next moment, Gao Ling, like a slippery fish, took off running. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't chase me. Today, I will not let you go without a proper beating. I, Gao Yang, will change my name to Gao Wan, he declared, immediately pursuing her. Perhaps it was due to his reincarnation or perhaps because he had never experienced familial warmth in his previous life. Upon his rebirth, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found everything in the Gao household familiar and endearing. The imperial edict had arrived. Upon capturing Gao Ling, Gao Yang was suddenly enveloped by a proclamation that resonated throughout the entire Duke of Dinggui's residence. His countenance brightened with joy as he released Gao Ling, whom he had been holding as if she were a mere chick, thinking he would grant her a temporary reprieve to observe what rewards the Empress would bestow. In the outer courtyard of the Duke of Dinggui's estate, Shangwan Wana held a golden silk edict, accompanied by a dozen palace guards. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore no expression. As the edict arrived, everyone within the residence, young and old, knelt in unison to receive it. Yet, there was one notable exception. Gao Tianlong, the Duke himself, stood at the forefront, dressed in a coarse long robe, exuding an aura of authority without displaying any anger. He merely inclined slightly, but none found it inappropriate. For this was a privilege earned through 50 years of warfare for the great Qian dynasty. Gao Yang, lacking any such privilege, detested the necessity of kneeling to receive the edict, yet in the ancient era, one must bow their head. This was, after all, his first encounter with his grandfather, the esteemed general of the great Qian dynasty, since his transmigration. Although his hair had turned white and he remained silent, a powerful majesty surrounded him, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. Thus, Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Gao Tianlong, unfilial descendant. You must lower your head to receive the edict and show proper respect, lest you incur the grave sin of disrespecting the emperor. Gao Feng whispered, unable to contain himself any longer. His son was looking around like a curious child. The old man was no peerless beauty deserving such scrutiny. Moreover, the edict might not necessarily herald good news. His attitude was as carefree as one strolling through the Golden Wan Hall. Reluctantly, Gao Yang bowed his head and obediently accepted the edict. Shangwan Waner unfurled the document and proclaimed loudly, by the will of heaven and the emperor's decree, due to the great calamity afflicting the world, with the disaster in Linjiang city raging like fire, the Duke of Dinggui's grandson, Gao Yang, possesses the talent for governance. I hereby appoint Gao Yang as the temporary supervising censor, responsible for all matters in Linjiang City, to swiftly stabilize grain prices and restore peace to the people. You are to depart immediately without delay. So decreed. Gao Yang, express your gratitude for His Majesty's grace. Upon the issuance of the edict, Gao Feng's pupils constricted. Even Gao Tianlong's eyes sharpened with intensity. Initially taken aback, Gao Yang then respectfully replied. Gao Yang expresses his gratitude for the emperor's grace. He received the edict, a wry smile gracing his face. He had initially believed this to be an appointment from the empress, but now it seemed that the empress's favor was not easily won. This was evidently a transition from theoretical governance to practical administration. If he failed to reduce grain prices swiftly, he would be erased from the empress's favor. Yet, he could not help but admire Wu Zetian's audacity, using the lives of a city's populace as an opportunity for him to prove his capabilities. Did she not fear he might falter? Gao Feng turned to Shangwan Wanner in astonishment. With his abilities, how can my son possibly fulfill the role of supervising censor? The lives of a city's populace cannot be trifled with. Shangwan Wanner's expression turned icy. The thought of accompanying Gao Yang on this doomed endeavor filled her with dissatisfaction. She held no disdain for him, but in her heart, she believed it was a clear fact that compared to Cui Xinghe, Gao Yang could not prevail. High Minister, all of this is the Emperor's decree. As you are well aware of the Emperor's temperament, it is immutable. Subsequently, Shangwan Wanner turned to Gao Yang and said that the disaster situation is urgent and that she would wait outside. She urged High Inspector Gao to prepare quickly and set off at once. With that, Shangwan Wanner turned and left. Gao Tianlong looked back at Gao Yang. His expression stern and devoid of warmth. The disaster rages like wildfire. Hasten to gather your belongings for the journey, for this is the Emperor's test for you. Should you succeed, you shall soar to great heights. However, remember this, it is better to refrain from action than to err. Even if you fail, I can still ensure your safety. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it rests upon your own shoulders. Having said this, Gao Tianlong turned and walked towards the inner chambers. Though his tone was cold, Gao Yang sensed a thread of concern. He turned to gather his belongings, which required little effort. It resembled a business trip. Meals and lodging were taken care of, and he merely needed to pack a few sets of clean clothing. Thus, after instructing a maid to fetch a few garments, Gao Yang pushed open the door. Yet, as he opened the door, he was met with the tense visage of Gao Feng and the dignified countenance of his mother, Lady Li. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Lady Li's face was filled with concern. The journey from Linjiang City to Chang'an spans over 200 miles, and he would undoubtedly endure hardships along the way. Green Orchid, accompany Yang and attend to his needs. She commanded. A charming young girl clad in green promptly responded, yes. Her delicate complexion and gentle demeanor caught Gao Yang's eye, and he felt a surge of affection for his mother's thoughtfulness. Green Orchid cast a timid glance at Gao Yang, feeling as though his eyes were as fierce as those of a tiger or wolf, which was rather intimidating. Meanwhile, Gao Ling skipped forward, presenting a small parcel with a pained expression on her youthful face. Elder brother, here is some peach blossom pastry. Take it with you on your journey. Despite her sorrow, Gao Ling unhesitatingly thrust the bundle into Gao Yang's hands. Beside her, a younger youth with a hint of mischief in his demeanor spoke up. Brother, your absence will last at least half a month, perhaps even a month. Rest assured, I shall take good care of the young lady you often attend to at the Yinji Pavilion. You need not worry. This speaker was none other than his younger brother, Gao Feng's second son, Gao Changwen. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's lips twitched. Before he could respond, Gao Feng's wrath surged forth. Wretched child, leave this place within 3 breaths. Seeing his father's fury, Gao Changwen promptly fled towards the estate's exit, exclaiming, Elder brother, worry not. I shall take special care of your lady. Gao Feng closed his eyes in anguish. He regretted his initial greed. Otherwise, he would not be plagued by daily hypertension. Father, there is no need for anger. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When I return, I shall properly discipline Changwen and ensure he reforms, Gao Yang said with a smile. Gao Feng suppressed the surge of frustration within, and after a moment, he remarked, this is both an opportunity and a crisis. The currents in Chang'an are turbulent. If you cannot grasp the situation, heed your grandfather's advice. The Gao family will ultimately protect you. Remember, do not act recklessly, lest events spiral out of control. Gao Yang's heart felt as though it had been stirred by some unseen force. A mother's concern for her son traversing 1,000 miles, sending her devoted maid, and a younger sister bringing her beloved peach blossom cake. Gao Changwen did not count. His father, Gao Feng, though quick to call him a wayward child, had always protected him, whether in the Golden Throne Hall or now. His grandfather, Gao Tianlong, though not one for many words, also shielded him. In this new life, all that he had previously lacked had unexpectedly been restored. With a gentle smile, Gao Yang remarked that a fledgling eagle would eventually spread its wings. With the constant protection of his family, how could he soar high and gaze down upon the world? In this current era, with the emperor newly ascended to the throne, the realm was in dire need of talent. If he could earn the favor of the empress, he would undoubtedly continue the illustrious legacy of the Duke of Dingguo for another century. This seemingly light statement caused Gao Feng to pause, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The grain prices in Linjiang City would surely fall within 10 days, and his father awaited good news from Chang'an. It was time for the vast Gao family to have new shoulders to bear its burdens. I am departing, Gao Yang stated nonchalantly, bowing respectfully to Gao Feng and Lady Li before turning to leave. Green Lo, picking up her bundle, followed closely in his wake. With the new emperor's ascension, political turmoil brewed. The Gao family, having been military leaders for 3 generations and esteemed as one of the 6 great dukes, found themselves under the watchful eyes of many schemers. Numerous factions in Chang'an wished to see the Gao family fall. To navigate this life peacefully and preserve their hard-won tranquility, Gao Yang needed to secure the empress's favor. If he did not take down the grain merchants exploiting the national crisis in Linjiang City, it would be better for him to find a block of tofu and end it all. Behind him, Gao Feng gazed at Gao Yang's retreating figure, a smile of relief on his face. Heaven has ultimately sheltered my Gao family, he mused. Yet, he quickly grew furious, commanding, "Send forth my orders, confine that wayward child. Until Younger returns, he must not step outside the Duke of Dingguo's residence. Else, I shall break his 3 legs." Chapter 9. Taking over Linjiang City and sealing the granaries outside the Duke of Dingguo's residence, a carriage awaited, flanked by a dozen imperial guards. Upon seeing this, Gao Yang promptly entered the carriage with Green Luo, but was taken aback at the sight of the exquisite face of Shangguan Wan'er. "What brings you here, Lord Shangguan?" he inquired. Shangguan Wan'er sat upright, her delicate features icy. "His Majesty has decreed that I accompany you to Linjiang City." Gao Yang pondered for a moment and soon grasped the situation. He settled himself comfortably and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, after all, it concerns the lives of an entire city's populace. There can be no errors." Shangguan Wan'er regarded him with surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She had not anticipated that he would so swiftly comprehend the purpose behind Empress Wu Zetian's decision to send her along. Young Master Gao is truly astute. "No wonder His Majesty places such importance on you," she remarked slowly. "Is that so? Important? It seems I am not the only one being assessed by His Majesty. If I am not mistaken, there is also Scholar Cui, correct?" Upon these words, Shangguan Wan'er's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, she asked, "How do you know this?" Observing her reaction, Gao Yang understood everything. He calmly inquired, "What authority do I possess on this journey?" Shangguan Wan'er replied in a low voice, "As an imperial inspector, you are to oversee the realm on behalf of His Majesty, wielding the power of life and death. In Linjiang City, from the county magistrate to the common folk, you may give orders as you see fit. And that includes you?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. According to the edict, unless Gao Yang acted excessively, she was obliged to heed his commands. "Lord Shangguan, do take a look at your legs," Gao Yang suddenly said. At this remark, Shangguan Wan'er's complexion paled, and the temperature within the carriage seemed to drop by several degrees. "Young Master Gao, is that not a trifle presumptuous?" she retorted. Gao Yang touched his nose, feeling vindicated. Shangguan Wan'er wielded the emperor's sword, yet as long as he was in Linjiang City, he would be the one in charge. This matter was manageable. A group of unscrupulous grain merchants had been unjustly inflating prices. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Green Luo sensed the tension within the carriage, her delicate face paling as she cautiously angled her slender legs toward Gao Yang. "Young master, would you care to take a moment to admire my legs?" she suggested. The others fell silent. The carriage soon departed from Chang'an City. After casting a few more glances at Green Luo's beautiful legs, Gao Yang drew back the curtain and gazed upon the distant, majestic silhouette of Chang'an City. 2 days later, in Linjiang City, County Magistrate Du Jiang stood at the entrance of the county office with a group of officials. "How long until the imperial inspector arrives?" he asked in a deep voice. Beside him, a clerk with a thin mustache looked toward the horizon and replied, "Do not fret, County Magistrate. The inspector should be arriving shortly." With grain prices soaring, the 4 major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, each more cunning than the last, had all been engaging in duplicitous dealings. The price of grain had skyrocketed from 41 per do to a staggering 101, an increase of 61, rendering the common people unable to bear the burden. How could I, as the county magistrate, not be anxious? Du Jiang's eyes betrayed his weariness as he spoke. In recent days, he had exhausted nearly all his means. Yet, despite the opening of granaries, the price of grain continued to rise uncontrollably. Despair began to envelop him. Merchants, driven solely by profit, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to profit from the calamity brought by the relentless torrential rains in Linjiang City. Now, he could only place his hopes on the imperial censor dispatched by the court. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Linjiang City would likely face a dire fate of starvation. Master Du, a visitor from afar has arrived, suddenly announced the clerk. Du Jiang lifted his gaze and, at the end of the road not far ahead, beheld a procession of soldiers clad in armor atop their steeds, among whom a horse-drawn carriage approached slowly. As the carriage came to a halt, Gao Yang lifted the curtain and stepped down, inhaling deeply the fresh air. At last, he had arrived. Gao Yang's keen eyes assessed Du Jiang, who appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a blue robe, with bloodshot eyes that revealed the toll of recent arduous days. Beside him, Shangguan Wanner, holding the imperial edict, spoke coldly, Master Du. This is the imperial censor appointed by Her Majesty, specifically tasked with overseeing the disaster in Linjiang City. From this moment forth, all matters concerning Linjiang City shall be under the control of Master Gao. Du Jiang received the edict and, upon confirming its authenticity, was taken aback. How could someone as young as Gao Yang be responsible for the lives of hundreds of thousands in Linjiang City? It seemed absurd. However, with the edict in hand, Du Jiang had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction. I, Du Jiang, the county magistrate of Linjiang, pay my respects to Master Gao. There is no need for such formalities, Master Du, Gao Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then continued, I was delayed for 2 days on my journey. What is the current situation in Linjiang City? Du Jiang felt a slight sense of relief. After all, Gao Yang's demeanor upon arriving was at least amicable. Please, Master Gao, come inside. Du Jiang gestured for Gao Yang to enter the county office. As they walked, he elaborated, in recent days, the torrential rain has finally ceased. Linjiang City, being near the riverside, is prone to heavy rainfall. This deluge has resulted in a poor harvest this year. The major grain merchants have taken advantage of the situation, hoarding grain and causing prices to soar from 41 per do to 101 per do in just 10 days. Had it not been for my order to open the granaries, the prices would have escalated further. Additionally, the heavy rains have devastated some farmlands outside the city, leaving many citizens homeless. A large influx of refugees has entered Linjiang City, necessitating immediate resettlement to prevent unrest. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanner furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her gaze towards Gao Yang. The situation in Linjiang City was far more severe than what had been reported in the memorials. It was not only essential to swiftly reduce grain prices in the capital, but also to adequately resettle the disaster victims. This was no small feat. Master Gao, how shall we resolve this predicament? Du Jiang inquired. Gao Yang maintained a stoic expression, listening attentively until Du Jiang's question prompted a smile to grace his lips. This predicament is not insurmountable. His words elicited astonishment from Shangguan Wanner as she turned to gaze at Gao Yang, while Du Jiang was equally taken aback by the brilliance of his response. Please, High Censor, do not hesitate to impart your wisdom. On behalf of the 10,000 citizens of Linjiang, I express my gratitude to Master Gao. Du Jiang bowed respectfully. This clearly indicated that Du Jiang was a magistrate genuinely devoted to the welfare of his people. Gao Yang cast his gaze upon the emaciated refugees outside the county office and spoke languidly. First, we must close the granary of Linjiang City. At these words, Shangguan Wanner displayed a look of astonishment, while Du Jiang appeared utterly bewildered. His expression soon transformed into one of indignation as he retorted, Sir Gao, are you jesting with me? At this moment, opening the granaries will hardly stabilize the grain prices in Linjiang City, let alone closing them. I fear that should the county office issue such an order, the grain prices in the city will soar beyond 101 per do. Such exorbitant prices. How could the common folk possibly afford them? Du Jiang could hardly comprehend the madness of Gao Yang's proposal. Shangguan Wanner, though equally perplexed, remained silent. For Wu Zhao had entrusted all matters of Linjiang City to Gao Yang, instructing her not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Gao Yang maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. In recent years, Deqian has faced droughts and incessant rains, resulting in meager harvests. How much grain does the granary in Linjiang City still hold? Will it suffice for the sustenance of the 100,000 citizens for 5 days? Upon hearing this, Du Jiang was momentarily speechless. And no, it is insufficient. Yet, if we close the granary, the grain prices in Linjiang City will undoubtedly surge once more, rendering food even less accessible to the populace. I find it difficult to concur with your proposition, Sir Gao. Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Du Jiang, asserting, even if we continue to release grain at a price of 100 won per dough, how many citizens do you believe can afford it? Du Jiang's complexion shifted dramatically. Before he could respond, Gao Yang continued. Moreover, I am not here to explain myself, but to issue a command. You possess no right to choose. His words were imperious, imbued with an undeniable authority. Du Jiang clenched his fists, acutely aware that Gao Yang held the imperial decree. Should he dare defy it, Gao Yang could just as easily end his life. I shall immediately send someone to close the granary of Linjiang City and post a public notice. However, Sir Gao, you must consider that once the grain prices within the city skyrocket uncontrollably, the responsibility. Du Jiang's tone carried a hint of threat. A reminder for Gao Yang to contemplate the consequences of his actions. Gao Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, within 7 days. If the grain prices in Linjiang City do not decline, I shall bear all consequences alone, even if it costs me my life. Chapter 10. A banquet for the 4 great grain merchants. Upon hearing those words, Du Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He regarded the confident visage before him, his countenance darkening. In his eyes, Gao Yang was undoubtedly a charlatan, having employed some dubious means to gain the trust of Her Majesty the Empress. The lives of the city's populace, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, could not be trifled with so recklessly. If the people truly fell into despair, what value would one man's life hold? Du Jiang resolved within himself that should the situation spiral out of control, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own position to apprehend this individual. Even if his backer was the Empress and he wielded immense power, in Du Jiang's heart, the lives of the common folk eclipsed all else. For now, however, he would observe how Gao Yang intended to proceed. Gao Yang turned to Du Jiang and requested the map of the Linjiang City area. With a mere glance, Du Jiang signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly retrieved a map. Laid out on the table, the geography of Linjiang City was laid bare for all to see. Gao Yang scanned it briefly, furrowing his brow as he inquired about the general methods of grain transportation in Linjiang City. Du Jiang, upon hearing this question, felt an increasing disdain for Gao Yang. He coldly replied, naturally, transportation occurs via both land and water routes. However, Linjiang City is renowned for its proximity to the clear water river, hence water transportation is more prevalent, being faster and less wasteful. Does young Master Gao already possess a clever strategy? Du Jiang's hawk-like gaze bore into Gao Yang. Gao Yang traced his finger along the course of the clear water river, a slight smile gracing his lips. Rather than directly answering Du Jiang's inquiry, he posed another question. Does Magistrate Du know the largest grain merchants in Linjiang City? The Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families, Du Jiang enumerated. These 4 have dominated Linjiang City for a century, their power formidable. Seizing this disaster as an opportunity, they have been hoarding grain, causing local merchants to follow suit and profit from the nation's misfortune. This has led to a near doubling of grain prices in just a few short weeks. Yet, with Her Majesty freshly ascended to the throne in Linjiang City known for its fierce populace, any attempt at forceful suppression could incite chaos, the repercussions of which no one could bear. Gao Yang smiled faintly, requesting that Magistrate Du prepare a splendid feast with fine wines and dishes to entertain the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families. Du Jiang shook his head in disbelief. Young Master Gao, I must candidly confess that I have already employed this tactic with little success. Merchants are driven by profit, and given this fortuitous opportunity, they will not relinquish their hold easily. Proceed as I have instructed, Gao Yang replied. Striding confidently into the government office, Du Jiang watched Gao Yang's retreating figure, his frustration boiling over as he stormed away, eager to witness the young master's methods. Beside him, Shangwan Wanner regarded Gao Yang in silence, her heart stirred with curiosity about his true intentions. Linjiang City, the Lin family. As a prestigious family with a century-long legacy in Linjiang City, the Lin residence featured a sprawling courtyard, adorned with artificial hills and waterscapes, resembling a miniature landscape painting. The pavilion at the center of the pond boasted octagonal eaves, exuding an antique charm. Within, the exquisite decor, intricately carved beams and painted rafters showcased a flourish of vitality as koi fish leapt joyfully from the water, epitomizing prosperity. Old Lin. Lord Du has conveyed news that the court has dispatched an inspector to take charge of all affairs in Linjiang City, specifically summoning us, presumably to reduce grain prices. What shall we do? In the pavilion at the center of the lake, 3 middle-aged men gathered around an elderly gentleman who was adorned in an opulent robe, richly embellished with precious jewels and golden threads at the collar and cuffs. The head of the Qian family could not restrain his voice, his expression tinged with concern. Upon hearing the news, old Lin remained composed and remarked, "What is there to fear about merely attending a banquet? They speak of lowering grain prices. Shall we simply comply?" Old Lin scoffed lightly and surveyed the 3 men. "As long as we are united, even amidst the recurring natural disasters faced by the great Qian, the granaries of Linjiang City hold but scant reserves. Whatever grain they allocate, we shall consume. The grain price here can not only hold steady, but could indeed rise to 110 coins per dough. Seizing this opportunity would ensure our descendants need not worry." At this proclamation, a glimmer of greed sparkled in the eyes of the others. 110 coins per dough, given their current stockpiles, would amount to an astronomical fortune. Old Lin's assertion rang true. United, they could withstand the new empress's authority, for would they dare to impose their will upon them? However, the master of the Zhao family, marked by a prominent mole on his face, expressed his unease. "I have heard that this new inspector is quite young and hails from Chang'an. He may possess significant backing. Should we defy him? We might provoke the ire of powerful figures in Chang'an, leading to our ruin." Upon hearing this, old Lin's demeanor shifted slightly. Yet he replied, with the empress ascendant, "The world ultimately abides by law. However, your concerns are valid, Master Zhao. It is indeed prudent to show some respect to the inspector's arrival. Presently, the grain price stands at 100 coins per dough. At the banquet later, let us lower it by 5 coins. This concession shall serve as our courtesy to the inspector. But let me make it clear, should anyone obstruct my path to wealth, I shall not relent." A fierce glint flickered in old Lin's eyes. Old Lin speaks wisely. We shall follow his lead. United, the grain price in Linjiang City will be dictated by us. The 3 men echoed in unison. A smile crept upon old Lin's face as he adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe. "Let us don simpler attire and proceed to the banquet together." The others glanced down at their luxurious robes, a look of realization dawning upon them. Indeed, old Lin's wisdom was unparalleled. In the courtyard of the county office, Gao Yang sat at the head of the table, with Shangguan Wanner and Du Jiang flanking him, while Green Ivy stood behind. The table before them was laden with exquisite food and drink, appealing to the senses. Gao Yang's fingers tapped an almost imperceptible rhythm on the table, slow yet rhythmic. Du Jiang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Young Master Gao, these grain merchants are all wily foxes. Persuading them to lower their prices is likely harder than slaying them. They may concede no more than 5 coins. 5 coins is their utmost limit." Du Jiang extended his hand, his expression animated. "County Magistrate Du, maintain your composure. As a father figure to the county, if you lose your equanimity, how can we hope to stabilize the grain prices?" Gao Yang replied, his tone calm. Du Jiang was indeed a commendable official, yet his impatience was palpable. This time, it can be considered a lesson for him. Du Jiang, suddenly reprimanded, turned pale as he awaited the high censor's response. At that moment, an attendant hastily entered, announcing, "My lord, the heads of the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families have arrived. Let them in." With Gao Yang's command, the heads of the 4 prominent families soon entered. "We pay our respects to the high censor," they exclaimed in unison. Gao Yang swept his gaze over them and couldn't help but chuckle. He had long heard of the Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin families, who had been renowned merchants in Linjiang City for a century, yet today, they appeared so destitute. Shangguan Wanner also wore a look of disdain, noting their ostentatious simplicity and their ancient long robes, which was a blatant display of their intentions. However, she felt a twinge of concern. Gao Yang's desire to lower grain prices might very well be thwarted. Old Lin bowed respectfully, stating, "High Censor, you may not be aware that Linjiang City has suffered from torrential rains, devastating the fertile fields and leaving countless refugees in its wake. The people have no food to eat, and we are truly pained by this. We have been tirelessly distributing porridge and have even put forth a considerable amount of silver for disaster relief, yet our resources are now depleted." As Old Lin spoke, the other heads of families quickly echoed his sentiments, lamenting the natural disasters that had plagued the region, which left the populace in dire straits. As local gentry, beloved by the people, how could we stand idly by? Yet, in our generosity, we are now on the brink of exhausting our own supplies. With the arrival of the High Censor, we feel considerably relieved. This declaration was enough to make Du Jiang want to storm out in indignation. What shamelessness! The estates of these families were exceedingly prosperous, rivaling even the Duke's residence in Chang'an, housing over 100 servants. Had they merely released their hoarded grain, the citizens of Linjiang City would not be facing starvation. How despicable. These merchants truly deserve condemnation. Du Jiang was nearly apoplectic with rage. Yet, Gao Yang remained unfazed. Calmly, he remarked, the heads of the four families exhibit noble character and compassion. I admire that. However, I have been appointed by the empress to oversee all matters in Linjiang City. Old Lin sensed the shift in the atmosphere and, glancing at the others, was the first to speak up, with the high censor now in Linjiang City. Our Lin family shall demonstrate our sincerity by voluntarily reducing the price of grain by 5-1, selling at a loss. The Qian family shall do the same. So shall the Zhao family. And the Han family too. They all wore expressions of reluctant concession, as if they were biting the bullet. Du Jiang was not surprised. He was well aware of the true nature of these wealthy merchants. Gao Yang shook his head. Reducing the price by 5-1? Old Lin's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated Gao Yang's insatiable appetite. A reduction of 5-1 per dough of grain would result in a loss of thousands of taels of silver. How about 8-1, my lord? Old Lin asked gravely. Gao Yang continued to shake his head. Gasped. The faces of the four grain merchants turned ashen. Gao Yang was forcing them to reveal their true colors. Du Jiang looked at Gao Yang with a cold smile. Finding the situation to be quite in line with his expectations, he was eager to see how Gao Yang would navigate this predicament. Just as Elder Lin was about to depart in a huff, Gao Yang coldly interjected. I require that the grain in your possession be priced at a minimum of 151 per dough. It is to be no less, only more. Should anyone dare to sell grain for less than 151 per dough, I shall have them executed. Chapter 11. The Surge in Grain Prices. The frenzy of the four major grain merchants, must it not be less than 151 per dough? Upon hearing these words, everyone was left utterly astounded. Old Lin quivered, nearly pulling out his beard in disbelief, his wrinkled visage a canvas of shock. The heads of the other three major grain trading houses stared at Gao Yang in astonishment. An eerie silence enveloped the county office as all present stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to speak. Gao Yang's proclamation had caught them entirely off guard. Du Jiang had initially anticipated witnessing how Gao Yang would navigate the challenging negotiations with the obstinate merchants, hoping to coax a few more off their prices. However, Gao Yang showed no inclination to lower prices. Rather, he boldly elevated them. He escalated the price from the already burdensome 101 per dough to an exorbitant 151 per dough, forbidding these merchants from selling grain at a lower price. Was Gao Yang intent on starving the entire populace of Linjiang City? Du Jiang's face flushed with anger, yet with the four major merchants present, Gao Yang had assumed control over all affairs in Linjiang City. Even if his dissatisfaction was immense, he could not dare to question Gao Yang in front of them, for to do so would be a grave offense against a superior. Lady Wang Er was equally taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Had they not come to Linjiang City to reduce grain prices? From previous encounters, Gao Yang should have been acutely aware that this was a test from the empress, a matter that could affect the entire duke's household. Why, then, was he not seeking to lower prices but instead raising them to such a staggering figure? Wang Er found herself utterly perplexed. In her 2 months of governance alongside the empress, she had encountered a myriad of officials, devious, ruthless, and those who upheld justice with integrity. Yet, she had never before met an official like Gao Yang, who defied convention. Old Lin, astonished, gazed at Gao Su, his incredulity palpable. Your Excellency, I must be growing old and my hearing failing me. Did you just declare that we cannot sell grain for less than 151 per dough? As these words left his lips, the other three heads of merchant houses turned their eyes towards Gao Yang in unison. Gao Yang's fingers tapped slowly on the table as he replied with a faint smile. Is my meaning so difficult to comprehend? The price of 151 per dough is non-negotiable. Should anyone dare to sell grain below this price, I assure you, their heads will not be safe. This time, did you all hear me clearly? Observing Gao Yang's renewed certainty, even the most calculating among them could not suppress their smiles. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Gao Yang had summoned them not to negotiate a price reduction, but rather to impose an astonishing increase, a staggering 151 per dough. Behind this terrifying figure lay the prospect of immense profits. Moreover, who in Linjiang City was unaware that the majority of grain was under the control of the four major houses, with grain prices soaring over 100%. Reaching 101 per dough, they had been subjected to public ire. However, this time, the county office has imposed a stringent regulation, mandating that grain be sold at a price exceeding 151 per dough, thereby sparing them from bearing any ignominy. Lin Lao could hardly contain his delight. Not only could he reap substantial profits, but he was also absolved of any blame, having lived for more than half a century. He marveled at the existence of such fortuitous circumstances. Yet, the greater his elation, the more composed he became. Lin Lao's murky old eyes sparkled with a sudden clarity as he could not help but inquire, "My lord, will this matter be officially announced?" Upon hearing Lin Lao's question, the heads of the Qian, Han, and Zhao families turned their gazes towards Gao Yang, their eyes equally glimmering with anticipation. An official proclamation would solidify the arrangement. Otherwise, should Gao Yang change his stance, they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Those present were astute individuals, fully aware of the need for caution. Gao Yang, with a penetrating gaze, nodded in affirmation, stating that after this meal, an announcement would be made, declaring that grain prices could not fall below 151 per dough, and this notice would be posted throughout every street in Linjiang City. Lin Lao glanced at the other three families, their minds now thoroughly at ease. Today, an extraordinary fortune had descended upon the four families. Failing to seize this opportunity would be an affront to the century-long legacy established by their ancestors. Subsequently, while Gao Yang feasted heartily, the others scarcely touched their chopsticks. Nevertheless, flattery flowed ceaselessly from Lin Lao and the heads of the three families, akin to a relentless river. Soon, the four major grain merchants took their leave in unison. Lin Lao, what is the true intention of this newly appointed inspector? Why does he not compel us to lower grain prices, but instead elevates them to 151 per dough? Could there be an underlying issue? Outside the county office, the head of the Qian family could not restrain his curiosity. Lin Lao scoffed in response, having lived for half a lifetime. "I have witnessed many a spectacle, but never have I seen prices surge to such heights only to plummet again. Regardless of the inspector's motives, this does not concern us. We must seize this golden opportunity to amass wealth. Such a rare chance, if grasped, guarantees our family's prosperity for a century. And regardless of the chaos in Linjiang City, it is of no consequence to us, for we abide by the county office's directives. A monumental fortune lies before us. Should you continue to hesitate, you would be utterly foolish." With these words, the head of the Qian family promptly offered his apologies. Lin Lao softened his tone, explaining that his concern stemmed from never having encountered such a remarkable opportunity in his lifetime. However, as Lin Lao had indicated, this truly was an immense fortune. "Our Qian family shall follow Lin Lao's lead," echoed the heads of the Zhao and Han families, affirming their shared commitment. Hearing their words, Lin Lao's penetrating gaze drifted toward the passers-by on the streets of Linjiang City, his murky old eyes igniting with insatiable greed. Seizing the opportunity before the county office's proclamation was posted, he resolved to swiftly acquire all the grain in Linjiang City at the price of 101 per dough. As we await the imminent surge in grain prices, the proclamation from the county office will undoubtedly ensure that prices cannot remain at a mere 151 per dough. In these chaotic times, the cost of grain knows no bounds, the common folk face insurmountable hardship, and even the highest prices will compel them to sell their possessions in desperation. Old Lin's voice carries a chilling undertone. Prices will not only exceed 151 per dough, should they breach 100 win. The streets of Linjiang City will be strewn with the corpses of the starving, and thousands upon thousands of lives will be lost to hunger. Let alone the prospect of 151, or even more. Within a mere 10 to 15 days, it will transform into a true hell on earth. Yet, whether it is old Lin or the other three grain merchants, their expressions remain impassive, with only greed evident in their eyes. The plight of the common people is of no concern to them. In such tumultuous times, seizing the opportunity to profit from national calamity is their only creed. Linjiang City is poised for an unimaginable escalation in grain prices. Within the county office, Du Jiang gazes at Gao Yang in disbelief. "High Inspector, do you truly intend to disseminate the edict mandating that grain prices cannot fall below 151 per dough throughout the entirety of Linjiang City?" Du Jiang's face is flushed with anger. He believes Gao Yang must be mad. To speak thus to the four major grain merchants is one thing, but to publicly announce such a decree throughout the city is another entirely. Once the edict is issued, there will be no room for negotiation. This proclamation will surely render the county office a target of public ire, with the people's scorn potent enough to destroy them. Moreover, was it not their intention to lower grain prices? Why then would Gao Yang raise them to such exorbitant levels? After a prolonged silence, Gao Yang finally turns his gaze toward Du Jiang. "Lord Du, you shall follow my directives. Other inquiries are beyond your purview." His eyes are cold and unyielding. Du Jiang trembles, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang, a sharp pain piercing his heart. The empress, renowned for her wisdom, has dispatched such an audacious individual? Does he not grasp the implications of grain prices soaring to 151 per dough? How can one even suggest such a thing? This is akin to asking why one does not partake in the finest delicacies. The phrase echoes in Du Jiang's mind, a reminder of the privileged elite in Chang'an who are oblivious to the suffering of the common folk. This is a calamity for Linjiang City, and indeed, a disaster for countless lives. Yet Du Jiang remains resolute. As the steward of the hundreds of thousands in Linjiang, he must uphold the dignity of his office, symbolized by the cap atop his head. With deliberate clarity, he implores, "My lord, do you understand the consequences of this course of action?" Once the edict is proclaimed, within 10 days to half a month, Linjiang City will become a living hell, with countless citizens succumbing to starvation and families torn apart, resorting even to cannibalism. Clenching his teeth, Du Jiang kneels on one knee, his pride humbled. "I have lived for over 36 years, never once begging for favors. Yet today, I beseech you, my lord, to rescind your order. At 151 per dough, only merchants will afford such prices. The ordinary people will be left destitute." Gao Yang regards Du Jiang, his expression unchanging. He recognizes Du Jiang as a dedicated leader genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people, and upon returning to court, he plans to advocate for Du Jiang's promotion. However, to reduce the grain prices in Linjiang, adherence to his plan is imperative. In the county office, walls have ears. Until one possesses absolute certainty, one must remain discreet about intentions. He could only hint to Du Jiang that if he wished to lower grain prices, it was not imperative to exert relentless pressure. One must understand that the more one forcefully suppresses a spring, the more terrifying the rebound will be. In 7 days, everything will be well. I shall not gamble with my life. With that, Gao Yang strode out of the county office. Having satisfied his hunger, he had pressing matters to attend to. In the current Deqian, the relentless torrential rains have not only afflicted Linjiang City, the entire Guangyang prefecture, comprising 16 cities, has suffered great calamity. Yet, the devastation in Linjiang City is the most severe. When one thread is pulled, the entire fabric is affected, inevitably leading to countless displaced citizens. Lowering the grain prices is merely one aspect. The paramount concern is ensuring that the populace can survive the disaster, or even thrive amidst it. What should he do? Standing at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Gao Yang gazed outward, lost in contemplation. Behind him, Du Jiang trembled with rage. He found it incomprehensible. After 12 years of governance, Du Jiang had witnessed numerous tactics, yet he had never encountered a method whereby increasing grain prices could lead to their reduction. This man was nothing but a deluded fool, destined to pay a heavy price. Before Du Jiang could regain his composure, Gao Yang's voice rang out. "Du Duren, accompany me around. I see that this office has fallen into disrepair. Once the grain prices drop in a few days, it would be prudent to renovate it." Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The populace was already struggling to survive, and Gao Yang was intent on lavishly renovating the office? What difference did this make to exploiting the common folk? Yet, before he could voice his objections, Gao Yang, accompanied by LVL Lu, stepped out of the office. "Lord Shangguan, will you truly stand idly by as the citizens of Linjiang City suffer?" Du Jiang placed his final hope in Shangguan Wanner. As a favored confidant of the empress, if she intervened, everything could still be halted. Shangguan Wanner gazed in the direction Gao Yang had taken, her exquisite face reflecting inner turmoil. Had it been anyone else, she would have undoubtedly intervened. Yet, this was Gao Yang, whose antics in the Jinwan Hall defied all conventions. Was Gao Yang merely a wastrel? Historically, the grandson of the Duke of State, Gao Yang, was not only a debauched youth, but also a complete scoundrel. However, his actions were far from those of a fool. He must be acutely aware of the awkward predicament faced by the Duke of State. A glimmer of determination crossed Shangguan Wanner's beautiful visage. The Empress had decreed that all matters concerning Linjiang City were to be entrusted to young Master Gao. However, should the situation escalate uncontrollably, I shall intervene. With that, Shangguan Wanner departed with resolute strides. Upon hearing her words, Du Jiang lamented, "I fear it may be too late. This matter must be reported to His Majesty with the utmost urgency. If he continues down this reckless path, the fate of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Linjiang City will be sealed." With unwavering resolve, Du Jiang called out, "Fetch my writing materials. I shall draft an urgent petition for immediate submission." Chapter 12. The Turmoil of Chang'an. Adding insult to injury 2 days later, a report arrived. Emergency report from Linjiang City. 800 miles away, A voice echoed as a guard clad in black armor hastily entered the imperial palace, immediately kneeling to present a memorial. Linjiang City? An urgent report from 800 miles away? Wu Zhao, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, her phoenix eyes exuding a commanding authority, felt her brow relax at the mention of Linjiang City. President, Wu Zhao commanded, setting aside the document she had been reviewing, a rare smile gracing her face. Linjiang City was the domain of Gao Yang. Even though a few days had passed, the memory of Gao Yang's casual dismissal of the monkey show in the Golden Luan Hall still left her astonished. The audacity of such a treacherous scheme, emerging from the grandson of the Duke of the Nation, was simply astounding. Thus, she eagerly anticipated Gao Yang's maneuvers in Linjiang City. However, as Wu Zhao perused the memorial, her expression shifted dramatically. Finally, her exquisite visage was marred by fury. How dare Gao Yang collude with merchants to inflate grain prices, refusing to allow local grain traders to lower their prices while demanding exorbitant rates for grain? This was utterly outrageous. Just as Wu Zhao was poised to issue a command, she abruptly halted. Wait, this Gao Yang does not seem to be a fool. Could there be an ulterior motive? Wu Zhao's brows knitted tightly. She never imagined that Gao Yang would present her with such a significant surprise. To be precise, it was more of a fright. Her gaze returned to the memorial, fixating on the audacious claim by Du Jiang that Gao Yang intended to drastically reduce grain prices in Linjiang City within 7 days. On one hand, he aimed to lower grain prices in Linjiang City, while on the other, he was inflating them to astronomical heights. Gao Yang, what exactly are you scheming? You certainly know how to create trouble for me, Wu Zhao mused, massaging her temples as she sat upon the dragon throne. The following morning's court session promised to be tumultuous. The Duke of the Nation had drawn attention, and many within the court sought his downfall. According to the customs of the Deqian dynasty, a formal impeachment would not only be submitted to her study but also delivered to the censorate. Tomorrow was destined to be a stormy affair. The next day, a golden ray of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds on the horizon, enveloping the entirety of Chang'an. In the Deqian imperial palace, within the Golden Luan Hall, Wu Zhao sat high upon the dragon throne, her brows icy, radiating an air of authority. The civil and military officials lined the sides. Wu Zhao was acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the calm surface of the court. Your Majesty, I hereby impeach the son of the Duke of the Nation, Gao Yang. A voice proclaimed. Gao Yang, favored by your Majesty as the inspector of Linjiang City, has conspired with merchants, decreeing that grain prices in Linjiang City must not fall below 151 per do, while extravagantly renovating the government offices. This is sheer folly. I beseech your Majesty to order a severe punishment to deter such behavior. From the censorate, an upright elder with silver hair stepped forward, his countenance grim and exuding righteousness. Yin Zheng, the censorate minister, was known for his unwavering integrity. Anyone he deemed unworthy was met with a sharp rebuke. Even the late emperor's passing had not deterred him from publicly impeaching one of the 3 regents left behind by the late emperor, Prince Rong, who had been so incensed that he had taken ill and refrained from attending court for the past few days. As he made his appearance, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Yin Zheng's impeachment would not merely strip the accused of their dignity, it would leave them utterly exposed. Gao Feng's eyes widened, struck as if by a thunderbolt upon hearing the news. Gao Yang, in collusion with merchants, had manipulated grain prices, issuing a decree that prices in Linjiang City must not fall below 151 per do. Had he not advised Gao Yang against overreaching, asserting that the Duke of Dinggu's emaciated camel was still larger than a horse, and that he would always be safeguarded? Gao Feng's demeanor fluctuated. After the initial shock, the officials found themselves engulfed in profound discord. Wang Zhong, clad in armor, was the first to voice his concerns, stating that if the price remained at 151 per do for an extended period, it would incite immense public outrage, potentially leading to widespread famine and suffering. I concur with Dr. Yan's sentiments. I implore your Majesty to impose severe penalties. The Minister of Rights, Cui Li, with a cold smile, stepped forward and solemnly declared, the Guanyang Prefecture has recently suffered devastating floods. The populace is already facing dire hardships, and such exorbitant grain prices, if left unchecked, could provoke a cataclysm of civil unrest. I beseech your Majesty to act swiftly to avert irreparable consequences. In that moment, the officials echoed in agreement. I second the motion. I second the motion. Gao Feng's countenance darkened, his expression icy. Unable to restrain his gaze, he turned towards Wu Zhao. For only the Empress held the power to render a decisive judgment. Wu Zhao surveyed the gathered officials, inhaling deeply before stating. The grandson of the Duke of Ding was treading an unconventional path. Since I have made a promise, then there must be extraordinary talents involved. Why must you all rush to conclusions merely 2 days into this affair? Perhaps the grandson will deliver a satisfactory resolution. Her authoritative gaze swept over the assembly, compelling all to bow their heads in reverence. Yet Wang Zhong instinctively scoffed. To lower grain prices, how can one elevate them to the heavens? Gao Yang is utterly incompetent. How can he shoulder such a monumental responsibility? Wu Zhao's eyes turned frosty, her voice sharp. General Wang, are you questioning my discernment? Wang Zhong's heart raced, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I harbor no such intentions. Wu Zhao's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on Yanshou. Linjiang City will remain stable. I have long prepared contingency measures. Since County Magistrate Du has claimed that the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, has made grandiose promises to lower grain prices within 7 days, we shall grant him this time frame. My decision in this matter is resolute and requires no further discussion. In the Minister of Right's residence, Song Li laughed heartily, observing that whether Gao Yang was a dragon or a worm was evident. Fortuitously, the Empress places such trust in him. It seems our Song family made the right choice in withdrawing from the engagement. Hearing this, Song Qingqing inquired with curiosity, Father, has news arrived from Linjiang City? Song Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Gao Yang went to Linjiang City and his first act was to summon the 4 major grain merchants, not only neglecting to lower prices but also mandating that they sell grain no lower than 151 per do. The impeachment documents have reached the Golden One Hall. Had it not been for the Empress's protection, Gao Yang would have faced dire consequences. Song Qingqing's expression remained impassive. Shaking her head, she remarked, Gao Yang is truly misguided. Thankfully, our Song family withdrew from the engagement in advance. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly be entangled in this predicament. The merchants, driven by avarice, not only refrained from lowering grain prices, but also audaciously inflate them. Were these greedy grain traders to elevate prices to exorbitant heights, I, Song Li, might as well end my life by colliding with a block of tofu. With a disdainful expression, Song Li sipped his tea. He then earnestly addressed Song Qingqing, saying, Scholar Cui has journeyed to Qishui City, while Gaoang has ventured to Linjiang City. The calamities in both regions are strikingly similar. It is evidently a contest. Yet, in this contest, Gaoang is destined for a dismal defeat, and Scholar Cui will emerge as the most prominent figure in all of Chang'an, soaring to great heights. Qingqing, you must seize this opportunity. Song Qingqing responded with a faint smile, reassuring her father, do not worry, dear father. Scholar Cui's talents are renowned throughout the capital, and his charm is captivating. I have had the pleasure of interacting with him, and it is likely that he harbors a fondness for me as well. Song Li's face lit up with surprise, and he could not help but stroke his beard, exclaiming, if we could secure Scholar Cui, our Song family is surely destined for greatness. Chapter 13, 7 Days Gone, the Storm of Linjiang City in the heart of Qishui City. Cui Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, holding a letter that had been delivered at lightning speed from Chang'an. Behind him, the magistrate of Qishui County stood with utmost respect. The magistrate gazed at Cui Xinghe's silhouette, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. This esteemed scholar, Cui, was truly remarkable. Within just 1 day of his arrival in Qishui, he had employed a decisive strategy that compelled the city's grain merchants to lower prices by 5 won. The price of grain plummeted from 100 won to 95 won. The following day, he ordered the granaries to open their stores, purchasing grain from the market and further reducing the price by another 5 won, stabilizing it at 90 won per do. Such measures left the magistrate in awe, especially as he had heard that in the nearby Linjiang City, grain prices not only failed to stabilize but were, in fact, skyrocketing. Upon finishing the letter, a look of disdain emerged on Cui Xinghe's handsome face. He spoke aloud. The people of Linjiang City are truly in dire straits. Behind him, the magistrate of Qishui County, curious, inquired, Your Excellency, what has transpired? Why are the citizens of Linjiang City suffering? Cui Xinghe turned to face the magistrate, replying coolly, the grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, has arrived in Linjiang City. His very first decree mandates that the 4 major grain merchants within the city cannot sell grain for less than 151 per do. 151 per do? What? The magistrate's face was a tableau of shock. Such a price would be enough to drive the common people to despair. Cui Xinghe continued, the Duke of Dinghua wields immense power. Despite the ascension of the Empress in the new landscape of Deqian, the Duke remains a venerable figure, known throughout the realm. Gao Yang, with his status as the Duke's grandson, holds greater influence than even my own Cui family. Instead of leveraging his power to pressure the greedy merchants into lowering their prices, he foolishly chooses to raise them, squandering his advantageous position. Xing's tone dripped with scorn. He found the empress's arrangements laughable. As a scion of a prestigious lineage and the top scholar in Qian, his insights and strategies far surpassed those of a mere scoundrel skilled only in treachery. The empress had seemingly placed them in a competition. One sent to Linjiang and the other to Qing Shui, yet the situation in Linjiang was far more severe. It was an immense humiliation in Xing's eyes that Gao Yang, a debauched youth who lingered in the pleasure districts of Chang'an, was favored over him, who devoted himself to the study of governance at the Hanlin Academy. This was not only a disgrace to the Chui family, but a personal affront to Xing himself. Contemplating this, his gaze turned increasingly frigid. He issued an edict to the grain merchants, warning them not to be overly greedy, lest they provoke his ire, leading to dire consequences. The grain prices in Qing Shui City must be reduced by another 8 won, settling at 82 won per do, allowing them to still profit, but within reason. If the esteemed inspector grants me favor, upon my return to Chang'an as the secretary before the empress, I shall remember this kindness. Should he choose otherwise, we shall each resort to our own means, yet I fear the price may be unbearable for them. The magistrate of Qing Shui County, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Young Master Chui intends to lower the price by another 8 won? This would reduce the grain price in Qing Shui City to a mere 82 won per do, which, although still significantly higher than the previous 51, is at least manageable for the common folk, who can tighten their belts to afford it. At the very least, it prevents the nightmarish vision of famine-stricken streets. Of course, in such a year of calamity, a job to support one's family is invaluable, and for those who are impoverished, even a drop to 51 per do would not spare them from starvation. This, in the eyes of the magistrate, was already a noteworthy achievement. Xing nodded. Having discreetly investigated the grain prices along the Qishui River and compiled a report, the Liu and Tian families, the major grain merchants, were hoarding supplies at prices ranging from 53 to 71 won, not to mention their reserves of last year's grain. At 82 won per do, they would still profit handsomely and avoid mutual destruction. A wise ruler knows when to be lenient and when to be firm. A balance of rewards and penalties is the essence of governance. The magistrate was filled with admiration. Inspector Chui is a remarkable talent. On behalf of the more than 50,000 citizens of Qing Shui City, I express my gratitude to you. The presence of Inspector Chui is a blessing for the realm of Qian. With that, the magistrate hurried away to relay the message. Upon receiving the news from Xing, the two major grain merchants in Qing Shui City fell into a contemplative silence. On one hand, there was the connection to the prestigious Chui family from Chang'an, and on the other, they faced the prospect of open conflict, each employing their own strategies. Yet, Xing had left them with an avenue. The price of 82 won still allowed for considerable profit. In this strategic standoff, the grain prices in Qing Shui City soon began to decline once more. However, the descent was gradual, allowing for greater accumulation of wealth. And Xing paid little heed to this. A sudden drop of 8 won would cause excessive volatility in prices. A slow decline would enable both families to better control the market and increase their earnings. After orchestrating all of this, Xing had gazed northward towards Qi Shui City, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. On one side lay the sharp decline of 18 won in Qi Shui City, while on the other, the soaring price of 150 won per do in Linjiang City, perhaps even higher. Xing am destined to shine throughout Chang'an. A fierce ambition burned within his gaze. Linjiang City, outside the county office, an angry crowd of citizens surrounded the office. Unable to contain their fury any longer, they vented their frustrations at the magistrate. 180 won per do, how are we supposed to survive? My lord, I kneel before you, pleading for your mercy. Please open the granaries and release the grain, or my entire family will starve to death. The price has already surpassed 181, exceeding 200 won per do. These despicable grain merchants refuse to sell even at 200 won. These blood-sucking fiends will surely face retribution. Waves of discontent echoed loudly, reaching the ears of Du Jiang within the county office, whose expression was one of deep concern. He could not help but pace back and forth in the grand hall of the county office, his brow furrowed with agitation. Beside him, the clerk spoke up, "My lord, if this continues, the people's fury may spiral out of control." Du Jiang halted his steps and turned to the clerk. "Is this truly the state of affairs I wish to see? With the imperial edict issued by the Grand Censor, how could the populace remain unperturbed? Yet what recourse do I possess? My memorial of impeachment was returned, and His Majesty has commanded us to heed the Grand Censor's directives. What can I do?" The clerk's face was etched with worry and despair. Today marked the 7th day. Yet the grain prices in Linjiang City had not only failed to decrease but had surged to 200 won per do. a staggering 21 more than the 150 when stipulated in the edict. The people's reserves were dwindling, and the county office could not open its granaries. In a few days, the rising tide of public discontent would inevitably lead to chaos. Du Jiang furrowed his brow, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Where is Grand Censor Gao?" he inquired, his eyes bloodshot. The clerk replied, "He should be at Huagua Temple." Du Jiang's expression darkened. He was off to the temple again? His face turned ashen. In the past 7 days, Gao Yang had issued orders prohibiting grain merchants from selling below 150 yuan per do, yet beyond that, he had either been frolicking along the Yanshui River or worshipping at the temple. He even sought to renovate the county office and organize grand sporting events. With such negligence, how could the grain prices in Linjiang City ever fall? The 7-day deadline had arrived. He would confront young Master Gao to see how he intended to ensure a reduction in grain prices. Outside Huagua Temple, the largest temple near Linjiang City, countless citizens flocked to worship, the incense burning fervently. In the Great Qian, both Taoism and Buddhism flourished, with neither holding superiority over the other. Across the realm, from high-ranking officials to ordinary folk, the numbers of those lighting incense and praying were innumerable. After lighting several sticks of incense, Gao Yang was personally escorted out by the temple's abbot. The two engaged in cheerful conversation, a sight that filled Du Jiang, who had come to seek Gao Yang, with seething anger. He himself held no belief in Buddhism. In his heart, if deities truly existed and could hear the suffering of the common people, then how could such widespread calamities persist? The notion of omnipotent deities was but a farce. Once the abbot re-entered the temple, Du Jiang could no longer restrain himself. "Grand Censor Gao, 7 days have passed. Yet the grain prices in Linjiang City have not only failed to drop, but have instead skyrocketed. Since your decree was issued, prices have surged to 150 yuan per do and continue to climb, reaching 200 yuan per do. Since the posting of the edict, the county office has been besieged daily by desperate citizens. If this continues, the situation will surely spiral out of control, and by then, it will be too late. Are you truly unafraid?" Du Jiang spoke with palpable despair. He had initially intended to swiftly report to the empress, hoping she would curtail such absurd actions. Yet his efforts had been met with silence, followed by her command to act according to the edict. Through his inquiries, he finally unearthed Gao Yang's true identity, the grandson of Duke Gao Tianlong, a notorious wastrel of Chang'an. Upon receiving this revelation, he slumped into his chair, engulfed by despair, unable to regain his composure for a long while. In the subsequent days, Gao Yang, besides issuing a stern decree forbidding the county granary from releasing grain, entered a mode of leisurely wandering. He would either lead himself along the scenic Qishui River that traverses the entirety of Guangyang County or visit temples daily, engaging in prayers and conversing with the monks, presenting himself as a devout follower. He visited every one of the numerous temples near Linjiang City. As 7 days elapsed, not only did the grain prices in Linjiang City fail to diminish, but they, in fact, surged to alarming heights, far surpassing the official county rate of 150 yuan per do, reaching a staggering 200 yuan per do. Moreover, the prices showed no signs of abating. Instead of employing any measures to curb this situation, Gao Yang appeared intent on capitalizing on this calamity to renovate the yamen and even aspired to host grand festivities. Thus, even though it was evident that Gao Yang was acting foolishly, Du Jiang could not help but urge him to consider alternatives. Warning that chaos was imminent in Linjiang City if matters continued on this trajectory, Gao Yang regarded Du Jiang but refrained from a direct response. Merely stating with a hint of indifference, "What movements have the 4 major grain merchants made during these days?" Du Jiang, with a serious demeanor, explained that ever since the county had posted the official notice, the 4 major grain merchants had expended a substantial amount of silver to frantically acquire grain from smaller merchants at the price of 100 yuan per do, refusing even to sell at 150 yuan per do, resulting in a relentless rise in prices. They were currently hoarding grain, biding their time until the grain in the hands of the common folk ran out to further inflate the prices. These individuals would not sell even at 200 yuan per do. A smile crept across Gao Yang's face, his gaze becoming icy. "Tomorrow, we shall commence an extensive recruitment to renovate the yamen, and I will publicly announce that I intend to host a grand dragon boat racing event. The victor shall be exempt from commercial taxes for 3 years." Chapter 14. The true intent of Gao Yang. The net begins to close upon hearing these words. Du Jiang was taken aback. What? He had not anticipated that Gao Yang was entirely serious. He truly intended to undertake grand renovations of the government office and host a lavish event. Yet, this was clearly a year of calamity. The common folk were struggling to survive, and such oppression would surely lead to their demise. I will proceed as instructed, but High Inspector, even though you are the grandson of the Duke of the State, you cannot bear the consequences of such a catastrophic misstep. Du Jiang's face was a mask of fury. Beside him, Shangwan Wanner regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression and, with a wry smile, inquired, "Young Master Gao, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take charge of Linjiang City on your behalf." Her demeanor was grave, her eyes reflecting profound concern. The situation had spiraled beyond control, and she needed to comprehend Gao Yang's intentions. A glimmer of hope ignited in Du Jiang's eyes as he clasped his hands in supplication. "Lord Shangwan, please take action swiftly. If the common people revolt, it will result in an irreparable disaster." Shangwan Wanner turned her gaze to Gao Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. "You clearly do not hold any affection for the Buddha. There are many devotees in Chang'an, and I have witnessed their inexplicable fervor. Yet you lack this passion. In other words, your recent visits to temples were not your true desire, and the renovation of the county office is utterly bewildering. Soon you will return to Chang'an. So why undertake such a task? Bearing the scorn of an entire city and causing the grain prices in Linjiang to soar, young Master Gao. You must elucidate your motives to me." Du Jiang stood stunned. He was not a fool, and Shangwan Wanner's words resonated with him. He began to sense something amiss. All these actions were exceedingly unusual. Even the most devout would not visit temples daily to burn incense and pay homage. The renovation of the county office was a thankless endeavor. Gao Yang would eventually return to Chang'an. He could not be so foolish as to engage in such a burdensome task without a deeper purpose. Could it be that Gao Yang harbored ulterior motives? Standing outside the temple, Gao Yang gazed down upon the entirety of Linjiang City from his vantage point. He spoke coolly, "Lord Du, do you recall what I said to you 7 days ago?" Du Jiang furrowed his brow and instinctively replied, "Was it not about the desire to lower grain prices without necessarily driving them down to the brink? However, with grain prices soaring, the merchants, driven by greed, would never relent without a substantial profit." Gao Yang replied calmly, "Lord Du, allow me to pose a question. If the 4 great grain merchants were to unite in oppression, how much could they truly lower the prices? 8 coins? Or perhaps 18? Even if the price of grain were 80 coins per dough, how many commoners could afford it?" Du Jiang was momentarily speechless, and Shangwan Wanner wore a perplexed expression. Unless one were to brandish a slaughter knife and eliminate them all, such an act would instill fear in every merchant in the city. Furthermore, for the ordinary populace, whether the price was 100 coins per dough, 150, or 200, the difference was negligible. They simply could not afford it. Yet with the grain prices in Linjiang skyrocketing, and a government edict forbidding sales below 150 coins per dough, what would this attract? As these words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. In an almost instantaneous moment, Du Jiang's mind was struck as if by lightning. The price of grain had surged to exorbitant heights, rendering it unaffordable for the common folk. Yet it would undoubtedly attract a certain demographic. Both Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner simultaneously conjured a singular term in their minds: foreign grain merchants. Could it be? Du Jiang gazed at Gao Yang in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. Shangwan Wanner was equally beset by tumultuous waves of emotion, her delicate visage betraying the turmoil within, even her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation. Gao Yang's demeanor was icy as he declared, "The 4 major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, are greedily sweeping up local grain, inflating prices, while local grain dealers hoard their stocks, hoping to sell at sky-high rates. Greed is inherent in human nature. No merchant in the realm is free from its grasp. Likewise, the news of the skyrocketing grain prices in Linjiang City will spread with terrifying swiftness to surrounding regions. In recent days, at the city gates and along the docks, the number of grain-laden carts and cargo ships has been steadily increasing. The influx of foreign grain merchants into Linjiang City grows daily. The city is far from lacking in grain. Currently, the grain prices in Linjiang City resemble a massive balloon, visually impressive, yet easily punctured. These merchants who seek to profit from national calamity will find themselves facing ruin." A chilling glint flickered in Gao Yang's eyes, his voice low yet resonant, clearly heard by both Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner. This seemingly casual tone enveloped them both, leaving their expressions akin to those who had glimpsed a specter. If Gao Yang's predictions held true, these grain merchants would soon encounter a catastrophic fate. Yet, Du Jiang felt no sympathy. Rather, he was filled with a sense of exhilaration. Those who sought to profit from the suffering of the nation deserve their demise. What is the purpose of the magistrate's renovation of the county office and the organization of dragon boat races? Du Jiang queried, perplexed. Gao Yang offered no explanation, merely stating, "Magistrate Du will understand in due time. For the common people, even a grain price of 50 when per do requires silver for purchase." Upon hearing this, a rare glimmer of understanding flickered in Du Zhang's eyes as he fell into contemplation. The notion that even a grain price of 50 when per do necessitated silver for the populace to buy resonated within him, yet he could not fully grasp it. Du Zhang suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, I am guilty. Not only have I been foolish, but I have also dared to impeach your honor." Gao Yang replied coolly, "The four major grain merchants are deeply entrenched. I cannot disclose how many of their agents lurk within the county office. Your previous impeachment is trivial and not worth your concern." However, Du Jiang, drenched in perspiration, insisted, "My lord, merely an hour ago, before I sought out the inspector, I penned another letter, even more fervent in its language and tone." Gao Yang's expression twitched at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Du Jiang. The speed of Du Jiang's actions was astonishing. Was Chang'an not on the verge of boiling over? Shangguan Wanner interjected, "I will immediately draft a letter and dispatch it to Chang'an with all haste. Young Master Gao need not worry." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. It appeared that this batch of grain merchants had encountered their misfortune in crossing paths with him. Gao Yang glanced at Shangguan Wanner and said, "My esteemed Shangguan, this evening, I implore you to procure soil and sand from outside the city to fill the sandbanks. It is imperative that this information remains confidential. I have grand plans in motion." Shangguan Wanner promptly nodded. "I shall act in accordance with His Majesty's decree and summon a contingent of troops from the garrison beyond the city to assist young Master Gao." Gao Yang surveyed the entirety of Linjiang City, his gaze imbued with an icy intensity. "Today shall mark the final revelry for the grain merchants of Linjiang City. By tomorrow, I shall ensure they grasp the true essence of despair." Chapter 15. The officials in turmoil, the authority of the Duke of the Nation. The following day, within the Grand Palace of Deqian, in the Golden Hall, a scout hastily burst into the court. "Your Majesty, the grain prices in Qingshui City have plummeted to 82 when per do, and Scholar Cui boldly asserts that prices could drop by another 7 won. Upon hearing the scout's announcement, the officials were taken aback, quickly engaging in animated discussions, openly extolling the talents of Scholar Cui. His remarkable ability to reduce the grain prices by 18 when in such a brief period, without resorting to intimidation or compromising the authority of the court, truly befits his status as a top scholar. Old Master Song Li stepped forward among the crowd, his voice resonating throughout the Golden Hall. "I beseech your Majesty to reward Inspector Cui Xinghe." In his heart, he believed that this contest had been destined from the outset, with the only remaining question being the efficacy of Cui Xinghe's strategies in Qingshui City. Cui Xinghe did not disappoint, as within less than 7 days, he not only curbed the rising grain prices but also managed to lower them by 18 won. Such prowess assured him a path to greatness. Upon his return to the capital, he would undoubtedly become a figure of immense significance in Chang'an. Thus, Song Li felt no hesitation in extending a favor. For in the intricate web of officialdom, relationships ran deep. Moreover, in his eyes, Cui Xinghe had already become the ideal son-in-law to the Song family. Every minister present, being astute, swiftly grasped the underlying implications. Wang Zhong also spoke up, noting, "Merchants often exploit national calamities for profit, especially during times of disaster. Yet, Scholar Cui has achieved stability in Qishui City's grain prices in just 7 days. Such measures are truly commendable. I implore your Majesty to establish Scholar Cui as a model for officials across the realm to emulate." One by one, ministers rose to echo his sentiments. "We support this. We support this." Upon the dragon throne, Empress Wu Zhao, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, radiating an aura of unapproachable nobility, felt a twinge of surprise. Scholar Cui was indeed no ordinary talent. In merely 7 days, he had not only stabilized the soaring grain prices but also managed to lower them by 18 won. This individual could certainly be entrusted with greater responsibilities. At that moment, Wang Zhong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Given that Qingshui City is merely a few dozen miles from Linjiang City, what might the grain prices be in Linjiang City now that they have dropped to 82 when in Qishui City?" Chancellor Su Xuanji replied solemnly, "With news from Qingshui City reaching us, it is likely that information regarding Linjiang City's grain prices will soon follow." Gao Feng's expression grew grave. The 7-day period had elapsed. If Gao Yang failed to bring Linjiang City's grain prices down to a stable level, today would be perilous, especially since Scholar Cui had delivered an exemplary report. The pressure now rested squarely upon the Duke of the Nation's household. If Gao Yang faltered, he would find it exceedingly difficult to justify himself. What lay behind this was no longer merely a simple contest. Report. The latest news from Linjiang City indicates that grain prices have exceeded 200 won per do, causing widespread discontent among the populace. Linjiang's magistrate, Du Jiang, has sent a second urgent missive, impeaching Inspector Gao Yang. Another scout rushed into the Golden Hall. As this proclamation echoed through the chamber, the entire Jinwan Hall was suddenly engulfed in a tempest of shock. As all present turned their astonished gazes toward the scout, even Wu Zhao was taken aback. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Has the grain price in Linjiang City truly surpassed 200 won per do? Is this information verified?" The scout nodded, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. "Your Majesty, the information is indisputable. Over the past 7 days, the grain prices in Linjiang City have been soaring. Moreover, this is news from 2 days ago. The prices may have risen even higher by now." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's expression darkened. Clenching her fist, fury etched upon her face. She lamented the betrayal of her trust in Gao Yang, whom she had defended against all criticism in the court and entrusted with authority. The price of 200 won per do for grain would surely incite the wrath of the populace in Linjiang City. She could foresee the impending storm of outrage. Gao Feng was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. What had become of this wretched creature? Wasn't it said that the fledgling eagle would eventually spread its wings and soar above the heavens, shouldering the burden of the Duke of Dingwa's estate? Now, with grain prices exceeding 200 won per do, it seemed as though he intended to lead the entire Duke's family to the guillotine. Gao Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. At that moment, the scout continued, "Furthermore, County Magistrate Du has not only failed to lower the grain prices, but has also been burning incense and praying daily while enjoying boat rides. As the people suffer from this calamity, Gao Yushi still wishes to order renovations of the county office and host a grand dragon boat festival on the Qingshui River." Magistrate Du, in utter despair, ordered an urgent report to the emperor within 800 li. This declaration left the entire court in shock. In the face of a national disaster, one could raise the grain prices in Linjiang City to extortionate levels. But to seize this opportunity to renovate the offices and hold large-scale events amidst such suffering was utterly preposterous. Yanshou, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, his white beard quivering violently. "Outrageous! In my 30 years of governance, I have never encountered such a ludicrous individual. Does he think that during this great calamity, when the people cannot afford food, it is appropriate to renovate the offices at a low price? Such treachery I cannot tolerate." Yanshou was furious. Song Li and Wang Zhong were equally astounded by Gao Yang's folly. Not only had he inflated the grain prices, but he also intended to renovate the county office and organize grand events during this year of calamity. Song Li disdainfully shook his head. He commanded Song Qingqing to go to the Duke of Dingwa's residence and annul the engagement. This would be the wisest decision for the Song family. Stepping forward, Song Li proclaimed, "I beseech your majesty to punish the grandson of the Duke of Dingwa severely, to quell the people's anger." Wang Zhong immediately echoed his sentiment, standing resolute. "I second this proposal." Yanshou added, "I also support this." In an instant, the Jinwan Hall resonated with the continuous voices of the officials in agreement. Wu Zhao's exquisite visage was shrouded in icy silence, her faith in her instincts unwavering. She believed that Gao Yang could not possibly be so foolish. These successive maneuvers, even a most debauched scion of Chang'an's military families would not be so reckless. He must have his own objectives. Yet now, even as the Empress of Deqian, she felt an immense weight pressing upon her. Gao Feng's expression also darkened. During a year of disaster, to exploit the populace for renovations and grand events was akin to leading the entire Duke of Dingwa's family to their doom. This wretched beast must be punished upon his return. Yet, at this moment, he must still rise to the occasion. He cannot allow these scoundrels to take advantage of his own progeny. It remains uncertain whether he can withstand the pressure. Gao Feng gritted his teeth, poised to step forward. However, outside the Golden Dragon Hall, a figure clad in mottled armor, exuding an aura of authority without anger, emerged. In an instant, the gazes of all the ministers and generals in attendance converged upon the newcomer, their expressions shifting dramatically. "The Duke of the State!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Tianlong strode directly into the Grand Hall. The Duke of the State possessed the privilege to enter the palace at will, without the need to kneel during court sessions. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Gao Tianlong bowed slightly to Wu Zhao, declaring, "I, Gao Tianlong, pay my respects to your majesty." Wu Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief as the Duke of the State stood upright. Gao Tianlong's gaze swept across the entire Golden Dragon Hall before he spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "I have come here with but one purpose. Whether it concerns the skyrocketing grain prices or the reconstruction of the government offices, these are merely reports that arrived from Linjiang City 2 days ago. Why the haste? Esteemed officials? In just 2 or 3 days, Linjiang City will not descend into chaos. Can we not wait a little longer? His voice, imbued with an undeniable pressure, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. As his words fell, the ministers remained silent. Even Wang Zhong, who had often clashed with the Duke of the State, refrained from speaking. As long as the Duke of the State, the foremost among the 6 great dukes of Deqian, remained alive, the entire realm ought to show him due respect. Chapter 16. The trap is set, the true intentions of Gao Yang revealed. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, a beam of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the entire city. In just one night, the price of grain surged from the exorbitant 201 per do to an additional 21. The grain prices in Linjiang City had now reached an astounding 221 per do. This was a burden not only for the common folk but even for some affluent merchants. The cost of grain had reached an unfathomable level. While merchants profited immensely, they continued to hoard grain, eagerly awaiting further price increases. On the streets of Linjiang City, outside the county office, throngs of emaciated citizens gathered, their faces etched with despair, a palpable rage rising like smoke towards the heavens. If not for the fact that most families still had some reserves, the situation would have already erupted in chaos. Everyone understood that if this continued, Linjiang City would inevitably descend into turmoil. Just as the citizens' discontent was reaching a peak, another piece of news arrived. Reports emerged from Yanshui City, located merely dozens of miles away, indicating that their grain prices had stabilized at 82.1. Instantly, the atmosphere in Linjiang City became electric. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The two cities were connected by the Clearwater River, a mere stone's throw apart. Both had suffered from the same calamity. Both had seen grain prices rise to 101 per do, yet in just 7 days, Yanshui City's prices had stabilized at 82.1 per do, while Linjiang City's had soared to an alarming 221 per do. Such a disparity was simply unacceptable to the populace. Consequently, the citizens had secretly berated Gao Yang in vehement terms. Corrupt official, skinflint, were among the epithets hurled at him. Yet, out of respect for the imperial authority, they refrained from public denunciation. Nevertheless, the current momentum suggested that, although chaos had not yet erupted, the citizens were on the brink of an explosion. Within the county office, Gao Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed outward. Even with the doors firmly shut, the angry voices of the citizens could still be heard. Linjiang City was on the verge of an outburst. Du Jiang paced anxiously within the office, frequently glancing at Gao Yang, his face betraying his concern. He feared that if chaos erupted in Linjiang City first, it would be too late to remedy the situation. Yet, Gao Yang remained composed, unfazed, leaving Du Jiang to fret alone. "My lord, you've circled this room a dozen times this morning. I nearly became dizzy watching you," Gao Yang remarked, somewhat irritated. Du Jiang halted, offering an awkward smile. "My lord, given the public's fury outside, you can remain calm, but I cannot. Such composure is rare in this world." Du Jiang genuinely admired him. In the face of potential chaos, Gao Yang, despite his youth, exhibited a steadiness that surpassed even his own, which was frankly terrifying. The clerks nearby were taken aback. When had Du Jiang ever shown such deference to the young master of Chang'an? Just days prior, he had appeared as if he would devour Gao Yang whole. Gao Yang lifted a cup of tea, savoring a sip, relishing the explosion of flavor on his palate. Continuing, Gao Yang spoke lightly, "Master Du, please bring the seal of Linjiang County. The fish has entered the jar. It is time to strike." Upon hearing this, Du Jiang was filled with excitement. He hurriedly fetched the county seal, exclaiming, "My lord, can we close the net now?" Gao Yang nodded and replied indifferently, "At once. Post the edict. The granaries of Linjiang City shall fully open their doors to release grain, selling at the price of 105.1 per do. This proclamation must be disseminated throughout every street and alley of Linjiang City." Then, Gao Yang turned to Shangwan Wanner and instructed, from this moment forth, deploy troops to take control of the docks. No cargo ships are to leave the city. Those who defy this order will be executed. The city gates of Linjiang must be heavily guarded. Not a single grain of food should exit the city. Upon hearing this, both Du Jiang and Shangwan Wanner could not help but show their excitement. After 7 days of pent-up frustration and meticulous planning, Gao Yang finally took action, and it was a grand one. "We shall faithfully adhere to your directives," they responded in unison. Shangwan Wanner was utterly astonished internally. How ruthless! Not only would they open the granaries and sell grain at such a competitive price, thereby disrupting the market, but they would also seal the city gates and docks. Such actions would surely instill panic among the major grain merchants. "My lord, I have some concerns, Du Jiang expressed. As you mentioned earlier, if we open the granaries, we may fear running short on supplies. If the merchants within the city can hold out for just a few days, once the granaries are emptied, what shall we do then? I humbly seek your guidance, Du Jiang earnestly inquired, with grain prices soaring. Should we open the granaries and sell at 105 won per dough, the common folk will undoubtedly rush to seize it. Gao Yang smiled, Master Du. Have you forgotten the batch of disaster relief grain waiting outside the city? Du Jiang's eyes brightened at this realization. However, he furrowed his brow and remarked, the four major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have dominated Linjiang City for a century. Their influence is complex. They may very well be aware of the granary's true state. Gao Yang's gaze was cold and disdainful. They may know, they may resist, but can the smaller local merchants withstand it? Selling first guarantees profit. Selling later leads to bankruptcy, and not selling results in losses from food spoilage and significant costs. If you were Master Du, what choice would you make? Gao Yang mused. Conspiracies can be evaded, but how does one avoid the light of truth? Du Jiang suddenly understood, his face flushed with realization. Gao Yang was indeed ruthless. He intended to trample the foreign grain merchants and force the four major merchants to sell. I shall attend to this immediately, Du Jiang exclaimed, eager to depart. Wait. Gao Yang called back. Du Jiang turned, looking back at Gao Yang. Is there anything else, my lord? Gao Yang replied coolly, the granary has limited supplies. Do not sell too quickly. Let the citizens line up to purchase, registering each household. Additionally, release a message stating that the emperor has ordered disaster relief, sending 100,000 carts of grain to Linjiang City. I have always detested those who profit from national calamities, and I intend to see them all bankrupt. The grain restriction may last 10 days or half a month, depending on my mood. Du Jiang's scalp tingled at this proclamation. He spoke directly, your plan is exceedingly ruthless. My lord, these grain merchants have encountered a stroke of bad luck by crossing paths with you. The grain prices in Linjiang City are likely to plummet. Du Jiang hurriedly left, following Gao Yang's instructions. Shangguan Wanner, perplexed, remarked, surely such rumors would not be believed by the merchants from afar? Gao Yang scoffed dismissively, Mistress Shangguan. You are mistaken. Shangguan Wanner fixed her gaze on Gao Yang's refined features, her brow furrowed in confusion. Gao Yang elucidated, Mistress Shangguan, you still fail to comprehend human nature. These merchants have traversed dozens of miles to sell their grain, enduring at least a 10% loss along the way. Laborers require daily wages and meals. And with each passing day, their costs escalate. Even if they stubbornly refuse to sell, returning home incurs significant expenses. At this juncture, even the slightest disturbance will send them into a frenzy. Moreover, the brilliance of this scheme lies in the stampede. The first batch of merchants to act will profit, while those who come later will find themselves with nothing. Shangguan Wanna listened, her expression a tapestry of emotions, while the cherubic face of Green Lotus turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. In recent days, Gao Yang had frequently taken advantage of her, laughing and joking, but she had not anticipated such a terrifying aspect. Young master, you wouldn't one day sell me off, would you? I would still have to count the coins for you. Green Lotus spoke weakly. Gao Yang laughed heartily. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Without hesitation, Green Lotus nodded, then quickly shook her head. Gao Yang playfully pinched Green Lotus's cherubic cheeks and feigned a fierce expression. If you don't massage my shoulders properly, you had better be careful. Green Lotus promptly fetched a chair. Young master, please sit down. She then diligently began to knead his shoulders, which amused Gao Yang greatly. Not only Green Lotus, but even Shangguan Wanner, gazing at Gao Yang's handsome face, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. It was hard to fathom that a young master from a prestigious family could possess such a wicked heart. Yet, there was a strange sense of exhilaration within her. Suddenly, the words of Wu Zhao echoed in her mind. In this world, corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants possess hearts that are ruthless and cruel, beyond imagination. Ordinary means cannot restrain them. Only the wicked can contend with the wicked. An epiphany struck her. Cui Zhuangyuan of Qingshui City, whom she regarded as a pillar of talent, adept in governance, could only manage to suppress the grain prices to 82 won per dough, and could not lower them further. Yet in Linjiang City, these merchants had inflated the prices to 220 won per dough, and were still unsatisfied. Under Gao Yang's machinations, just how low would the prices drop? Shangguan Wanner was uncertain, but she knew one thing for certain, it could not possibly be 82 won per dough. Chapter 17. The Game and the Counterattack in the City of Linjiang. Within a dilapidated house along the right street, a middle-aged man stood bare-chested, revealing his robust physique. He silently sharpened a large blade, the grating sound echoing throughout the room. Soon, the knife gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness, reflecting the man's cold, steely gaze. Clutching the ancestral sword, he vowed to eradicate all corrupt officials. A true man ought to be like this. As he spoke, Yanshou instinctively rose, preparing to draw the blade and depart. "Dear husband, do not go," a voice called out just as Yanshou was about to push open the door. He froze, turning abruptly to see a woman behind him, her eyes filled with complexity. "Yet," he said, "once I leave, you must return to your family to avoid the storm. There is some silver hidden beneath the mattress. Take it with you. Even if I were to perish, you could find another husband with some means." The woman shook her head in tears, with the entire populace of Linjiang City remaining idle. "Why must you go?" "For my sake, please stay," Yanshou replied solemnly. The price of grain in Linjiang City has surged from 50 coins to 220 coins per dough. The common folk can hardly afford food. All of this is due to that incompetent official. Only by eliminating him can the price of grain return to a reasonable rate. I, Yanshou, have practiced martial arts since childhood and revel in the rivers and lakes. Linjiang City is my home. I can die, but I cannot bear to witness my home turned into a graveyard. The wife, with a pained expression, hesitated and said, "Husband, please wait. I feel that everything in Linjiang City is far too unusual. Could we not wait a couple more days? I sense that the esteemed official is not as simple as he appears. Should turmoil arise, even he, a scion of a prominent family in Chang'an, would struggle to bear the consequences." Yanshou scoffed, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Raising the price of grain while profiting from the disaster, reconstructing the county office. Truly, the first wastrel of Chang'an lives up to his reputation. His voice grew fervent. If this high inspector possessed any real ability to lower the grain prices in Linjiang City, I, Yanshou, would serve him for life. But is that possible? I have made up my mind. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure his blood stains the ground. The woman sighed. The grain merchants in Linjiang City are more united than ever. How could the prices possibly drop? I simply do not wish for you to venture forth to your demise. Assassinating the current inspector is not an endeavor that can be easily accomplished. In the next life, I shall make amends. Yanshou placed his hand on the door, fully aware that this journey could lead to his irrevocable fate. That corrupt official seemed acutely aware of the public's wrath, venturing out with extreme caution, guarded like a hedgehog, making it nearly impossible to strike. Yet today, even if it meant warning the entire populace of Linjiang City with his own blood, it would be worthwhile in his heart. Resolute, he suddenly pushed open the door. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the scene in the street, he was taken aback. There, on the streets of Linjiang City, soldiers clad in armor galloped furiously, their voices booming. "By decree of the esteemed inspector, we announce to all, from this moment forth, we will open the granaries. Grain will be sold at the price of 105 coins per dough, with no limit on quantity. The people may line up to purchase." As these words resounded, Yanshou's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by the astonishment of the woman behind him. "What? The granary is to be opened? Selling grain at the astonishing price of 105 won per dough?" Yanshou trembled, struggling to comprehend the revelation. 105 won per dough. In stark contrast to the exorbitant 220 won currently prevailing in Linjiang City, represented a staggering reduction of 115 won. Although still high, this price was a considerable relief compared to the outrageous 220 won per dough. They were profoundly grateful. Not only was Yanshou astounded, but the citizens of Linjiang City were equally taken aback. Countless pallid-faced townsfolk emerged, converging towards the location where the announcement was posted. Upon witnessing the proclamation, an electrifying wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The granary is indeed opening, finally opening. 105 won per dough. There is hope. There is salvation. Yanshou, caught amidst the throng, could hardly believe his eyes. Has the price truly dropped? In an instant, he dashed towards the granary, determined to witness the reality for himself. However, upon seeing the long queue stretching for dozens of meters, with more citizens arriving continuously to line up, Yanshou's body shook with anticipation, his eyes wide with astonishment. Simultaneously, throughout every street in Linjiang City, armored soldiers galloped past on their majestic steeds, vociferously announcing, "By order of the esteemed inspector, the proclamation has been posted. From this moment forth, the granary shall open, selling grain at the price of 105 won per dough, with no limit on quantity. Citizens make you to purchase." In an instant, the news reverberated throughout Linjiang City, causing a citywide stir. At the Lin residence, amidst an artificial landscape of rocks and water, maidservants navigated the corridors with trays in hand. Inside the grand hall, several dancers twirled gracefully, captivating the attention of the venerable Lin and the three prominent grain merchants. Just a door apart, it was as though two worlds existed. Outside, the emaciated populace scavenged for scraps, while inside, the opulent surroundings and dancers exuded an intoxicating air of luxury. The somewhat portly Master Qian could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Old Lin, the grain prices in Linjiang City have soared to 221 per dough. Shall we not take action?" Lin waved his hand dismissively, signaling the dancers to retreat. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "What is there to rush about? As long as our four esteemed families unite, we can monopolize the grain prices. This wave of unprecedented wealth will demand at least 251 per dough." A collective gasp of astonishment arose. 251? Though it seemed a mere 30 when increased per dough, it represented a potential profit of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of taels. Our fortune is largely due to the High Inspector. It is perplexing what he is thinking. Imposing a strict order against selling grain at lower prices, remarked the head of the Han family, stroking his chin with a hint of disdain. What does this debauched young master understand about governance? He likely presumes that with rising prices, grain merchants will begin to offload their stocks. It appears he has shot himself in the foot. Laughter erupted among the gathered merchants. However, at that moment, a servant stumbled into the grand hall in a flurry, exclaiming, "Old Lin, dire news. The county office has suddenly posted a proclamation selling low-priced grain at 105 won per dough." The common folk, upon hearing the news, swiftly mobilized, forming an interminable queue that seemed to stretch beyond sight. Upon hearing these words, Old Lin's expression shifted dramatically. What? The head of the Qian family was equally incensed. That young man from the Gao family was clearly attempting to deceive us. The head of the Han family spoke with palpable concern. "Old Lin, what shall we do?" Old Lin's gaze turned icy. With the incessant natural disasters plaguing the Qian, food prices had skyrocketed. How much grain could the granary of Linjiang City possibly hold? Would it suffice for the entire populace? This revelation jolted the others into awareness. The population of Linjiang City exceeded 100,000, and given the poor harvests of previous years, the granary was unlikely to be well stocked. The county's actions were merely an attempt to instill panic among us, compelling us to sell our grain at lower prices. I had underestimated this cunning Inspector Gao from Chang'an. Quite devious indeed. Old Lin's expression remained frigid. The grain prices in Linjiang City must not plummet. At the very least, we must wait until we have sold our stock and profited before any decline. Since they were opening the granaries, whatever amount they release, we shall purchase in equal measure. I am determined to see just how much grain they possess. With a resolute fist, Old Lin declared coldly. The heads of the three families nodded in unison. The grain in their possession, aside from the low-priced stock, included high-priced reserves accumulated from the market. Should they collectively decide to sell, the grain price would no longer be a mere 105 won per dough. They could not afford to lose in this game of wits. The head of the Qian family gritted his teeth, stating, "Our fortunes are intertwined. We shall stand with Old Lin. I am willing to follow Old Lin." Chapter 18. Panic in the county office of Linjiang City. A report was made. "My lord, among the populace coming to purchase grain, there are unfamiliar faces. They are competing fiercely to buy grain in significant quantities, even inciting rumors that the granaries are empty, thereby disturbing the hearts of the people. I implore you to act swiftly," White Scribe anxiously reported to Du Jiang. With a composed expression, Du Jiang remarked, "This must be the machinations of the four major grain merchants. As the grain prices plummet in Linjiang City, they are the first to suffer. Thus their frenzied buying spree is an attempt to maintain their grain monopoly. Can the grain prices in Linjiang City truly decrease?" White Scribe shook his head. "My lord, I have been monitoring the situation closely. There has been no movement in the shops across various regions, and prices have yet to drop." "Yet to drop?" Du Jiang's face betrayed his astonishment. His gaze turned grave. "What shall we do? If the four major merchants continue their rampage, the granaries will likely be emptied soon. If the common folk learn of this, it will undoubtedly spark a new wave of panic. Issue a command to expel these schemers and slow the sale of grain." At that moment, Gao Yang emerged from the courtyard of the county office. With an icy demeanor, he stated, "They are eager to incite chaos. By doing so, they only serve their own interests. I have suddenly changed my mind. Since they possess considerable wealth, let them sweep through. I wish to see just how much they can consume." Du Jiang was taken aback. "My lord, at this rate, the four major merchants will clear out our supplies in less than a day." The other grain merchants in Linjiang City were still on the sidelines, and the prices remained exorbitant. We cannot allow this many common folk to gather alongside the four major merchants. Gao Yang replied calmly. It is in the nature of merchants to hesitate. Opening the granaries is merely the first step in our plan. He turned his gaze towards Shangguanwaner. Immediately seal the city gates and the docks. Command the soldiers outside the city to escort grain into the granaries. Any who dare approach this batch of grain shall be killed on the spot. It is imperative that every citizen of Linjiang City witnesses the continuous influx of grain. Everything must be executed step by step. Within a day, the grain prices in Linjiang City will inevitably fall. As long as we control the grain within the granaries for a single day and lower the market prices further, we will have succeeded. The grain on the market cannot be fully consumed by them. Follow my orders and release the grain. Du Jiang looked bewildered. He and Shangguanwaner clasped their fists in acknowledgement and promptly exited. Gao Yang's gaze was as sharp as ice. He could dictate the rules of Linjiang City. In his previous life, he had never experienced such a splendid beginning. Did the four major merchants dare to challenge him? Shangguanwaner, mounted on a towering steed and accompanied by the palace guards, arrived at the gates of Linjiang City, holding aloft the golden command token bestowed by Empress Wu Zetian. Her expression was stern. Upon sight of this token, it is as if Her Majesty herself is present. Effective immediately, seal the city gates. Not a single grain shall leave the city. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The soldiers at the gates, upon seeing the token, all knelt, exclaiming, We shall strictly obey Her Majesty's decree. Clear the path. Not a single grain shall exit the city. Shortly thereafter, Shangguanwaner personally led a contingent of troops, escorting an unending stream of grain carts into Linjiang City, making their way towards the granaries. The common folk witnessed the scene before them, their eyes gleaming with hope. Particularly those standing in a lengthy queue stretching several hundred meters before the granary, their faces were awash with emotion. Food. The imperial relief grain has arrived. The populace was overwhelmed with excitement, and amidst the throng, Chun Sheng was equally astonished. The arrival of the relief grain meant a plummet in grain prices in Linjiang City. Shangguanwaner dispatched individuals to transport this batch of grain into the granary, and she coldly announced, by imperial decree, due to the great disaster in Guangyang County, 100,000 carts of grain have been specially approved for relief. This is the first batch destined for Linjiang City, and there is enough for everyone. Tears streamed down the faces of the citizens. The emperor has not forgotten us. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, Lin Lao was taken aback. What? The emperor has dispatched 100,000 carts of grain for disaster relief in Guangyang County, and the entire city witnessed the arrival of the first batch into the granary? His face contorted in shock. He could not help but curse. These fools. This is not grain. It must be filled with dirt or sand. Do they think such petty tricks can deceive me? How naive. We shall sweep them out completely. Once the granary is empty, I shall see how they handle the aftermath. The grain merchants of the city are not fools. They will not be deceived. Lin Lao's expression darkened, resembling a man driven to madness, devoid of his former composure. The three major grain merchants lamented their failure to sell early for a profit. Instead, they now found themselves in an untenable position. Yet, with matters as they were, they could only grit their teeth and resolve to stand united. Within the county office, a report came in. There are still individuals purchasing grain in large quantities and batches. Gao Yang sat comfortably in a soft chair, sipping his tea. He replied nonchalantly, If they wish to buy, then let us continue selling, sell it all. Du Jiang gritted his teeth, stating, We shall act as the imperial censor has commanded. Bai Shiya promptly hurried away. Gao Yang stood upright and stretched, turning to Du Jiang, Sir Du, let us change into casual attire and take a stroll. The real spectacle is about to commence. Du Jiang and Shangguanwaner exchanged astonished glances. Grain prices are set to plummet? Gao Yang merely nodded. Let the chaos begin. In the face of such overwhelming momentum, the four major granaries are but a feeble resistance. At the same time, all the grain merchants in Linjiang City were engulfed in panic, the shopkeepers and clerks of the rice stores anxiously pacing within their establishments. Particularly, the merchants from distant lands felt as if the sky had fallen upon them. They had procured grain from elsewhere, traveling day and night to reach Linjiang City, hoping to profit. But now, their plans lay in ruins. Linjiang City had opened its granaries, selling at the price of 105 per dough, while simultaneously sealing off the city to prevent any grain from leaving. This was a devastating blow to them. The imperial censor is out for our ruin, wailed those grain merchants who had risked everything in hopes of profit. They incurred immense costs, with transportation and losses accumulating daily. Each day spent in Linjiang City added to their expenses. Should grain prices truly fall, they would be unable to sell, and the journey back would only compound their losses. The situation was dire. In the heart of Linjiang City, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A grain merchant, clad in splendid attire and bearing a somewhat pale and plump visage, contorted his face in despair. The purchasing price of 71, when accounting for the costs incurred en route, escalated to a staggering 81 per do. Selling at this price would yield a profit of 25 won per do. Delay further, and he would be bankrupt. Thus, he resolved to sell, disposing of his stock at prices no lower than 105 won. As the corpulent grain merchant commenced his public sale, a throng of commoners gathered around. For them, the county granary had queues stretching hundreds of meters, and they were uncertain when their turn would arrive. If they could procure grain at the same price, or even slightly less, why not seize the opportunity? Following the first merchant's actions, other grain merchants in Linjiang City could no longer remain idle. The audacity of the first merchant incited them. If he was selling, so would they. With lower costs, they feared that if the magistrate were to impose a ban on grain leaving the city for 10 days or 2 weeks, they would suffer considerable losses. Thus, they too resorted to a clearance sale at 93 won per do. For the common folk, it was a matter of purchasing from whichever source offered the better price, while the merchants were anxious about the plummeting grain prices, particularly those from outside the region, who began to sell off their stocks in haste. In no time, Linjiang City was engulfed in a frenzy. Even the citizens near the county granary, upon hearing of cheaper grain, flocked to the scene. Du Jiang watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "My lord, how is this possible?" He was genuinely impressed. Everything unfolded in accordance with Gao Yang's strategy. A substantial amount of grain priced below 105 won per do posed no threat from the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang City. The county office could easily enter the market to purchase and replenish the granary. The 4 major merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, had procured all their grain at elevated prices. Shangguan Wanner wore a complex expression. Observing Gao Yang orchestrating the situation, she felt a profound sense of revelation. In that moment, she comprehended the empress's esteem for Gao Yang. He was indeed extraordinary. Gao Yang smiled gently, recognizing that the outside merchants were in a state of panic. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would undoubtedly rush to sell. This is human nature. Nobody wishes to delay their sales, nor do they desire financial ruin. And a simultaneous sell-off would trigger a rapid drop in prices. Du Jiang expressed his admiration, stating that within a mere quarter of an hour, grain prices in Linjiang City plummeted by over 120 won, reaching a low of 93 won per do. My lord's methods leave me in awe. Gao Yang regarded the scene of the citizens scrambling for grain with disdain, remarking, 93 won per do? Du Jiang, you underestimate the effects of panic buying. These external merchants have merely fired the first shot in a price reduction. The real crash has yet to commence. Gao Yang cast his gaze towards the Lin residence, his expression laden with meaning. Du Jiang jolted in surprise, asking, "Are you suggesting that the major grain merchants of Linjiang City have yet to sell off their stocks?" That cannot be. The 4 major merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have always maintained close ties, and they would never part with their supplies. Yet, given the current situation, the methods employed by my lord are sufficient to provide a satisfactory account to Chang'an. I shall certainly report to the empress and commend you. Gao Yang sneered dismissively. The Duke of the State's residence was fraught with peril. To shift the tide, he must earn the empress's trust. Cui Xinghe has already reduced the grain price in Qishui City to 82 won per do. How could his aim be merely 93 won per do? He has borne 7 days of infamy for this. Is it a solid consensus? Gao Yang suddenly turned to Du Jiang and scoffed, "My dear Lord Du, you overestimate these 4 prominent families. Remember this phrase. It holds true not only in the realm of Deqian, but will remain pertinent 100 or even 1,000 years hence." Du Jiang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Gao Yang. Gao Yang articulated each word with precision. It is easy to share life, yet difficult to share death. It is easy to enjoy wealth together, but challenging to endure hardship together. In this world, beneath the guise of interests, there are no friends. The dramatic plummet in grain prices in Linjiang City, with merchants from afar flooding in, once I open the granaries, no one can obstruct it. Chapter 19. The plummeting grain prices and Gao Yang's control over public sentiment amidst the unyielding tide of falling grain prices in Linjiang City. The faint yet resonant voice reached Du Jiang's ears. Standing still, he felt as if the words reverberated in his mind like a resounding bell. The 4 major grain merchants appeared to be inseparable, but would they truly unite in the face of impending crisis? After a moment's contemplation, he bowed deeply to Gao Yang. expressing, "Your Excellency's words are akin to a refreshing elixir that has enlightened this humble official. I am profoundly grateful for your guidance." Du Zhang's gaze was imbued with an earnest sincerity, rooted in genuine respect. It was only now that he comprehended the significance of Gao Yang's statement made a week prior. Everything was orchestrated according to his design. To lower grain prices did not necessitate a relentless pursuit of drastic reductions. By issuing a decree that mandated the local grain merchants in Linjiang City to sell at elevated prices, forbidding any undercutting, the prices would inevitably soar to exorbitant levels. As the local merchants raised their prices, the allure of profit would drive external traders to flock to Linjiang, eager to capitalize on the opportunity. Once the influx of external merchants had sufficiently escalated the prices, the county office could then open its granaries, compelling these merchants to sell first, leading to a subsequent crash in grain prices. What particularly impressed Du Jiang was Gao Yang's strategy of releasing grain at a price neither too high nor too low, thereby affording the external merchants a chance to profit. The early sellers would reap significant rewards, while those who delayed risked bankruptcy. This would incite a competitive frenzy among the external merchants, each eager to divest swiftly. Your Excellency's cunning strategy is truly admirable. Shangguan Wanner, her face aglow with astonishment, marveled at Gao Yang's ingenuity. Yet, with curiosity, she inquired, "But what if these external merchants do not panic and choose not to sell?" Gao Yang surveyed the chaos unfolding before him and shook his head. This is human nature. It cannot be suppressed. Over the past week, a multitude of external grain merchants has surged into Linjiang City. With such a diverse influx, their motivations will inevitably vary, and the challenges they face will differ greatly. The four major grain merchants in Linjiang predominantly held last year's stock, with some having opportunistically hoarded grain during a recent disaster when prices ranged from 50 to 71 per dough, ensuring their costs remained low and their composure intact. In contrast, the external merchants were suffering under the soaring prices in the entirety of Guangyang County. Some, having risked everything, sought to profit, while others traveled great distances at high costs, hoping to exploit the price differential, a daunting financial burden. Furthermore, with some possessing idle wealth to invest in grain and others having gambled their fortunes, unity of purpose was elusive. Their inevitable panic selling was thus a foregone conclusion. Moreover, Gao Yang paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he turned to Shangguan Wanner. "If, against all odds, no one were to sell, I would accept death as penance, offering my head to the emperor as atonement." Such a grave consequence for a mere miscalculation, Du Jiang expressed. Your Excellency's unwavering composure in the face of calamity is truly commendable. As Shangguan Wanner twitched her lips, she retorted with irritation, "Why has Lord Gao, since the day the county office posted the announcement, insisted on having the palace guards accompany him, even donning a layer of armor underneath? Is this not a precaution against potential public outrage and the fear of assassination?" She cast an amused glance at the inner lining of Gao Yang's robe. She had encountered those fearful of death, but none were as overtly terrified as he. LV Luo nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the young master has commanded that we, his servants, protect him closely, never leaving his side." Du Zhang's eyes widened, sensing that something had shattered. Gao Yang laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Shangguan Wanner was to be expected. After all, she was a favored confidant of the empress, someone he could not afford to offend. Yet, for LV Luo to dare expose his vulnerabilities warranted a proper reprimand. He swiftly diverted the conversation, declaring, "The situation in Linjiang City is already settled. There is no need for further observation. We shall simply await the plummeting grain prices." With that, Gao Yang strode away. For the first time in the past 7 days, he was the first to leave, not closely accompanied by his guards. Shangguan Wanner watched his retreating figure, her icy gaze rippling with intrigue. The grandson of the Duke of State certainly held some interest. She could almost foresee the tremors that would ripple through the capital upon hearing news of the grain prices collapsing today. Beside her, Du Zhang's face was alight with anticipation. Once the four major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, began to sell off their stock, the grain prices in Linjiang City would inevitably experience a significant decline. Gao Yang's languid voice echoed ahead. "Now that the grain price in Linjiang City has fallen to 93 yuan per dough, let us command a large-scale purchase. Post another announcement. The county granary is well stocked, and we shall reduce the price by another 15 yuan, making it only 90 yuan per dough." Behind him, Du Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was invigorated, exclaiming, "I shall immediately set about this task." As Gao Yang made his way toward the county office, he was filled with profound reflections. He had finally grasped the unscrupulous strategies employed by the heartless speculators in the stock market of his former life, It was exhilarating. By selling at 105 won per do, and with the external grain merchants following suit to drive the price down to 93 won per do, he would then make a significant purchase to further lower the price to 90 won per do. When calculated, he would profit 9 won per do. Conversely, whether Qian, Zhao, Han, Lin, or the external grain merchants wished to offload their goods, they would have to do so at prices below 90 won per do. The feeling of being a capitalist was utterly intoxicating. Meanwhile, the grain prices were indeed plummeting. Have you heard? It has now dropped to a minimum of 93 won per do. Many large grain merchants are frantically selling off their stock. The prices have finally begun to fall. In Linjiang City, as external grain merchants engaged in a frenzied price war, the citizens were all aflame with excitement, chattering animatedly. They had witnessed the relentless rise in grain prices over the past week, a sense of despair that would haunt them for a lifetime. Chen Sheng stood among the throng of citizens waiting in line, watching the newsbearers approach, disbelief flickering across his face. 93 won per do. A staggering drop of 127 won. Are you sure? Chen Sheng muttered to himself. At the Lin residence, a panicked report shattered the tranquility within. Old Master Lin, something terrible has happened. The grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted to a mere 93 won per do. A servant rushed in, flustered. Upon hearing the news, Lin Lao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Impossible. We have not sold any grain, having spent hundreds of thousands of taels to stock up. How could the prices in Linjiang City be so low? A few minor grain merchants cannot possibly sway the market. Speak another word, and I shall beat you to death with my staff. Lin Lao's gaze was fierce. The servant knelt on the ground, exclaiming, It is the outside grain merchants. Many have arrived in recent days. They disregard the rules and are selling off their stock recklessly. At this rate of decline, it is feared that prices will soon drop to 90 won per do. The head of the Qian family fumed. What nonsense. Our 4 families dominate Linjiang City. Where could so many outside merchants come from? Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Lao froze, his aged eyes suddenly widening as if a realization had struck him. Chapter 20. To advance together or to betray one another. The old man has come to a realization. This young scoundrel, Gao Yang, is indeed treacherous and malicious. Lin's expression changed drastically, filled with anguish. The other 3 heads of families also sensed the gravity of the situation and grew anxious. The head of the Qian family pressed urgently, Old Lin, what have you discovered? Please enlighten us. Lin closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, he comprehended Gao Yang's intentions completely. Devious. Utterly devious. Having spent a lifetime as a hawk, he found himself blinded by one. Lin sighed deeply. His words made the other 2 anxious as well. Old Lin, spare us the suspense. What exactly does this Inspector Gao intend to do? The head of the Han family urged. Lin, with a grim expression, replied. He has posted proclamations mandating that we sell grain at no less than 150 won per do. Do you truly believe this young scoundrel is offering us a fortune without a cost? The 3 heads of families were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom this. Is there truly anyone in the world who would labor without reward, even willing to bear the burden of infamy, only to bestow upon them an immense fortune? At that moment, their eyes were filled with greed, but now, as grain prices plummeted, they began to realize the unusual nature of the situation. This action felt deeply wrong. They all turned to Lin. Taking a deep breath, Lin continued, when grain prices soar to 150 won per do, who else will benefit besides us? Upon hearing this, the head of the Qian family blurted out, the foreign grain merchants from the surrounding counties of Linjiang City. Gao Yang intends to inflate the grain prices in Linjiang City to attract external merchants to sell their grain. The expressions of the other 2 heads turned grim. They too comprehended the unfolding scheme. While grain prices in Linjiang City had risen from 50 won to 100 won per do, the prices throughout Guangyang County remained relatively stable, with severely affected areas hovering around 100 won per do and better conditions around 80 won per do. However, upon reaching Linjiang City, Gao Yang directly raised the prices to 150 won per do, with the potential for further increases, enticing those avaricious foreign merchants to flock to Linjiang City. Subsequently, when the timing was right, he would order the county granary to release grain at a price of 105 won per do, causing prices to plummet. Regrettably, we failed to recognize this, instead choosing to acquire the aged grain from the county granary at 105 won per do. The head of the Qian family, with a grim expression, slammed the table. This Gao Yang is truly insidious. The faces of the group darkened, filled with profound regret. If they had sold grain at 150 won per do when the county first posted the proclamations, they could have profited immensely. Instead, they opted to hoard grain, seeking exorbitant profits, which led them to their current passive position. With grain prices in Linjiang City collapsing, should they continue to stockpile or hastily sell off their reserves? Soon, another servant rushed in. Old Lin. The county office posted a notice declaring that the granary was abundant with grain. The esteemed inspector, showing compassion for the common folk, ordered the granary of Linjiang County to sell at the price of 90 per dough, which was a full 15 lower than the market rate. The head of the Han family wailed in despair, "This esteemed inspector is taking our lives." The servant continued, "Not only that, I also witnessed the county officials in plain clothes purchasing a significant quantity of grain at 93 per dough." Old Lin's expression darkened, contorting in anguish. "We purchased grain from the county granary at 105 per dough, and the county office, using our silver, bought it back at 93 per dough to sell at 90, thus profiting 7 in the process." Upon realizing this, Old Lin could no longer contain his emotions. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "This Gao Yang, I underestimated him." The servants rushed forward to support Old Lin, who was so enraged that he coughed up blood. As the leader of the 4 major grain merchants, with the Lin family holding the largest stock of grain, if the prices were to plummet, the Lin family would be the first to suffer. Ignoring the tumult of blood and fury within him, Old Lin wiped the blood from his lips and declared, "This contest is far from over. Outside grain merchants may lower the prices, but in just 7 days, there will not be enough grain available. The county granary is filled with nothing but sand. As long as we unite and adhere to our principles, even if the price returns to 100 per dough, we can still reap great profits. However, if we hastily sell off our stocks, Linjiang City will be doomed." Old Lin turned to the other 3 family heads, who exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The head of the Qian family boldly proclaimed, "Old Lin speaks wisely. Such a crude scheme has countless flaws in our eyes. The 4 prominent families of Linjiang City will stand together. As long as we hold on to our grain, we need not fear defeat in this contest. I shall return home to issue an order prohibiting a single grain from entering the market. Farewell." With that, the head of the Qian family strode away. The heads of the Han and Zhao families also clasped their hands in respect, assuring Old Lin, "We, the 4 great families, are like brothers. How could we engage in such self-destructive behavior?" They too took their leave. Old Lin gazed at their retreating figures, his eyes deep and contemplative. The steward of the Lin residence spoke up, "Old Lin, I shall instruct the Lin family's shops to maintain prices without any reduction." Just as the steward finished speaking, Old Lin slapped him across the face. "Fool," he scolded. The steward, clutching his face, was taken aback. Old Lin rebuked, "If I do not sell, what if they sell secretly? In that case, I would be left with only bankruptcy as my fate. The early bird catches the worm. We must act swiftly. We will not sell openly, but will discreetly sell at the fastest pace possible, at 91 per dough. No, at 87 per dough." The steward, eyes wide with shock, hurried off to carry out the orders. Outside the Lin residence, within the carriage, the head of the Qian family sat within the carriage, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he returned home. Who among them would not sell? Those who did were fools. With only 7 days at his disposal, who could fathom the influx of grain merchants into Linjiang City? He needed to act swiftly. The gleam in his eyes betrayed his urgency. He had expended a considerable sum of silver, nearly filling the entire granary of the Qian family. This year, he could endure, but what of the next? The great Qian had suffered several years of calamity and drought. Who could guarantee that the coming year would not bring bountiful harvests? If it were indeed a year of abundance, the grain prices would normalize around 31, and then his situation would be dire. For a time, the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang City outwardly claimed they would not sell, yet behind closed doors, they were trading fervently. At the Lin residence, upon receiving this news, Old Lin's face contorted with rage. These scoundrels! He had known they could not be trusted. Fortunately, he had kept a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would have been utterly ruined. "Send my orders. All rice shops under the Lin family must reduce their prices. Even at a loss, they must sell." This battle, he lamented, was one he had lost. Old Lin's expression was complex. Having navigated the intricacies of the martial world for a lifetime, he had never anticipated his downfall would come at the hands of Gao Yang. He could not afford to gamble any longer. If the grain prices in Linjiang City stabilized, he would face devastating repercussions. Should the next year prove fruitful, the Lin family's century-long legacy would be obliterated in an instant. He could not become the pariah of his lineage. With the downfall of the 4 grain merchants, the prices of grain in Linjiang City plummeted once more. In a mere hour, the price plunged from 93 per dough to 80 per dough. This was already 2 cheaper than Chui Xing is 82 per dough. Most astonishingly, The price had fallen from 221 per do to 81 in less than an hour. Chapter 21. The Plummeting Grain Prices and Psychological Maneuvering Report. Your Excellency, the grain prices in Linjiang City have fallen to 91 per do. Report. Your Excellency, the grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted to 86 per do. Report. Your Excellency, the grain prices in Linjiang City have now reached 81 per do. Report. The grain prices in Linjiang City have descended to 75 per do. Within the county office, Gao Yang was savoring his tea. One after another, the officials rushed in. Kneeling on the ground, their faces brimming with excitement as they nearly shouted with all their might, as their voices reverberated throughout the grand hall. The other officials were left in a state of disbelief. Their gazes swiftly turned towards the composed Gao Yang at the center of the office. The grain prices, which they had struggled to reduce, had unexpectedly collapsed under Gao Yang's influence in just a single day. Not to mention the drastic fall from over 200 won a day. Even the high price of 100 won per do just 7 days prior had plummeted by a staggering 25 won. The price of 75 won per do would significantly alleviate the burdens faced by the citizens of Linjiang City. Du Jiang was equally incredulous. Although Gao Yang had anticipated that the four major grain merchants would soon clash, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Within just a few hours, they had begun to offload their inventory. Gao Yang took a sip of his tea and remarked, "This tea is quite good." Du Jiang, understanding the implication, replied, "When Your Excellency returns to Chang'an, I shall ensure to prepare some of this tea for you. Of course, I shall bear the cost myself." Merely as a gesture of goodwill. As Du Jiang spoke, he cast a glance at Shang Wanwaner. Her expression remained unchanged, even without Du Jiang's explicit explanation. She would feign ignorance of the matter. In a world where clarity is too pristine, the existence of human connections in the official realm is quite natural. Especially considering that Du Jiang was merely offering a trivial gift of tea. There's no need for the tea, convert it to cash. I hold little affection for such mundane items. Let us be direct, Gao Yang said, placing his teacup down and looking towards Du Jiang. Shang Wanwaner. Du Jiang. High censor. Shang Wanwaner's voice rose, offering a gentle admonition. It was rather audacious to speak so openly in her presence. Even if such remarks were made in private, she would choose to remain oblivious. Cough cough. My dear Shang Wan, you seem to be overly anxious. Do you truly believe I am that sort of person? It was merely a jest. Gao Yang hastily interjected. Shang Wanwaner remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed everything. Du Jiang shifted the conversation. Your Excellency Gao, I am still curious as to why the four major grain merchants are in such disarray. If it were not for their sell-off, the grain prices would not have fallen so swiftly, relying solely on these external merchants. Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Du Jiang. Though he himself was no paragon of virtue, he held a measure of respect for Du Jiang, a man of integrity. Thus, he was willing to elaborate further. The four major grain merchants united by profit are destined to fracture for the same reason. This has been the nature of humanity since time immemorial. Compared to the external grain merchants, their costs remain significantly lower, as they evade expenses related to transportation and labor. However, this does not imply they are not anxious. In the present day, Her Majesty the Empress possesses extraordinary talents and vision. The Great Qian has experienced 3 consecutive years of unfavorable heavenly conditions. Evaluating solely from the past year, good and bad fortunes are evenly matched. However, when considering a 4-year span, the probability of a favorable outcome for the coming year outweighs that of an unfavorable one in their eyes. Once the grain prices in Linjiang City stabilize, the surplus food they cannot sell will pose significant risks for the following year. Should the harvest be bountiful, the new grain will suffice, and the old grain may often be sold at a meager 30 won per do. They would rather incur losses and withdraw than gamble on the possibility of losing everything next year. Understanding this, their behavior becomes comprehensible. Those who act first ensure their own survival while others perish, while those who act later may find themselves at the mercy of others. Shang Wanwano inquired, what if they unite and agree not to sell at all? Yao Yang chuckled, deeming such verbal agreements mere folly. Each individual will ponder. If I refrain from selling, will they secretly sell? Once one party sells, does that not spell doom for the rest? Under such mentalities, it is inevitable that one will act first. Linjiang City is a small place, and being local bigwigs, they cannot conceal their actions from the other 3. Thus, a stampede is unavoidable. However, I did not anticipate their ferocity. This truly endangers their lives. Gao Yang's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of those present like a thunderclap. Du Jiang bowed again, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your guidance, my lord. He gazed at the composed Gao Yang, utterly convinced. It is worth noting that all of this had been foreseen by Gao Yang a week prior. From the moment the announcement was posted, everything unfolded according to his design. From the reactions of merchants and the populace to the greed of the four major grain merchants, culminating in the opening of granaries to burst the grain price bubble, all orchestrated to compel the four merchants to sell their grain. Everything was predetermined from the moment Gao Yang stepped into Linjiang City a week ago. The Duke of the State has produced an extraordinary talent. It is understandable that one has not encountered a true Qilin, and imperfections are only natural. Du Jiang marveled internally, while Shangwan Wan'er wore a complex expression. It is difficult to fathom that such stratagems could emerge from one who, upon mounting a carriage, is preoccupied with gazing at his own legs. Gao Yang continued. Those in power must govern the people of a city and should not fixate on the gains and losses of individuals. In this volatile market, there will inevitably be bankrupt merchants, but there will also be those who profit handsomely by withdrawing at the right moment. As officials, one must grasp the overall situation. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang recognized that Gao Yang was offering him guidance. I am sincerely grateful for your insights, my lord, he said respectfully. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging that Du Jiang had absorbed his words. Subsequently, they would proceed according to the plan, step by step, and soon Linjiang City would find stability. Du Jiang inquired, are you suggesting the renovation of the government office and the hosting of a grand event? Gao Yang nodded, noticing the puzzled expressions on Du Jiang and Shangwan Wan'er. He calmly elaborated, the peril facing Linjiang City extends beyond mere skyrocketing grain prices. What is the root cause? Without hesitation, Du Jiang replied, the torrential rains have ravaged the fields, resulting in a poor harvest. In times of great calamity, the populace has lost their sources of income, which fundamentally accounts for the surge in grain prices. Therefore, after lowering the grain prices, it is imperative to urgently address the income issues faced by the common people. Only by enabling them to earn a livelihood can they survive this disaster. Otherwise, for the citizens, there is little difference between grain priced at 50 won per do and that at 250 won per do. Both remain unaffordable. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's pupils constricted sharply. Gao Yang's words struck directly at the essence of the calamity. Behind the exorbitant grain prices lies the stark reality that the common folk simply cannot bear the burden. The most impoverished among them have long been destitute, struggling to find work to sustain their families. A flash of insight crossed Du Jiang's mind. Renovating the government office and organizing large-scale events would address the root of the disaster. Du Jiang's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness until suddenly he froze. He understood everything. The gentleman possesses the talent of a sage. I am in admiration. If His Majesty were to have such a man as an advisor, it would surely herald a flourishing era for Deqian. Gao Yang smiled and replied, Lord Du, your praise is excessive. My actions are merely a response to circumstances, motivated by self-preservation. Du Jiang discerned the underlying meaning in his words and recalled the situation of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. His expression grew slightly more serious. Report. The latest news. The four major grain merchants, Qian, Zhao, Han, and Lin, have completely severed ties. The head of the Qian family has taken the lead in driving the grain price down to 70 won per do. Shangwan Wan'er looked on in disbelief. How little time has passed, and yet the grain price in Linjiang City has dropped another 5 won. She cast a complex glance at Gao Yang. 70 won per do is a full 12 won lower than the 82 won per do in Qingshui City. Gao Yang rose and brushed the dust off his robe. With the grain prices in Linjiang City having stabilized, my task is complete. I shall return to Chang'an, leaving the remainder to you. Lord Du Jiang was taken aback. Is Lord Gao truly departing? Gao Yang chuckled. The grain prices in Linjiang City have reached a conclusion. It holds little significance for me to remain here. He produced a handwritten letter for the abbot of the temples he had visited in the past few days, stating that once the government office begins renovations, it should be sent. The capabilities of Lord Du are evident to all the citizens of Linjiang City. I trust you completely. I have received sufficient credit for this achievement. Remaining here serves little purpose, while you, Lord Du, could benefit greatly from this political accomplishment. Gao Yang handed several letters to Du Jiang, who accepted them with deeply moved eyes. Your kindness overwhelms me, my lord. Gao Yang smiled. To organize large-scale events, contingent upon waiving 3 years of commercial taxes, requires His Majesty's approval. I will resolve this matter upon my return to Chang'an. As for the rest, I have every confidence in your capabilities. Lord Du. He paused, his expression turning serious. I must remind you, however, to refrain from increasing wages out of pity for the common people during this year of calamity, as it may lead to unintended consequences. Du Jiang nodded earnestly. Your words will be etched in my heart. Gao Yang nodded and then stretched lazily. Very well. I entrust all matters in Linjiang City to you. Lord Du Jiang was taken aback. Why was Lord Gao in such a hurry to depart? I have yet to properly host you during your stay. Why not remain for another night? Shangguan Wana chimed in, noting that His Majesty had not set a deadline. Gao Yang shook his head, expressing concern that with the time spent traveling, the situation in Chang'an could escalate dramatically. He must return personally. His deep-set eyes held a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Du Jiang felt a pang of guilt. Lamenting his own ineptitude that had led to Gao Gongzi's predicament due to the 2 memorials he had submitted. Allow me to escort you, my lord. It is much appreciated. Du Darren. Gao Yang then addressed Lu Luo, instructing her to accompany him in preparing his luggage. Shangguan Wana frowned, sensing something amiss. An hour later. At the gates of Linjiang City, Du Jiang stood alongside officials of various ranks from the Linjiang County office by the side of the carriage. Gao Yang, seated within, lifted the curtain and stated that news traveled slowly. Over the next few days, grain merchants from afar would continue to arrive at the Linjiang City docks. They should be suppressed to compel them to concede losses. However, grain prices must not continuously plummet, lest the common folk expect even lower rates. Fluctuations are necessary. I have documented the methods of regulation, and Du Darren should act accordingly. The expressions of Baishuria and the others twitched. Ruthless. Too ruthless. These merchants, eager for substantial profits, hastened towards Linjiang City, believing it to be a gold mine, only to discover it was a deep pit instead. Du Jiang, deeply moved, expressed his gratitude to Gao Gongzi. This is some local tea from Linjiang City. I hope you will accept it as a token of my appreciation. He presented a box of tea leaves to Gao Yang. Upon receiving the box and weighing it in his hands, a radiant smile spread across Gao Yang's face. Du Darren is truly thoughtful. The journey is long and arduous. I await your good news in Chang'an. Standing at the city gate, Du Jiang gazed at the departing carriage. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. Behind him, Baishuria couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming, My lord, that is 3 years' worth of your salary. And with Shangguan Darren present. Should His Majesty become aware of this? Du Jiang's expression shifted, and he replied, What 3 years' salary? That is the local tea of Linjiang City. Furthermore, I conduct myself with integrity, have never oppressed the common people, nor have I solicited Gao Gongzi as assistance. It is purely an expression of gratitude. Even if the empress were to find out, so what? With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, he declared, I have rebuked Gao Gongzi in my memorials twice, which is precisely why he must return to Chang'an post-haste. If I do not express my gratitude, am I still human? Upon returning home, I shall submit 3 memorials to the empress. Chapter 22. Return to Chang'an amidst the imminent storm upon the carriage. Shangguan Wana lifted the curtain and presented a letter to a soldier clad in red armor. Deliver this missive to Chang'an post-haste, ensuring it reaches His Majesty directly. Yes, replied the soldier, taking the letter and galloping away. Shangguan Wana lowered the curtain just in time to see Gao Yang placing a box, sent by Du Jiang, beside her. With a spirited demeanor, Shangguan Wana remarked playfully, Young Master Gao, tea from Linjiang City costs merely 100 won per tael. It is hardly a precious item. Is it truly necessary to appear so anxious? Ah, but Lady Shangguan, one must understand that the sentiment behind the gesture outweighs all else, Gao Yang replied with a smile. The Duke of Dinghua's household has stood for a century, filled with grand estates, thus wealth is hardly a concern. Yet, the rules are numerous, and the silver often sparse. Chang'an, being the capital of the Great Qian, demands coin at every turn. Moreover, since our arrival, we have either faced adversity or been in constant motion. This return to Chang'an must be savored. After all, having traversed time, it would be rather laughable for a traveler not to visit a brothel. He has bestowed Du Jiang with great merit and endured 7 days of scorn. It is only natural to expect some silver in return. The weight of this box speaks volumes about Du Jiang's sincerity. Shangguan Wana turned her gaze away, amusement dancing in her eyes. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted, and she suddenly focused on the heavy tea box beside Gao Yang. No, this cannot be. What exactly is contained within that tea box? She leaned closer, her sharp eyes scrutinizing Gao Yang's face. Show me. Gao Yang evaded her gaze and replied, Lady Shangguan, the mountain roads are treacherous, and the carriage sways. There are boundaries between men and women. I hope you will respect that. Should you come too close, in the midst of a struggle or a jolt? If by chance I were to accidentally touch you, I would certainly raise my voice. Shangguan Wana widened her eyes. You would shout? Yet, she instinctively stepped back. Gritting her teeth as she said, I understand now. Your words are deliberately meant to stir Du County Magistrate's sense of guilt. You could have departed in mere moments with just a few garments, yet you took half an hour, clearly allowing time for Du Rin to procure silver. I fear this box contains something far more than mere tea. Shangwan Wan'er clenched her teeth. Gao Yang, you are mistaken. This is public bribery. Gao Yang remained unfazed, casually uttering a classic line from a later era, Lady Shangwan. If that is how you perceive it, then so be it. Shangwan Wan'er felt a surge of frustration. You. The words struck her like a sudden ailment. Gao Yang appeared indifferent. Would Wu Zhao truly care about such matters? It seemed implausible. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Under the cloak of night, at the gates of Chang'an, Song Qingqing stood with a retinue of maidservants, attracting the gaze of numerous onlookers. Clad in a flowing green gown, her beauty was striking, enveloped in an air of nobility. The eldest daughter of the Song family is truly exquisite. It is said that she has an engagement with the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, which seems to be quite advantageous for him. Where did you hear such news? The Song family has long since visited the Duke of Dinghua to annul the engagement. This matter has spread throughout Chang'an. Did you not know? I have been away from Chang'an during this time and am unaware of such significant events. But who is the eldest daughter of the Song family waiting for here? Among the crowd, some commoners were engaged in lively discussions. Outside the city, beside a carriage, more than a dozen guards were approaching Chang'an, and Song Qingqing stepped forward to greet them. A radiant smile adorned her face as she bowed beside the carriage, stating that she had come on her father's orders to welcome them. The carriage was lifted, revealing a handsome and distinguished face. Instantly, the onlookers began to speculate. It is young Master Cui. It is said that Scholar Cui had gone to Qishui City, where he took decisive measures to suppress grain prices, causing them to plummet from 100 won per do to 82 won within just a few days. The fact that the Song family's young lady was here to welcome him suggests an intention of marriage between the Song family and the Cui family, showing a blatant disregard for the Duke of Dinggua's household. Cui Xinghe dismounted from the carriage and, upon seeing Song Qingqing, smiled warmly. It is a great honor for me, Cui, to be welcomed by Miss Song. Song Qingqing responded with a smile. My father has arranged a welcoming banquet for young Master Cui, and Uncle Cui is also at the residence to receive you. Cui Xinghe nodded, stating he would first report to Her Majesty the Empress before proceeding. At the city gate, the two entered Chang'an together. Soon, news of Cui Xinghe's return spread throughout the city, capturing the attention of many. In the general's residence, Wang Zhong laughed heartily. Scholar Cui has returned to Chang'an. Tomorrow at court, even you, Gao Tianlong, cannot thwart this momentum. The undercurrents in Chang'an were palpable. Over the years, many had desired the downfall of the Duke of Dinggua's household. In the Duke's residence, candlelight illuminated the room. The Song family has shown blatant disregard for the Duke of Dinggua's household by allowing Song Qingqing to publicly welcome Cui Xinghe. This is utterly outrageous, Gao Feng exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he slammed his fist on the table. Gao Tianlong, with his graying hair and aged face, exuded authority. He studied the chessboard calmly and remarked, the Song family is merely currying favor. Cui Xinghe has performed admirably, and being a young talent, the Empress lacks trusted confidants. It is not difficult to understand why the Song family has chosen to invest in Cui Xinghe. It is perhaps a blessing in disguise that such a woman did not marry into our household. Gao Feng sighed. But Cui Xinghe's early return to Chang'an signifies that the situation in Qishui City is already settled, at least at 82 won per do. Tomorrow in the Golden Hall, it will likely not be a tranquil affair. This wretched beast. Before his departure, I cautioned him to avoid making mistakes, yet how could he have caused such a calamity? Gao Feng thought of Gao Yang, gritting his teeth in frustration. Gao Tianlong wiped the chessboard before him and said softly, I find some solace in this. Solace? Gao Feng replied, bewildered. Even the most foolish scion, even a simpleton, would not engage in such absurd actions. This signifies that Yang is contemplating an ingenious strategy. The entire court is cognizant of this fact, yet no one chooses to believe it. I too harbor doubts, but I greatly admire this resolve. Otherwise, how could one hope to outmaneuver the erudite champion of the Cui family? The Duke of Dinggua's residence would rather stand in defiance than live in submission. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Then, the calm voice of Gao Tianlong reverberated within the chamber, rather than succumb to mediocrity and face annihilation. It is far better to strive valiantly and soar like an eagle in the vast sky. As long as I draw breath, I shall protect the Gao family. If not now, when shall I make my stand? Moreover, my decades of instinct tell me that Yang is no ordinary talent. The chessboard has yet to witness its first move, so how can one hastily declare victory or defeat? Chapter 23. A startling revelation in the court. The grain prices in Linjiang City plummet to 71 per do in the dead of night. Within the Grand Palace of Deqian, Empress Wu Zetian stood by the window, the cold moonlight illuminating her exquisite visage, which bore a hint of chilliness and a profound sense of detachment. Her eyes radiated an aura of unparalleled nobility. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? Wu Zetian, with her hands clasped behind her back, gazed into the distance towards Linjiang City, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Cui Xinghe had arrived in Qishui City, and in the span of merely 3 days, the grain prices not only stabilized but also experienced a dramatic decline. The prices had not only been curtailed to 82 won per do, but had further dropped by 2 won to 81 per do. In a year of calamity, not only had he managed to suppress the soaring grain prices, but he had also caused them to plummet, an impressive feat indeed. Cui Xinghe had not betrayed her trust. Yet, Wu Zetian felt no joy. You have left me somewhat disappointed. Wu Zetian's mind was flooded with the image of Gao Yang, standing in the great hall, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. If handling the son of an enemy had merely earned him her regard, the subsequent display of cunning had moved her deeply, even sending a chill through her heart. This was the individual she had long sought. Thus, she orchestrated this contest, providing the citizens of 2 cities, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, a stage to showcase their talents and vie for supremacy. In her heart, she held a particular fondness for Gao Yang, which is why she entrusted him with the more challenging Linjiang City, beset by greater disasters and complexities. However, the grain prices in Linjiang soared uncontrollably, and Gao Yang was burdened with the task of rebuilding the county office and organizing grand events, all while granting tax exemptions to the avaricious merchants. The more brilliant Cui Xinghe became, the greater her disappointment in Gao Yang. Enough. Rhetoric on paper cannot bear the weight of significant responsibility. The empress shook her head, preparing to retire for the night. But at that moment, a young eunuch burst in, flustered. Your Majesty, Lord Shangwan has sent a messenger on horseback with an urgent letter that requires your personal attention. Not only that, but Lord Du had also dispatched a fast horse, delivering a memorial and specifically requesting that it be opened by your Majesty and then transcribed for the censorate. The young eunuch knelt, trembling. Wu Zetian abruptly turned, an aura of terrifying nobility and authority enveloping her. Present them. Her gaze flickered with intensity. Shangwan Wanner had sent a letter, and Du Jiang had delivered a memorial, both demanding her personal scrutiny. Could it be that the people's discontent in Linjiang City could no longer be contained, leading to an eruption of chaos? In a moment, myriad thoughts raced through Wu Zetian's mind, her expression grave. She had only recently ascended to the throne. Should turmoil erupt now, it would bode ill for her reign. A chilling realization struck her. Within the Phoenix Lawn Palace, the perceptive eunuchs and palace maids, upon sensing the change in Wu Zetian's demeanor, dared not even breathe. Wu Zetian first tore open the envelope, extracting the handwritten letter from Shangwan Wanner. As the contents of the letter registered in her mind, her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly turned to the memorial pinned by Du Jiang, scanning it with equal urgency. With a resounding thud, the memorial fell to the ground. Wu Zetian's countenance reflected shock. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids trembled in fear, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. What could have possibly transpired to cause such distress in Her Majesty? My discernment has proven accurate. A sudden smile graced Wu Zhao's face, astonishing the eunuchs present. The emperor smiled. This was the first time they had witnessed such a breathtaking expression from Wu Zhao after serving for so long. Although they lacked certain attributes, they found themselves momentarily captivated. The officials of the censorate had vexed me greatly during this period. Tomorrow, I shall exact my vengeance, and there is no need to transcribe this memorial. Depart now. With a wave of her hand, Wu Zhao dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids, leaving the entire chamber enveloped in profound silence. Gazing at the full moon outside, she murmured, "In one day, a drop from 150 won to even 51 per do. What a remarkable grandson of the Duke of Dingguo. I had indeed underestimated you." The following day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, invigorating the entire city of Chang'an. Not far from the city gates, Gao Yang could not help but stretch his weary back. The journey had nearly left him in tatters. Upon seeing the grand Chang'an city standing majestically on the earth, Gao Yang exclaimed in excitement, "After all this time, I have finally returned. This time, I must indulge myself thoroughly." Shangguan Wanner retorted, "What do you mean by indulge? Young Master Gao is contributing to the glory of the great Qian. As an official, one must dedicate oneself to the people, exhausting all efforts until death. This is undeniably a supreme honor." Gao Yang, accustomed to Shangguan Wanner's sharp remarks, casually replied, "You are absolutely right, esteemed Shangguan. As long as you are pleased, that suffices." Shangguan Wanner glared at Gao Yang, pondering where he sourced such infuriating quips. As their carriage approached the city gates, several eunuchs hurriedly approached with obsequiousness. High Censor, esteemed Shangguan. The Emperor has decreed a summons for you both to today's morning court. In the Golden Chariot Hall, civil and military officials lined up on either side, with Duke Gao Tianlong standing at the forefront, alongside Gao Feng. However, Gao Feng's countenance was far from pleasant, his gaze occasionally darting towards Cui Xinghe's direction. What a disgrace. Today, I have truly lost face, Gao Feng sighed inwardly. Not only Gao Feng, but many ministers also cast discreet glances at Cui Xinghe. Almost everyone was aware that Cui Xinghe was the most radiant figure in the Great Qian court today. He was destined to bask in the envy of all. Cui Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor, appearing nonchalant, yet internally brimming with exhilaration. After today, the Cui clan would take pride in him, and a separate page would be dedicated to him in their family genealogy. As for Gao Yang, a mere dandy, how could he compete with a scholar of his caliber? A contest would swiftly reveal the victor. The Emperor has arrived. Accompanied by the eunuch's shrill announcement, Wu Zhao, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, slowly took her seat on the dragon throne. All officials immediately bowed in respect. All rise. Today, I shall discuss merit and rewards. Wu Zhao spoke directly and forthrightly. With her words, the gaze of all officials converged upon Cui Xinghe, who stood tall, exuding an air of pride. Songli was the first to rise, Your Majesty. With remarkable efficiency, Master Cui has managed to reduce the grain prices in Qingshui City to a mere 80 won per do within a span of just 7 days. Truly, he is a talent worthy of your esteemed consideration. The loyal minister implores Your Majesty to grant him a position of significance. Wang Zhong followed suit, exclaiming, Your Majesty, in your quest for exceptional talents across the realm to establish the enduring foundation of the Great Qian dynasty, you have even resorted to using Qingshui and Linjiang as a battleground for competition. The results are now evident. We beseech you to reward merit generously and impose penalties for shortcomings. As these words echoed in the court, numerous officials bowed in unison. I second the motion. I second the motion. Especially the censors from the Imperial Censorate, who spoke with fervor. Yan Zheng's face turned ashen as he stepped forward, coldly declaring, Your Majesty, to test the mettle of a city's populace is tyrannical. The 100,000 souls of Linjiang City are suffering in dire straits. Such actions will invite harsh condemnation from history. Yanshou showed no regard for Wu Zhao, launching into a fervent tirade, citing historical precedents with great eloquence. For a moment, the entire court was engulfed in his impassioned outburst. Some astute officials sensed the shift. In the past, although Wu Zhao would not easily resort to wrathful actions, her countenance would still darken in response to Yan Zheng's indignation. Yet today, she appeared rather intrigued. Gao Tianlong looked contemplative. After a lengthy pause, as the incense burned, Yanshou finally paused, parched and out of breath. Wu Zhao smiled and asked, Have you finished speaking, Master Yan? Yanshou glanced at Wu Zhao, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet he nodded, still with a stern expression, indicating he had conveyed all he wished to. If Linjiang City is not managed effectively and the grain prices continue to soar, unrest will ensue, and Your Majesty will bear the blame of the realm. At that moment, Cui Xinghe also stood, saying, Your Majesty, I have heard of the surging grain prices in Linjiang City with great sorrow. As a loyal subject of the Great Qian, I am willing to venture to Linjiang City to alleviate Your Majesty's concerns. Though the 4 major grain merchants of Linjiang are notoriously difficult to deal with, I possess ample confidence and experience. As Cui Xinghe spoke, the officials regarded him with admiration. Master Cui is truly talented. His concern for the common people makes him a model for us all. Wu Zhao listened to the discussions without changing her expression, then slowly remarked, It is said that grain prices in Linjiang City are soaring. Yet I have heard that the prices have already dropped to 71 per do. Chapter 24. Utilizing labor for relief. This is the true essence of disaster relief. With these words from Wu Zhao, the entire Golden Wan Hall was enveloped in profound astonishment. Her light yet resonant voice echoed clearly in the ears of all present. What? The grain prices in Linjiang City have plummeted to 71 per do? After a brief moment of shock, the discussions among the officials nearly overturned the entire hall. Cui Xinghe was taken aback, swiftly dismissing the notion. How could the grain prices in Linjiang City fall to 71 per do? Such a scenario seemed implausible. If this were true, the prices in Linjiang would be lower than those in Qingshui City, which was utterly impossible. He had calculated that Linjiang City was experiencing more severe disasters, and the grain merchants were more united, unless through violent means. A price of 90 won per do would be quite reasonable, let alone 70 won per do. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly questioning his own hearing. 71 per do? Hadn't the news just 2 days prior reported prices exceeding 200 won per do? Even Gao Tianlong appeared slightly shaken, his expression shifting. Observing the officials' reactions, particularly the speechless censors from the Yanshou, Wu Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction within her. The pent-up frustration she had been harboring dissipated entirely. She produced a memorial, directing her gaze toward the officials. This was an urgent report from Du Jiang of the Linjiang government, delivered last night. It clearly stated that 2 days prior, the grain prices in Linjiang City had dramatically dropped to 70 won per do and were continuing to decline. The grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Yang, had issued a proclamation mandating that grain could not be sold below 150 won per do, exploiting the merchants' greed to lure external grain traders to Linjiang City. All other methods were detailed in the document for your perusal. A talented individual, yet subjected to relentless denunciation by narrow-minded people, truly pains me. Wu Zhao forcefully threw the memorial down, her voice resonating throughout the hall. Yanshou promptly retrieved the document, and after a swift reading, his complexion paled. The memorial clattered to the ground. The officials, witnessing Yanshou's expression, were even more alarmed. More officials seized the memorial, including Cui Xinghe, who took a look as well. Yanshou, with disbelief etched on his face, articulated the strategy, raising prices to attract external grain merchants. And once they entered the city, releasing stocks to disrupt the grain prices. These external merchants, burdened by costs and losses, would hastily sell off their grain, thereby prompting local merchants in Linjiang to sell as well. Such tactics exist in this world. Yanshou was internally astounded. The officials were equally struck with shock. Song Li and Wang Zhong were rendered speechless, utterly stunned, exploiting the merchants' inherent greed to lure them in. Then releasing stocks. How many external grain merchants would face ruin because of this? And all of this had been predetermined 7 days prior. In their minds, the figure of Gao Yang emerged, merely standing there, orchestrating the ensuing chaos as grain prices plunged. Countless commoners thrived due to his actions, while numerous merchants lamented their bankruptcy. This individual is truly formidable. Song Li's expression shifted repeatedly, his countenance darkening to an extreme. In an instant, the Golden Luan Hall fell into a profound silence. The officials were all profoundly shaken. They had never anticipated that in a year of calamity, such a method of reducing grain prices could exist. Gao Feng seized the memorial, his face etched with astonishment. Is Yang truly concealing his capabilities? The grain price in Linjiang City has plummeted to 70 won per do. This surpasses even Cui Xinghe's efforts. Gao Feng recalled the words spoken by Gao Yang before his departure. The fledgling eagle must spread its wings and soar high, striking the vast skies. Cui Xinghe, begrudgingly, remarked. Yet he has ordered the reconstruction of the county office and the hosting of grand competitions. In such a year of disaster, is this not merely exploiting the common people? How shall this be justified? Today, he should have been the center of attention in the Golden Luan Hall, destined for fame throughout the realm. Held in high regard by the empress. Yet all of this had evaporated. Under Gao Yang's strategy to lower grain prices, Cui Xinghe appeared as nothing more than a jest. As Cui Xinghe spoke, a young eunuch approached the empress and whispered in her ear. Empress Wu Zhao replied coolly, "This matter intrigues not only you, Cui Aiqing, but piques my curiosity as well. Summon the inspector of Linjiang City, Gao Yang, to present himself." In an instant, the officials turned in astonishment towards the entrance of the Golden Luan Hall. Soon, Gao Yang strode in confidently, clad in a long robe, with a fine jade pendant of white sheep fat at his waist. "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your majesty." In that moment, numerous gazes converged upon Gao Yang. Filled with complexity, Wang Zhong and Song Li's expressions darkened. In recent days, they had believed themselves victorious, only to be met with a delightful surprise from Gao Yang. The grain prices in Linjiang City had dramatically dropped within a single day. Gao Feng regarded Gao Yang with satisfaction. Today, this scion appeared far more agreeable and handsome, reminiscent of Gao Feng's youthful vigor. Wu Zhao spoke, "I am aware of the sudden decline in Linjiang City's grain prices. Gao Yang, your methods are indeed remarkable. However, the county magistrate's memorial states that you intend to reconstruct the government office and host grand dragon boat races, promising tax exemptions for the top performers for 3 years. Is this true?" Gao Yang nodded, replying, "Your Majesty, this is my proposal, and I humbly seek your approval." Wu Zhao continued, "In a year of calamity, to exploit the common people, do you, High Inspector, realize that this has incited public outrage? How many have lodged complaints against you?" Cui Xinghe has stepped forward, directing his gaze at Gao Yang. "In this year of disaster, when the common people struggle for food and drink, it is rather inappropriate for High Inspector to exploit them. Don't you think?" He had no retreat. He either suppressed Gao Yang or succumbed to the overshadowing brilliance of Gao Yang today. Wang Jun chimed in, High Inspector. To oppress the common folk is a grave sin. I implore you to provide the world with a convincing rationale. For a moment, Gao Feng felt a pang of concern. Unable to refrain from glancing at Gao Yang. With an expression of calmness, Gao Yang looked towards Wang Zhong and Cui Xinghe. I wish to pose a question to General Wang, Scholar Cui, and all the officials who have lodged complaints against me. Before I departed from Linjiang City, the grain price had already fallen to 71 per dough, with merchants from outside flooding in and local traders selling off their stock. The price could even drop to 51 per dough. Yet, even at 51 per dough, while it is considered low compared to the prices throughout Guangyang Prefecture, can all the common people truly afford it? Is the court truly capable of providing sufficient grain for disaster relief? In an instant, the minister's pupils contracted, rendering them speechless. In truth, each major calamity across the realm results in widespread famine, with the first to perish being the impoverished populace unable to afford sustenance. The price difference between 101 per dough and 51 per dough holds little significance for these destitute citizens, as they possess neither the means to purchase food nor enough funds to endure the entire duration of the disaster. They are left with no choice but to await the court's aid. Although the court has issued decrees for disaster relief, the state treasury lacks an ample supply of grain. Consequently, some must perish before assistance can be rendered to help the surviving populace. The insufficiency of grain in the treasury is the fundamental issue. This predicament has persisted for centuries without a viable solution, revealing a harsh reality. Gao Yang remarked that merely opening the granaries to distribute grain can only postpone the inevitable demise of the suffering. The root cause lies in the lack of employment opportunities for the people, preventing them from earning a livelihood. Furthermore, an ongoing reliance on disaster relief will lead to many citizens waiting daily for the meager rations. The Treasury's grain reserves are simply inadequate. The true remedy should involve providing work in exchange for relief, enabling the populace to earn a living. This is the most prudent approach. Chapter 25. Labor as Relief. A groundbreaking strategy for disaster relief. Labor as relief? With these words from Gao Yang, the ministers in the Golden Hall fell into deep contemplation. Even Wu Zhao's gaze turned toward him. What does it mean to use labor as a form of relief? The Prime Minister of Deqian, Su Xuanji, inquired with curiosity. Gao Yang responded, in times of great disaster, the most impoverished citizens lack silver to purchase food. Yet they possess labor to offer. Therefore, I dare to propose the renovation of the county office, not to exploit the people, but to demonstrate to the affluent merchants of Linjiang that, in the face of calamity, the common folk are willing to work for meager compensation for the sake of sustenance. A small sum of silver along with a meal in exchange for their labor would be met with immense gratitude. If the major government offices and wealthy merchants respond in kind, and if the grain prices in Linjiang stabilize, we can enable a considerable number of disaster-stricken individuals to persevere. This is the essence of labor as relief. As Gao Yang's words resonated throughout the hall, Cui Xinghe was taken aback, and Su Xuanji appeared deeply moved. What an ingenious strategy of labor as relief! Su Xuanji unabashedly praised. This line of thought had never crossed their minds before. On the dragon throne, Wu Zhao gazed at Gao Yang as his words unveiled an unprecedented perspective for her. The court need not rely solely on direct disaster relief. Labor could also serve as a means of assistance. In the face of natural calamities, the populace, fighting for survival, could offer their labor at a remarkably low cost. Though this approach may seem harsh and cruel, it is, in truth, a strategy to save the people. Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with astonishment, filled with satisfaction. Wang Zhong could not restrain himself, stating solemnly, Yet even if we employ labor as relief, why must you be so harsh on the common people? Offering merely 10 won a day? That is indeed too severe. The daily earnings of the Deqian commoners range from 30 to 100 won. Such wages are already exceedingly low, bordering on exploitation. In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon Gao Yang. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes, choosing silence. Convinced that Wang Zhong was being foolish, did he not realize this was merely an opportunity for Gao Yang to shine? Gao Yang turned to Wang Zhong, mocking. If General Wang does not comprehend the plight of the people, it would be better to remain silent. A judicious silence is far more dignified than making a fool of oneself. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's face flushed with rage. You insolent boy! Do you dare to insult me? Are you seeking death? His eyes widened in fury, for he was a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. Such sudden ire was indeed formidable. Gao Tianlong spoke indifferently. The people of the Duke of Dinghua's household need not be threatened by an old curmudgeon like you. Do I not have a voice here? His words shocked the officials. The Duke of Dingwu rarely attended court, yet today he not only appeared but also fiercely defended his own. This caused a stir of alarm among some. Wang Zhong turned to Gao Tianlong, longing to retort, but he held back his words. Yang speak freely. You have been away from Chang'an for several days and are unaware of the criticisms in the court. Today, you may voice them all and let the ministers of Deqian hear it well. Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Gao Tianlong, comprehending the underlying implications. A slap in the face, a resounding slap in the face. Today, with Gao Tianlong present, he was the strongest ally. Gao Yang bowed respectfully to Gao Tianlong and smiled. Grandson understands. Immediately, his eyes darted towards Wang Zhong. General Wang. While it is true that the local government can offer 30 to 50 coins a day for the reconstruction of the government office by the disaster-stricken populace, have you considered whether the local gentry would follow suit in such high wages? For a moment, Wang Zhong was rendered speechless. He suddenly realized the gravity of this pressing issue. If the government office were to renovate at exorbitant prices, without profit for the gentry, who would heed the call? Could one truly expect these gentry to show compassion for the common folk? Wu Zhao's smile became even more pronounced. Gao Yang continued. The primary reason the gentry hire disaster victims to repair their homes during a year of calamity is because it is economical. The government office's renovation must be exploitative. Only by demonstrating that the disaster-stricken are willing to work for a pittance to survive will they be hired. Moreover, it is only when the government office takes on the role of the villain, causing the victims to lament incessantly, that the local gentry can slightly raise their wages and gain considerable acclaim. For the gentry, this is a win-win situation. They can gain reputation while saving costs that are half or even a third of what they would pay in prosperous times. Thus, they would willingly oblige. Gao Yang's gaze fixed on Wang Zhong, sharp as a hawk. If the wages offered by the government office are fair, the gentry would find no profit, nor any fame to gain. Would they dare to tread in troubled waters? At these words, Wang Zhong's face turned ashen. The entire Golden Luan Hall was enveloped in silence. In that moment, Gao Yang became the unequivocal center of attention in the hall. Yanshou stood in stunned silence. The exploitative nature he perceived was, in truth, a lifeline for the common people. The impact on his heart was akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Wu Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. The government office, adopting the role of the villain, could provide the gentry with a favorable reputation while still reaping profits. The local gentry had no valid reason to refuse. Wu Zhao then spoke. Gao Yang, your visit to the temple was not merely to pay homage to Buddha, was it? A man who so skillfully manipulated the hearts of others was hardly a mere devotee. Gao Yang turned to Wu Zhao, his gaze subtly sweeping over her jade legs beneath the dragon robe, before replying, Your Majesty, you are wise. Our great Qian reveres Buddhism. The contention between Buddhism and Taoism has long existed. My visit to the temple was solely to observe the antiquity of various temples and to cultivate a rapport with the abbots, presenting myself as a humble devotee. Before leaving, I shall write a letter informing them of the temple's dilapidated state, suggesting that it is imperative to renovate it during this year of disaster, lest the cost of labor significantly increase in the future. I shall advocate for the benevolence of our Buddha, positioning it as a means to aid the masses. The temple, already in disrepair, would find that renovating not only saves money but also garners public support under the banner of our Buddha's compassion. Thus, they would have no reason to decline. In this way, both the gentry and the temple would profit while gaining renown. The common people would earn a living through their own labor, and with stable grain prices, they would find a means of survival. Cui Xinghe closed his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated Gao Yang. With interests as leverage and reputation as bait, he willingly enlists the support of the gentry and temples to serve his purposes. The three parties achieve a mutually beneficial arrangement, all content in their roles. Consequently, the calamity in Linjiang City is bound to be significantly alleviated. He has lost, utterly. Gao Yang's tactics surpass those of Cui Xinghe by tenfold, even 100-fold. The mere thought of having reduced grain prices by a mere 10 coins fills Cui Xinghe with self-satisfaction. Yet he yearns to tear apart the gilded halls in frustration. Wu Zhao gazes at him with admiration and continues to inquire, what is the intention behind organizing a grand dragon boat race? The eyes of the officials also converge upon Gao Yang, equally intrigued by this question. In a year of great disaster, can such a large-scale event truly alleviate the suffering? Gao Yang casts his gaze upon the officials, hands clasped behind his back within the Golden Hall, and calmly states, In our great Qian, we prioritize agriculture over commerce, imposing heavy taxes on trade. If we were to grant a 3-year tax exemption to the winner, the local and even external gentry would undoubtedly be enticed. Large-scale events have always drawn crowds, And at that time, not only the locals, but also the inhabitants from nearby Linjiang City would flock to the festivities. With a larger gathering, consumption will inevitably surge. Whether it be food or lodging, merchants will thrive. This is an undeniable outcome. By extending the competition and providing multiple stalls, employing these three strategies in unison, this period of disaster shall soon pass. As his words settle, they land like a massive stone cast into a tranquil pond, startling the officials with a shift in their gazes. By leveraging the gentry and temple's greed for profit and fame, he positions the county office as a villain, providing them with a compelling reason to act. Furthermore, hosting grand events will stimulate consumption. Thus, the calamity can be greatly mitigated. Such strategies, such insight into human nature, are truly formidable. Chapter 26 indeed displays audacity, daring even to cast a glance at my legs. Wu Zhao felt a stir of emotion. Yet she posed a question. Are you aware that you will bear the scorn of the common people? With unwavering righteousness, Gao Yang addressed the court officials, stating, mere slander. If it can save thousands, what harm is there in that? Such is the long-standing tradition of the Dingwood Duke's household. Gao Feng's gaze faltered. In an instant, the eyes of the officials filled with admiration. The Grand Censor is indeed a paragon among us. A murmur of respect arose, echoing through the hall. Yet, only Shang Wanwana felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. While the officials believed in Gao Yang's selflessness and unyielding justice, she held not a shred of belief. Yin Zheng bowed respectfully to Gao Yang and then inclined himself toward Wu Zhao, stating, I, Yin Zheng, have wronged the Grand Censor. Leading to my indiscreet words, I humbly beseech your majesty to impose punishment. The court was momentarily stunned. Yin Zheng was known for his steadfast integrity. And yet here he was, willingly bending to Gao Yang, seeking punishment from the empress. This was nothing short of astonishing. Wu Zhao felt a surge of exhilaration. Since her ascension to the throne, it was the first time she experienced such pleasure. She swept her gaze across the officials, declaring, I shall indeed impose punishment. You, who are well versed in literature, are my loyal subjects of Deqian, yet none discern this method of alleviating disaster. Instead, you repeatedly submitted accusations. Grand Censor Yin Zheng, General Wang Zhong, and Minister of Right Song Li shall each receive a 2-month salary deduction as a warning against future transgressions. In the face of this penalty, even if Wang Zhong and Song Li were reluctant, they had no choice but to accept. Then, Wu Zhao turned her keen eyes toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang, you have successfully stabilized grain prices. What reward do you desire? Without hesitation, Gao Yang replied, I wish to serve in the Ministry of Revenue for the benefit of the nation. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao frowned. The Ministry of Revenue? She had anticipated that Gao Yang's commendable performance would lead him to the position of an inner secretary, remaining by her side to govern the realm. She had not expected such a request for the Ministry of Revenue. Gao Feng was also taken aback. This rascal, forsaking the role of inner secretary for the Ministry of Revenue? After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zhao proclaimed, Gao Yang, grandson of the Duke of Dinghua, due to your merit in stabilizing the grain prices of Linjiang City, I bestow upon you the position of Assistant Minister of Revenue while retaining your role as censor. Cui Xinghe, for your contributions in stabilizing the grain prices of Qishui City, I elevate you to Inner Secretary. Gao Yang's expression brightened. The Assistant Minister of Revenue is considered a 6th-rank official in Deqian, a position of significance. I, Gao Yang, humbly thank your majesty. On the other side, Cui Xinghe also bowed, expressing his gratitude. He had not anticipated that the position of inner secretary would fall into his hands, yet he felt a profound sense of humiliation, knowing it was a role Gao Yang had rejected. After the court session, all eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Everyone knew that the words spoken by the eldest son of the Dingwood Duke in the Golden Wan Hall would echo throughout Chang'an. Once a wastrel, he had transformed into a prodigious talent overnight. Cui Xinghe clenched his fists, vowing silently, one day, I shall prove to the world that the Cui family's Cui Xinghe is no less than you, Gao Yang. With determination in his heart, he stepped away. At that moment, Gao Feng approached Gao Yang, his expression grave. The middle book official, why should it be dismissed? The sudden voice startled Gao Ang. Gao Tianlong approached calmly, stating, I am aware of your proficiency in commerce, yet this remains a trivial pursuit, incomparable to those who stand by the empress. Such a decision is rather perplexing. Gao Yang hastily replied, Father, grandfather, you misunderstand me. My intention to enter the Ministry of Revenue is purely because my esteemed father is an advisor there, and the minister is elderly and gravely ill. As the saying goes, connections facilitate matters. I could navigate the ministry with ease. This path is indeed the proper one. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. and Gao Tianlong's lips twitched slightly. They gazed at Gao Yang's youthful visage, incredulous at such a mundane reasoning. Besides, the middle book official represents the emperor's dignity and cannot be taken lightly. My son has always been somewhat reckless, often indulging in the arts and music. One instance may go unnoticed, but frequent visits would surely attract the attention of the censors. As experienced men, you should understand this. Gao Yang exchanged knowing glances with Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong. Their eyes widened in shock. So this is why the middle book official is being disregarded? The Gao family still possesses such talent? Both felt their blood pressure rise. Wretched child. Today you cannot escape punishment. Gao Feng roared first. Sensing the impending storm, Gao Ang turned and fled, with Gao Feng hot on his heels. Confused, Gao Ang wondered if he had misspoken. Scholars may indulge in elegance, yet military men should be even more straightforward. Why the shame and anger? Behind him, Gao Tianlong shook his head. There is no need to chase. A beating can wait until we return home. In the Qianqing Palace, Shangguan Wan'er bowed to Wu Zhao, saying, Wan'er pays her respects to your majesty. Wu Zhao, with her noble countenance, turned to Shangguan Wan'er and commanded, Tell me everything about Linjiang City, every detail. I desire to know all. Shangguan Wan'er, unfazed, recounted the events in Linjiang City in full. Upon finishing, Wu Zhao's expression grew complex. She murmured to herself, strategizing from a distance. From the very first day of our arrival in Linjiang City, everything was meticulously planned. Gao Ang is indeed a remarkable talent. Wu Zhao marveled, her eyes shining with undisguised admiration. Then, she inquired of Shangguan Wan'er, What is your opinion of Gao Ang? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wan'er did not conceal her disdain, stating, Though he possesses extraordinary talent, he is equally audacious and morally ambiguous. Oh, audacious? What do you mean? Wu Zhao asked, curious. While accompanying him, he dared to imply that Lord Du should present gifts. And I strongly suspect he intentionally set a trap for Lord Du. Shangguan Wan'er recounted the tea box given by Du Jiang and her suspicions, lamenting. It is unfortunate that Lord Du is so principled, wholly devoted to the classics, and likely remains oblivious to this. Wu Zhao smiled slightly but dismissed the concern, stating, In this world, there is no merchant without guile, no official without greed. Moreover, Gao Yang merely offered Du Jiang a political achievement. Such a token of gratitude is trivial. Those endowed with great talent do not instill fear in me for their greed or their carnal desires. Rather, it is the absence of weaknesses that truly concerns me. It is through these vulnerabilities that one can be controlled and utilized for my purposes. Shangguan Wan'er gritted her teeth and remarked, Your Majesty. The audacity of Gao Yang extends beyond this. He even wishes to gaze upon my legs. Wu Zhao's face broke into a look of astonished amusement as she appraised Shangguan Wan'er, whose figure was graceful and whose countenance was cool and proud. Her gaze traveled downward, taking in the long, slender legs. With a smile, she remarked, Indeed, Gao Yang is quite bold, but not solely towards you. Since my ascension to the throne, he alone has dared to openly admire my legs in the court. Shangguan Wan'er was left in utter shock. What? This Gao Yang brazenly appreciates your majesty's legs? Has he taken leave of his senses? She exclaimed passionately, We ought to pluck out his eyes. Wu Zhao approached the window, surveying the entirety of the great Qian imperial palace, and spoke with a calm demeanor, It matters not. Who does not aspire to conquer a female emperor? Yet, who possesses the capability to achieve such a conquest? With her hands clasped behind her back, adorned in her dragon robe, she exuded an air of nobility and disdain. Chapter 27. The shock of Gao Tianlong and the glory of the Duke of Ding. With the Duke of Ding's residence was engulfed in turmoil upon receiving news from the court. In the realm of the Qian, it is said that the disgrace of the master brings shame to the servants, while the master's honor bestows glory upon them. Recently, the grain prices in Linjiang City, fueled by the whispers of certain individuals in Chang'an, rendered the servants of the Duke's household too fearful to venture outside. When they did so with their tails tucked between their legs, terrified of being recognized. The situation was dire, as the eldest son was outmatched, leaving those in service with no voice to express their grievances. In stark contrast, the servants of the Song family and the young master of the Chui family walked with their heads held high, exuding an air of superiority. However, today marked a turning point. As Gao Yang alighted from the carriage, he was met with the sight of all the servants of the Duke's residence lined up on either side, and there stood Li, resplendent in a flowing gown at the entrance. Behind her were Gao Changwen and Gao Ling, following closely. Foolish child, what are you dawdling for? This is the honor you deserve. Later, I shall hold you accountable. Gao Feng's cold snort interrupted Gao Yang's days. Today was supposed to be a momentous occasion. as Gao Yang had triumphed over the current top scholar, Cui Xinghe, avenging the duke's honor. Should he ascend to the position of a minister in the central secretariat and become a favored figure before the empress, the duke's residence would bask in glory. There was even a possibility of soaring to great heights. In the future, he could very well take charge of the 6 ministries and assume the role of chancellor. Yet, this boy was wasting his potential, idling away in the Ministry of Revenue. This infuriated him. Li, however, was all smiles as she stepped forward. I have always known my son harbored grand ambitions. It is high time the Li family asserted its prestige in Chang'an. Satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Gao Ling darted to Gao Yang's side, shaking his hand and exclaiming, "Brother, I want to eat peach blossom pastries." Gao Yang, recalling the tea he had brought from Linjiang City and the peach blossom pastries gifted to him by Gao Ling before his departure, felt a surge of affection for his younger sister. A smile broke across his face as he affectionately ruffled Gao Ling's hair, proclaiming, of course, "As for peach blossom pastries, there shall be as many as you desire." Witnessing this exchange, Gao Chongwen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly chimed in, "Brother, I want a little lady. Can I have as many as I wish?" The moment Gao Yang caught sight of Gao Chongwen's frivolous countenance, his irritation flared. The undercurrents in Linjiang City had been tumultuous, and prior to his journey there, this rascal had assured him not to worry, promising to care for the little lady he fancied. A brother is like a father. Since he had been reborn as Gao Yang, it was imperative that he experienced the affection of an elder brother. However, as he was still adjusting to his new identity, he refrained from retaliating. Before Gao Yang could respond, Gao Feng's expression darkened. "Wretched child, is 10 days of confinement not enough? Do you dare to speak such nonsense?" Gao Feng's stern face radiated fury. Over the years, he had always believed Gao Yang to be invincible, only to realize that Gao Chongwen was even more formidable. With 2 sons like these, he often felt that not only would he be unable to enjoy a peaceful old age, but even reaching old age would be a daunting task. As Gao Chongwen beheld the expression on Gao Feng's face, he instinctively shrank back, resembling a frightened quail. Let all disperse. What is the show of authority in Linjiang City, as if one has achieved the highest honor? It is quite unbecoming. Upon Hai Tianlong's command, all the attendants promptly withdrew. "Yang, accompany me to the courtyard. I have matters to discuss," he said, casting a glance at Gao Yang before striding purposefully into the mansion. Gao Yang followed closely behind him, entering the depths of the residence. As they traversed the front courtyard and meandered through several long corridors, they arrived at a secluded small courtyard. This tranquil haven contained but a single room, into which Hai Tianlong entered without hesitation. Observing the serene surroundings, Gao Yang noted the elegant scenery, yet remarked that it was somewhat precarious, being merely a wall away from the outside world. He frowned and suggested, "Grandfather, while this courtyard boasts delightful views, it may not be the safest choice. Perhaps it would be wise for you to avoid staying here too often." Hai Tianlong poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip before responding, "I have heard that you consider yourself a strategist with 3 facets, plotting for oneself, for others, and for the world. The self-serving strategist is akin to a poisoner, and you embody this notion with great caution." Gao Yang chuckled, "Grandfather, you flatter me. Please, have a seat." Hai Tianlong gestured towards a nearby mat, speaking casually. Gao Yang knelt and sat down, his legs together, adhering to the etiquette of the great Qin dynasty. Especially in the presence of elders, where one must be mindful to keep their legs firmly closed. Failing to do so could be deemed disrespectful and, in serious cases, lead to enmity. This practice of keeping one's legs together traces back centuries, rooted in the need for modesty when wearing traditional robes and split trousers. While standing was manageable, sitting required more vigilance, particularly when visiting a host home. A lack of restraint could provoke undue respect from younger peers or, in the case of particularly gifted individuals, result in a weapon being aimed at the host, which would be quite indecorous. Gao Yang found this notion quite agreeable, recalling that such attire was reminiscent of the Qin and Han eras. After Jing Ke's failed assassination of Emperor Qin, he had leaned against a pillar, sitting with his legs splayed, facing the emperor. This so-called splayed sitting infuriated the emperor due to its lack of decorum. Dressed in such split trousers without undergarments, the action-packed scenes of assassins and dramas often took on a rather unseemly tone. A hero leaping into action could inadvertently become quite unsightly. Yet, one must concede that skilled warriors could also train their bodily control, using the moment to surprise their foes. Perhaps even employing urine as a surprise projectile aimed at their adversary's eyes. Gao Yang felt a sense of relief that the great Qin had already adopted undergarments. Otherwise, facing the empress, one who could not maintain decorum would face dire consequences. Grandfather summoned me here, likely for a deeper purpose, Gao Yang ventured, suppressing his wandering thoughts. Hai Tianlong scrutinized Gao Yang's visage for the first time with seriousness, ultimately concluding that his grandson had indeed changed. The methods he employed left even Hai Tianlong feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Even the esteemed top scholar of Great Qian, Cui Xinghe, paled in comparison to his grandson. The strategies employed in the court, as well as the procurement of provisions in Linzhong City, left him in awe. This transformation was no fleeting one. After lightly sipping his tea, Hai Tianlong inquired, "Why conceal your talents?" Gao Yang was acutely aware that such a significant transformation must be underpinned by a reasonable explanation. After all, the original owner of his identity, a dandy in Chang'an, was a stark contrast to the resolute figure who had decisively quelled food prices in Linzhong City. He spoke, acknowledging that the Duke of Dinghua's household attracted considerable attention. His grandfather held unmatched prestige within the military, and if his grandson were to behave as a debauchee, it would provide a sense of relief to many. Conversely, it could easily incite suspicion from the late emperor. Gao Tianlong took a sip of tea, remarking with nonchalance that his grandson's pretense was alarmingly convincing, so much so that he nearly felt compelled to personally rectify the situation. Gao Yang's lips twitched, realizing that Gao Tianlong was utterly unconvinced. Summoning his courage, he confessed, "Very well, I shall lay my cards on the table. I initially intended to lead a life of indulgence and carefree enjoyment, reveling in music and entertainment. However, upon the inexplicable demise of the late emperor and the ascension of the new emperor, with courtiers casting covetous glances at the duke's household, I had no choice but to step forward." Gao Tianlong's murky eyes deepened with intensity as he chuckled. This reasoning possesses a degree of credibility. Acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets, he resolved not to pry further. Instead, he inquired, what truly transpired that day? The moment the words left his lips, his gaze sharpened with scrutiny. Gao Yang was taken aback. What did his grandfather refer to? Gao Tianlong snorted dismissively, "Do not feign ignorance with me. I have dispatched men to investigate. On that day, you were reveling at the Rouge Pavilion, only to suddenly emerge and publicly unveil the Empress's edict for talented individuals. There must be some intrigue behind this. If you were ensnared in a plot, rest assured, vengeance shall be exacted." The depth of Gao Tianlong's gaze was profound, yet a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered within. Chapter 28. A scheme to bring about their downfall. Upon hearing these words, Gao Yang could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, for he had surmised that Gao Tianlong was indeed inquiring about this very matter. He attempted to divert the conversation, yet found himself at a loss. The reason for his reticence, naturally, was not a favorable one. Observing Gao Yang's expression, Gao Tianlong's demeanor darkened, revealing his hesitation to voice his thoughts. With a sigh, Gao Yang resigned himself to the inevitable and spoke. On that day, the son of Prince Rong, Wu Cheng, invited my grandson for a revelry. During the festivities, a mere provocation led my grandson to impulsively unveil His Majesty's decree for the recruitment of talents. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes. Prince Rong? Was it merely a provocation? The intensity of Gao Tianlong's gaze momentarily unsettled Gao Yang, who found himself retreating under the pressure. With resignation, he continued, "Well, Wu Cheng deliberately incited my grandson, using the daughter of the Song family, Song Qingqing. My grandson, caught off guard, fell into the trap. Was it truly an accident? Or was it a willing misstep?" Gao Tianlong retorted with a scoff, his eyes radiating a simmering anger. A distinguished poison master, capable of wielding immense power to manipulate the grain prices in Jiacheng, yet reduced to folly over a woman, such a tale would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Gao Yang sighed inwardly. He had no choice but to bear the burden of his predecessor's folly. Indeed, it was as he described. It was clearly a scheme. The son of Prince Rong had casually provoked a reaction, and the original owner had foolishly leaped into the fray, all while boasting of his own talents. Claiming a compatibility with the esteemed Song Qingqing, Gao Tianlong regarded Gao Yang with a calm demeanor and stated, "Are you aware that the young lady of the Song family not only publicly withdrew her engagement to the Duke of Dinghua's household, but also welcomed Cui Xinghe back to Chang'an at the city gates just yesterday?" Gao Yang remained surprisingly composed. Perhaps for the original owner, it was a case of love's fury for a beloved, but for him, Song Qingqing was merely a stranger. To withdraw from an engagement for personal gain naturally leads one to pursue Cui Xinghe, which seemed entirely reasonable. It would not be unexpected if she sought out my grandson in the coming days. What do you intend to do? The entire Chang'an is abuzz with rumors of your infatuation with the eldest daughter of the Song family. Gao Tianlong sipped his tea delicately. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gao Yang felt a mischievous impulse. From their first encounter, Gao Tianlong's countenance had remained unperturbed, as if a mountain stood before him without a hint of trepidation. Thus, he tentatively suggested, what if I were to marry her and bring her home as the matriarch of the Duke of Dingwa's household? To Gao Yang's disappointment, Gao Tianlong's hand, steady as ever, showed no sign of trembling. He merely gestured towards a corner of the room and said coolly, do you see what that is? Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong's gaze and hesitated, a mere stick. Gao Tianlong set down his teacup, pointed at the stick in the corner, and calmly remarked, though this stick appears ordinary, it can break 3 of your legs with just 3 strikes. By the heavens! Gao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly asserted, grandson was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart, grandfather. I would never entertain any relationship with such a woman. Moreover, I shall ensure she regrets her decision to withdraw from the engagement with the Duke of Dingwa's household. A satisfied expression crossed Gao Tianlong's face. Whether it be songs and brothels or daily serenades, the daughter of the Song family was not to be trifled with. Returning to the matter at hand, as Prince Rong, a high-ranking minister of state, wields considerable power, what course of action do you intend to take in response to Wu Qing's brazen scheming against you? Gao Tianlong's gaze suddenly sharpened, hinting at deeper implications. Gao Yang responded lightly, asserting that retribution would surely follow. Without the approval of Prince Rong, Wu Qing would not dare to orchestrate such a plot against the child. Behind the multitude of officials who impeached him, there may well lurk the shadow of Prince Rong. Ultimately, some wish to curtail the overwhelming authority of the Duke of Dingwa, should the grandson fail to capture the attention of the empress. This incident might become a dagger aimed at his grandfather by Prince Rong. A satisfied expression crossed Gao Tianlong's face. The fact that Gao Yang, at such a tender age, could discern the machinations behind these events truly astonished him. Pursue your intentions boldly, he encouraged. Always remember, the Duke of Dingwa's house stands as your support. I shall refrain from elaborating on the nuances. You must navigate this terrain yourself. The future of Chang'an ultimately belongs to the youth. Upon hearing these words, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable, peculiar sensation arise within him. Perhaps it was due to a past life marked by solitude, where he relied solely on himself, that he found himself unaccustomed to such familial concern. Yet, it must be said, this feeling was rather pleasant. He smiled and declared, grandson already has a plan in mind. However, it requires time to lay the groundwork. Once the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that Prince Rong faces utter ruin. Even Gao Tianlong, upon hearing this, could not suppress a surge of alarm. In such a brief moment, a scheme had emerged that could condemn the powerful Prince Rong to destruction. Was this the audacity of a poison master? Prince Rong was not only a sibling of the late emperor but also one of the 3 chief ministers. Within the court and the military, he had numerous loyal followers, not to mention the imperial decree granting him immunity from death. Are you certain you can bring about Prince Rong's downfall? Gao Tianlong inquired with keen interest. Gao Yang's eyes held no trace of fear. He replied confidently, though the imperial decree may complicate matters, I possess my own means. A smile suddenly broke across the heavily lined face of Gao Tianlong. Act boldly. For youth should embody the spirit of youth. Let your talents shine. I await your display of prowess. Yes. Gao Yang bowed and stepped back. Outside the courtyard, a sense of helplessness washed over him. The dazzling moments in court, including the dramatic reduction of grain prices in Linjiang, were not of his own volition. In this ancient world, how delightful it would be to be a debauched scion, indulging in songs and revelry. Alas, with so many messes to clean up, the Duke of Dingwa's house teetered on the brink of collapse. How could he remain unscathed within the treacherous court of Deqian? Enough of being meek in a past life. Now was the time to strike decisively. After all, in this era, without power, how could one truly revel? A glimmer of ambition flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. Prince Rong, he murmured to himself, before striding purposefully back towards his chamber. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he closed the door, Gao Tianlong's murky gaze suddenly became clear. Whether it was the Song family's attempt to withdraw from the engagement or the impending conflict with Prince Rong, the tides were shifting. All these matters are directed towards the Duke of Dingwa's residence. It is only fitting that he should make a visit or two, striving to win people over with virtue. Should they prove unreasonable, he possesses a modicum of martial skill. With the elder yet to be interred, how could the younger bear the brunt alone? However, the series of events that have unfolded over the past 10 days leaves Gao Tianlong unable to decipher this grandson. A poison master? I await to witness your prowess. If you can eliminate the Prince Rong without shedding blood, the Duke of Dingwa's estate shall flourish for another century. Even in death, I shall do so with a smile in the netherworld. Gao Tianlong's voice, laden with age and anticipation, gently resonated within the room. Chapter 29, The Wayward Son. Is the scheme directed towards my father? Gao Yang traversed the long corridor from the back courtyard to the front yard, finally grasping the burdensome intricacies of living in an expansive estate. The winding path felt akin to navigating a labyrinth. However, in a more contemporary context, such a predicament could be deemed a fortunate inconvenience. After a quarter of an hour, Gao Yang arrived at a spacious chamber in the front courtyard. Young master, the room has been tidied up for you. You may rest now, said Lu, her cheeks flushed and adorned in a satin vest. Typically, maidservants of lower status wore a traditional outfit of a jacket and skirt. Yet, given the grandeur of the Duke's residence, the attire of the maids was slightly more refined, though still modest. This attire is unsatisfactory. I shall procure for you a beautiful gown in due course, Gao Yang remarked with a glance at Lu, his smile warm. Having acquired a modest sum of silver from Du Jiang, he found himself in a position of financial abundance, rendering him more generous. After all, the young maiden had been a comforting presence in recent days. Lu's eyes brightened at his words. It is universally acknowledged that women have an innate desire for beauty, and a gown would be particularly enchanting for a young girl like her, who had spent much time within the confines of the estate. Young master, a gown costs quite a bit. She hesitated, a charmingly innocent expression gracing her lips as she bit her lower lip. Gao Yang chuckled. What is the cost of merely a gown? His dismissive gaze fell upon the bedside in the room, for he was no longer a destitute wastrel. Yet, in the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Lu, what of the tea I brought back from Linjiang City? He looked at her, his expression tense. Since his arrival at the gates of Chang'an, the imperial decree from Wu Zetian had arrived, and he could not present the tea box in the Golden Hall. He had entrusted the precious tea to Lu, specifically instructing her to place it by his bedside. But now, it was gone. This was intolerable. That sum of silver represented Du Jiang's goodwill as the magistrate of Linjiang County and was crucial to his lavish lifestyle in Chang'an. Startled by Gao Yang's reaction, Lu quickly responded, I did as you instructed, young master, but shortly after you were called to the back courtyard, the tea box was taken by the old master. Father? Gao Yang exclaimed, astonished. Lu nodded vigorously. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside the door. You, wayward son, at least possess some conscience, remembering to bring your father a specialty from Linjiang City. Though the tea may not be expensive, it is substantial, so I commend your thoughtfulness. Gao Feng entered with a stern expression, accompanied by Li Shi, who was resplendent in a flowing red gown, exuding elegance and grandeur. Li Shi smiled. Linjiang City is over 200 miles from Chang'an. My son has truly been considerate. Gao Yang stood there, dumbfounded. When had he ever sent Gao Feng a specialty from Linjiang City? Something was amiss, very amiss. He cautiously probed. When did I ever claim that the tea was a gift for father? Gao Feng's expression darkened with discontent. For reasons unknown. Despite Gao Yang's brilliant performance in Linjiang City, which had provided him with a sense of vindication, the mere sight of Gao Yang's face ignited an inexplicable rage within him. The sensation is remarkably peculiar, akin to the unique bond shared between a father and son. You wretched child, do you still wish to deceive me? Lord Gao Feng expressed his discontent. Having been informed by a messenger from Lord Shangwan that the tea was a token of filial piety brought back from Linjiang City specifically for him, what need is there for subterfuge in demonstrating filial devotion? Must Lord Shangwan send word for me to discern this myself? Gao Feng's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Gao Yang, wide-eyed, began to grasp the entire situation. Shangwan Wanner. My money. The pain in Gao Yang's heart was indescribable. He felt little remorse in taking from corrupt officials. Yet there was a twinge of guilt in deceiving the honorable Du Jiang. He even contemplated making amends when Du Jiang arrived in Chang'an. All of this merely for the sake of indulging in songs and entertainment. How arduous it had been. He had not anticipated Shangwan Wanner employing such tactics against him. Very well, he would remember this grievance. However, given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce. The child had initially intended to surprise his father, but unexpectedly, Lord Shangwan had revealed the tea's preciousness, warning that it should be savored alone. Gao Yang spoke with a contemplative expression. Gao Feng, however, remained oblivious to any oddity. Though pleased internally, his visage remained as inscrutable as ever, maintaining an air of authority. Filial piety aside, business was business. Get down and present your backside, Gao Feng coldly commanded. Gao Yang was taken aback. What kind of harsh words were these? What was his father intending? With a fierce glare, Gao Feng exclaimed, Have you forgotten my words? You ungrateful wretch? You forsake the position of the Yanshou Sharon and come to the Ministry of Revenue to languish. Today, you shall receive a lesson. The mere thought of Gao Yang's words infuriated him. He could not rest until he had thoroughly disciplined him. The realization struck Gao Yang. His father had not come to express gratitude for his filial heart, but rather to administer punishment. These two matters were not mutually exclusive. Gao Feng commanded the servants behind him in a stern voice, "Fetch the disciplinary tools." Gao Yang's eyelids flickered as he witnessed the steward, Fu Bo, present a whip adorned with sharp prongs. Memories of past encounters surged painfully within him. A strike from such an implement upon his backside would be excruciatingly memorable. In modern times, a father disciplining his son is deemed entirely appropriate, let alone in ancient times where filial duty is paramount, regardless of age. Punishment must be meted out when warranted. With the disciplinary tool in hand, Gao Feng, expressionless, proclaimed, in Linjiang City, knowing full well that unconventional methods were employed. "Why did you not send word back to inform your father? Do you comprehend the immense pressure the Duke of Dinghua's estate has endured these past 10 days? Moreover, you possess extraordinary talent yet choose to conceal it, deliberately acting like a wastrel to provoke me. Such behavior is truly deserving of chastisement." His anger grew with each word. For 19 years, Gao Yang had nearly driven him to despair. Although Lady Li cast a sympathetic glance, she averted her eyes. With no avenue for escape, Gao Yang realized the door was barred. Thus, he complied with Gao Feng's directive, slightly elevating his posterior. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the past, whenever he attempted to discipline this mischievous child, Gao Yang would leap and evade, even resorting to climbing trees or scaling walls to escape punishment. How could it be that today he complied so readily? Had he truly changed, finding acceptance even in the prospect of being punished? Gao Feng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. It is said that there are 3 types of strategists: those who plot for themselves, those who plot for others, and those who plot for the world. Yet, a venomous individual, who only schemes for his own gain, easily raises his rear to invite a beating. A wave of surrealism washed over Gao Feng, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, he instinctively stepped forward. Gao Yang, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "All of this is my fault. I am truly too timid. Every time I aspire to bring glory to the Gao family, I am terrified of tarnishing the reputation of the Duke of Dinghua, fearful of my father's wrath. As a censor, I could become a source of pride for my mother, enhancing her standing and allowing me to flaunt my success. Yet, I foolishly feared the complexities of the censor's duties and voluntarily relinquished the position to that Cui Xinghe. Father, go ahead and strike me. I deserve it. I feel that my cowardly nature is beyond redemption, and I no longer wish to live." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Are you serious? You, a wretched boy, dared to gaze upon the empress and yet claim to be timid?" Li Shi, standing nearby, was suddenly alarmed. Memories of Gao Yang being mercilessly beaten and fleeing in terror flooded her mind, the fear evident as if it were happening all over again. "Younger, do not act foolishly. I am here today, rest assured." With that, Li Shi turned abruptly to Gao Feng, her voice rising. "Look at what you have done to Younger. He is so timid that he even gave up the position of censor. You, as his father, bear the responsibility. They say one cannot succeed without discipline, but there are so many debauched youths in Chang'an. Does every family resort to beating them, yet they still fail to achieve anything? Gao, if you strike Younger today, you will drive him to despair, making life unbearable for him." Li Shi's voice rose sharply, her furious gaze fixed upon Gao Feng. Who could fathom the ridicule she endured over the years in the palace and among the noble women of Chang'an? If her son were merely a wastrel, it would be one thing, but the reality was that he was beaten mercilessly, forced to hide his talents. This realization ignited her fury. Moreover, Gao Yang had, in a subtle way, begun to harbor thoughts of despair, which only heightened her concern. Even if it were false, he must not be struck today, for this would stir the discontent within her heart. Gao Feng felt as if his heart were bleeding. He glanced at Gao Yang, then at the furious Li Shi. Feeling utterly wronged, "My dear wife, this wayward child did not express such sentiments at the entrance of the Golden Luan Hall. Do not take his words to heart. At the entrance of the hall, I distinctly heard him express a desire to indulge in entertainment, fearing the royal image would be sullied. Conversely, with me overseeing the Ministry of Revenue, he could simply bide his time. Why has he changed his tune now?" Gao Feng looked at the aggrieved Gao Yang, and everything began to make sense. No wonder he so readily offered himself up. It turned out that this was all a trap laid for him. The ultimate aim of this wretched boy was Li Shi, to cast the blame for his years of suffering upon the beatings he received. "Unfilial son, how dare you set a trap for me, your father?" Gao Feng's eyes widened in fury, nearly bursting with rage. This ungrateful wretch had the audacity to ensnare him. Upon hearing this, Li's eyes turned red, her anger surging even further. Who, from 100 miles away, still remembers to send you tea leaves? You heartless child. What have you driven such a dutiful son to become? To the point where even filial piety requires a nudge from Lord Shangguan. Gao Feng, do you not reflect upon your own shortcomings? If Yang were to truly act foolishly, I would rather cease to exist. With that, Li turned and stormed away. Gao Feng, momentarily stunned by the scolding, glanced at the innocent-looking Gao Yang and then at Li's departing figure. Unfilial son, you dare to plot against your father? Just wait. He declared menacingly before swiftly pursuing Li. Madam, wait for me. Gao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, narrowly escaping disaster. Had he not known that Gao Feng was under his wife's thumb, he would not have resorted to such a ploy. Yet, judging by Gao Feng's reaction, the rift between father and son had deepened. He wondered if Gao Feng would heed his warning about the precious tea, meant to be savored slowly, or if it would only exacerbate the situation. However, he could not voice his concerns now, for doing so would surely invite a beating. Alas, it seemed best to evade confrontation for the time being. Given Gao Feng's animosity towards him, it was likely that the tea box would remain unopened. Chapter 30. Wu Zhao's Sorrows, a Great Calamity in Guangzhou. My lord, there is someone outside the estate seeking an audience. The steward, Fu Bo, approached Gao Yang with a respectful demeanor. Someone is looking for me, Gao Yang inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Could it be a dandy from Chang'an, wishing to join me in a leisurely outing? Let us go and see. With that, he strode out with purpose. Outside the estate, Chen Sheng, clad in humble linen attire, bore an expression of apprehension. A few days prior, the grain prices in Linjiang had plummeted, and upon deciding to seek refuge under Gao Yang's banner, he had learned to his surprise that Gao Yang had already returned to Chang'an. Without hesitation, he arranged for the safety of his wife and daughter, borrowed a swift steed, and hurried after him. A man's word is his bond, though no one bore witness, having declared that Gao Yang would stabilize the grain prices. He felt compelled to fulfill his promise. Whether Gao Yang would accept him was beyond his concern. At that moment, Gao Yang arrived at the estate's entrance. Who wishes to see me? Upon laying eyes on Gao Yang, Chen Sheng immediately knelt before him. I am Chen Sheng, a humble man from Linjiang. I have come to pay my respects to you, young Master Gao. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. A native of Linjiang? You pursued me all the way to Chang'an? What brings you here? Chen Sheng nodded earnestly. I pledged in Linjiang that if young Master Gao could bring down the grain prices there, I would serve you loyally. His declaration was resolute. Gao Yang continued. And if I fail to lower the grain prices? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Sheng replied, then my life shall be forfeit. However, you are too cautious. Always surrounded by guards. I have yet to find an opportunity to act. Fu Bo. Gao Yang. This was the first time Gao Yang had encountered such sincerity. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Sheng and asked, I am not as noble as you might think. What if I ask you to perform tasks that do not align with your wishes? Chen Sheng responded with conviction, now that I have come, my life belongs to you. As long as the common people are spared from slaughter, I will follow your commands without question. A smile broke across Gao Yang's face. This was intriguing. Stay with us then. You will have a 3-month probationary period, during which your salary will be paid. In the realm of Deqian, loyalty was paramount. And there were many wandering heroes among the populace. Upon seeing Chen Sheng and hearing his origins, Gao Yang understood the man's intentions. Compared to the people of the Duke of Dinghua's estate, it would be advantageous to cultivate his own trusted confidants. As for Chen Sheng, there was no need for investigation. A man of such straightforwardness posed no threat or ulterior motives. Chen Sheng's face lit up with joy, though he was soon left in a state of bewilderment. Probationary period? I have never heard of such a thing. Fu Bo's eyes sparkled with delight. Young master is indeed talented. A 3-month probation is quite reasonable. However, the salary must come from you. Gao Yang was taken aback. What? From me? Fu Bo chuckled. The master is in a foul mood. Naturally, you must handle it yourself. Gao Yang's lips twitched in exasperation. Very well. If I must, then so be it. Can I at least ensure room and board? He shot a disgruntled glance at Fu Bo. Fu Bo bent his waist and revealed a smile, a natural expression of service to the young master, ensuring that all his needs were met. Soon, Fu Bo guided Chen Sheng into the residence of the Duke of Dinghua. However, to ensure all was secure, Fu Bo instructed the household servants to check for any records of misconduct and to send someone to Linjiang City for a thorough investigation, while also arranging for the young master's wife and daughter to be brought to Chang'an for care. Standing at the entrance of the manor, Gao Yang could hardly suppress his frustration at the loss of his wealth. his teeth clenched in anger. The brothel was out of reach. And now an additional person would require support. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire funds. Shangguan Wanner. He would not forget this grudge. Gao Yang had initially planned to enjoy a leisurely afternoon nap, but now he realized the manor was likely unsafe, prompting him to take a stroll instead. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to witness the splendor of Chang'an through the memories of the original owner. He knew that Chang'an was the largest capital among the 7 kingdoms. Furthermore, he needed to keep an eye on the son of the Prince of Rong, Wu Qing. The thought of Wu Qing flickered coldly in Gao Yang's eyes. In the imperial palace, within the study, Archie, Shangguan Wanna sneezed several times. Wu Zhao, seated upon the dragon throne, was processing memorials when she heard Shangguan Wanner's incessant sneezing. She remarked, "The weather in Chang'an has been unpredictable these days. You must take care of your health and avoid catching a chill." Shangguan Wanna shook her head. "Your Majesty, I am quite well. It is likely that High Censor Gao is scolding me." "Oh?" Wu Zhao set down the memorial in her hands, suddenly intrigued. "Why would Gao Yang scold you?" While grinding ink, Shangguan Wanner explained, "I informed the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Gao Feng, that High Censor Gao brought him a box of tea leaves from Linjiang City, but felt too embarrassed to let Gao Shilang retrieve it himself from his chambers." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's face broke into a smile. "Gao Yang is not a benevolent man. You must tread carefully in dealing with him." Shangguan Wanner, undeterred, replied, "I am not afraid of such a scoundrel." Wu Zhao, having heard her words, chose not to elaborate further. Noticing the concern in Wu Zhao's eyes, Shangguan Wanner could not help but inquire, "Your Majesty, do you have worries that trouble you?" Wu Zhao set aside the memorials, a hint of fatigue evident on her exquisite face. "Though I have ascended the throne for several months, the realm is far from tranquil. The regional princes are amassing their own armies, harboring treasonous intentions. Moreover, as a woman, I face greater opposition. It is imperative to reduce the power of the feudal lords. However, such actions, if mishandled, could lead to chaos within Deqian. I find myself in a state of hesitation. To make matters worse, a great disaster has befallen the entire Guangyang County. Gao Yang's method of using labor to alleviate the crisis is commendable, yet the demands placed upon officials are excessive. Merchants are not gullible. Having been deceived once in Linjiang City, they are unlikely to fall for it again. What infuriates me further is that the Prince of Rome, esteemed as the foremost of the 3 chief ministers, has recently feigned illness to avoid attending court after quarreling with me. Does he not see me, the Empress? With the court in disarray, how can we discuss the reduction of feudal power? And now, amidst a national calamity, the Turks loom threateningly. Deqian may appear calm, yet the slightest disturbance could set off a chain reaction throughout the realm." Upon hearing these words, Wu Zetian, despite her lofty ambitions, could not conceal her sorrow. Shangguan Wanner, after listening, fell into silence as well. The issues plaguing the great Zhou were indeed formidable. Yet she offered reassurance. "Your Majesty, it is within our power to effect change. Let us proceed gradually. All will ultimately be resolved. The great Zhou shall, under your guidance, experience a renaissance." Wu Zetian nodded, her eyes gleaming with formidable confidence. Although the challenges were numerous, she possessed unwavering faith in her ability to overcome them. Nevertheless, these tribulations weighed heavily on her heart, especially as a woman newly enthroned. Confronted with such turmoil, at times, she wondered if the realm was destined to resist the emergence of a female emperor. Just then, outside the imperial study, a soldier clad in armor knelt on one knee. "I report, the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Wu, urgently requests assistance. The region has suffered from severe drought for months, leading to a locust plague that has affected 1 million citizens. We implore your Majesty to provide disaster relief." Upon hearing this, Wu Zetian straightened abruptly, her eyes ablaze with fury. "What? A drought in Guangzhou? A locust plague? 1 million citizens in dire need of aid?" Chapter 31. A visit to the residence of Prince Rong. Encountering Song Qingqing, what is his attitude? Within the Golden Wan Hall, Wu Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. Beside her, Shangguan Wanner was equally astonished, exclaiming, "How could a locust plague erupt in Guangzhou?" Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, stating, "The governor of Guangzhou, Lu Wu, has reported that the region has endured months of drought, allowing locust eggs to proliferate in the fertile fields. A few locusts have already appeared, and if left unchecked, a catastrophic locust plague is imminent. The land will turn barren, and the dead will be numerous. Therefore, I urge you to act swiftly and devise a countermeasure." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanner's exquisite visage darkened considerably as she grasped the gravity of the situation. The ravaging locusts would leave no vegetation in their wake. She recalled historical accounts of past locust disasters. In the third year of the Great Qian, Yanshou faced a monumental locust plague, recorded in history as the sky was obscured. Windows were blocked, and there was no space left unoccupied. In the fifth year of the Great Qian, Yanshou suffered from a locust infestation, with history noting that the locusts devoured the seedlings, leading to casualties among the populace. Historically, once a locust plague erupted, it was invariably disastrous. Given that Guangzhou is a vast plain with abundant arable land and a large population, the consequences of such a disaster would be devastating. Dispatch a decree summoning the third-rank officials to the imperial study. I shall grant them but a quarter of an hour. Should they fail to arrive within that time, they must bear the consequences. Wu Zhao declared solemnly. This locust plague must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, if the populace were to face starvation, her authority would suffer a tremendous blow, potentially igniting a widespread rebellion, something Wu Zhao was determined to prevent. Yes, Shangguan Wanner responded, preparing to depart. Wu Zhao called out, "Wait." Shangguan Wanner halted, turning her gaze back to Wu Zhao. Gao Yang, the grandson of Duke Xian of the state, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, is to attend as well. Shangguan Wanner's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet she remained silent and turned to leave. Although she harbored no fondness for Gao Yang and disapproved of his official conduct, she acknowledged that in times of crisis for the Great Qian, every additional ally could bolster their strength. Otherwise, should the locusts ravage the land, it would be an unmitigated disaster. The court must prepare an immediate response. With a resounding bang, Wu Zhao slammed the memorial onto the table after Shangguan Wanner exited. Her phoenix eyes were filled with rage. Just as I have ascended the throne. First, there was a flood in Guangyang County, and now a locust plague in Guangzhou. Is it truly the heavens' desire to annihilate my Great Qian? Wu Zhao's furious voice echoed throughout the hall, causing eunuchs and palace maids to kneel in fear. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Gao Yang exited the gates of the Duke of Ding's residence, accompanied by Chen Sheng and several guards, having arrived only to be embroiled in the Empress's summons for talent and subsequently compelled to journey to Linjiang City. He had not yet had the opportunity to properly explore the grandeur of Chang'an City. This time, however, he was eager to appreciate the local customs and culture of Chang'an, as well as to observe the trades of its merchants, hoping to uncover lucrative opportunities. As a scion of privilege with empty pockets, he found this predicament intolerable. In the grand city of Chang'an, home to millions, lies the most prosperous metropolis of the Great Qian and the Seven Kingdoms. The streets are a labyrinth of bustling commerce, with shops lining every corner. Although merchants hold a relatively low status in the Great Qian, the number of traders engaged in business is substantial, piquing Gao Yang's interest. As he meanders through the lively thoroughfares, he observes groups of pedestrians and hears the incessant cries of vendors, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. The entire city of Chang'an pulsates with life. What astonishes Gao Yang even more is the presence of some fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Upon inquiry, he learns that these individuals hail from distant lands, where the soil is often barren, and they have come to Chang'an in search of trade opportunities. This revelation ignites a spark of inspiration within Gao Yang, as he senses a lucrative opportunity. The existence of poverty and backwardness signifies the potential for great fortune. In this era of the Seven Kingdoms, Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yin, and Qian, there exists a delicate balance, having enjoyed peace for several decades. During this period, the prestige of the Duke of State has waned considerably. This decline is inevitable. During times of war, military generals are revered, but in times of peace, civil officials gain the upper hand and begin to suppress the military. This is the prevailing trend, difficult to resist. My lord, where are we headed? Chen Xing inquired curiously from behind. Just scouting the area, heading to the residence of Prince Rong, Gao Yang replied. Soon, guided by memory, Gao Yang, Chen Xing, and several guards arrived at a tavern outside the residence of Prince Rong. Gao Tianlong had already boasted that Prince Rong's household must be dealt with decisively. In a previous life, Gao Yang had navigated the precarious edge of danger. Engaging in schemes carries both risk and reward. Success could lead to great profit, while being discovered could have dire consequences, ranging from a beating to imprisonment, or even the ultimate price of one's life. Thus, Gao Yang had never been one to show mercy. If Wu Cheng dared to plot against him, retribution was inevitable. Moreover, the Duke of State had treated him well, providing him with the means to thrive in this world. The political struggles within the court are intricate, and the residence of Prince Rong has already drawn its sword. Should one plan fail, they are certain to strike again. In light of such threats, Gao Yang believes it prudent to take the initiative. In the battle for power, those who falter may face total annihilation. Young master. A group of people is emerging, Chen Sheng suddenly remarked. Gao Yang turned his gaze to see a young man clad in splendid attire, exuding an arrogant demeanor, followed by several attendants. With a mere glance, Gao Yang identified him as Wu Cheng, the son of Prince Rong, and the mastermind behind the original owner's plea for talents. Gao Yang's eyes turned cold. Fortune smiled upon him, for he did not have to wait long to encounter Wu Cheng. This was to be expected in ancient times. Without the distractions of modern technology, young rakes could hardly remain in one place, deriving their daily pleasures from flaunting their power and indulging in hedonistic pursuits. Do you remember this person? Gao Yang inquired of Chen Xing. Chen Xing nodded eagerly, ready to impress. I remember him, my lord. Do you have any instructions? The mention of a 3-month trial period heightened Chen Xing's eagerness to showcase his capabilities. In recent days, you have been closely observing Prince Rong's son, Wu Cheng. Whenever he makes an appearance, you follow him discreetly, aiming to discern his daily routines. This should not pose a challenge, correct? Gao Yang poured himself a cup of water and remarked to Chen Xing. Rest assured, my lord. Surveillance and assassination are well within my capabilities, Chen Xing replied confidently. His gaze locked onto Wu Qi as he exited the residence. Gao Yang, intrigued, inquired, Are you not curious about what my esteemed self intends to do? With a smile, Chen Xing responded, As a servant, my duty is to obey. Matters beyond that are not for me to ponder. Gao Yang's expression reflected satisfaction. Chen Xing's perceptiveness and courage were commendable. Were an ordinary individual to hear of the task of monitoring the son of the reigning prince, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, yet Chen Xing remained composed. He indeed possesses potential. Proceed, Gao Yang commanded, and Chen Xing exited the tavern, seamlessly blending into the crowd as he followed Wu Cheng's path. Just now, I noticed an unusual glint in the eyes of some young ladies observing my esteemed self. Do you know the reason? Gao Yang sipped his tea and glanced at Zhao De, curiosity evident in his tone. Zhao De, straightforward as ever, replied. They likely fear the eldest master might follow them in secret, either to incapacitate them with a blow at night or to resort to some illicit means. Perhaps even eliminate their husbands first. Gao Yang inhaled sharply. Do I truly appear to be such a malicious individual? Zhao De hastily nodded, then quickly shook his head. Gao Yang remarked. You could have chosen your words more delicately. Zhao De's face flushed crimson, caught off guard by the rebuke. Waiter, the bill, please. Gao Yang called out, preparing to return home. The tavern attendant approached, beaming, and announced, Esteemed guest, your total comes to 103 won. Gao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment as he searched his pockets. Blast it. I nearly forgot that Du Zhong's tribute was taken by Gao Feng. I am currently without funds. Zhao De, please settle the bill, Gao Yang instructed. Zhao De patted his pockets, equally embarrassed. My lord, I also have no money. The other members of the Gao family's entourage shook their heads in unison. The attendant's expression shifted instantly. Gao Yang felt a prickling anxiety. If the distinguished duke's residence were to be seen as a freeloader, it would be a most awkward predicament. Clearing his throat, as Gao Yang contemplated whether to send Zhao De to the kitchen to wash dishes in repayment, a clear, melodic cough interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted Song Qingqing, adorned in a flowing green gown, her delicate features exuding an air of aloofness, seated 4 or 5 tables away, accompanied by 2 maidservants. The cough had originated from her. Having heard of Gao Yang's methods from Song Li, Song Qingqing was in disbelief, raising grain prices to attract merchants, then opening warehouses to release grain, compelling grain merchants to undercut each other, causing prices to plummet, and even proposing labor in lieu of relief. Such strategies were beyond her imagination. Upon hearing the revelation, she inwardly regretted her previous assumptions, believing Gao Yang to be a frivolous wastrel, only to discover that he was indeed a hidden gem of potential. She immediately resolved to devise a means to secure Gao Yang's allegiance, ideally managing to ensnare both Cui Xinghe and Gao Yang in her web, allowing her to observe them for a time. However, given that she had personally initiated the dissolution of her engagement with the Duke's estate, returning would be rather brazen. Thus, she contemplated that Gao Yang, being neither secretive nor naive, might harbor aspirations towards the royal princess residence, prompting her to stroll here deliberately. To her surprise, she encountered Gao Yang arriving with a retinue. What transpired next was entirely unforeseen. Gao Yang sat there, gazing out the window, utterly oblivious to her presence for quite some time, until she could no longer suppress a cough. She averted her gaze, intentionally avoiding looking at him, her fair visage reflecting a hint of vexation, as if she were waiting for something. Gao Yang's eyes brightened, and he promptly approached her. Miss Song, what a coincidence. Hearing his voice, Song Qingqing couldn't help but smile, yet she deliberately stifled it. She reminded herself that in moments like these, it was imperative to maintain an air of indifference. Young Master Gao, is there something you require? She replied coolly, her tone imbued with a sense of detachment. Upon hearing her voice, Gao Yang suddenly turned to his attendant, stating, I mentioned my acquaintance with Miss Song, yet you doubted me. The Song family is a prominent one in the court. Do you really think they would lack for funds? Having said this, Gao Yang merely nodded politely in her direction before descending the stairs without a trace of regret, exiting the establishment. The attendant hastily approached Song Qingqing, ingratiatingly inquiring. That gentleman's bill amounts to 103 won. Shall Miss Song settle it now, or shall we tally it together later? A refreshing breeze wafted through the window, lifting the strands of hair from her forehead and revealing her face, which was now a portrait of astonishment. Chapter 32, The Great Locust Calamity. I have a strategy to annihilate the locust army upon exiting the tavern. Gao Yang noticed several horse-drawn carriages heading towards the imperial palace. The horses pulling them were magnificent red-maned steeds, exuding an air of grandeur. This sight caused Gao Yang's brow to furrow. What calamity had befallen the great Qian? However, as a mere sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, it was not his concern, for his status did not even grant him the privilege to attend court. Having completed his leisurely stroll, he ambled towards the Duke of Dinghu's residence. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, he was met by a visibly anxious Shang Wanwaner, who rushed towards him. Gao Yang, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you and how many people I've sent to find you? Shang Wanwaner was nearly frantic, having waited for what felt like an eternity without a glimpse of Gao Yang. Sensing something was amiss, Gao Yang frowned and inquired, what has transpired in the Great Qian? Shang Wanwaner seized his arm, pulling him towards the carriage. There is a locust plague threatening Guangzhou. His Majesty has summoned you along with the third-rank officials and above to the palace to discuss countermeasures. We must hurry. Before Gao Yang could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled into the carriage, which sped towards the imperial palace. A wave of shock washed over him. A locust plague in Guangzhou? The region, known for its fertile plains, would indeed be transformed into a veritable hell on earth if ravaged by such a disaster, potentially leading to cannibalism among the desperate. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Empress Wu Zhao addressed her ministers. Have you all pondered long enough? Is there truly no solution? She sat upon the dragon throne, her gaze piercing through the assembly of officials, who represented the very foundation of the Great Qian's power. Their words and actions would dictate the fate of the realm. Yet, at her words, silence enveloped the room, each minister exchanging glances, hesitant to speak. Even the highest-ranking among them bore a solemn countenance. The matter of the locust plague affected millions in Guangzhou, who dared voice a suggestion. Wu Zhao's heart sank as she pressed on. Are there no solutions among my loyal ministers? Chancellor Su Xuanji stepped forward. Your Majesty, historically, locust plagues have been inescapable. It is a punishment from the heavens, truly unavoidable. In my humble opinion, the court must gather provisions and transport them to Guangzhou, preparing for the worst. With a resounding slap, Wu Zhao struck the dragon table before her, her phoenix eyes icy. Heaven's punishment? Chancellor, are you suggesting that my ascension to the throne has angered the heavens, thus provoking this calamity as retribution for my rule? Su Xuanji fell to his knees, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I dare not presume, Your Majesty. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, casting a cold gaze upon the others. There are millions of citizens in Guangzhou. Should the locusts ravage the land, their suffering will be unimaginable. If any of you possess a viable solution, speak freely, and I shall reward you handsomely. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Zhong, with a fierce demeanor, spoke gravely, asserting that throughout history, locust plagues have invariably accompanied rebellions. Thus, the venerable minister advised the emperor that, in addition to requisitioning grain, it would be prudent to mobilize nearby troops to prepare for any potential unrest among the disaster-stricken populace and to suppress it swiftly. As soon as he concluded, Gao Feng vehemently opposed, stating, Your Majesty, the locusts have yet to mount a significant assault. If we were to deploy troops into Guangzhou at this juncture, it could yield the opposite of our intentions. Furthermore, the mobilization of an army entails considerable expenses rather than this course of action. We should focus our efforts on disaster relief. Empress Wu Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Gao's point that the situation had not escalated to the point of necessitating military intervention. Wang Zhong turned his gaze toward Gao Feng, coldly inquiring, if my strategy is unfeasible, May I ask what alternative you propose, Lord Gao? Upon hearing this, Gao Feng found himself at a loss for words, ultimately responding in a frigid tone, I have no immediate solution. However, mere suppression would undoubtedly be a misguided approach. Wang Zhong's eyes glinted with anger, and soon the imperial study was engulfed in chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Empress Wu Zhao furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Enough! I summoned you to devise solutions, not to squabble. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Within this assembly, Cui Xinghe, as a secretary of the central government, possessed the authority to draft edicts and was present in the imperial study, albeit in a rather inconspicuous position. Cui Xinghe, do you have any viable strategies? Empress Wu Zhao inquired, her phoenix-like eyes turning towards him. Suddenly, many gazes converged upon Cui Xinghe, who felt a surge of excitement under their scrutiny. However, regarding the locust plague, he lacked a definitive plan. Your Majesty, historically, no one has succeeded in halting such disasters. Moreover, as reported by the governor of Lu County, locusts have already appeared, and fertile fields are filled with their eggs, deeply embedded in the soil and difficult to eradicate. For now, the court can only prepare for disaster relief. Song Li stepped forward, affirming, what Scholar Cui states is true. This is a natural calamity. It is utterly impossible to stem it relying solely on human effort. We must prioritize timely disaster relief. In unison, the ministers nodded in agreement. Empress Wu Zhao wore a look of reluctance. Over the years, locust plagues had rendered life a veritable hell, leaving the populace bereft of sustenance, often leading them to starvation or even cannibalism. How could the court alone sustain such a multitude of disaster victims? Her voice echoed throughout the imperial study. Meanwhile, outside the study, Gao Yang stealthily slipped in, striving to minimize his presence. He gathered that the discussion was already halfway through. In later times, tardiness was considered a minor infraction, but in ancient times, it was far more consequential. Wang Zhong casually glanced and immediately spotted the quietly entering Gao Yang. His eyes widened as he could not refrain from exclaiming, Gao Yang, what brings you here? His booming voice instantly captured the attention of those present. Wang Zhong continued, At such a court assembly, do you deem yourself qualified as a sixth-rank official? Gao Yang felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Very well. I shall remember this Wang Zhong, he thought. Empress Wu Zhao suddenly lifted her head, realizing something was amiss. Indeed, one individual was absent. The mere thought of Gao Yang ignited a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Wu Zetian's gaze first swept over Wang Zhong, declaring, Gaoang is hereby summoned by my imperial edict. She then turned to Gaoang, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gaoang, the region of Guangzhou is suffering from severe drought, and the locust eggs are proliferating alarmingly. A locust disaster may be imminent. Do you possess any solutions? Before Gaoang could respond, Wang Zhong interjected with disdain, Your Majesty. This mere boy likely has never even witnessed a locust plague, let alone devised a remedy for it. If he had a solution, I would gladly lick every latrine in Chang'an. Wang Zhong's contemptuous tone reverberated throughout the Golden Chariot Hall. Wu Zetian felt a weight in her heart. Wang Zhong's words held a semblance of truth. Gao Yang's youth suggested he had never encountered locusts, so how could he possibly have a solution? Yet, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as he addressed Wang Zhong, General Wang, a man's word is worth more than gold. Let it be agreed. Wang Zhong felt an inexplicable surge of unease. How could Gao Yang, having never seen a locust, possess a remedy for such a calamity? It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He fervently reassured himself in silence. But soon after, he witnessed Gao Yang step forward, bowing respectfully to Wu Zetian. His clear voice resonated through the imperial study. I have a plan that may lead to the complete annihilation of the locusts in Guangzhou. Chapter 33. Gao Yang's 3 strategies to consume locusts. Locusts are poisonous. I have a plan that can resolve the locust plague in Guangzhou. With these words from Gao Yang, the gazes of all the ministers in the imperial study instantly converged upon him. Wang Zhong's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer remain composed. Gao Feng's eyes flickered with intensity as he could not help but rebuke, You reckless child, do not utter such nonsense. The locust disaster in Guangzhou concerns millions of commoners. You cannot toy with it. Withdraw. In the face of such a calamity, if a genuine solution could be proposed, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. However, if the situation worsened, leading to an overwhelming locust invasion, even the Duke of the State would face dire consequences. Beside him, Wang Zhong's heart was filled with trepidation. Although he held deep skepticism about Gao Yang's ability to offer a remedy, he felt a twinge of panic. After all, he knew too well from previous encounters that Gao Yang was cunning, akin to a living infernal king. Who could say what insidious plan he had concocted this time? Wu Zhao's gaze turned towards Gao Yang, infused with anticipation. Gao Yang, if you possess a method, speak boldly without fear of repercussions. I and the esteemed ministers shall deliberate. Gao Yang stepped forward, proclaiming, Your Majesty, you have heard the words of General Wang. I dare to request your witness. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, directing her attention towards Wang Zhong. Suddenly alarmed, Wang Zhong thought to himself, Oh no, I have acted impulsively. Could this rascal truly have a way to eradicate the locusts? The cesspools of Chang'an could never be cleansed. Just as he was about to voice his concerns and retreat strategically, Wu Zhao nodded decisively, I have heard you. Do not worry. The most pressing matter now is the locust disaster in Guangzhou. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's face blanched. This was a tremendous blunder if Gao Yang failed. He would suffer no repercussions, but if Wang Zhong faltered, the consequences would be dire. A smile crept across Gao Yang's face. He was not a saint. He believed in repaying enmity in kind. Thus, he boldly proposed a few rudimentary ideas, but first he sought clarifications. Might I confirm whether the report from the Guangzhou governor indicates that the locust plague has already erupted, or if it merely involves a large number of eggs that have yet to hatch? Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang, stating, Currently, it is merely the eggs that have not yet hatched en masse. But given that Lu Wu has petitioned the court for a response, the quantity of locusts must be formidable. Seeing this, Cui Xinghe interjected, Esteemed Gao, a large number of eggs will inevitably lead to a locust plague, and the eggs are entrenched in the soil, making them difficult to eradicate. What difference does it make? Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Cui Xinghe and shook his head, saying, Scholar Cui, you are mistaken. The distinction is substantial. If the swarms of locusts blot out the sun, there is little recourse but to provide disaster relief. However, if it is merely a plethora of eggs that have yet to hatch, there is ample opportunity for intervention. Gao Yang lifted his head, addressing Wu Zhao with confidence. I have 3 strategies. If all 3 are employed, they will significantly mitigate the impending locust disaster in Guangzhou. The first strategy is to capture. Wu Zhao's keen eyes focused intently on Gao Yang, astonished by his unwavering confidence. She pressed further, How shall we capture them? The court shall issue a decree allowing the populace to capture locusts in the fields, with a provision to exchange them for grain at a specified ratio. Once this decree is announced, the commoners will surely respond. With this declaration, the room buzzed with anticipation. Within the imperial study, the ministers wore peculiar expressions. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. A snicker escaped Wang Zhong's lips as he mocked, I thought Lord Gao had some brilliant strategy. But it turns out to be this ridiculous scheme. Oh, what makes this plan so laughable? Gao Yang inquired, directing his gaze toward Wang Zhong, with a scornful look. Wang Zhong retorted, You, a mere child, have never witnessed the arrival of a locust plague. Such swarms can obscure the sky and devastate an area in mere hours. Although the locusts have yet to truly erupt in Guangzhou, even the ones in the fields are elusive. By your proposal, how should the court establish the exchange rate between locusts and grain? If the ratio is too low, the common folk will not be inclined to act. And if it is too high, the grain expended by the court would render the locust useless. Wang Zhong's disdain was palpable, convinced of Gao Yang's absurdity. He had nearly been frightened to death, only to find Gao Yang's plan so lacking. Despite being a mere warrior, he recognized the folly of the proposal. Gao Feng stepped forward, addressing Wu Zhao, Your Majesty, this young man has never encountered a locust swarm and has hastily proposed a rather laughable policy. I beseech Your Majesty to grant him mercy. I will ensure he is disciplined upon returning to the residence. Wu Zhao's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. The performances at the Monkey Theater and the relief work in Linjiang City had raised her expectations for Gao Yang considerably. Yet, this current scheme was undeniably mediocre. No matter. She thought, the locust plague has historically been a challenging issue. Those who propose solutions should be encouraged, not punished. Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Gao Yang. Expressing her disappointment, Gao Yang, your strategy is indeed flawed. The court's exchange of locusts for grain would place immense pressure on the food supply. And these locusts serve no real purpose. Gao Yang smiled, Your Majesty, who says locusts are useless? This statement momentarily stunned Wu Zhao. What utility could such pests possess? Gao Yang continued, My first plan must be implemented in conjunction with my second for it to be truly effective. Wang Zhong scoffed, dismissively stating, Your words are as bold as my long spear. Wu Zhao's phoenix-like eyes suddenly focused on Gao Yang, and even Shang Wanwaner looked at him in surprise. Her beautiful eyes shimmering. Gao Yang, what is your second plan? Wu Zhao inquired eagerly. If he could indeed quell the locust plague in Guangzhou, it would significantly enhance her prestige. After all, the populace trembles at the mere mention of locusts, akin to facing a fierce flood or a ferocious beast. Meeting the gazes of the assembly, Gao Yang calmly announced, "My second strategy is to consume them. The court should establish a specific ratio for the exchange of locusts for grain, then collect these locusts to roast and dry them, as they taste akin to shrimp and can thus be regarded as food. This would provide the common folk with a reasonable exchange rate, encouraging them to catch locusts. The locusts they gather can be processed and sold, allowing the profits to offset expenses." What is not to like? Gao Yang's light and airy words hung in the air, plunging the entire imperial study into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned to him in disbelief. Eat locusts? Their expressions were a mix of incredulity, for throughout history, locusts had been mere pests. Who would ever consider consuming them? Furthermore, Gao Yang remarked that once dried, its flavor resembles that of flying shrimp. Is Gao Yang truly intent on wiping out these locusts? Wu Zhao's eyes brightened, seemingly contemplating the notion. Wang Zhong, a martial general, was oblivious to the intricacies of the discussion, his gaze fixated on Gao Yang. A wave of unease washed over him. If these locusts were indeed edible, employing both methods might yield remarkable results. However, Cui Xinghe interjected solemnly, "Your Majesty, this plan is utterly impractical. It is a calamity for the populace." Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, questioning the reasoning behind such a statement. "Though I have never encountered locusts, I am well read. Historically, during times of great disaster, locusts would darken the sky, and after their onslaught, the people would be left without food. In their desperation, some would resort to consuming locusts, employing various methods. Yet, while consuming a small quantity may not pose significant harm, excessive intake often leads to symptoms such as diarrhea, indicating that locusts are toxic and not fit for consumption." As these words fell, the imperial study erupted into a cacophony of voices. Cui Xinghe maintained his composed demeanor, yet a cold smile flickered within. He acknowledged that Gao Yang's unconventional approach was indeed surprising, but when it came to historical knowledge and erudition, not even 100 Gao Yangs could rival him. Locusts were unequivocally inedible. They were poisonous. Who could bear the responsibility for such an outcome? Otherwise, he would have proposed this policy long ago, never leaving it to Gao Yang. Beside him, Su Xuanji also spoke up, affirming, "What Lord Cui says is entirely accurate. I once served as the governor of Qingzhou, where a tremendous locust plague erupted. I witnessed firsthand that while the consumption of locust was not fatal, the people suffered varying degrees of discomfort. This method is indeed a path to ruin." Su Xuanji emphasized his point heavily, to the extent that it could warrant accountability. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong suddenly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Gao Yang is presenting foolish ideas. I implore you to cast him out. If you follow this child's counsel, the consequences will be dire." Wu Zhao's expression darkened, her countenance betraying her alarm. She turned her gaze to Su Xuanji, asking, "Is what you say truly the case?" Su Xuanji respectfully bowed, stating, "Every word I speak is the truth. I would stake my life on it. Your Majesty, this locust plague is indeed a divine punishment, not mere ramblings from an old minister. Should winter pass without snow, spring without rain, and summer turn arid, a locust plague is sure to arise. While Lord Gao's method may seem appealing, the locusts are toxic. This plan is bound to fail." In that moment, Wu Zhao fell silent. The locusts were toxic. They flew swiftly, and their eggs penetrated the soil, resembling a divine retribution. Must the people of Guangzhong truly endure such a calamity? Chapter 34. The Righteousness of Gao Yang. Testing the poison, shocking the Empress Cui Xinghe turned his gaze towards Gao Yang and remarked, "Sir Gao, I must concede that you possess great talent. However, this plan is fundamentally unfeasible. Historically, no locust plague has ever concluded merely with consumption." Gao Yang looked at Cui Xinghe, a smile gracing his face. But the words he uttered left Cui momentarily taken aback. "Lord Cui, you are correct, yet also mistaken. Earlier, I sought confirmation from His Majesty about whether the locusts in Guangzhong are already rampant or primarily in egg form. This distinction is of utmost importance." Cui Xinghe was momentarily stunned, and the entire imperial study fell silent. "Sir Gao, what do you mean by that?" Cui furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Gao Yang surveyed the assembled officials in the imperial study and said, "In my youth, during my mischievous days, I fortuitously encountered an elderly man of ethereal demeanor at a dilapidated temple on a mountain. He left behind an ancient tome that contained records of locusts. There are many varieties of locusts in the world, yet only two predominantly wreak havoc, the desert locust and the East Asian migratory locust. Within the realm of the Qian, the locusts that ravage the land are chiefly the East Asian migratory locust. regardless of whether they are East Asian migratory locusts or desert locusts. Their internal structure is quite unique, categorized into solitary and gregarious types. In simpler terms, when a locust plague has yet to erupt and the locusts have not banded together, they appear entirely green or predominantly so. At this moment, the locusts are non-toxic, their flesh tender and rich in protein and amino acids, resembling fried shrimp once cooked. As Gaolong spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips. In his previous life, he had also been averse to insects until he ventured to Guangdong, where he fortuitously tasted fried locusts and was astonished by their flavor. Subsequently, he researched locusts and found them nearly identical to those in Daqin. Naturally, they are edible. If they are different, it matters not. At worst, they could be exiled to Ling'an. Death would be the only outcome. For a moment, silence enveloped the imperial study. The officials were left in a state of bewilderment. Locusts are categorized into solitary and gregarious types. Wu Zhao was particularly dumbfounded. Green locusts are not only non-toxic but also possess delectable flesh, abundant in what protein and amino acids? What are these substances? Wu Zhao couldn't restrain her curiosity. Gaolong succinctly explained. Essentially, they are highly nutritious. The assembly was left astounded. Locusts can be associated with deliciousness? This is utterly unheard of. Once the locusts swarm in mass, their behavioral patterns change, resulting in a transformation into gray and yellow hues, becoming irritable and, within hours, developing toxins. If consumed in excess, they pose a threat to health. The locusts described by Lord Chui and Chancellor Su as toxic are indeed the gregarious type. However, since the locust plague in Guangdong has not yet erupted, it is entirely feasible to encourage the populace to capture the green locusts and convert them into sustenance, thus averting a future outbreak of gregarious locusts. With Daqian's vast population and rich culinary traditions, there will always be adventurous palates willing to give them a try. The transformation of locusts into a delicacy is not without merit. The officials watched as Gaolong eloquently expounded in the center of the imperial study, their minds buzzing with the implications. Locusts are divided into two categories, solitary and gregarious. Moreover, the solitary green locust is harmless and quite delectable, while the gregarious variety is indeed toxic. Cui Xinghe was taken aback. Su Xuanji was equally bewildered. Wu Zhao also found herself in a state of confusion. Everything that Gao Yang had stated exceeded their comprehension. Could locusts truly be regarded as a delicacy? After recovering from his astonishment, Wang Zhong exclaimed in disbelief. This is utterly absurd. How could a green locust possibly transform into a grayish-black one? It defies all logic. Turning to Wu Zhao, he clasped his hands in respect, declaring, Your Majesty, the grandson of the Duke of State is spouting nonsense and misleading the masses. I humbly beseech Your Majesty to impose a severe punishment. Gao Yang merely glanced at Wang Zhong, choosing not to respond. This matter delved into the realm of biological evolution, and even he was uncertain of the principles behind a solitary locust transformation into a gregarious one, acquiring coloration and toxicity. Yet, it remained a fact. Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Cui Xinghe, asking in astonishment, Cui Aiqing, are there indeed two distinct forms of locusts? Cui Xinghe, momentarily taken aback, replied, Your Majesty, locusts are indeed classified into two types, green and grayish-black. The recent locust plague, as Gao Yang mentioned, is undeniably caused by the grayish-black locusts. However, the distinction between toxic and non-toxic, as well as the transformation from green to grayish-black, is solely a matter of solitary versus gregarious behavior, which is unprovable. He hesitated before voicing his dissent. Wu Zhao found herself equally troubled. Gao Yang's assertions were profoundly shocking. Fixing his gaze upon Wu Zhao, Gao Yang proclaimed with conviction, For the sake of the common people, I, Gao Yang, Deputy Minister of Revenue, am willing to serve my country. Should Your Majesty capture locusts, I am prepared to test their toxicity myself. The more the better. Furthermore, I would be willing to purchase the green locusts at a low price and find a way to market them. In this manner, I would also be serving our nation. The audacity of testing locusts on oneself. Such noble intentions from Gao Yang. Shang Wanwaner was astounded. After all, these were locusts. Yet Gao Yang was willing to risk himself for the populace. Her initial judgment of his character had proven to be misguided. Gao Yang maintained a composed facade, though internally he reveled in delight. Such non-toxic locusts could fetch several coins per bunch in later times, a price comparable to that of beef and lamb. And they were quite tasty, a personal favorite of his. He devised a plan to potentially profit handsomely from these locusts while simultaneously earning a commendable reputation. After all, For the sake of the common people, he would be the first to test the locusts. Such a narrative would carry immense benefits. In the world of intrigue, one must always possess both fame and fortune. Wu Zhao felt a tumult of emotions within her, and her perception of Gao Yang improved considerably. The notion that locusts could be palatable was indeed courageous. Moreover, Gao Yang's proposal possessed genuine feasibility. Song Li had intended to voice a protest but fell silent upon reflection. Su Xuanji could not contain himself and remarked, "Master Gao, are you aware that what you propose concerns the welfare of millions in Guangzhou? Should anything go awry, not only would you suffer the consequences, but the entire Duke of State's residence would be unable to bear the repercussions. Tread carefully with your words." This admonition felt akin to a grave warning, extending even to the entire Duke of State's residence. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, pondering when this rascal had encountered an old man in the mountains who bestowed upon him a tome. Moreover, can this wretched child truly read? It is indeed astonishing. Yet, observing his articulate discourse, even the unyielding Gao Yang found himself ensnared in a quandary. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Dinghua's residence and land deeds shall serve as collateral. I am willing to procure a modest quantity of locusts to alleviate the treasury's burden. Furthermore, I am prepared to personally endure the locusts to attest to this wretched child's claims." Gao Feng wore a mask of anguish, lamenting that this lifetime had been plagued by such a predicament. Upon his utterance, the entire imperial study was engulfed in astonishment. The Duke of Dinghua's estate and land deeds are of considerable value, embodying the honor bestowed upon the family through generations, forming the very foundation of their lineage. What left them most incredulous was that, merely due to Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng dared to wager everything. Wu Zhao was equally moved. "Esteemed Minister Gao, have you truly considered this?" Gao Feng nodded, his expression stoic. As a father, he must support his late-blooming son. If the locusts prove toxic, then this silver shall be deemed a service to the nation, and thus no loss shall be incurred. It is unlikely that your Majesty would permit the Duke of Dinghua's household to perish from starvation. Gao Yang's heart trembled as he gazed at Gao Feng's silhouette. In that moment, a wave of emotion washed over him, and inexplicably, he felt an urge to purchase a few oranges for Gao Feng. Wu Zhao's keen eyes fell upon Gao Yang, her heart racing. If they were to delay further, a locust plague would inevitably erupt in Guangzhou, leaving the land desolate and the people suffering, potentially inciting rebellion. Rather than allow such calamity, it would be wiser to take a bold gamble. If indeed there is poison, it would merely result in a financial loss. I shall not allow my ministers to bear the burden alone. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang, inhaling deeply. Since the courtiers are at an impasse, let us proceed with your method, Gao Yang. Some matters can only yield results through action. As for any losses, let them be drawn from my imperial treasury. Gao Yang nearly misheard her, staring in shock at Wu Zhao. What? From the empresses? Oh. It turns out she meant the treasury, her private funds. Such a revelation nearly startled him. Beside him, Cui Xinghe spoke gravely, "Minister Gao, even if the ancient texts are accurate, they only pertain to a small number of non-toxic locusts. However, the land of Guangzhou is rife with locust eggs, and as you have suggested, these must be gregarious and potentially toxic locusts. How shall we address this?" Cui Xinghe's words instantly darkened the expressions of the ministers in the imperial study. As he stated, "The pressing matter is to resolve the issue of these locust eggs. Otherwise, the impending locust plague will overshadow the land, making it insurmountable." Gao Yang responded with a smile. "I have a third strategy, biological control, leveraging natural enemies." Chapter 35. Do you even know how many eggs a mother locust lays? Biological control, natural enemies? Accompanied by Gao Yang's remarks, the ministers in the imperial study were utterly bewildered. Even Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, as if attempting to recall the meanings of these two terms from the sage texts she had perused in the past. Yet, despite her strenuous efforts, she could not conjure their definitions. Cui Xinghe also knitted his brow and queried, "What does Lord Gao mean by biological control? This method is utterly unheard of." With Cui Xinghe's question, all eyes turned to Gao Yang. He calmly stated, "All things in the world exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Whether it be locusts or other creatures, each has its natural enemy. For instance, rats fear cats, rabbits dread snakes, and insects are wary of frogs. In any given locale, if one species begins to surge uncontrollably, it is invariably due to the scarcity of its natural predators. Though locusts are indeed peculiar, they cannot escape this principle. Biological control stems from this very concept." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes brightened. Being inherently intelligent, she instantly grasped Gao Yang's implication. This line of thought was intriguing and might indeed provide a solution to the plight in Guangzhou. Wu Zhao felt a surge of excitement within her, and her phoenix-like eyes gleamed with fervor. Not only Wu Zhao, but Cui Xinghe and Su Xuanji also fixed their gazes upon Gao Yang, eagerly awaiting his further elucidation. Your Majesty, might I request a sip of water? I arrived in haste, and my throat is rather parched. It would be beneficial for me to gather my thoughts. Gao Yang addressed Wu Zhao. He had meandered for an entire afternoon, merely sipping a bit of water at the tavern before being whisked away by Shangguan Wanner into the palace, where he had been bombarded with discussions, leaving his throat feeling as though it were on fire. Gao Feng's expression darkened. You rascal, finish your words before asking for water. He was nearly infuriated. This was a splendid opportunity to present himself, with all the ministers of the Great Qian in attendance, and yet this scoundrel wanted to drink water. The other ministers also bore expressions of exasperation, having never witnessed a courtier requesting water in the imperial study before. With a wave of her hand, Wu Zhao commanded, Serve tea. Soon, a eunuch cautiously brought forth a pot of hot tea. Gao Yang accepted the tea and took a sip. Truly, it was excellent tea from the palace. Fragrant and rich. Enjoying the flavor, he indulged in a few more sips. Wu Zhao remarked, Gao Yang, if you enjoy this tea, I shall reward you with some later. Now, please expound on how we should implement this biological control. Gao Yang set down the teacup, knowing when to temper his indulgence. The conditions for a locust plague are twofold. First, there must be a sufficient population, specifically of gray or yellow locusts. Second, they must congregate. Achieving this is closely tied to the weather. If it does not snow in winter, the eggs will not freeze, and if it does not rain in spring, the earth will become arid. Locusts thrive in dry conditions, while birds that prey on them struggle to survive in drought. The reduction of natural enemies and the suitable environment are inevitable conditions for locust devastation. While we cannot alter the drought, we can increase the natural predators of locusts in the wild. The assembly fell into deep contemplation, sensing the validity of his reasoning. Gao Yang, standing amidst the court officials within the resplendent Golden Yuan Hall, cast his gaze towards the exquisite empress and proclaimed, Your Majesty, my proposal is to gather 50,000 chickens and ducks from the vicinity of Chang'an within a single day, forming a coalition of fowl to swiftly advance to Guangzhou. Each chicken and duck can consume hundreds of locusts daily. Thus, 50,000 would devour a staggering 50 million locusts in a day. Even if we consider a conservative estimate, we would still eliminate millions. Within 10 days, we could potentially eradicate over 100 million, perhaps even several hundred million. Currently, the locusts are still in their egg stage. Within a few days, we could significantly diminish their numbers. Even if a locust plague were to emerge, the reduction of several hundred million, or even billions, would greatly mitigate its devastation. I shall refer to this method as biological control. With Gao Yang's succinct declaration, a profound silence enveloped the Golden Yuan Hall. Cui Xinghe stood in stunned silence. Wu Zhao was equally taken aback. The audacity of sending 50,000 chickens and ducks from Chang'an to combat the locust disaster was astonishing. While locusts are a scourge for humanity, for chickens and ducks, they represent a divine bounty. According to Gao Yang's assertion, the arrival of this avian coalition would instantaneously reduce the locust plague by hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. A living embodiment of the King of Hell. Indeed, not only was he a formidable force against merchants, but he was also a fearsome adversary to locusts. Wu Zhao's face broke into a delighted smile. She had not anticipated such a strategy. While it is exceedingly difficult for humans to unearth the locust eggs buried deep in the soil, chickens and ducks, driven by hunger, would naturally seek out and consume these locust eggs. Consequently, even if a locust plague were to arise, its consequences would be substantially alleviated. Gao Yang is truly a remarkable talent. Song Li's expression was complex. The once dismissed wastrel had concealed such depth. Based solely on this proposal, he felt assured that this method warranted experimentation. Wang Zheng's complexion turned pale, his authoritative demeanor visibly shaken. This was simply too audacious. Utilizing chickens and ducks to combat locusts, he should not have acted so impulsively. He cast a pleading glance towards Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe gasped in astonishment. Biological control. Employing chickens and ducks against locusts. Wu Zhao exclaimed, This method is excellent, but why has our great Qian dynasty overlooked it until now? Su Xuanji furrowed his brow. Still skeptical, he interjected, Your Majesty, by conventional wisdom, this should not be the case. If locusts invade en masse, then the consumption by chickens and ducks should have been proposed centuries ago. Upon hearing this, the assembly of officials echoed his sentiments. The sheer advancement of Gao Yang's perspective rendered them incredulous. Wu Zhao directed her gaze towards Su Xuanji, her brow knitted in displeasure. As the chancellor, Su's inability to provide solutions while simultaneously obstructing progress was irksome to her. Yet before she could reprimand him, Gao Yang interjected, "What Chancellor Su posits holds merit. However, I have already elucidated the reason. The solitary locust and the gregarious locust represent two distinct concepts. Once a locust plague erupts, these locusts will carry toxins within their bodies. Not only will chickens and ducks not consume them, but even birds, despite their hunger, will seldom partake. However, the larvae of locusts present a different scenario. For chickens and ducks, it is indeed a divine gift. Consequently, locust plagues can only be prevented, and once they engulf the land, the means to combat them become exceedingly scarce." Many wore skeptical expressions, yet Gao Yang spoke with remarkable conviction. Wang Zhong could no longer contain himself and turned to Wu Zhao, saying, "Your Majesty, what Gao Yang proposes is utterly unbelievable. Alone, they are harmless, yet in swarms, they become toxic. This is sheer nonsense." Cui Xinghe and others stepped forward, asserting, "Your Majesty, this is truly unprecedented. We must exercise caution." Observing their reaction, Gao Yang boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "I am willing to guarantee with my life that what I say is true." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong's gaze shifted abruptly to Gao Yang. "Such confidence? This bodes ill, very ill indeed." Wu Zhao took a deep breath and remarked, "Since ancient times, no measures have been effective in curbing locust plagues. In my youth, I often heard of persistent droughts across the Great Qian, crops withering, and locusts swarming, leading to the suffering of the populace. After a locust invasion, the land yields nothing, and people resort to cannibalism. This pains me deeply. This time, I shall take a bold gamble, adopting the biological control method proposed by the Ministry of Revenue's Gao Yang. I will bear all consequences, for I am the sovereign of the Great Qian." Wu Zhao's voice resonated with authority, her phoenix eyes now fixed on Gao Yang. For her, this was a significant gamble. A loss could cost her the people's trust and invite criticism from the court, yet a victory would yield substantial benefits. At that moment, the courtiers bowed their heads, signifying Wu Zhao's resolute decision to test Gao Yang's method. Seeing this, Cui Xinghe turned his gaze towards Gao Yang, but noted a significant challenge remained. The vast lands of Guangzhou likely harbored numerous locusts beyond the areas reported by Lu Yanshou. If chickens and ducks could not find them, what then? Gao Yang smiled and replied, "This is not difficult. Locusts thrive in heat and can endure arid conditions. They prefer to lay eggs in the soil, which is why droughts often precipitate locust outbreaks. Their favored breeding grounds are hard, dry wastelands, ideally with some moisture in the soil. When the earth is parched and lakes and rivers dry up, these areas become a paradise for locusts to lay their eggs. A female locust can lay approximately 300 eggs in her lifetime, which fundamentally accounts for the overwhelming swarms that darken the skies. Therefore, we must focus on eliminating these breeding sites, offering bounties for citizens to report them, and then deploying our army of chickens and ducks to trample them. The peril in Guangzhou can be resolved." After this pronouncement, the entire imperial study fell into a profound silence. All eyes were wide with astonishment as they regarded Gao Yang. It was as if a new perspective had been opened to them. They were astounded by his knowledge of locust habitats and the reproductive capacity of female locusts. "Were you, perhaps, a parasitic worm within a locust, or did you have an intimate connection with the female locust?" The ministers, including Gao Feng, gazed at Gao Yang with expressions of disbelief. Could it be that he was indeed of their kind? "Are you certain that there is no traitor among the locust clan?" Chapter 36, Forcing the Empress to Consume Locusts. The most ruthless of Dakian. After a prolonged silence, Cui Xinghe finally spoke, his voice trembling, "You are absolutely correct. These locusts indeed favor the desolate shores revealed by the receding river waters. Yet, such unlearned individuals could never fathom this." "How do you know?" For the first time, Cui Xinghe regarded Gao Yang with astonishment etched across his face. Gao Yang, lost in reminiscence, replied, "All this knowledge is derived from an ancient text gifted to me by that ethereal elder. After extensive research through historical tomes, I am nearly certain of its veracity. I implore your majesty to act swiftly in providing disaster relief." Gao Yang attributed the entire burden to the mysterious elder. Wu Zhao's gaze sharpened with eagerness as she urged, "Gao Yang, hasten to summon this venerable Taoist. I shall honor him as a national teacher." Gao Yang, feigning regret, replied, "Your majesty, I have only met this elder once, and since then, I have received no word. He may have already ascended to the heavens." His expression was one of profound sorrow, his eyes cast towards the ceiling of the imperial study. As if mourning, Wu Zhao scrutinized Gao Yang, her mind swirling with suspicion. However, given the plight of millions in Guangzhou, it was not the time for further inquiry. Since the old immortal has imparted his wisdom to you, you shall go forth to aid in the disaster relief. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, preparing to make a resolution. Yet Gaoyang interjected, Your Majesty, please hold. I am but a strategist, ill-versed in martial prowess. Leading 50,000 chickens and ducks, I fear I would falter. Wu Zhao frowned. Then, in your estimation, who should lead? Gaoyang respectfully bowed and addressed Wu Zhao, in my humble opinion. The one to oversee this relief effort should be a general of remarkable valor. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong sensed a foreboding turn of events. His gaze abruptly fixed on Gaoyang. Does this impudent lad dare? Yet Gaoyang continued, General Wang, with his literary and martial talents, possesses an extensive understanding of locust behavior. He is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. I firmly believe that General Wang, commanding 50,000 duck soldiers and chicken generals, will surely return victorious. Wang Zhong appeared incredulous, while the other ministers struggled to suppress their laughter. Wang Zhong, a renowned general of the age, leading a battalion of ducks and chickens for relief efforts would irreparably tarnish his reputation among military circles. Gaoyang was indeed ruthless. It was only at this moment that they began to acknowledge Gaoyang's formidable reputation as a cunning strategist. This young man harbored a certain deviousness. Your Majesty, Wang Zhong exclaimed. Attempting to thwart this absurdity, Wu Zhao cast a penetrating glance at Gaoyang before addressing Wang Zhong. The grandson of the Duke of Dingwa speaks wisely. Utilizing poultry as one would troops in matters concerning the locust disaster, I do not trust ordinary individuals. General Wang is indeed the optimal choice. For the sake of the millions in Guangzhou, I entreat General Wang to undertake this arduous journey. She commanded. Proclaim an edict to promptly elevate General Wang Zhong to the rank of General of the Gallant Chickens, and urgently requisition the entire supply of chickens and ducks in Chang'an to hasten to Guangzhou for disaster relief. Wang Zhong's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that while he would not attain the honor of the Gallant General, he would instead be bestowed with the title of General of the Gallant Chickens. Should he accept this, how could he ever face his comrades in arms again? What a disgrace! Wang Zhong's face bore an expression of unwillingness. Yet upon encountering Wu Zhao's unmistakable gaze, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Your servant shall diligently obey your Majesty's decree. Had it not been for the decorum of the moment, Gao Feng could not have suppressed his laughter. Wang Zhong had persistently made things difficult for Gaoyang over the past few days, and this slap to his face was simply delightful. What a magnificent general of the Piao chicken! Even though Wang Zhong had returned triumphant from battle, he would not need to step outside for an entire month. The entire Deqian knew that a new Piao chicken general had emerged. This was indeed a moment of pride for the Duke of Dingwa's household. San Li wore a complex expression, his gaze fixed upon Gaoyang, inwardly regretting his previous sentiments. Wu Zhao continued, Gaoyang, while I find your method useful, the locust plague cannot be eradicated entirely. I recall you just mentioned that the locusts darken the sky as they descend upon us, though there are few solutions. Does that not imply there is a strategy? Wu Zhao's face radiated anticipation. She intended to be fully prepared. Gaoyang nodded. Indeed. Should the locusts truly swarm in such numbers that they obscure the heavens, my next plan would be to ascertain their trajectory. By using a field of grain as bait, coupled with easily ignitable materials, we could incinerate them all in a great conflagration. Burning the locust would mitigate the disaster. A collective gasp escaped the ministers as Gaoyang's fiery tactic was revealed. This strategy was undeniably self-destructive, inflicting harm upon oneself while wounding the enemy. In their minds, they envisioned swarms of locusts slowly infiltrating fertile fields, only to be engulfed in raging flames. This was indeed a ruthless individual. While the grain would be lost, the locust would suffer casualties in the millions, perhaps even more. Each strategy grew increasingly severe, first capturing, then consuming, deploying natural enemies, and if all else failed, resorting to fire. The locust had truly drawn the ire of this living demon. Wu Zhao regarded Gaoyang with renewed interest. Shangguan Wanner could not help but swallow hard. Reflecting on her own past actions, the ministers cast glances toward Gaoyang, questioning, is this the behavior of a poison master? Is the Duke of Dingwa's household not filled with loyalty and righteousness? How can there be such a ruthless figure among them? Minister of Punishments Lei Yun could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Lord Gao, does your plan not disrupt the harmony of heaven? The locusts are also living beings, they possess lives. Is such a large fire not excessively cruel? In response, Gaoyang coldly laughed. After the locusts wreak havoc, the common folk are left to starve, countless families torn apart, some even resorting to cannibalism. Do you not consider that tragic, Lord Lei? Lei Yun was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Wu Zhao's countenance was equally icy as she declared, "The locusts bring suffering to our people, causing untold casualties. They are not deserving of pity. I support the use of fire." Yanshou hesitated for a long moment before speaking. "Your Majesty, I have a concern." Wu Zhao looked at Yanshou with surprise, realizing that he had remained silent until now. Wu Zhao urged, "If you have something to say, please do so directly." With a troubled expression, Yanshou replied, "While I wholeheartedly agree with Lord Gao's methods, whether it be using the court's grain to encourage the populace to capture locusts or the final act of burning them, I have some reservations. The common folk have long regarded locusts as a calamity sent by the heavens, a divine decree. Many dare not oppose such fate. When the locusts descend upon fertile fields, they kneel and bow their heads, beseeching the swarms to depart swiftly. What remedy is there for this?" He sighed, lamenting that the challenge of exterminating locusts lies not solely in the creatures themselves, but in the hearts of men. If the people's spirits are not unified, the efficacy of any efforts would be negligible. Cui Xinghe, with a grave expression, concurred, "Your Majesty, Lord Yin speaks wisely. The annals of every region record locusts as a natural disaster, beyond human control. Thus, we ought to cultivate virtue to mitigate it. It is not merely the commoners who hold this belief. Even some officials deem locusts a divine punishment that cannot be thwarted by human effort, a notion that has contributed significantly to the severity of locust plagues over the years." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow. This sentiment is not without basis. Ancient ignorance led people to perceive locust disasters as celestial retribution. When calamity strikes, many bow in supplication, yet the locusts only multiply, leaving the fields barren. Were it not for the dire lack of sustenance, they would not resort to consuming locusts, fearing further divine wrath. This is a lamentable state of affairs. As Wu Zhao's brow tightened, she suddenly pondered the manipulation of human sentiment, questioning if there were anyone more unscrupulous than Gao Yang in this moment. "Gao Yang, do you possess a solution?" she inquired. Gao Yang, displaying a hint of hesitation, replied, "Your Majesty, there are indeed methods, but never mind. It is best left unsaid. The effectiveness of exterminating locusts may be somewhat lacking." Wu Zhao, upon hearing this, rebuked him. "Gao Yang, this matter concerns the lives of millions in Guangzhou. Speak plainly. Why the veiled words?" Chancellor Su Xuanji added, "Your Majesty, for an official to possess a strategy yet remain silent is an offense against Your Majesty. Such treachery must be met with severe punishment." Faced with this, Gao Yang had no choice but to declare, "Your Majesty, you have urged me to speak, so I shall. Please forgive me." A sense of foreboding stirred within Wu Zhao. Yet she commanded, "Speak swiftly. I grant you immunity." Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon Wu Zhao and slowly articulated, "Your Majesty, the fear among the populace stems fundamentally from the unknown, from the heavens. This predicament can be resolved, as you are the empress of the great Qian, destined to align with divine will and guide the people. Simply consume a locust in public, then incinerate several others before the crowd. Inform them that locusts are mere pests, not divine punishment. Once their understanding shifts, they shall surely rally to combat the locusts for the sake of their crops." As these words resonated throughout the imperial study, the ministers widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Gao Yang in disbelief. Has this young man lost his senses? Does he dare suggest that the most esteemed empress of the great Qian eat locusts? Is he courting death? Chapter 37. The Rescuer. Why am I the one hurt again? Gao Yang, your audacity knows no bounds. How could you allow His Majesty to consume locusts? Those filthy creatures? Such a crime deserves severe punishment. The Minister of Justice, Lei Yun, suddenly erupted in fury, stepping forward to admonish him. His face was a mask of righteousness, and he was the first to take a stand. This prompted a chorus of protests from the ministers gathered in the imperial study. Chancellor Su Xuanji stepped forward, declaring, "Locusts are pests, and Your Majesty is the sovereign of the realm. How can you partake of such vermin? Gao Yang's disrespect is intolerable. I implore Your Majesty to punish him severely." Wang Zhong's expression brightened suddenly, and he repeatedly urged, "Your Majesty, Gao Yang's intentions are treacherous. Please, let there be retribution." In an instant, numerous ministers rose in indignation, all denouncing Gao Yang. Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "You foolish child, cease your reckless words. While you may jest about locusts, do you wish to play the role of the tormentor to your own kin, seeking to doom your entire lineage? To suggest that the empress should eat locusts is outrageous. Even if Wu Zhao were to consume locusts for the sake of the victims, would she not hold the matter against you cum autem? To be in the presence of the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Your political acumen is woefully lacking. Yan Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. The court and the populace may deem him bold, but compared to Gao Yang, he felt like a mere novice. Such words were too dangerous to voice. Seated upon the dragon throne, Wu Zhao was equally taken aback. What? You wish for me to eat locusts? The grotesque visage of a locust suddenly flooded her mind, and the mere thought of it made her nauseous. In the face of the collective scorn, Gao Yang remained unperturbed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, what Lord Yan has articulated is indeed a grave concern. The common folk revere the so-called locust deity and believe that locust plagues are divine retribution, beyond the scope of human intervention. Thus, many peasants merely kneel by their fertile fields, helplessly watching the locust ravage their crops, which will inevitably lead to an increase in these pests. We must dismantle this misguided perception among the populace. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic. Gao Yang's voice rang out with conviction. Wu Zhao regarded him intently, inhaling deeply. She was the sovereign of Great Qian, the ruler of millions. The people of Guangzhou were her subjects, though the thought of locusts was repulsive. Even to the point of inducing nausea, for the sake of her subjects and to prevent a horrific aftermath of cannibalism following the locust disaster, she, Wu Zhao, would endure it. As Gao Yang continued to speak, the officials persisted in their reprimands. Gao Yang, you are audacious. Your heart deserves punishment. Yet, Wu Zhao suddenly interjected, enough. For the sake of the people, I am willing to eat locusts publicly. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her phoenix-like eyes surveying the assembled ministers. Her declaration sent ripples through the crowd. The ministers looked at Wu Zhao in shock, unable to comprehend that she would truly go so far. After all, these were locusts. It was hard enough for a man to consider such a thing, let alone a woman of her stature, the Empress of Great Qian. Gao Yang could not help but regard Wu Zhao with newfound respect. For the sake of the people of Guangzhou, she was indeed willing to make such a sacrifice. This empress truly cared for her subjects. Upon witnessing the situation, Shangguan Wan'er could not help but exclaim, Your Majesty, the distance from Guangzhou to Chang'an is quite extensive. At this moment, the court requires your presence. How can you possibly venture to Guangzhou? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow in concern. Having recently ascended the throne, the political landscape remained precarious, not only among the feudal lords but also within Chang'an itself, where undercurrents of unrest were palpable. At such a critical juncture, she could not afford to leave Chang'an. Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I must maintain my position in Chang'an and cannot personally travel to Guangzhou. Is there an alternative solution? Gao Yang frowned, realizing he had overlooked this vital aspect. Indeed, it poses a significant challenge. If your Majesty cannot go to Guangzhou, the populace might believe that the locust plague is divine retribution, a natural disaster, a punishment from the locust deities, thus refusing to take action against the swarms. I fear that the devastation wrought by the locust will not only afflict Guangzhou but also the surrounding 3 districts, leaving millions of citizens vulnerable. Wu Zhao clenched her fist, her mind echoing with thoughts of the millions in the 3 districts. Wang Zhong, sensing an ominous feeling, observed the troubled expression on Gao Yang's face. Cui Xinghe also recognized that something was amiss. This reaction was uncharacteristic of Gao Yang. What scheme was he concealing? At that moment, Gao Yang's gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Zhong. Their eyes met, one old, one young, their gazes intertwining in the air. What do you want from this old man? Wang Zhong retorted in anger. As a renowned general, he found it absurd that he was being scrutinized. He took a step back. Yet Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed upon him. Wu Zhao's attention also swiftly turned to Wang Zhong, her phoenix eyes glimmering. I have another proposal. Since your Majesty cannot personally attend, General Wang Zhong could carry your Majesty's imperial edict, as if you were there in person. Before the people, he could consume the locusts, proclaiming himself the reincarnation of the locust exterminator. All blame for the locusts would then fall upon him. It is not an unfeasible plan, Gao Yang suggested, albeit with a hint of trepidation regarding the unsightly nature of the locusts. Wang Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Were it not for the presence of the imperial study, he would have erupted in anger. What choice do I have? He thought. The Empress herself was willing to consume locusts for the sake of the people. How could he refuse? Such news, if it spread, would surely ruin him. The old general was of advanced age, and this was indeed a predicament. Wu Zhao cast a profound glance at Gao Yang, comprehending the entirety of the situation. Her gaze then turned to Wang Zhong, whose aged face twitched. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, For the sake of the people of Guangzhou, I shall not hesitate. A mere locust is nothing to fear. Rest assured. Upon my arrival in Guangzhou, I shall first consume a pound of them as a token of my resolve. Wu Zhao was moved, General Wang. You are truly a valiant servant of Diqian. I am deeply touched. Upon your return, I shall personally host a banquet in your honor. Wang Zhong bowed in gratitude. I thank your majesty for your grace. Ultimately, feeling cornered, he decided to embrace the situation and seize some advantage. However, he would not forget this humiliation of consuming locusts as a general. He vowed to repay this slight. The expressions of the ministers shifted dramatically. Their gazes towards Gao Yang now laden with suspicion. At this juncture, they were acutely aware that Gao Yang had orchestrated this scheme to ensnare Wang Zhong. Every facet of this plot lay within his meticulous calculation. He was fully cognizant that Wu Zhao would never personally venture to Guangzhou. Yet he intentionally invoked the notion of consuming locusts, aiming to dismantle the superstitions of the populace and provoke their ire. Subsequently, he deftly shifted the blame onto Wang Zhong. At this moment, Wang Zhong found himself devoid of options. To abstain from the locusts would suggest a heart indifferent to the plight of the millions in Guangzhou, and he would be even less inclined to appease Wu Zhao's misfortunes, inevitably facing exile from Chang'an. This young man is truly ruthless, the onlookers silently lamented. Beside them, Cui Xinghe felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. Gao Yang's thirst for vengeance was strikingly potent. With a smile, Gao Yang remarked, "If General Wang is of advanced age, I have another candidate more suitable in mind." Oh, Wang Zhong's gaze flickered, caught off guard by Gao Yang's seemingly benevolent suggestion. "Do enlighten me. Your Majesty is the son of heaven, thus royal relatives and dignitaries are indeed viable options. For example, Prince Rong, Wu Long. And all the feudal lords across the realm can suffice, as well as Lord Shangguan by your Majesty's side, who could represent you in this matter. All these are feasible." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wana felt her heart race, her exquisitely beautiful countenance shifting in hue. The mere thought of consuming locusts made her stomach churn. This was retribution. A form of payback for that incident. Wang Zhong was startled by the names presented. No need for that. Wang Zhong, shall suffice. The royal relatives need not be mentioned, for although he was a general, he could not afford to offend them. While Shangguan Wana was not a royal, she had been in close proximity to Wu Zhao since childhood, and it was widely whispered in both court and society that the current emperor harbored a disdain for men. If Shangguan Wana were to gain favor, he could not risk incurring her wrath. Otherwise, should any entanglements arise, he would find himself in dire straits. Chapter 38. The dialogue between ruler and minister. Gao Yang's preparations. Wu Zhao first cast a glance at Gao Yang before addressing General Wang Zhong, stating, "General Wang, your mission is of utmost importance to the millions of subjects in Guangzhou. I am fully aware of the injustices they face. Upon your triumphant return, I shall bestow upon you ample rewards." Wang Zhong clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "I am deeply thankful, Your Majesty, and I shall certainly live up to your expectations." Soon, Gao Yang meticulously organized the entire disaster relief strategy, ensuring that the owners of the chickens and ducks would be officially recorded. After a thorough discussion among the ministers regarding the details, the plan was finalized. In no time, the entire administrative machinery of the Great Qin would spring into action, wholeheartedly collaborating in the relief efforts for Guangzhou. Wu Zhao felt as though a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted from her heart. "You may depart. The situation in Guangzhou cannot be delayed. Follow the strategy outlined by the Deputy Minister of Revenue and ensure cooperation across all departments." As the remaining officials exited, the Deputy Minister of Revenue stayed behind. Wu Zhao issued her command, and the ministers bowed in deference before retreating. Wang Zhong cast a deep glance at Gao Yang, and as he passed by, he whispered, "You young scoundrel, I will remember you. You shall pay for this grievance." To this, Gao Yang merely offered a simple smile. Bowing respectfully, "I am Gao Yang, and I wish General Biaoji a safe journey and a victorious return." Wang Zhong's mouth twitched as he strode away, feeling utterly duped. Not a single chicken or duck in the city of Chang'an would escape the net. Otherwise, he would bear the blame for the inadequate relief efforts. As the ministers departed the grand hall, many cast lingering glances at Gao Yang. Some neutral officials even bestowed friendly smiles upon him before leaving, secretly deciding that this young lad from the Duke's residence was quite cunning and deserved caution. They even took it upon themselves to warn the debauched heirs within the residence to steer clear of Gao Yang. Wang Zhong exited the palace and made his way to the military camp, directly summoning 5,000 soldiers. The elite troops, eager and ready, anticipated a call to arms. They stood tall, their spirits soaring at the prospect of battle. After years of peace, the thought of conflict was not unwelcome, as it held the promise of glory and a chance to change their fates. However, Wang Zheng soon issued the decree for the collection of chickens and ducks. The soldiers were taken aback, collectively thinking, wait, we are not the main characters this time? Chickens and ducks are? It was utterly absurd. Yet, military orders must be obeyed. In an instant, the streets of Chang'an erupted into chaos, with hooves pounding the ground and dust swirling through the air as markets and farms descended into disarray. Even the fighting cocks held by the young nobles were forcibly requisitioned. General Wang, these are fighting cocks. Please show mercy. One noble lamented. But Wang Zhong, already in a foul mood, coldly replied, by imperial decree, not a single chicken or duck shall be spared in all of Chang'an. Fighting cocks, being chickens too, and possessing greater combat prowess, would be taken. With Wang Zheng's command, cries of despair filled the air. A noble fell to his knees, wailing. I have cared for you for 2.5 years, naming you Gidge because of your daily clucking. Gidge, I cannot live without you. Today, the city of Chang'an was destined for extraordinary commotion. Under the imperial authority, none dare to defy. Meanwhile, within a pavilion in the imperial garden, Wu Zhao's voice turned cold. Gao Yang, you possess an audacious spirit. Her penetrating gaze fell upon Gao Yang, laden with significance. The matter concerning Wang Zhong was well understood by the courtiers, and she was no exception. Utilizing her influence, she had successfully ensnared Wang Zhong, simultaneously issuing a warning to Shang Wanwan'er. One could not help but admire such a fierce spirit of retribution. Upon hearing her words, Gao Yang raised his head. After the courtiers dispersed from the imperial study, he had trailed behind Wu Zhao, his eyes admiringly fixed on her long, graceful legs. What crime have I committed? This wager was proposed by General Wang himself, and it is impossible for your majesty to attend to the locust personally. Thus, I suggested that General Wang take the responsibility. Gao Yang scrutinized Wu Zhao's face up close, noting its 7 parts beauty and 3 parts authority, particularly the noble aura that seemed to emanate from her very essence. Your majesty, please see clearly. All I do is for the sake of Deqian, and for your majesty. Wu Zhao, her phoenix eyes resting upon Gao Yang, responded with a hint of amusement. Are you suggesting that I have wronged you? This marked her first private audience with Gao Yang, and she found him rather intriguing. Not only did he appear unfazed by her presence, devoid of the timidity often exhibited by peers of his age, but he also engaged in light-hearted banter. With proper guidance, he could indeed become a pillar of Deqian. I'm in the wrong. Upon hearing Wu Zhao's words, Gao Yang immediately replied. Wu Zhao, somewhat surprised, inquired. In what way? I know not. Yet if your majesty declares that I am in the wrong, then I must certainly be so, Gao Yang flattered boldly. Wu Zhao, unable to stifle a smile, lifted her cup of tea and remarked, You are a clever individual, understanding my intentions. Therefore, I need not elaborate further. After all, General Wang had his faults, and this shall suffice to balance the scales. However, given General Wang's advanced age, and the substantial sacrifices he has made for me and for Deqian, some matters should reach a natural conclusion. Gao Yang lowered his head with a smile. I have always held deep respect for the elderly and care for the young. General Wang, being of advanced years, would not face any difficulties from me, even if your majesty were silent on the matter. Wu Zhao cast a peculiar glance at Gao Yang, questioning his claim of respect for the elderly, something she had not observed in him. Shang Wanwan'er, unable to bear the sight, averted her gaze entirely. Wu Zhao chose not to delve deeper into this topic. Gao Yang was a shrewd individual, and a gentle admonition would suffice. Do you know why I've kept you here alone? I suspect it pertains to the matter of 50,000 chickens and ducks, which indeed presents a significant burden that weighs heavily on your majesty's mind. Gao Yang replied with a smile. Wu Zhao, somewhat astonished, nodded in agreement. Indeed. While the requisition is straightforward, after the locust disaster in Guangzhou, how shall we manage the return of these 50,000 chickens and ducks to the capital? Should we inundate the market with them, prices will inevitably plummet. Yet I cannot confine them within the palace boundaries. Gao Yang smiled. That is not a difficult task. The citizens of Chang'an do not spare much in feeding their chickens and ducks, resulting in leaner birds. However, once they reach the Guangzhou region, where locusts abound, they will quickly grow fat and robust. I would like to emphasize the importance of documenting the requisition, which serves as a means of exchange. Trading the scrawny chickens and ducks for those plump and robust. This transaction is not a loss. Furthermore, given the urgency of the calamity and its sudden onset, after the depletion of chickens and ducks in the Chang'an region, the neighboring cities remain unaware, presenting an opportunity. Your Majesty could promptly dispatch individuals to procure a batch at a high price for the market. Should the locust plague in Guangzhou prove severe, we can continue to send supplies there. If it is not so dire, we can sell at a premium. In our great Qian dynasty, pork is inexpensive, commonly consumed by the populace, yet the affluent indulge in chicken and duck delicacies. If we do not capitalize on this moment, when shall we? Thus, costs would be minimized, and any losses would be negligible. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes brightened. Excellent. This plan is splendid. She turned her gaze to the palace made in green, instructing her to act swiftly as Gao Yang suggested, sending individuals forth without delay. Several maidservants quickly turned and vanished into the palace. Once this matter is resolved, Wu Zhao's gaze fell upon the imperial garden, and she suddenly inquired, "Do you believe this locust plague is a punishment from the heavens?" Gao Yang pondered for a moment, realizing that Wu Zhao was overthinking. He replied with a smile that is mere nonsense, rather than viewing the locust plague as divine retribution. It would be more accurate to attribute such punishment to droughts and floods. It is simply a biological phenomenon. Wu Zhao cast a discerning glance at Gao Yang, feeling a weight lifted from her heart. I too do not subscribe to the notion of heavenly punishment. I firmly believe in humanity's ability to overcome nature. As she spoke, a commanding aura emanated from her. Gao Yang could not help but gaze at her a moment longer. However, he felt compelled to remind His Majesty that biological control and human intervention merely mitigate the impact of the locust plague, which is ultimately unavoidable. The true challenge lies not in the plague itself, but in the subsequent harvest failures. Your Majesty must prepare for disaster relief. Chapter 39. Utilizing the aristocracy to address the crisis. Corrupt officials distributing relief in unconventional ways. Within the imperial garden, as Gao Yang spoke, Wu Zhao could not help but wear a grave expression. A hint of sorrow adorned her countenance. Indeed, this was something I am well aware of. However, in recent years, the Great Qian has faced successive natural disasters, and the granaries of the nation have dwindled significantly. In the vast expanse of Guangzhou, millions of citizens reside, with countless suffering from calamities. When the time comes, there will be refugees everywhere. How shall this be resolved? Should a locust plague ensue, relying solely on the national granaries would be akin to a mere drop in the bucket. This catastrophic disaster is destined to claim many lives. Wu Zhao stood with her hands clasped behind her back in the imperial garden, her face awash with worry. She yearned to provide substantial relief, to ensure that not a single citizen would perish from hunger. Yet, such aspirations were utterly unrealistic. Historically, during great disasters, many lives must be lost before relief can be dispensed. Otherwise, there simply would not be enough sustenance. At this moment, Gao Yang slowly spoke, "Your Majesty, I have a few strategies. If executed properly, many lives could be spared." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao immediately turned her gaze to Gao Yang, her face a mask of astonishment. "Gao Yang, you must speak truthfully. Are you certain of this?" With an air of confidence, Gao Yang replied, "I possess the assurance of success." Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner exchanged curious glances with Gao Yang. Without preamble, Gao Yang elaborated, "My strategy involves manipulating public sentiment. Your Majesty can distribute relief but should appoint notorious corrupt officials, preferably those who have been demoted." Shang Wanwaner gasped in shock at this suggestion. Isn't sending corrupt officials to distribute relief tantamount to allowing them to embezzle funds? Realizing her question was somewhat foolish, she hesitated. Gao Yang cast a glance at Shang Wanwaner, slightly exasperated. "Lady Shangwan, you misunderstand. Though corrupt, these officials are not devoid of capability. If your Majesty ties this matter to their future and their very lives, the plan will succeed. If they effectively distribute relief, they shall be promoted. Should they fail, they shall face execution." Being a notorious corrupt official, their intricate web of connections would ensure that honest officials sent to oversee the distribution would find themselves undermined, inevitably leading to embezzlement. However, the corrupt officials differ. Their greed ensures that they are acutely aware of who bestows gifts upon them. The subordinates, thus, would not dare obstruct their path to advancement. This approach offers numerous advantages. Firstly, while the relief grain may indeed be embezzled, its quantity would also be reduced. Secondly, the corrupt officials, eager to secure their positions and avoid annihilation, would be compelled to devise cunning strategies, potentially resulting in ingenious methods to aid the populace. Though I lack notable talents, I possess some tactics that, while not suitable for overt application, are perfectly tailored for these corrupt officials. Thirdly, your Majesty could assign a few upright censors and trusted aides to accompany them, providing prior warnings. Lastly, should the calamity worsen, your Majesty could entrust the relief efforts to a trusted aide, subsequently disseminating news in the name of these corrupt officials that would incite panic among the populace, prompting the aristocracy to feign generosity by contributing funds for relief, thus earning themselves a favorable reputation. This is the foundation of the esteemed families of the realm. They will undoubtedly take action. With a dual approach, the calamity will be significantly alleviated. Subsequently, should the emperor's wrath be kindled, he could simply execute this corrupt official to quell the people's fury. As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the imperial garden. Shangguan was taken aback, her gaze towards Gao Yang filled with disbelief. Wu Zhao cast a penetrating glance at Gao Yang, instantly recognizing the viability of this strategy. She had never viewed corrupt officials as mere ineptitudes. Rather, their talents in certain areas could even surpass those of loyal ministers, albeit lacking in patriotic fervor. If one were to apply pressure on a corrupt official and manage the situation adeptly, the relief efforts would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. As for the subsequent arrangements, they would involve orchestrating a scheme to engage the esteemed families of the realm. What a brilliant plan! With admiration, she remarked, Gao Yang, you have truly opened my eyes today. This method is ingenious. With this strategy, even amidst great disaster in Guangzhou, we could at least spare hundreds of thousands of lives. The next morning during the court assembly, I shall unveil this plan, and I am eager to witness how these corrupt officials will continue their misdeeds. The thought of the expressions on the faces of the court officials within the Golden Throne Hall brought Wu Zhao immense joy. Gao Yang, first with your brilliant idea for the locust plague in Guangzhou, and now with this exceptional relief strategy, what reward do you desire? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together and replied, Your Majesty, I am quite embarrassed. Wu Zhao smiled knowingly and teased, Oh, since you are so modest, let us pretend I said nothing. Gao Yang's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, No, Your Majesty, your words are golden. How could you go back on them? Wu Zhao took a sip of tea and continued, Very well, speak your desires. I have always rewarded merit and shall not be harsh towards the loyal ministers of Deqian. I seek a token of protection to evade misfortune for a few days. Gao Yang stated. This piqued Wu Zhao's interest, and she inquired curiously, Evade misfortune? Gao Yang sighed. All of this is thanks to Lord Shangguan. The normal exchanges of courtesy between myself and Lord Du have been turned against me by Lord Shangguan. My father has yet to open the tea box, and should 3 or 5 friends come to my residence, inspired by the moment to drink tea, I fear that without a protective token, I may never see your Majesty again. Furthermore, you are aware that I am but a poison master, and I conduct myself with great caution. Ever since Wu Zhao allowed him into the imperial garden, he had been seeking an opportunity to request a protective talisman, yet had found no chance until now. Seizing the moment, Gao Yang was unreserved in his request. Shangguan averted her gaze, acknowledging that her actions had indeed been unscrupulous, and felt a twinge of embarrassment when confronted directly. Wu Zhao was aware of this matter as well. She chuckled. You truly embody the cautious nature of a poison master. Indeed prudent. Wu Zhao unfastened a token from her waist and declared, This is my personal token. Upon presenting this token, it is as if I am personally present. Inform Vice Minister Gao that he has grown. He is now a vital minister of Deqian, and further reprimands are inappropriate. Gao Yang accepted the token from Wu Zhao's hand, his face lighting up with joy. The token, cool to the touch and crafted from mysterious iron, was undeniably extraordinary. I thank your Majesty sincerely. With the talisman in hand, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Enough, I am weary. Wu Zhao waved her hand dismissively. Gao Yang bent slightly and retreated. I take my leave, your Majesty. As Gao Yang departed, several eunuchs promptly stepped forward to guide him. Wu Zhao rose, her phoenix-like eyes resting upon Gao Yang's retreating figure. After days of recuperation, the esteemed Prince Rong should soon be visited by a physician. If he had indeed regained his strength, he ought to attend court tomorrow. Many corrupt officials had surely funneled substantial wealth into his household. With Gao Yang's brilliant strategy at hand, it would be rather dull not to witness the expression upon his face. Shangguan felt a jolt of realization and hurriedly responded. Yes. A sudden smile illuminated Wu Zhao's regal visage as she murmured, The grandson of the Duke of Ding was cleverly concealed. Such immense talent. Yet he masquerades as a dandy, deceiving even me. The Duke's household seems to have a promising air. After a moment's hesitation, Shangguan inquired, Does your Majesty hold Gao Yang in high regard? Wu Zhao nodded. With his abilities, he could serve as the prime minister of our grand dynasty. Even when compared to Cui Xinghe and Su Xiang combined, he surpasses them slightly. What? Shangguan exclaimed, astonished, while she too recognized Gao Yang's talent. She was taken aback by Wu Zhao's lofty appraisal. Wu Zhao continued contemplatively. However, this individual possesses both glaring strengths and weaknesses. His strengths lie in his profound understanding of human nature and his exceptional cunning. Shangwan Wanner gazed at Wu Zhao, curiosity piqued. Your Majesty, what are his shortcomings? Wu Zhao replied with a smile. He is avaricious and lecherous, lacking in restraint. In just a few hours, he has cast 25 glances at your bosom, yet has stolen a full 173 glances at my leg. Chapter 40. The technician number 98 in the club construction plan as Gao Yang exited the imperial palace. A sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated meandering through the palace halls, perhaps even stumbling upon the inner courts to catch a glimpse of the emperor's consorts or the maidens bathing in the grand bathing pools. Alas, reality proved to be far removed from his fanciful notions. Along the way, there was not a single concubine in sight, nor even a solitary dog. Scoundrel! The moment he stepped out of the palace, Gao Yang was abruptly greeted by a familiar, thunderous bellow. Looking up, he found himself face to face with the imposing visage of Gao Feng. Get in the carriage. Gao Yang obediently complied, climbing into the horse-drawn carriage. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Gao Feng's temper flared, particularly due to his inability to administer a well-deserved thrashing. The frustration lodged in his chest felt unbearable. After a moment's effort to calm himself, Gao Feng spoke. The emperor has bestowed upon you the rare honor of being alone with her. Have you shown any disrespect? Gao Yang pondered briefly before shaking his head resolutely. Rest assured, father, I maintained my gaze forward throughout the encounter and did not act disrespectfully in any way. Gao Feng stroked his beard with a hint of satisfaction. His Majesty is the great Qian's empress, as her subjects. We must hold her in reverence and maintain a respectful distance. I have experienced your age myself, and I fully understand the allure of the empress. Yet, one must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, not only you but even the entire Duke of Dinghua's household would face peril. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, understanding his father's counsel. As the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, his path lay in securing the empress's favor while eliminating political adversaries within the court. As the great Qian flourished, so too would his fortunes. In time, he would have his choice of women. He knew how to distinguish between a solitary tree and a vast forest. It was not that the empress was lacking, rather, the forest offered greater value. Seeing that Gao Yang grasped the situation, Gao Feng shifted the conversation, saying, your counterattack this time was indeed impressive, and it brought me a sense of relief. However, the methods employed against General Piao Ji and Wang Zhong in the Locust incident were too extreme. I fear it may lead to irreconcilable enmity. Gao Feng's concern was palpable. Yet, Gao Yang chuckled and responded, Father, do you truly believe that Wang Zhong stands alone in the court, constantly targeting me and the Duke of Dinghua's household? Our household has long been at odds with him. At this, Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting that Wang Zhong is backed by Prince Rong? Gao Yang nodded, an unprecedented chill emanating from him. The conflict began the moment I was ensnared by Wu Cheng. The ministers in the court are all cunning foxes. They cannot be oblivious to my revelation of the emperor's decree seeking talented individuals. With my grandfather presiding over the Duke of Dinghua's household, they must afford him some respect. However, since the incidents in Lingjiang City, the barrage of accusations against me and our household has been relentless. Aside from a few honest censors, the rest are likely all affiliated with Prince Rong. Boom. In Gao Feng's mind, it was as if thunder had struck from the heavens, leaving him bewildered. The confounding questions of recent days suddenly crystallized into clarity, and he looked at Gao Yang as if he had encountered a ghost. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the political arena for decades, he was certainly no fool. Recently, however, he sensed a disquieting shift in the court's atmosphere, though he did not delve deeply into its implications. Upon hearing Gao Yang's remarks, Gao Feng too became acutely aware of the impending crisis. Squinting slightly, he inquired why Prince Rong would act so brazenly. Gao Yang, fingers brushing against the obsidian token concealed within his sleeve, replied with piercing clarity. The answer is rather straightforward. To establish the authority of the Duke of Dinghua and compel the court officials to choose sides, thereby threatening imperial power. Father, this storm has long reached a point of no return. Wang Zhong's departure from the court is, in fact, advantageous for us. Should I take on this task, Prince Rong will undoubtedly obstruct me and work behind the scenes to undermine our efforts. Conversely, Wang Zhong's journey to Guangzhou will not go unnoticed by Prince Rong, and the edicts will flow seamlessly. Gao Feng's expression grew grave as he asked, is this something your grandfather is aware of? Gao Yang nodded. stating that his grandfather had instructed his father to allocate some funds to eliminate Prince Rong. Gao Feng acknowledged this and assured him that he would send resources shortly, emphasizing the significance of the matter for their family. "Thank you, father," Gao Yang replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Gao Feng felt a mix of frustration and relief. It was disheartening that, despite the rampant impeachment of Prince Rong, he had failed to recognize the looming threat immediately, even less so than his younger counterpart. Yet, he felt reassured that he had never been adept at political machinations, and without the support of Gao Tianlong, he would not have attained even the humble position of a deputy minister of revenue. Now that Gao Yang had stepped forward, it alleviated some of his burdens. They traveled in silence until the carriage arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Gao Feng alighted and made his way toward the inner courtyard, his countenance laden with concern. Gao Yang descended the carriage more leisurely, and upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by Uncle Fu. "Young master, you have returned," Uncle Fu said. Gao Yang casually glanced over and noticed a letter in Uncle Fu's hand. "Is this letter for me?" he inquired. Uncle Fu nodded, though he appeared hesitant to speak further. As Gao Yang reached for the letter, he paused, his expression shifting. "Do not tell me this is a missive from Song Qingqing?" Uncle Fu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, young master, your foresight is remarkable. This is indeed a letter sent by Miss Song, instructing that it be delivered directly to you." On that day, when Song Qingqing had personally come to annul their engagement, it had been a slap in the face not only to Gao Yang but also to those in their employ. Such significant matters left them reluctant to make decisions on Gao Yang's behalf, and Uncle Fu was particularly apprehensive. Having witnessed Gao Yang's previous willingness to acquiesce to Song Qingqing's demands, a cold smile crept across Gao Yang's face as he accepted the envelope and briefly scanned its contents. The letter was filled with her disdain for his former debauched persona, and it was no wonder she felt repulsed. What woman would wish to marry a notorious rake? She stated that Gao Yang should not misconstrue her intentions. Love cannot be forced, yet she found him to be a decent person. Although they could not be lovers, they could still maintain a friendship. Gao Yang merely scoffed at her sentiments. In his mind, although the original owner was frivolous, he was utterly obedient to Song Qingqing, even remaining a novice despite years of debauchery. This serves as a testament to his genuine affection. Yet, Song Qingqing turned her back without hesitation. Such a woman is hardly worth the expenditure of time. He instructed her to meet at the place where they first encountered each other. Gao Yang cast a glance towards Uncle Fu, who wore a look of disappointment, accompanied by a bitter smile. Indeed, Miss Song merely had to beckon, and their young master was ensnared. However, as a mere servant, he had no right to comment on matters of the master's family. The old servant then prepared to fetch the carriage. Why prepare the carriage? Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, are you not going to keep the appointment?" Gao Yang retorted, "I'm merely toying with her. It's dark already. Who goes out to meet someone at this hour? Is there something wrong with your mind?" With that, he tossed the letter written by Song Qingqing to Uncle Fu. "Take this to the dogs." After speaking, he stepped through the grand door, making his way towards the inner courtyard. Behind him, Uncle Fu was momentarily stunned before his face broke into a broad smile. He called out to the nearby attendants. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow the young master's instructions." As Gao Yang walked along the corridor back to his chamber, he felt utterly exhausted. After a day filled with commotion, he had walked at least 20,000 steps. At that moment, Green Jasmine pushed open the door, her small hands carrying a basin of foot-soaking water, her delicate face radiating softness and youthfulness. "Young master, technician number 98, Green Jasmine, at your service." Green Jasmine was unaware of Gao Yang's peculiar preferences, believing even foot baths could be turned into a spectacle. Ever since that first night in Linjiang City, Gao Yang had whimsically instituted this practice. Each time she announced herself as technician number 98, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over her. Initially, she was reluctant. Although she was a close maid, she held the right to refuse. However, when Gao Yang proposed to double her monthly compensation, she relented. The offer was too generous to decline. Gao Yang's weary feet soaked in the warm water, relishing the gentle massage from Green Jasmine's hands. The sensation was beyond compare. In a future era, given Green Jasmine's appearance, such a service would command a sum in the thousands. The only flaw was that if her attire were a short skirt paired with black stockings, it would be utterly perfect. Of course, if it were informal, that would be even better. However, in future times, should someone of Green Jasmine's age dare to don anything inappropriate, it would not merely result in a 15-day administrative penalty, but would likely lead to a minimum of 3 years imprisonment. Suddenly, a thought struck Gao Yang. Could he perhaps establish a club in Chang'an? This club model would undoubtedly outshine the current 4 renowned establishments. He fell into contemplation, realizing that it would be essential to explore the grandest brothel in Chang'an, the Rouge Pavilion, the following day. A thorough experience of this future competitor was imperative. Chapter 41. Did he really not come? The aggrieved Song Qingqing inside the Duke Dinghui's residence in the inner courtyard. Father, do we truly refrain from intervening in Yang's scheme against the Prince Rome? Gao Feng glanced at Gao Tianlong, who was slowly polishing the chessboard, his expression laden with gravity. Gao Tianlong replied indifferently, "What is inappropriate about this? The Prince Rome wields immense power, commanding countless followers, and holds considerable prestige both in the court and the military. Although Yang possesses considerable cunning, toppling the Prince Rome is no trivial matter." Gao Tianlong paused, lifting his gaze, and a wave of sharp intensity swept through the air. "The Prince Rome has already defiled the very head of our Duke Dinghui's residence. Must we continue to endure this indignity?" He snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. Gao Feng hastily interjected, "Father, that is not my intention. I merely harbor some concerns. After all, in the treacherous arena of court politics, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Yang is still quite young, and this court is perilous. We cannot afford to be careless." Gao Tianlong cast a disapproving glance at Gao Feng. "You underestimate Yang. Once could be a coincidence, twice an accident. Yet, to gain the emperor's attention, resolve the locust plague in Guangzhou, and leverage the momentum of the court to expel Wang Zhong, such methods are not inferior to those of the old foxes in the court. While I am still here to provide support, it is the perfect opportunity to test Yang's capabilities. This is precisely what I have long desired." Gao Feng took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Then I shall allocate 1,000 taels of silver immediately." With that, he prepared to leave. However, Gao Tianlong paused. "Wait. What is the purpose of allocating 1,000 taels of silver?" Gao Feng was taken aback. "Did you not instruct me to send some silver to Yang to deal with the Prince Rome's residence?" "I never mentioned such a thing," Gao Tianlong replied. Gao Feng's expression darkened, his fury igniting. This wretch has even deceived his own father. He realized how close he had come to falling for the ruse. Yet, Gao Tianlong merely chuckled, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. "Very well, let him have it, as long as it is not given to that little girl from the Song family. All is well, but I fear that with money he might indulge in the Yanshou Pavilion. The beauties there are numerous, and I worry he may not resist." Gao Feng expressed his concerns. Gao Tianlong dismissed this notion. "Youth without romance is a waste. Let him visit the Yanshou Pavilion. It would be best if he were to lose his innocence and savor the experience. This way, he would be less susceptible to that Song girl." Thinking of Song Qingqing, Gao Feng nodded. "Father, I shall make the arrangements." Gao Tianlong further instructed, "Inform them that tomorrow I have invited several friends to our residence to discuss military strategy. Let Yang observe and learn. It would be a disgrace for the heirs of the Duke Dinghui to be knowledgeable only in treachery and ignorant of military tactics." A smile spread across Gao Feng's face. To receive instruction from the finest military leaders of Deqian would indeed be a tremendous blessing for Yang. Soon after, Gao Yang received 1,000 taels of silver delivered by Fu Bo, leaving him overjoyed. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would lead to such fortune. He promptly and generously presented 10 taels of silver to Lu Luo. "Well done," he remarked. "This shall be a reward for you, and I shall surely summon you again." Lu, feeling weary and despondent, was initially troubled by her fatigue. However, upon the sight of the 10 taels of silver gleaming before her, all weariness and exhaustion vanished in an instant. "Esteemed sir, do you require any further services?" she inquired shyly, her eyes sparkling as she held the silver. Her innocent demeanor and graceful figure caused Gao Yang to struggle to maintain his composure. How much more would it cost for something less conventional? He nearly blurted out. Lu was taken aback. Less conventional? Yet, upon meeting the gaze of Gao Yang and hearing his words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Esteemed master, I must attend to madam first, so I shall take my leave." Lu quickly picked up the water basin and departed hastily, her fair face glowing under the moonlight. Gao Yang, with a playful spirit, called out, "I shall increase the payment." But Lu hastened her steps, shutting the door behind her. It was not until she had traversed 2 long corridors that Lu paused, reflecting on Gao Yang's words, her complexion still rosy as she murmured to herself, "If there were no payment, I might consider, but with payment, what does that signify?" In the room, Gao Yang was in high spirits. This life of a dandy in ancient times was rather delightful. Teasing the maidservants provided a peculiar kind of amusement. Reclining on his dry bed, he pulled up the covers, Feeling rejuvenated after a thorough cleansing, and after a day of fatigue, every cell in his body seemed to rejoice in elation. After briefly contemplating recent affairs in the court and strategies to deal with the Prince of Rome's residence, Gao Yang soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, beneath a grand locust tree in Chang'an City, Song Qingqing had applied fine rouge, enhancing her fair complexion. Her exquisite face appeared delicate enough to break, her figure graceful. "Miss, night is nearly upon us. The assistant minister may not arrive," one maidservant remarked. Yet, Song Qingqing remained confident. "I personally pinned a letter to him. Knowing Gao Yang's character, he will cherish this letter as a treasure. He cannot possibly fail to come." An hour later, the maidservant glanced at the dimming sky and spoke, "Mississippi. Let us wait a little longer. He must be delayed by some matter. We shall wait another hour." Another hour passed, and the night enveloped Chang'an entirely. With only the night watchman and a few drunken souls wandering the streets, Song Qingqing's composure began to wane. Could it be that she had erred? And it was not beneath this locust tree? "Send someone to inquire about Gao Yang's whereabouts," she instructed. The maidservant hurried off. At this moment, it was the sweltering month of July in Chang'an, and the locust tree was plagued by numerous mosquitoes, which made Song Qingqing increasingly impatient. After another half an hour, the maidservant Chun Xiao returned, breathless. "Miss, trouble brews. I circled the Duke Dinghua's residence and discovered this." Chun Xiao extended her hand, offering a crumpled letter that was barely half intact. Fury crossed Song Qingqing's delicate features as she exclaimed, "Is this not in Gao Yang's possession? Where did you obtain this? It appears as if it has been gnawed by a dog." Chun Xiao wore a look of grievance. "Miss, you are absolutely right. This was found near the dog kennel outside the Duke of Dinghua's residence, and it bears the mark of a dog. In pursuit of this letter, I was even chased and bitten by a dog down the street." "What? You found it near the dog kennel?" Song Qingqing nearly gasped, her breath catching in her throat. This was her own handwritten letter. How could Gao Yang have tossed it into a dog's den? Darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly fainted. Chapter 42. The gathering of stars and the change in the court. The following day, the golden rays of sunlight enveloped the entire city of Chang'an. And soon it was well past noon. Perhaps it was the tiring days spent in Linjiang City, or perhaps it was the comfort provided by the green vines. But Gao Yang slept soundly until nearly midday. Fortunately, the Duke of Dinghua's residence was rather lenient with such conventions. Upon awakening, Gao Yang felt invigorated. In ancient times, there were no toothbrushes, so he had to make do with a simple brush fashioned from willow branches, rinsing his mouth with water mixed with salt. Setting off to indulge in the melodies of the brothels, Gao Yang took the remaining silver and prepared to leave. Spending nights at the Yanshou pavilion and enjoying the performances daily was precisely the life befitting a young dandy. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Uncle Fu hurried forward. "Young master, where are you off to?" Gao Yang patted the small box containing his silver. "Isn't it obvious? I am going to enjoy the music." Uncle Fu's lips twitched, and he shook his head. "Young master, you cannot go at this moment." Gao Yang immediately flared up. "Why? Give me a reason." He argued that visiting the Yanshou pavilion was a way to appreciate the local customs of Daqian Chang'an, and on a larger scale. It pertained to his pursuits in the entertainment industry and the happiness of all men in Daqian. How could he be forbidden from going? Uncle Fu quickly explained, "Today, there are esteemed guests arriving at the residence, and the old duke has specifically requested you to be present to learn military strategy." Learn military strategy? Gao Yang's expression turned peculiar. He suddenly recalled that he was a mere poison master, yet he seemingly hailed from a family of military lineage. It would indeed be rather unacceptable not to be versed in military tactics. If the young master wishes to enjoy the music, it would be best to wait until after your studies, Uncle Fu continued, glancing at the small box in Gao Yang's arms. "And besides, you are not merely going to listen to music, you are intending to stay overnight." Gao Yang's face flushed. "Is that so? I was unaware." To this, Uncle Fu merely smiled and said nothing. After returning the silver, Gao Yang stepped out once more to procure some food, chatting idly with Uncle Fu as he ate. "Uncle Fu, at your age, you truly understand the ways of the world," Gao Yang teased, observing the streaks of gray in Uncle Fu's hair. Uncle Fu humbly replied, "Young master, you flatter me. I only possess a slight understanding." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the voice of a servant suddenly resonated throughout the Duke of Dinghua's residence. "General Qin Jinghua of the right guard has arrived. General Elgin of the left guard has arrived. Duke Xiaopono has arrived." Before long, General Qin Jinghua led several high-ranking generals of the Daqian military into the Duke's residence. Following them was Gao Feng, who appeared quite courteous, guiding them through the halls. Though he was of a different generation and felt unable to speak freely, Hai Tianlong sat at the center of the grand hall, sipping a cup of hot tea, a smile gracing his aged countenance. Upon seeing Hai Tianlong, the gathered officials bowed in unison. With a warm expression, he set down his teacup and said, "Given our long-standing friendship, there is no need for excessive formalities. After my time, I shall rely on you all to look after the Duke of Dinghua's residence." Due to their deep camaraderie, having fought side by side for Daqian, Hai Tianlong spoke with ease, and the others did not decline his invitation. For them, it was not merely a matter of personal bonds. Rather, it was a reflection of the current decline of military might. Regardless of who perished first, they ought to care for each other's descendants. Qin Zhenghua, his hair flecked with gray, profoundly remarked, "Old Duke, it is imperative that the Duke of the State takes more care of us in the days to come." Elgenren, a man of considerable robustness and a booming voice, boisterously interjected, "Indeed, your son's recent conduct has caused even me to feel a twinge of apprehension. The merchants living king of hell, the locusts living king of hell, and now the officials living king of hell, all are warriors of the army. Hence, their discourse is straightforward and unembellished." Gao Tianlong paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his weathered face. "I am somewhat familiar with the merchant and locust kings of hell, but what of the officials king of hell?" he inquired. Qin Zhenghua lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and replied, "During the morning court, His Majesty announced the dispatch of grain to Guangzhou for disaster relief. Yet he decreed that Chang Hong was to oversee the relief efforts." Gao Tianlong's face paled with astonishment. "This individual possesses exceptional capabilities. However, our dynasty's most corrupt official was stripped of his position a year ago due to embezzlement. Why would His Majesty appoint him for disaster relief?" Elgin continued. Who could argue otherwise? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The officials erupted in outrage. The Prince of Rome was present in court and was the first to denounce the emperor for being harsh towards the populace, a move befitting a tyrant. Subsequently, 13 censors passionately protested, even declaring on the spot that if His Majesty persisted in his folly, they would throw themselves against the walls of the Golden Yuan Hall. Gao Tianlong looked incredulous, his expression turning grave. "Gao Yang is not mistaken. The Prince of Rome is indeed up to no good. This constitutes a palace coup. His Majesty ought not to be so confounded." Upon hearing this, the three erupted in laughter. "Confounded?" Qin Zhenghua boomed, his voice resonant as a bell. "Old Duke, not only do you think so, but we all share this sentiment. However, what transpired next astonished us all. His Majesty issued an irrevocable order to Chang Hong. If his relief efforts were effective, he would be reinstated. If he failed, his entire family would face extermination. And a trusted confidant was dispatched to accompany him. At that moment, we understood. Chang Hong, possessing formidable capabilities and a powerful network, would, without doubt, strive relentlessly for effective relief efforts, even resorting to personal funds and coercing those officials he had previously promoted. Otherwise, his clan would be doomed. The 13 censors, who had posed as champions of the people, along with the Prince of Rome and Minister Su, turned pale. It was a sight to behold. Moreover, I later met with His Majesty in private, where I learned that the intricacy of this scheme extended beyond mere relief efforts. Should Chang Hong fail, His Majesty would disseminate news of the slaughter of refugees, compelling the prominent families of the realm to take action against him, thus quelling the public's fury. Few are privy to this matter. Such a stratagem, is it not extraordinary? Gao Tianlong's face was a canvas of shock. Throughout his life, he had witnessed innumerable wars and the suffering of the common folk, and he was almost certain that this method would prove effective. However, he realized the crux of the issue. Yet, how could this be the emperor's scheme, and how could it involve Yanger? Duke Zhaopono, witnessing the situation, spoke up, declaring that the emperor's temperament is well known throughout the court and beyond. Such tactics, particularly the ulterior motives, surely did not originate from His Majesty. Although the emperor did not explicitly state it, the entire court was aware that yesterday afternoon he had privately retained his eldest grandson. And what transpired between them remains a mystery to all. In this grand dynasty, such sinister stratagems could only be conceived by the esteemed Gao Yang of the Duke's household. Gao Tianlong wore a smile, nodding in agreement. He was well aware of the empress's nature. Indeed, such a scheme was not of her design. It appeared to have truly originated from Gao Yang. That scoundrel, devising such a treacherous plot without even consulting him beforehand, left him utterly flustered. That 1,000 taels of silver were squandered. Yet, Gao Tianlong's face was alight with mirth. It was reminiscent of parents gathered in conversation, reveling in discussions of their exceptional offspring. The sense of satisfaction was beyond words. In a single word, delightful. In 2 words, truly delightful. In 7 words, by your mother's maid. Exceedingly delightful. Qingjing was voice-boomed, urging the elder duke to summon his wayward grandson so that he might behold him. This was the first time he had witnessed Prince Rong so thoroughly humbled. Today, he must inquire how this notorious wastrel from Chang'an had transformed into a living embodiment of dread across the realm. Zhao Pona echoed, affirming his intent to interrogate the lad as well, to better discipline his own unfilial descendants. Gao Tianlong turned to his servant, instructing them to summon Yang forth. Elgin took a sip of tea, expressing his discontent. Elder Duke, this is hardly appropriate. A remarkable poison master emerges from your household, and we are offered merely this mediocre tea? He insisted they promptly fetch the finest tea from the estate. Gao Tianlong retorted with playful reproach, you are quite the connoisseur. Indeed, I possess a variety of exquisite teas, and today I shall present some for your enjoyment. Elgin laughed heartily, exuding exuberance. Having survived countless battles, both of us have clawed our way out from the depths of death. What harm is there in relishing a moment of indulgence now? Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu nodded in agreement, affirming that this tea was too astringent and should be replaced with a superior brew. Gao Feng, stirred by inspiration, stepped forward. A few days ago, my son visited Linjiang City. Due to his success in reducing grain prices, the local magistrate, Du Jiang, graciously gifted him a box of tea leaves. Though my son is a wastrel, his filial piety is commendable. He specifically brought it back to honor both myself and my esteemed father. To this day, it remains unopened, and I propose we savor it together with the esteemed generals. He called out, bring forth the tea box from the innermost section of my cabinet. Chapter 43. The Token of Protection. Anticipating the enemy. Truly a poison master. Haiyang followed Uncle Fu as they made their way towards the grand hall. And from a distance, he could hear the hearty laughter of the Duke of Guagua, Zhao Ponu. Despite being a poison master, he was not devoid of filial piety, which was indeed a rarity. Haiyang was eager to witness this for himself today. This left Haiyang somewhat bewildered. What were these seasoned generals of the great Qian discussing? It seemed to pertain to him and was related to filial duty, which piqued his curiosity. Soon, the two arrived outside the grand hall, where Uncle Fu bowed first, announcing, Old Duke, the eldest son has arrived. At Uncle Fu's words, Haiyang promptly stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, I am Haiyang, here to greet all esteemed generals. In the great Qian, there was a strict hierarchy, and it was essential to observe the basic courtesies when addressing these old generals. Moreover, although Haiyang was a poison master, he held a deep respect for the generals who fought for their country, which lent sincerity to his voice. As his words echoed, several pairs of bright eyes within the hall scrutinized Haiyang. Elgin, with a face marked by age, expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, You rascal, you appear so innocent. Yet I did not expect you to harbor such cunning. Even Prince Rong has been outmaneuvered by you. It is simply astounding that you are rather thin, resembling a woman. Zhao Ponu interjected, not only thin, but you also seem quite frail. Come visit my residence. I shall impart to you the art of strengthening one's vitality passed down from your ancestors. As the eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua, it would be a disgrace if you cannot manage that. Haiyang's lips twitched. The probing gazes and the sharp words felt akin to a band of brigands scrutinizing him. Some glances even wandered towards his lower abdomen. He could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. Elgin glanced at Haiyang's waist and continued. We are all rough men. There is no need for formality. We are brothers in arms of the Duke of Dinghua, bonded by life and death. There is no need for such distance. Just call us grandfathers. Haiyang's eyes widened in astonishment. While it was true that he should not be overly formal, directly calling them grandfathers felt exceedingly presumptuous. Before him stood several elderly men with graying hair, exuding an air of authority without anger. Though they had long since left the battlefield, the aura of bloodshed they carried was palpable. Old generals do not fade away, they merely wither slowly. Gao Feng interjected. This is General L, the esteemed elder of the Zuowei Guard. Next to him is General Qin, and here is Duke Zhao. Address them accordingly. Looking at the three venerable faces, Haiyang's lips quivered, but he resigned himself to the situation. Grandfather L, Grandfather Qin, Grandfather Zhao, the three men, all of considerable age and contemporaries of Gao Tianlong, held significant positions within the Great Qian. This address was not in vain. And since it was inappropriate to refer to them as uncles, given that they were of a higher generation than Gao Tianlong, it would have been exceedingly rude. As Haiyang's voice resonated, the three men could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The old duke remarked, This lad is quite commendable. I have heard that the Song family has called off their engagement. I happen to have a granddaughter who is as beautiful as a flower. Today, It seems this young man is fortunate indeed, for I shall bestow her upon him. Lu Jin surveyed Gao Yang with evident satisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Gao Yang felt a stirring within. He instinctively glanced at the venerable Lu, whose countenance resembled that of a fearsome beast, his robust physique and booming voice striking awe. In that moment, he imagined the appearance of the Duke's granddaughter and nearly faltered in his stance. Dear Duke, to be candid, I have just endured a broken engagement with the Song family, and my heart is now ashen towards love. Perhaps it would be best to forego this arrangement. Gao Yang implored. In the grand realm of Deqian, we uphold the edicts of our parents and the matchmaking of our elders. If this were to be finalized, I would find myself wed to a formidable matron, and my life would be irrevocably altered. I would no longer be able to indulge in the pleasures of life, lest I face dire consequences. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Lu Jin mistakenly believed the young man was genuinely heartbroken. He nodded solemnly and responded, Indeed, I have been abrupt. The Song family, in their short-sightedness, has dared to renege on their promises. Rest assured, for your words of dear Duke shall compel me to advocate on your behalf. The Song family has several members in the military, and I shall ensure they are thoroughly disciplined. Gao Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. I am most thankful, dear Duke. At that moment, Qin Jinghua turned his gaze towards Gao Yang with keen interest, inquiring, Was it you who devised the scheme behind the recent debacle regarding the grains being mixed with sand, as mentioned by His Majesty in court today? Gao Yang, unable to conceal the truth, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging his role in the matter. It was impossible to hide this fact, as the strategy was indeed far beyond what the Empress could conceive. Moreover, given that Qin Jinghua had previously defended him in court, it would have been foolish to obfuscate the truth now. Hiss. The three men collectively gasped in astonishment at Gao Yang's acknowledgement. Indeed, it brings me great joy to see the old Duke's legacy carried on. Zhao Pan twirled his beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Feeling the envious gazes of the three, Gao Tianlong's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, and even a rare smile graced his face. Even Gao Feng, who had often regarded Gao Yang with disdain, found his expression softening considerably. Just then, a maid approached, delicately carrying a tea box. Master, the tea box has arrived, she announced to Gao Feng. Gao Feng's gaze fell upon Gao Yang. Reflecting on his recent actions, he felt a twinge of guilt. Despite having traveled several hundred miles back from Linjiang City, he had not forgotten to pay his respects to his elderly father. Though he did not voice his feelings, he was touched nonetheless. Open it, and serve the esteemed generals. Such fine tea ought to be shared, Gao Feng commanded, not even glancing at the box. Yes, master, the maid replied, setting down the tea box and retrieving cups. Gao Yang, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized what was unfolding. The tea box, filled to the brim? He instinctively rose to intervene, but it was too late, for the maid had already opened the box, revealing a glimmering array of silver within. This. The maid stood in stunned silence. After years of brewing tea, she had never before encountered such a sight. Master, this. The cups cannot possibly contain it all. Gao Feng furrowed his brows, ready to reprimand. However, as he turned around, he was taken aback, subsequently gazing at Gao Yang with incredulity. Is this what you have in the tea box? Gao Tianlong was equally astonished. Qin Jinghua, Lu Jin, and Zhao Pona paused, their eyes drawn to the glistening silver within the tea box. They were indeed not treated as outsiders. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. You ungrateful wretch. Is this the tea sent to you by Lord Du? Gao Feng exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. Gao Yang touched the cold token at his waist, cleared his throat, and said, Father, I had previously cautioned you. This cannot be blamed on me. Gao Feng's face turned a dark shade of blue. No wonder this scoundrel had him sample it alone. It seemed he had known all along. Yet, with esteemed guests present, he found it difficult to erupt in anger, his face growing increasingly pale. Gao Tianlong also felt a tinge of embarrassment. He waved his hand, mistaken box, not this one. Quickly fetch the fine spring tea I have preserved. The maid hurriedly took the tea box away. Zhao Pona took a sip of tea and earnestly addressed Gao Tianlong. Old Duke, I am of advanced age, my eyesight and hearing have deteriorated. Not only am I blind, but also deaf. Truly, time is merciless. Qin Jinghua and Lu Jin echoed, Indeed, I have seen nothing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Feng clasped his hands and said to Qin Jinghua and the others, This ungrateful son has acted foolishly. I shall take him away for a thorough reprimanding. With that, Gao Feng cast a meaningful glance at Gao Yang, the implication clear. If they went down, he would certainly receive a beating. Gao Yang touched his nose and replied, Father, today, this reprimand may have to be forgiven. He then produced a token from his waist, feigning innocence. Upon seeing the token in Gao Yang's hand, Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The emperor's bestowed Xiantai token? Where did you procure this? I have maintained regular correspondence with County Magistrate Du, and the emperor is aware of this matter. Yesterday, while presenting my counsel to the emperor, I was fortunate enough to be appreciated and thus receive this Xiantai token. The emperor specifically instructed that I, as a loyal minister of the Qian, must not be struck, Gao Yang replied. At these words, Gao Feng's face nearly turned green. So it is said, one should not strike a child on a rainy day. Idleness breeds mischief. Yet, had this been effectively extinguished? This scoundrel's awareness of impending punishment was disturbingly astute. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengguo couldn't help but chuckle. I have long heard that your son is cunning, prioritizing his own interests. Today's encounter certainly affirms that reputation. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, surprised that he had even secured a token for self-defense. This mischievous boy was indeed prudent. Clearing his throat, he got straight to the point. Enough idle chatter. The reason I have summoned you today is to discuss military strategy. Although our current emperor is a woman, her ambition surpasses that of the late emperor. You and I, despite our age, may yet find purpose in this lifetime. The deployment of troops and formation strategies concern the lives of our Deqian soldiers. We must not be negligent. Chapter 44. The youth's understanding of military strategy. As Gao Tianlong's voice resonated, the expressions of those present turned solemn. For a commander, a moment's lapse in judgment could lead to irreparable consequences, resulting in the loss of countless soldiers' lives. Thus, even in the absence of warfare in the current era of Deqian, the group would convene periodically to deliberate on military tactics. This was an unavoidable reality. Exceptional generals could not be nurtured in Chang'an alone. Only through the harrowing experiences of battle could they truly mature. This is also why there are many sons of noble generals but so few true heirs. Consequently, these seasoned veterans were determined to exhaust the last remnants of their vigor for the sake of future needs. Gao Tianlong stated, "The Chu borders are Deqian. I have heard that in recent years, the Emperor of Chu has undertaken a series of reforms, revealing considerable ambition. Today, let us discuss how Deqian might advance into Dechu and seize the city with minimal cost, ultimately conquering Dechu." The others nodded in agreement. Recent actions by the Chu state had indeed instilled a sense of threat within them. Qin Zhengguo spoke gravely. Dechu is vast and sparsely populated, with formidable city walls. To besiege a city will undoubtedly incur significant costs. Historically, capturing a city has always been a formidable challenge. What alternatives do we truly have besides brute force? Upon hearing this, Elgin interjected with displeasure, "You old fool, that is mere platitude. Everyone knows that besieging a city results in considerable casualties. What purpose does it serve to state the obvious? Our discussion should focus on how to minimize our soldiers' losses." After being rebuked, Qin Zhengguo's temper flared. "Then, pray tell, what solution do you propose? Enlighten me." Elgin's eyes widened, leaving him momentarily speechless. The tempers of the old generals flared, especially when the military was at stake, leading to heated arguments. Gao Tianlong, overwhelmed by the discord, finally interjected, "I possess a war horse in my manor. Would you rather settle this dispute through combat and then return to converse civilly?" With Gao Tianlong's intervention, the two adversaries momentarily ceased their bickering. Zhao Pona spoke solemnly. "I believe we can only improve our engineering apparatus in Deqian, such as deploying catapults to launch stones into the city repeatedly, while simultaneously digging tunnels for a surprise attack." Upon hearing this, Elgin shook his head. These catapults are not only cumbersome to transport, but also lack precision. Given the towering and solidly constructed walls of Dechu, they are unlikely to be effective. Moreover, digging tunnels over long distances is exceedingly time-consuming. Digging closer might catch the soldiers of Dechu off guard, but if discovered, it would spell disaster. Zhao Ponu furrowed his brow. "Then must we resort to a direct assault?" Qin Zhengguo remarked, "However, history shows that direct assaults result in heavy casualties. If our discussion leads us only to the conclusion of a frontal attack, what purpose does our gathering serve?" A heavy silence enveloped the grand hall. The truth remained. Throughout history, sieges have exacted a dreadful toll, yet circumventing the city to strike at the rear was fraught with peril. Should the supply lines be severed, it would pose a grave threat. Thus, armies often engaged in a protracted struggle around a city until one side could no longer endure. Elgin was left feeling increasingly agitated. In his youth, he had besieged the cities of the Chu state, but suffered tremendous losses. Forced to helplessly witness his comrades fall before him, his heart bled, yet he found himself powerless. The casualty ratio between the attacking and defending forces reached an astonishing 5-1, perhaps even higher. just as despair enveloped him. His peripheral vision caught sight of Gao Yang standing off to the side, stealthily stuffing lychees into his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You rascal! While we deliberate on military tactics, what on earth are you doing?" At his thunderous outburst, every gaze in the room turned towards Gao Yang, who stood there, momentarily stunned. "What? Am I violating some divine decree by enjoying some lychees from Ling'an?" Zhao Ponu, fierce and unyielding, retorted, "You have always been cunning. To eat lychees in public reveals your ulterior motives. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have to confront you." Gao Yang spat out a lychee pit. Feeling utterly wronged. Was he merely a scapegoat for their frustrations? He turned to Gao Tianlong, "Grandfather, you must defend my honor." A flicker of thought crossed Gao Tianlong's mind as he spoke. "Younger, do share your insights. If your explanation fails to impress, you shall meet the granddaughter of Old Man El tomorrow and wed her at a later date." It would be an embarrassment for a descendant of the esteemed Duke of Dinghua not to grasp military strategy. While I still possess some vigor, I ought to take the time to practice. Gao Yang was left speechless. Elgin suddenly burst into laughter. "You have struck it rich, my boy. After just one meeting with my granddaughter, you will surely forget that daughter of the Song family." Gao Yang glanced at Elgin's large face, finding it hard to muster any praise. He hurriedly turned to Gao Tianlong, "Grandfather, this is unacceptable. How can one find happiness without love?" Gao Tianlong, unfazed, replied, "How many lovers in this world truly end up together? All I desire is to hold another great-grandchild." At that moment, Gao Yang realized his grandfather was cleverly pushing him into a corner, setting a trap for him. Yet, he dared not gamble, for if he inadvertently followed this path, it could ruin his life. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the gathered company. "In truth, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding military strategy." Gao Tianlong paused, his hand holding the tea momentarily still, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh, pray, enlighten us," he replied coolly. The other seasoned generals, wise as foxes, shared knowing smiles, immediately grasping that they were merely playing along with Gao Tianlong's act. Sipping their steaming tea, they maintained an air of calm. The highest form of warfare is to outwit the enemy. Next is to forge alliances. Then comes military might. And lastly, the siege, which should only be a last resort. As these words left Gao Yang's lips, Elgin sputtered, tea spraying across Qin Jinghua, who was caught in the crossfire. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, staring incredulously at Gao Yang. He muttered, "The highest form of warfare is to outwit the enemy. Next is to forge alliances. Then comes military might. And lastly, the siege, which should only be a last resort." Meanwhile, Qin Jinghua, splattered with tea, seemed oblivious to the mess. Utterly astonished by Gao Yang's proclamation, does the young scion of the Dinghua Duke's residence truly comprehend the art of warfare? Even Gao Tianlong, who held high hopes for Gao Yang, was taken aback. In just a few brief words, he had encapsulated the essence of military strategy. Elgin was the first to voice his astonishment, exclaiming, "What a remarkable lad! I must admit, I misjudged you. You indeed possess a profound understanding of military tactics. Pray tell, how would you besiege a city while minimizing the casualties of your soldiers and swiftly conquer the Great Chu?" Chapter 45, Strategies for Siege Warfare. The art of psychological warfare is indeed ruthless. Within the grand hall, several pairs of gleaming eyes converged upon Gao Yang. With a smile, Gao Yang began, "Firstly, in the face of opposing armies, we can feign strength by sending a few men to the foot of the city to hurl insults. Let them utter the most vile curses, from the general's mother to his wife, even to his ancestors and the ancestors of the Emperor of Chu, enticing him to emerge from the city in pursuit. At the crucial moment, a force will surge from the flanks, overwhelming him and seizing the opportunity to enter the city." The others were momentarily taken aback. There was some merit to this strategy. If the commander were of a hot-tempered disposition, he might just fall for the bait. Zhao Ponu interjected, "Insulting attacks do possess a degree of feasibility, yet in the past century, this tactic has been employed by numerous commanders, with few achieving success. In this era, any city commander is far from being a fool." Lu Zhen expressed his disappointment, "Young man, you give me the impression of a gilded chamber pot. Had you not mentioned the maxim that the best strategy is to outwit, followed by diplomatic maneuvers, and lastly military force, I might have regarded you with greater esteem. However, with such words, my hopes have been somewhat dashed." Though Qin Jinghua remained silent, his sentiments aligned with Lu Zhen's. Unperturbed, Gao Yang peeled a lychee and placed it in his mouth, continuing, "Gentlemen, do not be hasty. This method is effective only against mediocre commanders and is not truly exemplary. However, I do possess another stratagem." Upon hearing this, The eyes of the assembly turned once more to Gao Yang. "Fubo, fetch me some rice," Gao Yang called out. And Fubo, without delay, hurried to comply. Soon, he returned with a bowl of rice. "What do you intend to do with that, young man?" Lu Xun inquired, intrigued. Gao Yang took a handful of grains and placed them at the center of the table, stating, "If we consider this table as the territory of the Great Chu, this pile of rice represents the cities we aim to besiege. Surrounding it, there must be numerous villages and small towns, which I shall represent with fewer grains." Instantly, a vivid military map materialized in the minds of the onlookers. They were visibly impressed. Gao Tianlong was convinced that this grandson of his truly understood the art of warfare. This cunning lad is indeed skilled. Lu Xun could no longer contain his impatience. Being of a fiery temperament, he urged, "Hurry up, stop keeping us in suspense. What is your plan?" Gao Yang spat out the lychee pit and traced a military route across the table with his finger, not directing it towards the city to be attacked, but rather leading straight to the surrounding villages and small towns. With confidence, Gao Yang proclaimed, "If it were I, besieging a city would be a last resort. I would first advance through these villages and small towns. Engaging in battle there would not result in significant casualties among our troops." Lu Xun appeared perplexed, but what purpose does capturing these villages and small towns serve? The villagers are defenseless. What merit is there in slaughtering them? Gao Yang shook his head, who said that conquering these villages and small towns is meant to kill them. "I intend to direct the citizens of the Chu state towards a singular destination, the grand city I aim to besiege. In their desperate flight for survival, these individuals will instinctively gravitate towards the city. Consequently, the defending commander will be confronted with a pivotal decision to permit these people entry into the city or not. Given that my forces do not currently encircle the city with overwhelming might, the commander is likely to feel a sense of compassion. However, should he choose to open the gates, it would spell disaster. The granaries within the city are finite. Thus, for every citizen that enters, another mouth to feed is added. If the supply lines to this city are severed, the situation within will become dire." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xun's expression shifted dramatically. As if a sudden clarity had dawned upon him, his eyes sparkled with realization. This strategy is brilliant. By leveraging the pressure exerted by the Chu citizens, we can deplete the city's food reserves, which are essential for its defense. Yet, he instinctively pondered, what if the commander refuses to provide sustenance to the citizens? Gao Yang replied with a smile, "If he distributes food, the supplies will dwindle rapidly. However, if he does not, unrest will inevitably ensue. The citizens, driven to the brink of starvation, will resort to pillaging and violence. Should he attempt to suppress them harshly, turning against his own people, fear will grip the city. Conversely, if he fails to quell the riots, chaos will reign, creating an opportunity for our forces. Ideally, before this turmoil erupts, we should capture a few smaller cities that resist fiercely, laying waste to them to establish a fearsome reputation. Then, when chaos reigns within the city, we can declare that those who surrender will be spared, while those who resist will face annihilation. This fear will spread throughout the entire city. In the throes of panic, the city shall surely fall." With Gao Yang's confident declaration, the countenance of Lu Xun and his veteran comrades changed dramatically, including that of Gao Tianlong. This plan is exceedingly ruthless, yet it is indeed a strategy that strikes at the heart. Should the commander succumb to compassion, it would result in catastrophe. For what Gao Yang proposed is bound to transpire. But is it not too cruel to annihilate a city? Qin Jinghua remarked with a twinge of reluctance. This young man is excessively merciless. It is one thing to be a tyrant in trade, a locust-like fiend, or a corrupt official. Now, it seems he embodies a trend of a battlefield tyrant. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze cold. "Grandfather Qin, kindness towards the enemy on the battlefield equates to cruelty towards our own forces. If we wish to swiftly conquer this city, or even an entire nation, how can we instill fear without a fearsome reputation?" For a moment, Qin Jinghua fell silent. But what if the commander is not deceived and refuses to open the gates? Lu Xun inquired further, his eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang, as if seeking a flaw in the plan. Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, "In that case, the defender must be a formidable general, a challenging adversary, yet I possess my own methods. Our forces will not kill, but will drive the Chu citizens away. If the Chu commander denies entry to his own people, the citizens will undoubtedly feel disheartened. We can exploit this rift, promising them rewards. Those who capture the flag first will be promoted 3 ranks, granted citizenship in our great Qian nation, and enjoy wealth and prosperity. Surely, some will be tempted. Thus, the populace of the Great Chu shall serve as the vanguard for our forces, charging towards the city walls to confront the soldiers of Great Chu. After all, they have been forsaken by their own, they cling to a glimmer of hope. And should they choose not to fight, it matters not. Our army stands behind, fully prepared to utilize them as expendable fodder, depleting the arrows and falling debris within the city, thereby minimizing our own casualties. Chapter 46. The Notion of Heartless Capitalists, Astonishing the Veterans Buzz. Following Gao Yang's remarks, the Grand Hall of the Duke of Dingwu fell into profound silence. The minds of the gathered veterans felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer. Resonating with disbelief, 5 pairs of eyes turned to Gao Yang, brimming with incredulity. In their minds, the vivid images he painted began to emerge, strategically calculated, devoid of any flaw. Elvision's murky gaze fixated intently on Gao Yang, whose slightly youthful visage appeared devilish in his eyes. Could such a ruthless strategy truly originate from a human mind? It was astoundingly merciless. First, they would drive the villagers from the nearby settlements towards the city. And if the defending general were to show compassion and allow these people entry, it would significantly deplete the city as food supplies. Over time, whether they managed to suppress the unrest or not, panic would inevitably grip the hearts of the citizens. Should the general perceive the cruelty of this scheme and deny the villagers entry, they would be left disheartened and despondent. In such a scenario, one could incite discord and offer grand promises, compelling them to charge forth for Deqian, turning against their own kin. What terrified Elvision the most was that even if the anger of the villagers could not be stirred, Gao Yang had alternative methods, using them as human shields, absorbing the arrows and debris aimed at the city, thereby minimizing the losses for Deqian's soldiers. In essence, once this strategy was unveiled, no matter what choice the city's defenders made, it would yield benefits for Deqian with no detriment whatsoever. Yet, it was exceedingly ruthless. Gao Yang even nonchalantly suggested that to swiftly annihilate the cities within the territory of Yanshou, it was imperative to first massacre a few fiercely resistant strongholds, instilling terror throughout the entire realm of Yanshou. Thus, when encirclement without assault occurred, coupled with this plan, fear would seep into the hearts of every individual over time. Surrendering would mean survival, while resistance would lead to devastation. Amidst this boundless terror, the hope for survival would incite chaos within the city. For them, this presented immense advantages. Even though Elvision was accustomed to the sight of corpses on the battlefield, a profound chill coursed through him at this moment. The ability to utter the words massacre so lightly revealed the steely resolve of this young man. As Elvision contemplated this, Qin Jinghua and Zhao Ponu were engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. They had initially intended to gauge the potential of this young man, perhaps preparing to witness his struggles and then suppress him. Yet, to their utter astonishment, Gao Yang had indeed concocted a grand scheme. This strategy rendered them speechless. However, it must be said that this plan was exceedingly venomous, truly capable of reducing the casualties among Deqian's soldiers. Zhao Pona parted his lips, his throat parched, and remarked, "Young man, while this plan is indeed somewhat ruthless, it can indeed lower the casualties of our Deqian soldiers. Yet, I fail to comprehend the meaning of the grand pancake you mentioned." The group turned their gazes towards Gao Yang, as this term was rather novel to them. With a smile, Gao Yang explained, "Grandfather Zhao, this so-called grand pancake, also referred to as drawing a grand pancake, essentially means to offer grand promises and envision a bright future, compelling individuals to strive relentlessly for this goal, only to eventually abandon them. For instance, promising the citizens of Chu that for every soldier slain, they would receive 3 taels of silver, and for the death of a general, 1,000 taels of gold. Along with the title of general, this grandiose offer would undoubtedly spur them into action. However, once the deed is done, its fulfillment hinges solely on one's whims. Such promises, as long as they are sufficiently alluring to incite fervor, need not necessarily be realized. Moreover, after the battle, they find themselves in the realm of Deqian. Even if the promises were to be honored, they would still have to bow their heads and settle for a mere token of what was promised." Gao Yang spoke lightly, familiar with the insidious tactics of unscrupulous capitalists in later times. With a monthly salary of 3,000, they can easily entice you with dreams of a future salary of 300,000, complete with overseas travel and an array of benefits. Yet, if the promises are never fulfilled, who would dare confront their superiors, lamenting about unfulfilled dreams of travel? Consequently, many young individuals in later generations choose to adopt a laid-back approach, while capitalists often emerge victorious, frequently toiling all day without earning a dime, albeit they at least exhaust themselves in the process. This exemplifies the power of discourse. Those who wield it dictate the rules. As for the citizens of Chu, who are treated as mere pawns, they possess no choice whatsoever. The notion espoused by Gao Yang, echoing the philosophies of self-serving capitalists, left a profound impact on the seasoned generals of Elgin, who were well-versed in military literature. They had believed that the desperate actions of the Chu citizens might carve out a path for survival, only to discover that even this path was shrouded in ambiguity. They wished to counter this perspective but found themselves bereft of any arguments. As Gao Yang articulated, a promise must be substantial to hold weight. If the words lack the power to inspire relentless effort, then they are utterly ineffective. After all, if the citizens of Chu were to exert a bit more force in their siege, it could very well spare the lives of Deqian's soldiers. Ultimately, the discussion circled back to the notion that showing mercy to the citizens of Chu equates to cruelty towards the soldiers of Deqian. This standpoint is not difficult to comprehend. Yet, their innate kindness made it challenging for them to accept the prospect of a city laid to waste, with its citizens serving as mere fodder. The group turned their gazes towards Gao Yang, falling into a contemplative silence. Noticing the collective attention directed at him, Gao Yang humorously touched his face, wondering if there were some unsightly blemish or if his cunning plan had indeed startled the seasoned veterans. He jested, "So, silence has descended? There's much harsher to come." Upon hearing this, Elgin could barely contain his mirth. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What a jest! I have fought on the battlefield since the age of 13, witnessing more death than you have had meals. Though your scheme is devious, to think it could intimidate me." Elgin is a far-fetched notion. He merely had a dry throat and desired a sip of warm tea, raising his cup to quench his thirst. Qin Zhenguo and Zhao Peng shared disdainful expressions, erupting into boisterous laughter. "You audacious brat, is this your so-called cunning plan? We have faced countless inhumane schemes over decades of warfare. What you propose barely registers." They raised their cups and downed the hot tea in one go. Observing their reaction, Gao Yang remarked, "Perhaps I have been too presumptuous. These old generals certainly value their pride." Gao Tianlong could no longer bear to listen. He cleared his throat twice. A subtle cough. "Younger, there is no need to be so harsh. Promises should not be mere illusions. If one vows, one must deliver. Otherwise, how shall one lead troops into battle in the future?" Gao Tianlong cast a discreet glance at Gao Yang, who instantly comprehended the underlying message. Some matters are best left unspoken, and there is no need for such earnestness. Gao Yang bowed respectfully and humbly replied, "Grandfather speaks wisely. I have learned much." Elgin observed the smiling countenance of Gao Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was rather humiliating for a group of seasoned generals from the Great Qian to be intimidated by a mere youth. How could they maintain their reputation in Chang'an if word got out? He feigned calmness and remarked, "You possess a certain talent for military strategy, young lad. Let me test you further. If you can answer this question, I shall cease my pursuit of matters concerning you wrong. Otherwise, you shall visit my residence tomorrow. What say you?" Elgin's voice resonated with confidence, clearly assured of his grasp on the question. This was merely a tactic to unsettle Gao Yang. Ultimately a matter of pride. After all, one cannot afford to lose face in old age. Qin Zhenguo and Zhao Po sipped their tea in silence. Although Elgin had yet to pose his query, their long-standing camaraderie had already unveiled its nature. However, they also wished to temper Gao Yang's exuberance. How audacious of him to jest about whether they were frightened. Gao Tianlong remained quiet. In recent times, Gao Yang had been on a meteoric rise, and it is often said that excessive pride invites downfall, so a little restraint might not be amiss in his eyes. Noticing Gao Yang's silence, Elgin could not help but laugh heartily. "What is the matter, lad? Are you afraid?" Gao Yang lifted his gaze. He was certainly not cowed. As one who relished crafting strategies, mastering the 36 stratagems of war was essential. He knew Elgin's question would not be simple, yet he felt no trepidation. Rather, the mention of Elgin's granddaughter, Yurong, sparked a thought within him. What a splendid name. It instantly reminded him of a saying, "The sea embraces 100 rivers." To be accommodating is to be grand. Chapter 47, The Battle for the City. Is there no provision within? Why are you dawdling, you rascal? If you're afraid, admit it. If not, then don't let your old grandfather mock you. Elgin's eyes widened as he cast a disapproving glance at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Elgin's fearsome countenance, which was anything but flattering. While he believed that sometimes, even with the lights off, physique was paramount, one could not overlook the importance of appearance altogether. The probability of Elgin having a beautiful daughter, Gao Yang felt compelled to weigh the risks involved. "Grandfather El, please speak, and I shall do my utmost to respond," Gao Yang finally ventured. Elgin, unaware of Gao Yang's internal musings, would have been incensed by the mere notion of Gao Yang's audacious remark. "Ha ha ha, good lad, you have courage. Better than your father." Elgin boomed with laughter. "Gao Feng, caught in an awkward predicament, wondered why he had suddenly become the target of Elgin's jest while he was present. It felt rather dismissive of him. Do not think I am bullying you, young one. My question is not difficult. As you previously suggested, I will besiege the city as you indicated. If you were the commander tasked with defending it, how would you counteract this? Elgin stroked his beard, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. He gestured towards the teacup, prompting a maid to fill it promptly. Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu exchanged peculiar glances. They silently mused that Elgin was exhibiting remarkable audacity. As Gao Yang had articulated, this was indeed a monumental challenge. Not only Gao Yang, but even they would be taken aback, feeling the gravity of the situation. Gao Yang appeared momentarily stunned, his expression odd. Defending the city? Upon seeing Gao Yang's reaction, Elgin felt a twinge of guilt for being too imposing. After all, he was equally uncertain about how this dilemma might be resolved. Shaking his head, Gao Yang replied, Grandfather L, the challenge of defending the city is not insurmountable. It merely requires some cunning tactics. Are you certain you wish to hear them? As these words left his lips, astonishment washed over the room. Defending the city was not difficult? How audacious! Especially Elgin, who fixed his gaze on Gao Yang, already sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, he could not fathom what treacherous methods could be employed in defense. Speak, young man. I wish to know what mischief lies within that mind of yours. Elgin said skeptically. Even the king of hell has moments of respite. Could Gao Yang's scheming be inexhaustible? Grandfather L, your words wound me. I am a person of integrity, harmless and benevolent. All I propose are strategies to serve the nation, wherein lies any ill intent. These are merely ingenious plans devised for the benefit of our country. Gao Tianlong, holding his teacup, suddenly halted, an unsettling premonition creeping over him. As if the next moment would bring forth a startling revelation. He stroked his beard contemplatively. Historically, provisions have always posed a significant challenge in besieging a city. In truth, there have been no devious schemes. Throughout the ages, aside from maintaining a steadfast defense, there have been few alternatives, an inescapable reality. Even the most cunning strategies ultimately amount to mere trifles, unable to alter the grand scheme. The sole recourse is to hold firm and not venture forth. Upon hearing this, several individuals exhaled in relief. They remarked that even the king of hell must take a respite, and how could Gao Yang possibly harbor such malicious intent? Lu Zhen let out a deep sigh, his expression lightening as he chuckled, You little rascal, so even you can find yourself at a loss at times? But what sort of insidious scheme is this? With so many common folk gathered within the city, if this drags on, the city will run out of provisions. I shall see how you intend to resolve this. Gao Yang smiled and replied, Grandfather Lu, you're mistaken. There are indeed ways to address this. If we drive the populace into the city, there will surely be tens of thousands of elderly and children. Lu Zhen retorted, You little scoundrel, I inquired about provisions. Yet you speak of the numbers of the old and young in the city? You mentioned tens of thousands, did you not? As his words fell, the others felt a shiver run down their spines. Good heavens! Lu Zhen was taken aback, his aged eyes widening in shock as he fixed his gaze intently on Gao Yang. Qin Zhenghua and Zhao Ponu stared in disbelief, as if they had encountered a phantom. This was not merely a subtle wickedness, it was a plan devoid of humanity. In the battle for the city, tens of thousands of elderly and children. You rascal! The veteran generals widened their eyes, their expressions wrought with incredulity. To casually utter such a treacherous plan while claiming to be innocent and harmless, could one's conscience truly remain untroubled? Gao Tianlong felt his heart race. Despite having witnessed countless foul plots, he had to admit that his grandson possessed a certain cunning. Gao Yang chuckled. I previously mentioned that this approach is somewhat inhumane. Yet, it is a last resort. After all, in a siege, the most critical factor is sustenance. Typically, a blockade will sever the supply lines, and when cornered, if one wishes to retain the city, such measures are unavoidable. A collective gasp escaped the group, their scalps prickling with unease. Yet, it must be acknowledged that what Gao Yang proposed was indeed a grim reality. With no alternatives, particularly after allowing the populace into the city, the only course to defend it would be to resort to such drastic means. Qin Zhenghua, his expression a tapestry of complexity, finally spoke after a long pause, It is rare indeed to see you regard something as too inhumane. Gao Yang smiled sheepishly, Grandfather Qin, you flatter me. I am merely ruthless towards outsiders. My nature is inherently benevolent. Lu Zhen's complexion paled, and he staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. Grandfather Lu, look at you. Why are you still unsteady on your feet? I am several meters away. You cannot blame me for this. Gao Yang's words struck with a chilling precision. Chapter 48 employed a lack of virtue, without regret, and released fear with a clap. As Gao Yang's echoing voice resonated, the cup in Qin Jingguo's hand fell to the ground, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Lu Jin also grasped Gao Yang's intention, his own gaze wide with shock. Gao Tianlong felt overwhelmed as well. Should Gao Yang's treacherous scheme hold true, this city might prove exceedingly difficult to conquer. It would take months, if not years, to subdue it. The art of war could not be discussed any further. If this continued, not only Lu Jin and the others, but even he would begin to question his existence. Fu Bo, bestow another 500 taels of silver upon Yang. Whether for the gambling den or to seek out the courtesans at the brothel, let him distance himself from us for a time. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. An unexpected windfall. Could he truly receive another 500 taels? Grandfather, I thank you. Truth be told, I have many insights regarding military strategy, Gao Yang said as he performed a bow. Gao Tianlong's lips twitched, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. Go on, keep Changwen by your side, and let him cultivate your character. If Gao Yang were a sheet of black paper, then Gao Changwen would be a blank one. He hoped the two might find a balance. Yes. Gao Yang gleefully turned to leave. Upon exiting the grand hall, a smile adorned his face. He made his way outside, heading towards the brothel to enjoy music and revelry. If he did not act decisively, who knew when he could flee? After Gao Yang departed, an extended silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged pause, Lu Jin broke the silence, saying, "The old duke has lived a life of integrity and honor. I fear he may not preserve his reputation in his twilight years. However, I must say, with such a prodigious talent in the Duke of Dingguo's household, it is destined to thrive for a century." The implication was clear. With Gao Yang and the Gao family, their position was assured, albeit with a tarnished reputation. The other two nodded in agreement. After decades of military service, they had encountered countless individuals, brilliant, decisive, and merciless, but never had they met a living embodiment of the King of Hell, each scheme more insidious than the last. Qin Jingguo spoke up. "I wish to convey a thought. If I offend, I hope the old duke will not take it amiss." Gao Tianlong nodded. "Given our friendship, feel free to speak openly. This lad, I fear, will soon become a source of concern in the emperor's mind, embodying a lack of virtue, without regret, and releasing fear." Lu Jin nodded, his expression complex. "I shall present a petition to the emperor shortly, advocating for a ban on Gao Yang's travel to the Six Kingdoms to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. It would not cost much to keep him here, but should he venture abroad, we would face grave repercussions." Zhao Pona took a deep breath. "Many years ago, I executed a military order, fearing exposure of our whereabouts, and ordered the slaughter of an entire village. To this day, I find no peace, plagued by guilt. Yet today, hearing the words of the old duke's grandson, I feel a sense of clarity. Perhaps I shall sleep soundly tonight." Gao Tianlong. Qin Jingguo continued. "We wield military power. Today's events must be reported to the emperor. If this becomes public knowledge, it could tarnish the old duke's reputation. Should we seek to cover it up?" Gao Tianlong cast a discerning gaze towards Elgin and the others, his eyes flickering with contemplation. "For me, the pursuit of fame and fortune is but a fleeting illusion, hardly worth mentioning. Each word inscribed upon the memorial is of utmost importance. Although Yanshou is venomous, he ultimately poisons our enemies, the malignant scourge of Deqian. In these times, a touch of toxicity might not be such a detriment." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, and the jesting ceased as their expressions turned grave. They were acutely aware of the challenges confronting Deqian. Qin Jingguo spoke with an icy demeanor. "Today, Prince Rong made his move during the morning court session, supported by 13 censors and nearly a third of the officials. Though the emperor managed to defuse the situation, it underscores Prince Rong's considerable influence. How can Deqian thrive amidst such instability in the court?" Elzhun and Zhao Ponu exchanged solemn glances, acutely aware that the political arena was predominantly a battleground for civil officials, leaving them, as mere military men, feeling powerless. Zhao Ponu, with a furrowed brow, turned to Gao Tianlong. "It seems that Prince Rong wishes to assert his authority over the Duke of Dingguo's estate. The old duke must exercise caution." A frigid glint flickered in Gao Tianlong's eyes as he replied with a dismissive smile. "Just days ago, I harbored some concerns, yet now, I am entirely untroubled. The outcome of this courtly conflict remains undecided." Following this declaration, Elgin found himself reveling in schadenfreude. Indeed, the Duke of Dingguo was now pitted against a formidable adversary in Prince Rong. "I shall eagerly await the unfolding drama," he mused, feeling a renewed confidence in Gao Yang. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Prince Rong's residence, adorned with antique vases that exuded opulence, A stern-faced man clad in a dragon robe was seething with rage. With a resounding crash, Prince Rong Wulong slammed his palm upon the table, the impact reverberating painfully through his hand, yet he seemed oblivious to the sensation. Consumed by his wrath. Today has been a monumental embarrassment, he fumed. After feigning illness for several weeks, his first return to court had culminated in a disastrous misstep. He had aimed to intimidate the Empress and launch a preemptive strike, only to discover that it was a trap of her own design. She had deliberately suggested the adulteration of grain with sand, waiting for him to oppose it, only to subsequently humiliate him. This maneuver had effectively undermined his authority. What a cunning tactic! I underestimated Her Majesty. Today, I have suffered a significant loss, and my reputation lies in ruins, he seethed through gritted teeth. Beside him, a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe interjected, though the Empress possesses remarkable talent and vision, such treacherous schemes are unlikely to originate from her alone. It must be the work of Gao Yang, the grandson of the Duke of Ding and a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. This individual is far from ordinary. Prince Rong's gaze hardened. This young man was indeed shrewd, and he had underestimated him. Turning his attention to the scholar, he inquired, "Do you possess a strategy to aid me in eliminating that old fool, Gao Tianglong?" The scholar smiled calmly. "Fear not, Your Highness, I have my own ingenious plan. However, we must bide our time for a few more days. During this period, I advise you to instruct the heir to remain within the estate. And if he must venture out, to do so with ample protection. Gao Yang is not to be trifled with." At this moment, as they left the residence, the minister expressed his concern that Gao Yang might take action against the crown prince. Prince Rong furrowed his brow and raised his voice significantly, questioning, "Does Gao Yang dare to lay a hand on a member of the royal family?" The middle-aged scholar nodded, his gaze serious. The Duke of Dinghua's influence was profound, especially with the Duke himself still alive. It was well known throughout Chang'an that the Emperor's edict for talented individuals had led to the crown prince's entrapment of Gao Yang, making retaliation inevitable. Caution was indeed advisable. Just then, Wu Qing entered. He swiftly approached Prince Rong and inquired, "Father, I have heard that the Emperor reprimanded you during the morning court session?" Wu Long nodded, acknowledging his father's oversight, yet deemed it a mere temporary setback. "Of no great consequence. You should refrain from leaving the residence for the next few days. Do not let the Duke of Dinghua's young scion set his sights on you." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing scoffed, asserting, "The Duke of Dinghua is already half in the grave. Do they possess the audacity to act against the crown prince? Furthermore, when I venture out, it is always in broad daylight, and I reside within the confines of the Yanshou pavilion at night, never traversing dark roads." Hearing this, Wu Long nodded in approval, feeling reassured. The middle-aged scholar also nodded in agreement. It indeed seemed that a prudent approach was being taken. Would Gao Yang dare to act against the crown prince in public? Chapter 49. The Empress's astonishment and the diminishing reputation of the Emperor within the Grand Hall. Several seasoned generals were engaged in conversation when Gao Yang made his way directly towards the entrance, where Zhao De awaited him alongside a dozen of his subordinates. "Young master," Zhao De greeted with a respectful bow. Gao Yang, intrigued by this unexpected sight, inquired, "What brings you here?" "The Duke specifically instructed us to ensure your safety during this period, and we are at your service, young master," Zhao De replied. Observing Zhao De and the formidable figures behind him, Gao Yang noted their imposing stature and the palpable aura of lethal prowess that surrounded them. Clearly, these men were adept warriors. A smile crept onto Gao Yang's face, as he surmised that these individuals had been specifically assigned by Gao Tianlong to assist him in dealing with the Prince of Rong's estate. A gesture he found quite considerate. "And what of Qinsheng?" Gao Yang asked Zhao De. "Qinsheng did not return last night and rushed back this morning. But upon finding you in slumber, he chose to step out again," Zhao De explained. Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He had a particular fondness for Qinsheng. Beyond his capabilities, the very name warranted his attention. Should the day arise when the Empress turned against him or sought to eliminate potential threats, having Qinsheng by his side would undoubtedly offer a greater sense of security. If he could also rally figures like Wu Guang and Huang Chao, it would elevate his position beyond merely observing the Empress from the shadows, enabling him to take more decisive actions if necessary. Yet, such aspirations remained mere musings in his mind, as the execution of such plans seemed dauntingly complex. "Brother, grandfather has sent me to learn from you. And these 10 days have been utterly stifling," a voice interjected. Gao Yang turned to see Gao Changwan, clad in a flowing robe, hastily approaching him, his face alight with the thrill of having survived his confinement. 10 days. An entire 10 days. Ever since Gao Yang's arrival in Linjiang City, he had been confined, unable to step outside his quarters. It was only when Gao Yang returned home and he ventured out to greet him that he finally set foot beyond the threshold, catching a glimpse of the world outside. The rest of the time, he had languished within his room, a cruel fate for a young man of privilege. Gao Yang regarded Gao Changwen, his lips twitching in amusement. Yet, he could grasp Gao Tianlong's rationale. After all, Gao Changwen's reputation was well known throughout Chang'an. Gao Yang turned and strode towards the estate's exit, with Gao Changwen eagerly trailing behind, asking, "Elder brother, where are we off to for some fun?" Without looking back, Gao Yang replied, "To the Rouge Pavilion." Upon hearing Rouge Pavilion, Gao Changwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, that is a splendid place. How much silver do we have?" "The expenses at the Rouge Pavilion are quite steep," he remarked, his face brimming with anticipation. Gao Yang halted momentarily, casting a glance at Gao Changwen's youthful visage. The lad appeared rather knowledgeable about such establishments. However, considering the era, it was not uncommon for youth to mature quickly. Gao Changwen's demeanor suggested he had likely experienced more than his fair share of worldly affairs. Nevertheless, Gao Yang found himself curious about the costs at the Rouge Pavilion, just how much silver would be required for a lavish outing. Gao Changwen stroked his chin and remarked, "If one were to spend the night, an ordinary girl would earn several dozen taels, while a more exquisite one could command over 100 taels. As for the 4 renowned courtesans of the Yanshou Pavilion, each could easily fetch several thousand taels. Such exorbitant profits?" Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Though he remembered the Yanshou Pavilion as a veritable den of extravagance, the original owner's monthly stipend was rather meager. Moreover, most of it had been spent on cosmetics and fine silks for Song Qingqing, leaving Gao Yang rather uninformed about the market dynamics. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Yanshou Pavilion truly embodies outrageous profit margins." With this in mind, his plans for the club would have to be expedited. The two climbed into the carriage, heading directly towards the bustling East Market of Chang'an. Inside the carriage, Gao Changwen's voice bubbled with excitement. "As they say, a father and son in battle. Brothers at the brothel. It is well known that the courtesans of the Yanshou Pavilion can earn a fortune in a single night. Since you have recently come into a substantial sum, why not indulge a little? Just imagine, you and I, brothers side by side, would surely leave the courtesan at a loss for attention." As visions danced in Gao Changwen's mind, he burst into hearty laughter. Gao Yang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing he could cast this fellow aside. After all, he was a man of ill repute. And with this companion, the entire reputation of the Duke of Dinghua's household might be irrevocably tarnished. Within the imperial palace, in the study, Wu Zhao was in high spirits, her stunning visage adorned with a radiant smile. The Prince of Rome, with his lofty status and immense power, had increasingly dismissed her authority, and today, Gao Yang had provided her with a sense of vindication. She recalled the prince's face turning nearly green during the morning court session, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. Beside her, Shangwan Wanner nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes imbued with a cold glimmer, clearly displeased with the prince's arrogance. "Report, Your Majesty, General Qin Jinghua of the Left Guard and General Elgin of the Right Guard, along with the Duke of Hugua, have all sent in memorials." The eunuch's voice rang out, and curiosity flickered across Wu Zhao's face. "Oh, 3 generals submitting memorials together? Present them." Her intrigue piqued, she commanded. The eunuch hastily delivered the memorial to Wu Zhao, who, upon reading it, found her expression increasingly perplexed. She had initially anticipated a grave matter with all 3 generals presenting their petitions, but to her astonishment, noticing Wu Zhao's shift in demeanor, Shangguan Wanner's expression altered as well, fearing chaos at the borders. She quickly inquired, "Your Majesty, is there some significant event occurring?" Wu Zhao shook her head, casting a peculiar look at Shangguan Wanner. "There is no grave matter. It is merely that the 3 venerable generals jointly recommend Gao Yang for military service and urge me to ensure he is maintained at all costs, never to be permitted onto the territories of the other 6 nations." "Why is that?" Shangguan Wanner was taken aback. "There are some things I find difficult to articulate. You may read for yourself." Wu Zhao passed the memorial over, and Shangguan Wanner stepped forward eagerly. As she perused the contents, her countenance mirrored Wu Zhao's bewilderment. This. While the Duke of Dinghua is known for his strategic acumen, I had not heard that his methods of warfare were so ruthless. In times of severe food scarcity, even the elderly and young in the city number in the tens of thousands. Shangguan Wanner twitched at the corners of her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhao shook her head helplessly and remarked that the Duke of Dinghua would certainly not engage in such acts. This must be the sinister scheme of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister. Shangguan Wanner's lips trembled again. The notorious name of the poison master Gao Yang was indeed not to be taken lightly. Wu Zhao sighed, acknowledging the words of General Qin. Asserting that Gao Yang had indeed resorted to unscrupulous tactics, there was no need for regret, but rather fear of his actions. With such a person as an aide, the future reputation chronicled in history might be rather unfavorable. Wu Zhao felt a wave of helplessness, despite her inner strength. She had never encountered a strategist as cunning as Gao Yang. Each scheme was more insidious than the last, treating people with disdain. More ruthless than even the king of hell. Yet, Gao Yang was precisely capable of resolving her immediate predicament. Alas, if the means are toxic, so be it. As long as it fortifies Tiqian and ensures the well-being of its citizens, even if history labels me a tyrant, I shall accept it. Wu Zhao discerned that although Gao Yang's methods were harsh, they were directed at the enemy. It was akin to using the citizens of Chu as cannon fodder, consuming the enemy's arrows and resources. While undeniably cruel, it also mitigated the casualties of Tiqian's soldiers. Though it was an uncontroversial toxic scheme for Tiqian, it was a masterstroke. Suddenly, she inquired about the whereabouts of the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Shangguan Wanner was taken aback, instinctively responding, "Your Majesty wishes to leave the palace?" Wu Zhao nodded, her gaze drifting towards the window. The palace felt stifling. "I wish to take a stroll, especially since I harbor some doubts that he might clarify." The old servant promptly went to inquire. The old eunuch bowed and quickly took his leave. Shortly thereafter, he returned, though his speech was hesitant. Wu Zhao frowned, asking, "Why the stammering?" "Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Revenue is not at the residence." "Not at the residence? Then where has he gone?" Wu Zhao stepped forward, about to take action. Upon hearing this, her gaze fixed upon the old eunuch. "To the Yanji Pavilion." Wu Zhao halted, her expression somewhat peculiar. "The Yanji Pavilion? One of the 4 renowned brothels in Chang'an?" The old eunuch awkwardly nodded. Wu Zhao's eyes swept towards the window, and she suddenly said, "In my lifetime, I have never visited such establishments. However, today I find myself rather intrigued. Let us go and take a look." Chapter 50. Qinsheng takes action. The white fox calls all night before long. Gao Yang dismounted from the carriage. Within his line of sight, a 3-story building suddenly emerged, adorned with an ornate plaque inscribed with the flamboyant characters, Yanshou. Even in the bright daylight, several graceful and attractive young women stood outside, enticing passers-by. Ordinary men who walked by displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes. Yet upon contemplating the prices within Yanshou, their faces betrayed a faint smile of resignation. Such establishments were realms they could scarcely enter even once in their lifetimes. However, for Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, the notorious young scions of Chang'an, this was hardly a concern. "Esteemed gentlemen, please step inside." A voice beckoned as a fragrant breeze enveloped Gao Yang, who was promptly ushered into Yanshou. Curiosity bubbled within him. After all, this was an ancient pleasure house, and it would be remiss not to experience it firsthand. Gao Changwen, well acquainted with the surroundings, ascended directly to the 2nd floor, where the rooms were arranged in exquisite disarray, resplendent in luxury. Once they entered a room, a servant swiftly laid out an assortment of delicacies. Meanwhile, 2 comely maidens knelt beside Gao Yang and Gao Changwen, pouring wine into their cups from a delicate jug. Before a Guzheng, a woman clad in sheer silk, her face veiled, extended her delicate fingers to pluck the strings, filling the room with the enchanting melodies of the instrument, mingling with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. In such an environment, the ambience provided Gao Yang with a splendid experience. Elegant. So remarkably elegant. No wonder the noble families are rife with debauchery, and the offspring of prestigious households often indulge in hedonism. How many could withstand such temptation? Without a second thought, Gao Changwen drew the nearby maiden into his embrace, his hands gliding down her satin-like back. The maiden quickly erupted into a tinkling, melodic laughter, her hand still clutching a morsel of delicacy, yet she found herself unable to feed it to Gao Changwen. "Kind sir, let us indulge in some food first," she implored. Clearly, having pent-up desires for over 10 days, his younger brother's intentions were far from culinary. In this moment, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. "Brother, please cease your wandering hands. The stockings are getting pilled. Shall we perhaps sing a tune instead?" The young woman's silent plea seemed to echo this sentiment. "Kind sir, please, let us eat something first." Gao Yang lifted his wine cup, feeling somewhat out of sorts. After all, this was uncharted territory for him, and he had yet to fully embrace his role as a libertine. He turned to the alluring maiden beside him and inquired, "You appear quite youthful. Where do you hail from, and what has led you to such a fate?" Although he had mentally prepared himself to a degree, he found it difficult to act as naturally as Gao Changwen did. "Esteemed sir, I am called Qing'er, originally from Qingzhou. As for my fall into this life, it was a matter of unfortunate necessity. Please do not mock me. My father was a man of vice, whose gambling habit left our family destitute. In despair, I was sold to a brothel, and after various hardships, I found myself in Chang'an, seeking a means of survival. Qing'er knelt beside Gao Yang, lifting the wine jug, a fleeting expression of melancholy and fragility crossing her features. Gao Yang's lips twitched, and a thought flickered in his mind: a gambling father, ailing mother, a studious younger brother, and the shattered remnants of her life. Yet whether this narrative held any truth, he could not ascertain. Beside him, Gao Changwen spoke with a hint of sympathy. How pitiful. Gao Yang cast a glance, retorting, "Yet I haven't seen you cease your efforts." Gao Changwen immediately chuckled awkwardly, then proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Brother, such words are misguided. The wealth of the Duke of Dinghua is not easily come by. It was earned through my grandfather's toil and sacrifice, every coin a testament to his sweat and blood. How could we possibly relent? Otherwise, how could we face grandfather?" One must admit, there is a degree of truth in this statement. However, one might ponder, without the idle scions of Chang'an, how would they sustain themselves? With that thought, Gao Yang's sense of guilt diminished instantaneously. Although he was not as fervent as Gao Changwen, he too relished the luxury of having wine poured for him, listening to sweet melodies, and indulging in the lavish life of ancient dandyism. It was rather pleasant. In such an ambience, he could better clarify his thoughts and relax thoroughly. After a while, as a tune concluded, Zhao approached him and whispered, "Young master, Chen Xing has returned. He wishes to see you." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, "Let him in." He waved his hand, and the two maidservants, along with the woman playing the guzheng, departed with perceptive grace. Chen Sheng entered briskly, flanked by his guards on either side. Gao Yang regarded Chen Sheng. "Have you swiftly discerned Wu Cheng's movements?" Chen Sheng nodded and said, "Young master, Wu Cheng is exceedingly cautious. Yesterday, I inquired the entire day and discovered that his only weakness lies in his fondness for merriment. He is particularly enamored with this Yanji pavilion and has spent nearly every night here for the past week. He ventured out briefly this morning, but his escort has doubled, suggesting he is now on guard, making it difficult to act." Gao Yang chuckled softly, surprised that Wu Cheng was not naive. Clearly, he had taken precautions and was not merely a typical dandy. Initially, Gao Yang had intended to address the matter under the guise of a frivolous youth, gradually approaching Wu Cheng. However, if he does not provide an opportunity, it may compel me to take direct action against the Prince of Rome. A chill laced Gao Yang's voice. Gao Changwen was taken aback, his eyes widening as he stammered, "Are we really going to act against the Prince of Rome?" Gao Yang glanced at Gao Changwen. "Are you afraid?" Gao Changwen immediately shook his head in excitement. "Brother, what you say is true. If we topple the Prince of Rome's residence, the Duke of Dinghua will stand in formidable renown. What is there to fear?" Gao Changwen rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Dandies have never feared trouble. In fact, their pride often supersedes all else. As for the consequences, aside from severe repercussions, such costs seldom occupy their thoughts. Chen Xing, intrigued, inquired, "Young master, what do you plan to do?" Gao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xing and replied, "To ensnare the Prince of Rome is not a daunting task. Given his esteemed status and wielded power, he fears rumors above all. We can fabricate tales, such as foxes speaking human words or children singing of a divine mandate for the king. Since time immemorial, rumors have been as ferocious as tigers. They spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Once they take flight, the Prince of Rome will undoubtedly falter." Chapter 51. The pursuit of Wu Zhao and Gao Yang's bewilderment upon hearing those words. Gao Changwen was left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Xing felt a shiver run down his spine as he murmured, "A fox speaks human words, spreading rumors everywhere. This is truly ruthless." Such an act was akin to placing Prince Rong upon a pyre. Yet, inexplicably, a flutter of excitement stirred within him upon hearing this declaration. "My subordinate will attend to this immediately. I have even better ideas," he declared, invigorated. Gao Yang, however, rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. "No. The imperial authority is too feeble. The risks of such actions are immense. After all, Prince Rong's former officials are scattered throughout the Great Qian. Should he escape, chaos would be inevitable. I possess a superior strategy," Gao Yang confidently proclaimed, the visage of the empress appearing in his mind. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Yet Gao Yang chose to remain silent, offering no further explanation. In truth, targeting Prince Rong was not a daunting task. He had numerous schemes in mind. Framing and shifting blame could seamlessly lead Prince Rong down a path of destruction. However, the imperial power was too frail, and the great Qian too weak to withstand such turmoil. Many of his plans could not be executed. Thus, he opted for a more gradual approach with Wu Cheng. From Qin Jingguo's account, today's morning court session was virtually an open confrontation between Prince Rong and the Empress. 13 censors had lodged accusations, joined by the Prime Minister and a multitude of officials, all echoing their sentiments. This already posed a threat to imperial authority, one that Wu Zhao would certainly sense. Gao Yang's intention was quite simple: to exacerbate the conflict, magnifying Prince Rong's ambitions and heightening the Empress's sense of crisis. Wu Cheng would be the ideal candidate. Regrettably, the young master found himself devoid of any potions. Otherwise, he could have orchestrated something splendid. Alas, Gao Yang lamented. With a clatter, Gao Changwen produced several small vials from his waist and placed them on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. "What are these?" Gao Yang inquired, intrigued. "Medicines." Gao Changwen scratched his head, seemingly perplexed. "Isn't this what you were after, brother?" He lifted one of the vials, declaring, "This is called Qi Yin He Huan San, a top-tier aphrodisiac. When mixed with wine, it contains only a trace of impurities. If one does not inspect closely, it is nearly indistinguishable, yet its potency is remarkable." "How ruthless indeed," Gao Yang remarked with a grin as Gao Changwen presented another vial. "This one is known as the Great Force Ejector King. Once ingested, it induces severe abdominal pain, instantly activating a spray mode with immediate effects. This is a narcotic made from crushed and sun-dried mandrake powder, an essential choice for nefarious deeds. And its efficacy is quite commendable." Gao Yang was taken aback as he took hold of these vials. "Where did you acquire these?" Chen Xing and Zhao Dou exchanged incredulous glances at Gao Changwen, a chill creeping over them. How could a normal person possess such potions? Gao Changwen chuckled, as a dandy. "One must always have some intriguing items at hand. Brother, which do you require?" Gao Yang swept the vials off the table with decisive fervor. "Children make choices. I shall take them all. Such treasures should be kept for unforeseen circumstances." Gao Changwen winced, his expression one of regret. These treasures are indeed his cherished possessions. All gone. Completely vanished. The music resumes, and the dance continues. Gao Yang gently caresses the small vial in his embrace, a smile gracing his face. As Gao Yang's voice resonates, a series of knocks echoes through the air, followed by a melodious voice. "Young Master Gao, may this humble servant enter?" "Come in." With Gao Yang's invitation, the two earlier women and the masked guzheng player re-enter the room, filling it once more with the enchanting sounds of the guzheng. Gao Yang lifts his gaze, and before him stands a captivating woman adorned in a flowing red gown that accentuates her alluring figure, a glimpse of fair skin drawing attention at her chest. The petite Louis Ware, the spokesperson of the Rouge Pavilion, had long admired the esteemed young Master Gao. Today, all expenses incurred by young Master Gao at the Rouge Pavilion, aside from the 4 renowned courtesans, shall be waived at my discretion. I merely wish to forge a friendship with you." Gao Changwen is momentarily taken aback. "What? All waived?" A smile swiftly spreads across his face, contemplating the prospect of ordering more. Gao Yang raises an eyebrow and inquires, "No rewards without contributions, Miss Liu. Your generosity surely comes with a request?" Upon hearing this, Louis Ware displays an embarrassed smile. "Young Master Gao, you are indeed astute. There is indeed a small favor I wish to ask. In recent years, numerous prestigious establishments have emerged in Chang'an. Although the Rouge Pavilion is an established name, it relies heavily on the courtesans, and we have lost many loyal customers. What can be done?" Liu Ware's expression reveals her deep concern. "However, please do not misunderstand, for I harbor no ulterior motives. Should you choose not to respond, my commitment shall remain valid," she adds swiftly. Gao Yang takes a sip of his wine and replies nonchalantly, "This is not a difficult matter. Implement a membership tier system for guests, recording their expenditures and deposits. The higher the tier, the greater the privileges and benefits. Those who can frequent the Rouge Pavilion are either affluent or noble. They seek a symbol of status. Once comparison arises among them, wealth follows. The deposited funds can also be utilized for stable business ventures. Moreover, increasing bonuses for the courtesans will incentivize them. Profit in the service industry naturally fuels motivation." Upon hearing this, Liu Ware's eyes light up instantaneously. A membership tier system? Providing employees with greater benefits and increasing bonuses for the courtesans to stimulate their drive? "Young Master Gao, I am truly grateful." Gao Yang merely nods in acknowledgement. While he refrains from divulging too much detail, these two strategies alone are sufficient to enhance the business of the Rouge Pavilion. After all, if he reveals everything, he would render himself redundant. The core of the strategy must remain with him. Conversely, he can now utilize the Rouge Pavilion to gauge the attitudes of Chang'an's prominent figures towards the membership system. Today, he has also saved quite a few hundred taels, achieving multiple benefits in one go. Lu Yuer hastily departs, and Gao Changwen calls after her, "Bring in 2 more." Soon, a fragrant breeze envelopes him, and he notices that, thanks to his words, the appearances and figures of the 2 women seem even more enchanting. Just as Gao Yang reaches out, the door to the private chamber suddenly swings open, and a clear voice pierces the air. The assistant's enthusiasm is indeed commendable. Is it not rather unreasonable to refrain from reveling in such a splendid locale? Gao Yang, perplexed, lifted his head only to behold 2 pairs of eyes, seemingly smiling yet enigmatic, fixed upon him. Though clad in masculine attire, the innate elegance and valor in their brows could not be concealed. A sudden explosion of realization surged through Gao Yang's mind upon recognizing those familiar visages. Gao Changwen, unabashedly bold, continued to speak. 2 friends have arrived. Let us invite 2 more. Chapter 52. The loopholes in the laws of the Great Qian and the possibility of free indulgence boom. Gao Yang stared in astonishment at Wu Zhao and Shangguan Waner before him, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His countenance was filled with disbelief. How could Wu Zhao be here? Was this not a brothel? At that moment, even the seasoned Gao Yang found himself momentarily flabbergasted. His hand had just reached out, prepared to embrace the waist of the sorrowful Qing'er beside him. It was not as excessive as Gao Changwen's indulgences, but experiencing the pleasures of a historical wastrel was not entirely amiss. Yet, Wu Zhao had entered, and to his utter dismay, his wretched brother had summoned 2 women for the emperor. Wu Zhao seated herself with nonchalance, her gaze resting upon Gao Yang's astonished face, seemingly satisfied with his expression, a graceful smile playing on her lips. "There is no need for you to be restrained, Yuan Weilang. Feel free to be yourself," she declared, plucking a piece of pastry and placing it into her mouth. Gao Changwen, undeterred, continued his actions, a smirk adorning his face. "My dear brother, you are quite charming." Though your tone carries an air of complexity. Accompanying his words, Lu Yuer brought in 2 elegantly dressed women. Upon seeing Wu Zhao in male attire, they rushed towards her. Serving a decrepit old man versus attending to a handsome youth was undoubtedly a different experience. Wu Zhao, disguised as a man, exuded an aura of nobility and vigor, which was immensely captivating for them. They believed that even if they spent a little money, it was worth it. However, this development startled Gao Yang. He quickly interjected, "Stop. The laws of the Great Qian are well studied by me. To offend the empress is a grave crime. Do not involve me in this." Gao Changwen, however, appeared displeased. "Brother, you already have 2 by your side. One must know that too much indulgence can lead to ruin. Even if you can endure it, your body may not. Do not be so miserly." Lu Yuer bent down, saying, "Lord Gao, during the day, there are not many guests. Should the young master desire, there are still plenty of sisters in the Yanshou pavilion." Even the renowned Lu Huaichuan, upon hearing of the young master's endeavors against unscrupulous merchants, held great admiration and wished to share a drink with him. Lu Huaichuan? Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up, although Gao Yang was also curious about the courtesan's allure. With Wu Zhao present, he dared not act recklessly. He rose and respectfully bowed to Wu Zhao, declaring, "I, Gao Yang, humbly greet your majesty." This action left Gao Changwen utterly stunned, even causing his hands to stop abruptly. A wave of shock swept through the room. Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Your Majesty? The esteemed empress enjoys visiting brothels as well?" Gao Changwen quickly withdrew his hand and hastily followed suit in bowing. "I, Gao Changwen, second son of the Minister of Revenue, have met your Majesty." In an instant, the room was filled with kneeling figures. Wu Zhao, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I am in disguise for a private visit. Are you so eager to spread news of my presence in a brothel throughout Chang'an? Though I am but a woman, I fear that the officials will soon present a petition for impeachment." Gao Yang spoke, "Your Majesty, I understand. Please rest assured." Wu Zhao, with a smile upon her face, replied, "Have I only spoken 2 sentences for you to comprehend? Pray, enlighten me. I shall immediately send someone to silence all witnesses, including my own brother, leaving none behind, thus ensuring that your Majesty's whereabouts remain undisclosed." Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the elegant chamber swiftly converged upon Gao Yang, disbelief evident on their faces. Is it possible that he would resort to such extreme measures? Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she felt a chill run down her spine. The rumors circulating among the populace were indeed true. This man was a living embodiment of the king of hell. She had not provoked Gao Yang, and had even spared him from the expenses of today's visit to the Rouge Pavilion, yet here she was, on the brink of being silenced. Gao Chang'an was equally dumbfounded. Was this truly an act of righteousness against Qin? Your Majesty, please spare us. Qing'er and several other women knelt in terror. Wu Zhao cast a glance at the seemingly righteous Gao Yang, her lips twitching slightly. She had intended to tease him, but he had turned the tables on her. I am not so cruel. Rise, Wu Zhao said indifferently, picking up a pastry once more. At her words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Wu Zhao's gaze flicked toward Gao Yang. She was fully aware that he had spoken in jest. This sensation of being led by the nose was quite displeasing to her. Gao Yang, since my ascension, I have decreed that all officials of the 7th rank and above in Deqian must lead by example and refrain from indulging in pleasures at brothels. It seems my words have had little effect. Wu Zhao remarked coolly, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. A month prior, she had issued this decree. Not out of personal vendetta, but rather to curb the extravagance among court officials, imposing fines as punishment. If one had the means to frequent brothels, they ought to serve the nation. She did not elaborate on the consequences, merely wishing to temper Gao Yang's audacity. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a rule in Deqian? He was not foolish, and since the empress's displeasure, it was undoubtedly a deliberate affront. However, should he incur a fine, even if just a monetary penalty, it would feel rather unjust, especially since he had yet to commit any offense. Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. I have come here to enhance the legal system of Deqian as a strategist entering the fray, to uphold the authority of the law for our great nation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuer and Qing'er exchanged incredulous glances. Such reasoning was utterly outrageous. Wu Zhao, exasperated yet amused, lifted her teacup and addressed Gao Yang. For a 6th-rank official like you, a visit to a brothel is not a grave issue, at most. You would be fined 100 taels of silver. However, deceiving the sovereign is a serious crime. Pray, do enlighten me on how your visit to the Rouge Pavilion contributes to the enhancement of our laws, how you, as a strategist, are involved in this for the sake of Deqian. Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, even if I wish to spare you, the laws of Deqian shall not show you mercy. Shangguan Wanner looked on with a glimmer of schadenfreude in her beautiful eyes, relishing the possibility of Gao Yang facing punishment. Gao Yang, undisturbed, turned to Wu Zhao and remarked, Your Majesty, I recall that our great Qian's legal code does not endorse the existence of brothels, nor does it encourage the involvement of our great Qian women in such trades. Particularly, the activities involving money and transactions are, aside from the Ministry of Music, not protected by our laws. Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, sensing a deeper implication in Gao Yang's words. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, establishments such as brothels are most prone to harboring corruption and undermining one's spirit, and the court does not support them. As for the transactions occurring within these brothels, they too, apart from the Ministry of Music, lack protection under our laws. What issue arises from this? Wu Zhao's gaze fixed upon Gao Yang. However, aside from the Ministry of Music, there is essentially no regulation, as the existence of brothels can reduce the incidence of crimes such as rape. Yet, Great Qian certainly does not endorse transactions involving payment for such services, as this significantly tarnishes societal morals. Only the Ministry of Music is affiliated with the court and thus protected by law. All other brothels are disregarded, though their existence is not openly tolerated. This has perpetually been a subtle yet pervasive issue. Gao Yang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Your Majesty, the problem herein is exceedingly grave. What I wish to address is precisely this matter. Our great Qian is a nation governed by law, with stringent regulations. Yet this ambiguous delineation has resulted in loopholes within our legal framework, even giving rise to the potential for exploitation. I am profoundly pained by this. Chapter 53. The loophole in the laws of Deqian. Wu Zhao was taken aback. White pillaging. She furrowed her brow, momentarily confused. Shangguan Wanner and Lu Wei also displayed a glimmer of bewilderment in their beautiful eyes, although they did not comprehend the term. Witnessing Gao Yang's utterance and recalling some of his cunning schemes, they sensed that this could not bode well. What does white pillaging mean? Wu Zhao inquired, puzzled. Allow me to present a hypothetical scenario, Your Majesty, and you shall understand, Gao Yang replied, directing his gaze toward Qing'er. Let us consider my arrangement with Miss Qing. For instance, at a rate of 500 taels for a night, Upon hearing this, Qing'er hastily shook her head in alarm. Sir Gao, 50 taels would suffice. Your offer is excessively high and constitutes price gouging. Gao Yang's expression darkened. I assert that you are worth 500 taels. And whether it is 500 or even 5,000 taels for a night, it is inconsequential, as I have no intention of paying. He continued, if, afterward, I were to settle the account with paper money intended for the deceased, I ask you, Your Majesty, would I be committing a crime? At this, Wu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say you would not pay? You would deceive with paper money? Lu Wei and Qing'er exchanged incredulous glances at Gao Yang. Are there truly such shameless individuals in this world? What a blackened heart. Even a woman who played the guzheng without selling herself would be startled enough to strike the wrong chord. Unlike the others, Gao Changwen's eyes gleamed with interest. Fixated on Gao Yang. Before Gao Yang could speak, Shangguan Wanner interjected, that is indeed a crime. It is not a transaction. Qing'er could easily report you to the authorities for rape. In Deqian, raping a woman is a grave offense. Gao Yang responded with a smile, Lady Shangguan, your assertion is mistaken. My agreement with Qing'er regarding 500 taels constitutes a valid transaction, and I did not act against her will. I merely chose to pay with paper money. How could that possibly be classified as rape? Shangguan Wanner found herself momentarily speechless. His reasoning, though coarse, was sound. Even if taken to court, it would not amount to a crime of rape. With a shift in her gaze, Shangguan Wanner resumed, paper money is meant for the deceased. Using it as currency for transactions would constitute a crime of counterfeiting, sufficient to condemn you. Gao Yang continued to smile. Counterfeiting requires the circulation of false currency in the market, disrupting the credit of Deqian's currency and causing harm. However, paper money is designated for the dead. How could it disrupt the credibility of Deqian's currency? Thus, the charge of counterfeiting cannot stand. Wu Zhao's lips twitched, and she remarked with a hint of amusement. Gao Yang, you seem to possess a profound understanding of Deqian's laws. Gao Yang humbly replied, Your Majesty flatters me. I possess but a modicum of knowledge. Hardly worth mentioning. It is the duty of every citizen of Deqian to comprehend the law. During his 7 days in Lingjiang City, out of sheer boredom, he had perused the statutes of Deqian, particularly the definitions of various crimes, no less than 10 times. It had almost become a personal habit, as the saying goes. A rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with knowledge is. The law may be disregarded, but one must understand it. Now, he was thoroughly versed in the laws of Deqian. Shangguan Wanner gritted her teeth, still unwilling to believe that Gao Yang could truly engage in such shameless acts. How could this be possible? She pondered for a moment and soon let out a cold laugh. Questioning how one could settle a debt of 500 taels of silver with paper money, surely this amounted to fraud? Such a crime is not trivial. Gao Changwen nodded repeatedly, sharing the same sentiment. After all, the agreement was for 500 taels, yet they produced paper currency. The crime of deception seemed inescapable. However, he gazed at Gao Yang with eager anticipation, for this matter held great significance for him. Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Shangguan Wanner, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness, and stated, Lord Shangguan, according to the laws of our great Qian, fraud is indeed fraud, and thus must be judged based on the value of the property involved in the deception. In earlier years, during the 100 schools of thought, including the legalists, the laws of the 7 states could not be separated from legalist principles. Yet, as with any school of thought, they were accompanied by conflicting viewpoints. The law, too, would ultimately be refined through such disputes. Regarding the crime of fraud and property, there are primarily 2 factions. Allow me to label them the affirmative and the negative. The affirmative insists that only property protected by law qualifies for legal protection. Conversely, the negative contends that any property possessing economic value deserves legal safeguarding. Adopting the affirmative stance implies that unprotected property does not constitute a crime, which is evidently inappropriate. Yet, embracing the negative perspective also proves unsuitable, as it could lead to boundless legal ramifications. Thus, after centuries of debate, a widely accepted view emerged. As long as property possesses a certain economic value, the law should protect it, provided it is recognized by the law. However, our great Qian is founded on filial piety and governed by law, under moral principles. Such actions are not endorsed, since these transactions do not fall under the jurisdiction of the court, nor are they supported by the laws of Great Qian. How can one convict for fraud? Clearly, this does not hold water. Hence, I, Gao Yang, every time I visit a brothel, refrain from paying, opting instead for what some might call free indulgence. Gao Yang is utterly unscrupulous, deceiving even women of the night. What a scoundrel! Yet, Gao Yang does not break the law, for the laws of Great Qian do not support such actions. Given that Great Qian governs by law, this highlights the inadequacies within our legal system. Therefore, I implore your majesty to decree the legalization of brothels, thereby closing the loophole that permits such acts of free indulgence. Upon hearing these words, the entire private chamber stared wide-eyed. Lu Yuer and Qing swallowed hard, utterly unprepared for the revelation that free indulgence was, in fact, not illegal. Is there no justice, no law in this world? The look in Qing's eyes turned to one of fear as she regarded Gao Yang. Following this line of reasoning, if Gao Yang truly indulged in her without payment, even bringing the matter to the authorities would be futile. Are all scholars in the world so terrifying? Are their hearts so foul? Is it so easy for them to earn a living with their youth? Are there truly such despicable individuals in this world? Lu Yuer, Qing, and a host of other women felt their anger rise yet were compelled to silence. The melody of the guzheng player was utterly disrupted, as this revelation stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. This was exceedingly wicked, so much so it shattered her understanding of morality. Gao Changwen's eyes sparkled with admiration. His reverence for Gao Yang was akin to an unending river. Were it not for the presence of the empress, he might have knelt before Gao Yang in worship. Who would have imagined that a mere offering of paper money meant for the dead could enable one to indulge without consequence? A restless heat surged within him. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana simultaneously turned their gaze toward Gao Yang. Since ancient times, brothels, apart from the Ministry of Music, had not been recognized by the laws of the Great Qian, yet their influence had subtly permeated society. They had never considered that one could exploit the loopholes in the law. The audacity! Gao Yang, I truly did not expect you to be so well-versed in the laws of our Great Qian. You must have devoted considerable effort to your studies, Wu Zhao remarked. Taking a deep breath, her phoenix eyes fixed upon him, reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. While others studied the law to govern the nation and rectify injustices, this young man seemed intent on finding ways to manipulate it. If Gao Yang truly managed to exploit the law, if it came to trial, there would indeed be no grounds for conviction. Gao Yang humbly replied, as a minister of the Great Qian, it is my duty to be well acquainted with our laws. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Moreover, he added to Wu Zhao, even in visiting this brothel, I do not forget your majesty's benevolence. I have conceived a brilliant scheme that could subtly diminish the strength of the other 6 nations. What? Wu Zhao's eyes brightened at this revelation. Her interest in undermining the other 6 nations clearly surpassed her curiosity about mere exploitation. To think that one could devise a plan to weaken rival states while indulging in such pleasures. Wu Zhao felt a mixture of anticipation and skepticism. Gao Yang nodded earnestly. I am the most loyal and virtuous subject of the Great Qian. How could I ever deceive my sovereign? This is indeed the truth. Chapter 54. The means to undermine the 6 kingdoms. Wu Zhao's astonishment upon hearing Gao Yang's words. Shang Wanwana inhaled deeply, averting her gaze. Unable to bear to look directly, Lu Yuer and Qing lowered their heads as well. To take advantage without cost, could this still be considered virtuous? Wu Zhao took a sip of tea from the table, her lips twitching slightly. The most virtuous and loyal subject of the Great Qian, she did not believe a word of it. However, she found the scheme to weaken the 6 kingdoms intriguing. Do elaborate, she urged. Gao Yang's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Gao Changwen. Your Majesty, what do you think of my brother? Wu Zhao turned her attention to Gao Changwen, casting a cursory glance. A smile immediately illuminated his face, his posture straightening with palpable anticipation. Yet, he appeared wan and feeble. The epitome of a dandy. What does this have to do with undermining the 6 kingdoms? Wu Zhao remarked bluntly, her confusion evident. Gao Changwen's expression fell abruptly. Yet in the presence of Wu Zhao, he dared not utter a word. Your Majesty, this assertion is misguided. The implications are significant. The probability of a general siring sons far exceeds that of siring tigers. Behind this, the allure of courtesans is paramount. As the saying goes, beauty can be as fierce as a wolf or a tiger, capable of shattering one's resolve. One should not merely contemplate, but entirely avoid such temptations. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow, regaining her composure. Do you suggest I exploit the allure of beauty? Indeed, Gao Yang replied, as the enemy weakens, we grow stronger. To become formidable, we must not only enhance ourselves but also diminish others. His eyes sparkled as he recalled a trick from his past, on the eve of significant examinations. He would discreetly place risque magazines on the desks of high-achieving students, ensuring their sleepless nights would elevate his own standing. Your Majesty could cultivate talented individuals, sending them to the 6 kingdoms, establishing brothels. This would ensnare them in a world of beauty, eroding their will, while simultaneously filling the treasury with silver. However, this method may yield slow results. I possess an even better strategy. Does your majesty have any rare instructional text in the palace? At this, Shang Wanwanner's face flushed with embarrassment, and she admonished, Lord Gao, be mindful of your language in the presence of his majesty. Tread carefully, lest you be charged with grave disrespect. I am wholly devoted to the path of strengthening our great Qian, devoid of any frivolous thoughts, Gao Yang proclaimed with righteous fervor. Yet, discussing such matters before the empress held a peculiar allure. Wu Zhao initially felt a twinge of indignation, but soon regained her icy demeanor. Very well, continue. Gao Yang smiled. Your majesty could engage the finest painters in the land to compile their works into volumes, secretly sending them to the Six Kingdoms. However, given the limitations of artistic skill, the impact may be mediocre. I hereby recommend the use of literature. When wielded adeptly, words can serve as formidable weapons. Their imaginative power boundless. Your majesty could employ the narrative form, setting aside melodramatic romances and martial tales for the moment, focusing instead on themes of passion. Subsequently, these novels could be discreetly delivered to the Six Kingdoms, corrupting their youth. Under the influence of desire, they would seek out brothels at a tender age, leading to indulgence that would wither their bodies and shorten their lives. If your majesty finds this plan commendable, I, too, possess a unique talent in the realm of storytelling. With works such as The Female Scholar and The Lackluster Performance of Youth, which could undoubtedly devastate the youth of the Six Kingdoms. Gao Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. As these words resonated through the elegant chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Wu Zhao cast a glance at the self-assured Gao Yang. A chilling sensation surged from her spine to the crown of her head. What a notion it was, to weaken adversaries rather than fortify oneself. She had never anticipated that a mere visit to a brothel would inspire Gao Yang to concoct such a nefarious scheme, targeting the younger generation of the Six Kingdoms, igniting their desires, and ultimately luring them to such establishments. At such a tender age, it would surely harm their health. This approach was exceedingly malicious. Although she remained oblivious to the merits of the lackluster performance of youth, she was well aware that, based on her understanding of Gao Yang, these two works would be anything but ordinary. Their potency could rival the most explicit instructional texts within the palace. Wu Zhao felt a flicker of intrigue. According to Gao Yang's assertions, there was indeed potential. Within the Seven Kingdoms, literature held immense value. If these tales proved captivating, just a few copies could circulate among the elite, yet the method was excessively insidious. In that moment, Wu Zhao resonated deeply with Qin Zhenwu's words. It was a matter of moral integrity, where loss could be regrettable and release could bring fear. Nurturing a Gao Yang would not require a vast fortune, but should he fall into the hands of the other Six Kingdoms, Deqian would endure great suffering. Gao Yang must never set foot beyond Deqian, Wu Zhao resolved firmly. Shang Wanwanner, taken aback by Gao Yang's cunning, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, this matter must not proceed. The tales had long circulated among the Seven Kingdoms. Should they truly be engaging, it was likely that the other Six Kingdoms would harbor similar notions, endangering our Deqian, or, worse, merchants would profit by bringing them back to Deqian. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 oneself, is hardly wise. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao nodded in agreement. Shang Wanwanner made a valid point. Gao Yang, your scheme is devilish. Once unleashed, the Six Kingdoms will suffer, yet it could easily backfire upon Deqian. Allow me to contemplate this further. Wu Zhao replied with hesitation. Given the gravity of the situation, she needed to deliberate thoroughly. Gao Yang felt a pang of regret yet nodded in acknowledgement. Shang Wanwanner's words carried merit. Shall I draft the first chapter of these two monumental works for your majesty to peruse? Gao Yang inquired tentatively. Everything else was agreeable, but he feared the weight of disrespect. After all, compared to the literary works of another realm, Deqian's tales were but feeble. Wu Zhao regarded Gao Yang intently. Inhaling deeply, we shall discuss this matter another day. My purpose in seeking you out today pertains to other pressing affairs. Wu Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang. Her heart ignited with fervent anticipation. Since her ascension, she had been plagued by a singular concern, one that had troubled her greatly. Yet, she had been too apprehensive to act. With Gao Yang's arrival and his successive schemes, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope, particularly in the realm of military strategy, and the prospect of employing allure and subterfuge to undermine the cultural integrity of the youth in the Six Kingdoms. This vision instilled within her a greater sense of optimism. As Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's fervent gaze, he tightened the fabric of his robe. To alleviate your majesty's concerns is indeed the duty of a loyal subject. However, your gaze instills a sense of trepidation within me. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner tumult, and after a considerable pause, she addressed Gao Yang. This dilemma. Should you provide a solution, I promise you, aside from the heinous crime of treason, a lifetime of prosperity. Upon hearing these words, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with sudden illumination. In the realm of Deqian, this could be likened to a priceless amulet granting immunity from death, the value of which is beyond measure. Gao Yang, with unwavering resolve, declared, as a member of Deqian, it is my duty to endeavor wholeheartedly to alleviate your majesty's burdens. Yet, your majesty, might we consider a different venue? Discussing state affairs in a brothel feels somewhat unsettling. Future historical records may not reflect well on us. Heroes do not question their origins, and a strong nation does not confine itself to particular settings. After uttering this, Wu Zhao's gaze swept across Lu Yuer and the others. The commoner takes her leave. Lu Yuer hastily bowed and, along with Qing'er and the others, exited swiftly. Clearly, the ensuing conversation was not meant for their ears. To linger would invite peril. Gao Chongwen contemplated departing, but Wu Zhao interjected, since you are the son of the Vice Minister Gao, you may remain as an observer. Very well. Gao Chongwen was compelled to resettle, stifling the restlessness within. After a brief interlude, Shangwan Wanner stepped outside, followed by a flurry of activity, resulting in a palpable stillness. This indicated that the area had been secured. Curiosity swelled within Gao Yang. What predicament had Wu Zhao encountered that warranted such discretion? Throughout the proceedings, Wu Zhao remained silent. Her demeanor frosty, exuding an intense chill. Her fingers lightly tapped a slow, rhythmic pattern on the table. When Shangwan Wanner returned and nodded towards Wu Zhao, her piercing gaze shifted to Gao Yang. With an icy tone, she inquired, Gao Yang, are you aware of the formidable strength possessed by the vassals of Deqian? Taken aback by her words, Gao Yang quickly grasped her intent. Wu Zhao spoke gravely. In ancient times, lords governed territories no larger than 100 miles, easily subdued due to their weakness. Today, our Deqian vassals span dozens of cities, stretching across 1,000 miles. Indulgence may lead to decadence, while haste could provoke rebellion against Chang'an. She fixed her gaze upon Gao Yang, stating that unless the issue of Deqian's vassals is resolved, her peace of mind would remain elusive. You possess a cunning mind. Do you have a brilliant plan? Chapter 55. The intent of Wu Zetian and the hidden threat of the princes within the elegant chamber. Silence enveloped the room as Wu Zetian's voice resonated. Gao Chongwen felt an intense heat radiating from the ground, rendering him somewhat uneasy in his seat. The Empress intends to take action against the princes of Deqian? This is indeed monumental news. Shangwan Wanner's gaze fell upon Gao Yang, her expression devoid of any surprise, clearly indicating her prior knowledge of the situation. Gao Yang maintained an air of calm. From the very first words uttered by Wu Zetian, he sensed her lethal intent directed at the princes. This murderous intent was palpable and clearly not a fleeting thought. However, this was to be expected. Historically, the relationship between imperial power and the princes has always been exceedingly delicate. The emperor requires the princes to safeguard his reign, yet simultaneously fears their substantial power, which poses a threat to his authority. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, across dynasties, this has remained constant, and the so-called art of kingship, in essence, is merely the art of balance. The emperor may appear to wield supreme authority, but to govern a nation effectively, one must master the art of equilibrium. After all, an emperor's energy is limited, making it impossible to oversee every facet of governance. Thus, various regions require vigilant guardians. The princes serve as the most suitable choice. Should a prince's power become too formidable, suppression becomes necessary. Yet, if the princes are disregarded, reliance on outsiders increases the danger manifold. Compared to outsiders, the founding emperor of Deqian deemed the princes to be more trustworthy. At the very least, even in rebellion, the realm ultimately belongs to the Wu family, ensuring it does not fall into foreign hands. Your Majesty, you do me an injustice. I harbor no malevolent schemes. Should this information leak, how would history portray me? What would the common people think of me? This is a grave misunderstanding and egregious misinterpretation. I must clear my name, Gao Yang declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Wu Zetian. He refused to shoulder such a label. Wu Zetian scrutinized Gao Yang intently. The series of insidious plots, from the devastating exploitation of merchants in Linjiang City to the extermination of locusts and the notion of elevating oneself by diminishing others, was this not the very definition of malevolence? The scheme that poisons the youth of the 6 kingdoms increasingly filled her with dread. While its effects may not be immediate in the long run, it could be likened to a bloodless massacre, potentially evading the notice of even the kings of the Six Realms. Yet, this strategy is perilously prone to backlash against Zetian, which is not particularly weak in terms of national strength. Why resort to such toxic tactics? Despite the myriad issues facing Zetian, Wu Zetian harbored grand ambitions. She yearned to trample the Six Kingdoms, quell the chaos, and achieve unification across the realm. She aspired to establish a genuine golden age, securing her legacy as the eternal empress. She sought to demonstrate to the world that a woman could ascend to the throne and forge a powerful empire. In a world divided among 7 kingdoms, countless smaller states, and numerous barbaric tribes, does law and order truly prevail? It is precisely for this reason that she did not hesitate to issue a decree seeking talented individuals, even granting prominence to someone as ruthless as Gao Yang. Every action she undertook was for this seemingly implausible dream, an ambition so audacious that it would elicit scorn from the officials should it be spoken aloud. Yet, Wu Zetian remained resolute in her belief that she could achieve it. This world, she would arrive, witness, and conquer. As long as she could establish a formidable empire. She cared not for loyal ministers or treacherous schemers, nor for the cunningness of her strategies. The writing of historical records and the discussions surrounding the realm bear no relevance to her. After her demise, the deluge can drown the world. Her initial step is to curtail the power of the feudal lords. The might of the Dacian princes has reached a point that necessitates restraint. My choice of words may be inadequate, yet the essence remains. Do you possess any ingenious strategies to counter these princes? Wu Zhao inhaled deeply and spoke anew. Does your majesty truly wish to take action against the princes? Gao Yang lifted the drink from the table, taking a sip while his gaze fell upon Wu Zhao's noble visage. The esteemed empress lowered her head, revealing her resolute determination. Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Since my ascension to the throne, I have been contemplating the reduction of their power, though I have restrained myself. Yet now, I am eager to take action. Then I beseech your majesty to enlighten me, so that I may devise a countermeasure. Wu Zhao's gaze turned towards Shang Guanwan'er. Shang Guanwan'er then spoke succinctly. The strength of the Dacian princes can be traced back a century. During that tumultuous era, the great ancestor of Dacian, a mere commoner, rose amidst chaos, eventually establishing the Dacian state and creating a tripartite division among 7 nations. With her eloquent lips, Shang Guanwan'er succinctly articulated the centennial journey of Dacian. Gao Yang listened intently. Through her words, he envisioned a Dacian standing resolutely upon the central plains. A century ago, amidst fragmentation, the vast territory housed numerous small states, each embroiled in conflict, leading to a significant upheaval. Human life was as fleeting as grass, blood staining the earth, and countless legends were born from the myriad of heroes. Ultimately, aside from a few nomadic tribes, only 7 formidable nations remained, among which was the Dacian forged by its great ancestor. In those chaotic times, lacking support from established families, the great ancestor of Dacian promised that should he ascend the throne, all meritorious contributors would be granted lands and titles. This was the impetus for myriad heroes to rally to his cause, for land and title equated to a nation within a nation. However, once peace was restored, these lords of different surnames posed a significant threat to imperial authority, prompting the ancestors of Dacian, and for decades thereafter, to eradicate these feudal lords. At this juncture, he allied with his own kin. As the foreign lords were largely subdued, the princes of Dacian emerged as a new formidable issue. They possessed their own domains, wielding military power, land, and taxes akin to local emperors in their territories. By Wu Zhao's era, the influence of these princes had become a formidable force, posing a grave threat to imperial power. Gao Yang, contemplate the matter of reducing their power carefully. There is no need to hasten your response to me. Wu Zhao noted the furrowed brow of Gao Yang and could not help but speak. She was too eager. The reduction of feudal power is a matter of great importance and must be approached with utmost caution. Though Gao Yang was cunning and astute, he could not possibly provide an immediate strategy. Just as she was about to rise, she suddenly heard Gao Yang's voice. Your Majesty, I have a plan that may weaken the prince's power without resorting to bloodshed. At this proclamation, Wu Zhao's gaze shifted dramatically. Shang Guanwan'er's face also registered shock. The reduction of feudal power is indeed a matter of state and exceedingly crucial. How could Gao Yang conceive a strategy so swiftly? Shang Guanwan'er's expression was one of astonishment. Wu Zetian's captivating phoenix eyes were fixed intently on Gao Yang, a sense of urgency evident for the first time. Gao Yang, what brilliant strategy do you propose? Historically, the reduction of feudal powers has always necessitated the use of force. Yet Gao Yang suggested that perhaps it could be achieved without bloodshed, further piquing her curiosity. Observing her intrigue, Gao Yang did not keep her in suspense, but rather spoke plainly and directly. Your Majesty, I have always believed that the bustling world thrives on profit, and the clamor of society is driven by self-interest. Whether in governance or commerce, those who can exploit human vulnerabilities are destined to achieve great success. The reduction of feudal powers falls within this realm. My strategy is to subtly exploit the weaknesses of human nature to diminish the influence of the feudal lords of the Qian, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the dynasty. I possess a grand scheme in my heart. Chapter 56. The discussion on the defense line of the feudal lords and the consequences of diminishing their power as Gao Yang's words echoed in the air. Wu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on Gao Yang, eagerly anticipating his subsequent remarks. While her demeanor remained composed, a tempest brewed within her heart. The concepts of bloodless conflict, killing invisibly, and strategic machinations reverberated incessantly in her mind. Through her recent interactions with Gao Yang, she had gleaned insights into his character. A cunning strategist who would never articulate a plan unless he possessed near absolute certainty. In other words, Gao Yang exuded unwavering confidence. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Wanner was equally astonished. She had long revered scholarly pursuits, firmly believing that the text of sages contained the principles for governing a nation and establishing peace. Thus, she regarded Cui Xinghe, the eminent scholar of the great Qin dynasty, as a potential savior for the realm. Since the day Cui Xinghe achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, Wu Zhao had harbored great expectations for him to devise a strategy for diminishing the power of the feudal lords. Yet, to her dismay, he had yet to present a viable plan, leaving Wu Zhao profoundly disappointed. She was acutely aware of the challenges associated with this endeavor. Without the reduction of power among the lords, the great Qian could hardly thrive. Hence, she sought out Gao Yang, hoping he might possess a solution. Unexpectedly, after hearing her concerns, Gao Yang conceived a plan. According to Shangguan Wanner's investigation, Gao Yang's interest in the pleasures of entertainment far surpassed that of scholarly texts. However, she could not dismiss him as mere braggadocio. His string of ingenious strategies had already stirred a ripple of intrigue in her heart. While Gao Yang himself might be unremarkable, his schemes were undeniably astute. Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's gaze, momentarily allowing his eyes to wander over her graceful form. The essence of strategic machination lies in conducting affairs with integrity, compelling adversaries to confront unavoidable truths, thereby achieving one's objectives. The formidable power of the feudal lords stems fundamentally from their wealth, authority, and military strength. This is the crux of the matter. Thus, any attempt to diminish their power must commence from that very foundation. He paused, noting the expression of confusion on Gao Changwen's face, who seemed disheartened by the realization that his role was merely that of a supporting character. Please continue, Wu Zhao urged with a serious expression. Gao Yang smiled. If your Majesty wishes to sow discord between me and my foolish brother, the most effective strategy would be encapsulated in 8 words. Divert the conflict and divide to conquer. Cultivate the weak, suppress the strong. All methods under heaven can be distilled to this. Your Majesty seeks to diminish the power of the lords for the sake of imperial authority, yet the lords are reluctant to relinquish their power. This is where the conflict lies. However, if your Majesty can redirect this conflict, instigating internal strife within their ranks, transforming major conflicts into minor disputes, then this strategic maneuver will succeed. Gao Yang's voice resonated with confidence, leaving Wu Zhao profoundly shaken. She murmured to herself, diverting conflicts, dividing to conquer, cultivating the weak, and suppressing the powerful. This is indeed strategic machination. In that moment, a new door swung open before her, flooding her mind with countless realizations. She regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression, recognizing that these 8 words encapsulated the essence of imperial strategy, while the subsequent thoughts articulated the art of maintaining balance as a sovereign. As for how to proceed, the answer is quite simple. The long-standing conflict between the eldest and the second son has always existed, yet it merely awaits an opportunity for ignition, a matter reliant upon your Majesty. With Gao Yang's words, it was as though a thunderbolt had struck in Wu Zhao's mind, dispersing the fog that clouded her thoughts. In that moment, the entire elegant chamber fell into silence. What was Gao Yang alluding to? He even specifically mentioned himself and Gao Changwen. The answer was self-evident. A tempest surged within Wu Zhao, her face reflecting deep emotion. She was no fool. She grasped Gao Yang's intent almost instantaneously. Wu Zhao's gaze flickered, and Shangwan Wanner wore an expression of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Gao Yang would propose such a strategy. However, Gao Yang continued, Your Majesty, I must remind you that should the feudal lords be significantly weakened, what will replace them? Have you considered this? Troops must be stationed across the realm for defense. Should the feudal lords cease to exist or lose their military authority, a new system must emerge in their stead. This system has its advantages and disadvantages, which Your Majesty should be aware of. Gao Yang's eyes were profound as he addressed Wu Zhao. The gravity of his words resonated with her. She understood his meaning. The greatest aspect of the feudal lords was their kinship. Beyond ensuring the welfare of their own, it was paramount that they shared the same bloodline. After all, even if they rebelled and seized the throne, it would still be the land of Deqian. Yet without feudal lords, if generals were to take command, they would be outsiders, and should they rebel, the throne could change hands in an instant. The realm is vast, with many feudal lords capable of safeguarding Chang'an. With communication across regions severed, relying solely on the court's decisions is nearly impossible. This authority must be relinquished. This is their greatest function. Without the feudal lords, generals must step in. If Your Majesty intends to act against the feudal lords, this is a consideration to bear in mind. Gao Yang did not elaborate too much, nor did he mention the regional governors or the conscription system, for such directness would imply instructing the empress, a grave misstep he would not commit. Yet, Wu Zhao understood that Gao Yang's implication was to utilize generals to restrain the regions and guard against external threats. Gao Yang wisely returned the choice to her. Wu Zhao's eyes gleamed. In truth, she had contemplated this issue as well. If the power of the feudal lords diminishes, then authority must be granted to the generals. This pertains to the balance of power. She stood abruptly, declaring, I comprehend your meaning. However, the reduction of feudal lords is imperative. Otherwise, my imperial authority will inevitably face constraints, and I am well aware of the stakes. As empress, the resistance posed by the feudal lords was even more formidable. In comparison to the feudal lords, generals were somewhat easier to manage. This was a reflection of her status. Moreover, if she did not act against the feudal lords, her grand ambitions would remain mere illusions. I shall summon the officials tomorrow and proceed as you have advised. I shall credit you with this stratagem. Excitement glimmered in Wu Zhao's eyes. She could almost envision the anguished cries of the feudal lords. She rose to leave. At that moment, Gao Yang's voice resonated. Your Majesty, do not be hasty. Since you have made your decision, I shall do my utmost to assist you in the endeavor of curtailing the feudal lords. However, there is a troubling piece of news regarding this undertaking. Wu Zhao resumed her seat, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Shangwan Wanner, who gracefully lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao raised the cup to her lips, savoring the rich and fragrant brew. Yet, simultaneously, Gao Yang's voice interjected once more. The good news is that the reduction of the feudal lords can be achieved without bloodshed, thereby alleviating conflicts and sanctioning the princes. The bad news is that if we proceed with this reduction now, the great Qian will face ruin, and Your Majesty's life shall be at stake. Chapter 57. The weakness of Wu Zetian. To strengthen the nation, one must first eliminate Prince Rong. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zetian abruptly spewed her tea. But Gao Yang was well prepared, deftly sidestepping the spray. Unfortunately, behind them, Gao Changwen was not so fortunate and was drenched. Yet, how could Gao Changwen dare to complain? After all, the one who sprayed him was none other than Wu Zetian herself. If he were to utter even a few words, he would have to commend her remarkable aim, hitting the target precisely. Wu Zetian, momentarily disregarding her decorum, turned to Gao Yang with a puzzled expression, questioning the rationale behind such a bold assertion. How could such overt schemes lead to the downfall of Deqian and jeopardize her life? Gao Yang, with a solemn demeanor, replied, Your Majesty, I would not dare jest about such matters, even with 1,000 lives at stake. This is no mere alarmist rhetoric. He continued, in the current climate, it is impossible to diminish the power of the feudal lords. Whether through overt or covert strategies, a fundamental prerequisite must be met. The court must possess strength. The court needs to wield sufficient authority. Otherwise, to act against the feudal lords is tantamount to a path to ruin. The feudal lords are not fools. While covert schemes may be shrouded in secrecy, overt tactics are glaringly obvious. If the court appears weak, how could Your Majesty dare to employ overt strategies against the lords? They would unite in rebellion, invoking the ancestral laws, declaring Your Majesty unworthy of the throne, and rise against you. Consequently, the realm of Deqian would inevitably descend into chaos, leading to annihilation, which is no idle threat. He posed a critical question. Do you perceive the court as strong or weak at present? With Gao Yang's light yet impactful words, a chill surged within Wu Zetian. She had overlooked a crucial element. If the court were not sufficiently powerful, what rationale would the feudal lords have to comply with her overt schemes? United rebellion and the establishment of a new emperor were not mere fantasies. To resist would mean becoming mere lambs for slaughter, passively awaiting their fate. She recalled a vital truth. Any overt scheme must rest upon a singular premise. The court must be abundant in military strength and financial resources. Otherwise, what justification would there be for them to follow her lead? Yet, a pressing question loomed. Was the court truly strong at this moment? Wu Zetian's expression shifted, her thoughts racing back to the morning assembly. Shangguanwaner, too, appeared to awaken from a dream, her countenance darkening. They were both astute individuals, and with Gao Yang's subtle prodding, they began to grasp the situation. Gao Yang continued, "If your majesty wishes to penetrate the hearts of the feudal lords, you must first feign openness to them. Acting with undue haste will only yield counterproductive results. Given the current instability of the court, patience is paramount. There are two distinctly different interpretations of opening one's heart." However, Wu Zetian fell into deep contemplation. She could not deny the validity of Gao Yang's words. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "According to your wisdom, how should I proceed?" Gao Yang inadvertently cast a glance at Wu Zetian's exquisite legs, nearly letting slip a comment. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face charges of disrespect. The allure of this empress was dangerously tempting. Wu Zetian, feeling a sense of discomfort, crossed her legs, her expression icy. This scoundrel was growing increasingly audacious, emboldened by his cunning schemes. Now daring to observe, she would soon dare to touch. Alas, for the sake of Great Qian, she would endure for the time being. Gao Yang discreetly withdrew his gaze, believing the emperor should temper his thoughts of diminishing the vassal states. Any attempt to do so, by any means, would be an act of folly. Only when Great Qian grows strong and the emperor holds absolute authority can the vassal kings be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. Perhaps the emperor should contemplate a system to replace the vassal kings. Moreover, with the strength of Great Qian, I possess numerous clever strategies to assist the emperor in subduing the 6 nations. Gao Yang bore a confident expression. This was not mere bravado. He had yet to employ any measures against the 6 nations. Wu Zhao automatically interpreted Gao Yang's clever strategies as cunning plots. She was also quite curious. Given his ruthlessness towards the merchants and vassal kings of their own country, what earth-shattering schemes he might harbor against enemy nations. Wu Zhao felt a sense of anticipation. However, as Gao Yang suggested, her immediate priority was to stabilize the court. Otherwise, Gao Yang would have no opportunity to act. Gao Yang, what do you believe is the cause of the court's instability? Wu Zhao pondered lightly, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Shangguanwaner also raised her gaze towards Gao Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang replied, "The Prince of Rome. If your majesty wishes to establish a grand dynasty, diminish the vassal kings of Great Qian, punish the 6 nations, and earn the title of the Eternal Empress, the first step must be to eliminate the Prince of Rome." Upon uttering these words, even Wu Zhao was taken aback by Gao Yang's directness. The Prince of Rome was a venerable elder of 3 reigns, holding significant power. Lauded as the foremost warrior of Great Qian, having slain countless rebels and contributed greatly to the realm. To suggest the emperor should kill the Prince of Rome was an affront to reason. Wu Zhao's expression turned frigid, though Gao Chongwen was bold. A layer of cold sweat broke upon his brow. He recalled how Gao Yang had expressed disdain for the note hidden in a fish's belly, deeming the fox's calls too troublesome, and instead had other methods. Surely, this alternative method could not mean leveraging imperial power to eliminate the Prince of Rome? He dared not voice his thoughts. Yet Gao Yang remained composed, stating that he had chanced upon the early morning court session where the emperor employed extraordinary means to alleviate disaster, only to face opposition from the Prince of Rome and 13 censors, who even threatened to crash into the Golden Wan Hall. Among them, the chancellor and many court officials also resolutely opposed. While opposition from the censors was expected, it was unacceptable for the Prince of Rome to collude with 13 censors in an indictment. As a prince of Great Qian, wielding great power in both the court and military, and conspiring with the censorate to publicly challenge the emperor was tantamount to courting death. The Prince of Rome may not currently harbor rebellious intentions, but if the emperor does not swiftly eradicate him, it would result in insurmountable obstacles to reform and strengthen the nation. This discourse struck at the very core of Wu Zhao's concerns. She could not deny that Gao Yang's words echoed her own apprehensions. The Prince of Rome, wielding immense power, could easily feign illness to avoid court sessions. And now he was making a move, with the censorate and chancellor echoing his sentiments. This had already threatened the imperial authority, inciting her displeasure, as Gao Yang had articulated. While the Prince of Rome might not presently oppose her, to reform and strengthen the nation, diminish the vassals, and even achieve a legacy of dominance. The court of Great Qian could only resonate with one voice, that of Wu Zhao. Wu Zetian's frosty gaze lingered as she spoke softly. Am I not aware? However, Prince Rong wields immense power both within the court and beyond. Not only is he a formidable warrior, but he is also surrounded by a multitude of loyal guards. To orchestrate his demise is no trivial endeavor. This matter cannot be resolved hastily. It demands utmost caution, for should we falter, the repercussions would be dire. Allow me a moment to ponder further. Yet, Gao Yang abruptly rose to his feet. This unexpected action instantly elicited a look of bewilderment from Wu Zetian. With an expression of grave righteousness, Gao Yang bowed deeply before her, declaring, Your humble servant, Gao Yang, has foreseen your intentions toward Prince Rong from the onset. I have devised over 100 ingenious schemes, encompassing assassination, poisoning, beheading, framing, defamation, entrapment, and treachery, each capable of directly securing Prince Rong's demise. He may flee, but I shall pursue him. He may attempt to escape, yet he shall find no refuge. Chapter 58. The wicked first complains, walk his path. Leaving him no way to go in the private chamber, Wu Zhao wore an expression of intrigue as she could not help but inquire, how many? Gao Yang confidently provided his answer, stating, I am but a humble servant with limited knowledge, not much, merely 100 or so cunning strategies. Shangguan Wan'er, observing Gao Yang's feigned modesty, turned her head away. 100 cunning schemes, and he dares to call himself limited in knowledge? Were anyone else to claim 100 schemes? Shangguan Wan'er would certainly regard it with skepticism. However, when it came to Gao Yang, she held no doubts. He indeed possessed such cunning. Some individuals, merely by their presence, embody authority in their field. In discussions of poison within the Great Qian, none could rival Gao Yang. Do share with us, Wu Zhao said. Narrowing her eyes and speaking slowly, her interest piqued. As Gao Yang had articulated, if she wished to strengthen the Great Qian and forge a mighty empire, it was imperative to eliminate Prince Rong. Regardless of whether he harbored treasonous thoughts, he posed a significant threat to imperial authority. As a chief minister, one must navigate turbulent waters. Failing to do so would lead to one's demise. Furthermore, from Prince Rong feigning illness to pressure her, to today's South morning court session where he instigated trouble, it remained uncertain whether he truly harbored ill intentions. Your Majesty, please wait a moment while I procure something. Gao Yang replied, retrieving from his robe the vials he had earlier taken from Gao Changwan, placing them one by one upon the table. Wu Zhao picked up one vial. Her curiosity evident. What is this? Gao Yang's gaze followed her, and he promptly explained, Your Majesty possesses a discerning eye. This is the rare and potent Qin He Huan San, a superior aphrodisiac. Wu Zhao instantly set it down and picked up a nearby green vial. And this? This is the daily Pen Shi Wang. Upon consumption, one becomes a projectile warrior, when paired with the Qin He Huan San. It is a match made in heaven. I had intended to mix these two potions into the wine of Wu Qing, Prince Rong's son, to witness his embarrassment. However, since your Majesty intends to act against Prince Rong, I need not trouble myself further. Wu Zhao immediately dropped the vial, a hint of discomfort shadowing her exquisite features. Shangguan Wan'er was equally taken aback. The combination of Qin He Huan San and Dali Pin Shi Wang conjured vivid images in their minds, one of unquenchable desire, the other of tumultuous turmoil within. Wu Zhao's complexion paled. She conceded that as an empress, she had been thoroughly disgusted by Gao Yang. Shangguan Wan'er felt a chill run down her spine. Had she not been in the empress's service, how might Gao Yang have treated her? If he had truly administered those two potions, she surmised she might have been driven to madness. You carry such items with you? Wu Zhao exclaimed in shock, gesturing to the array of vials before her. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. These are merely essential tools for my foolish brother in his wanderings through the world. Yet, due to his youth and inability to manage them, I have taken it upon myself to assume responsibility for them. Hearing this, Gao Changwan offered Wu Zhao a simple smile. Wu Zhao mused, indeed, they are of the same blood. While Gao Yang may be cunning, his brother, though not particularly bright, is no simpleton either. Gao Yang picked up a red vial, scrutinizing it. When it comes to assassination, poison is undoubtedly the swiftest method. This is He Ding Hong. My brother says it can seal the throat upon drawing blood. However, What one hears may be deceptive, while what one sees is tangible. I am a meticulous individual. And the Duke of the State has raised several large yellow dogs, embodying the adage that one may keep a dog for 1,000 days. Only to use it for a moment. I intend to conduct an experiment. Yet, considering the disparity in size between dogs and humans, to minimize discrepancies and prevent unforeseen mishaps, it would be most advantageous if Your Majesty could provide a few death row inmates. Ideally, these should be individuals of the most despicable character, guilty of heinous crimes against humanity. Otherwise, I might find myself reluctant to proceed, burdened by a sense of moral conflict. Wu Zetian's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Her expression laced with mockery. You still possess a conscience? She remarked, astonished. Yet, she quickly shook her head, saying, poisoning is far too undignified, making it difficult to justify to the world. I wish to capture the Prince of Rome alive, to first pronounce judgment, and then decide on his fate, ensuring that any bloodshed and subsequent cleansing are kept to an absolute minimum. How might we achieve this? Gao Yang nodded in understanding, acknowledging that such methods, if disseminated, would sound more palatable. This is not particularly challenging. Your Majesty could employ a banquet at Hongmen. In essence, publicly feasting the Prince of Rome under the pretense of discussing state affairs, while within the palace, hundreds of assassins lie in wait, ready to rush in upon Your Majesty's signal of a shattered cup, seizing the prince alive or reducing him to mere pulp. To mitigate any potential risks, I believe we ought to enhance our strategies, for the Prince of Rome is reputed to be the mightiest general of the Great Qian. Should he possess the strength to slay 100 men, that would indeed prove perilous. I shall return today to experiment with the soporific, the enchanting powder, and the potent spray. It would be best to first entice the Prince of Rome to consume it. According to the ancestral laws of Great Qian, the Prince of Rome is forbidden from bringing guards into the palace or bearing arms when meeting Your Majesty. With these 3 layers of precaution, success is assured. Once we capture the Prince of Rome, the subsequent judgment shall be a forte of the civil officials, effortlessly weaving numerous charges against him. Wu Zetian took a deep breath. Though she was already aware of Gao Yang's ruthlessness and cunning, she could not help but feel a sense of awe at this impeccably crafted scheme. What a banquet at Hongmen! What a scenario of assassins lurking both within and outside the palace, awaiting the signal of a shattered cup. Shang Wanwaner also inhaled deeply, her face marred by trepidation as she cast a wary glance at Gao Yang. She felt it imperative to find an opportunity to mend relations with him. Offending such a person is truly terrifying. She glanced down at her long legs, quickly recalling the first day she ventured out of the city with Gao Yang. What harm could come from having such long legs? Wu Zetian then spoke gravely. I hold the military power, so capturing the Prince of Rome is manageable. The true challenge lies in eliminating his followers and securing his condemnation. If the Prince of Rome has committed no grievous sins throughout his life, and his crimes do not warrant death, what then shall we do? Gao Yang first addressed Gao Changwen. I will temporarily return these vials to you. Please keep them safe. He then turned to Wu Zetian, presenting a sincere smile. Since I have proposed this, I shall provide comprehensive service. This matter is straightforward. Your Majesty need only ensure that no information leaks before taking action against the Prince of Rome. Once captured, the methods available are numerous, such as? Wu Zetian inquired. Her curiosity piqued. This leads us to the realm of framing and defamation, among other tactics, he replied, eager to demonstrate his expertise in this area. Gao Yang, brimming with confidence, spoke with conviction. In our esteemed Qian, the practice of witchcraft has long been revered. Before taking action, Your Majesty could orchestrate for a condemned prisoner to reveal that someone has employed witchcraft to curse you. In turn, Your Majesty could issue a decree for the Ministry of Justice to investigate thoroughly, raising no suspicions among the officials. Subsequently, we can ensnare Prince Rong at the banquet, dispatching agents to search his residence. From there, we shall unearth the cursed doll intended for Your Majesty, coercing the servants of the prince with severe punishment. At that moment, we would possess both witness and evidence, leaving Prince Rong speechless. Furthermore, the mouth of this prisoner would become Your Majesty's sharpest weapon, clearing away all opposition with a single stroke. As Gao Yang concluded, even Wu Zhao, who had witnessed countless intrigues and power struggles, felt a chill within. By leveraging the Qian's prevalent witchcraft and the unrelated condemned prisoner as a pawn, the high-ranking officials in the court would hardly concern themselves with a mere convict. First, capturing Prince Rong and framing him with witchcraft, and then using the initially incriminating prisoner as a swift blade to eradicate all of Prince Rong's faction within the court. This plan was indeed ruthless. Her phoenix eyes turned towards Gao Yang, and for the first time, she felt a sense of relief. Fortuitously, Gao Yang hailed from the Duke's household, and fortuitously, he was her ally. Should the traitorous conspirators, particularly Prince Rong and the vassal kings, come into possession of such a scheme, her position would be perilous. There was a genuine fear of losing imperial authority, jeopardizing the realm, and even facing a change of dynasty. The Gao Yang before her undoubtedly possessed such capabilities. With a seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of cunning schemes, Gao Yang continued, undeterred, "Of course, your Majesty's reputation is also a consideration. Prince Rong, having followed the late emperor in numerous campaigns, is celebrated as the Qian's greatest general, undoubtedly bearing scars from battle. If, during the interrogation, he were to unveil his torso, revealing a grotesque array of wounds, it would serve as a counterattack against your Majesty, painting you as heartless and ungrateful, a treacherous rabbit, slaughtering its loyal hound after the hunt. As the adage goes, the wicked are the first to complain. Your Majesty could follow Prince Rong's path, leaving him with no escape, compelling him to reveal his honors." Questioning how he transformed into today's traitor. Chapter 59. Wu Zhao's decision. Gao Yang's schemes during this period, when His Majesty spoke with palpable emotion. He could shed a few inconsequential tears before the assembly of civil and military officials. Subsequently, with a face full of sorrow, he declared that in light of past merits, the death penalty for Prince Rong could be commuted to a lighter sentence, yet he must be imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, thereby silencing the whispers of the world. As his words fell, Wu Zhao's hand trembled around the wine cup, her heart stirred by a wave of dread. Especially with this maneuver mirroring the fate of Prince Rong, it left her with no avenue to escape. What a cunning ploy. First, strip away his dignity. Then turn the tables. If word of this got out, her reputation could still emerge untarnished. From the preparation, to the execution, even to the establishment of guilt, Gao Yang had practically envisioned every detail. Shang Wanwaner, equally taken aback, widened her beautiful eyes, her breath quickening. This Gao Yang was not to be trifled with. Wu Zhao took several deep breaths, striving to calm herself, and remarked, "Your strategy poses no issue. However, if Prince Rong remains alive, I fear we may merely be cutting the grass without uprooting it. Come spring, it shall grow anew." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately became displeased. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand me." "Misunderstand?" Wu Zhao was taken aback, perceiving the weight of the misapprehension. "My intent is to ensure that the populace cannot find fault with you, and furthermore, do you recall the inquiry regarding the annihilation of a family during the court assessment?" Gao Yang hinted subtly. In that instant, Wu Zhao recalled their first meeting, where she had posed a question to Gao Yang during the court examination. What if one eradicated an enemy's family only to discover a child remaining? What then? Gao Yang's response was. Wu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Gao Yang, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting we lie in wait like a hunter?" Gao Yang nodded and clarified, "More precisely, it is akin to fishing under the law. With Prince Rong imprisoned in the dungeon, his guards would undoubtedly prioritize his rescue, allowing your Majesty to set a trap within the prison and ensnare them all. As for Prince Rong in his deep despondency, feeling unworthy of the late Emperor's trust and your Majesty's confidence, he could leave a note of resignation and take his own life, which would be quite reasonable." These words hung in the air. Silence. A profound silence. Not only Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, even the usually carefree Gao Chongwen cast a fearful glance at Gao Yang's retreating figure. In that moment, he felt an immense pressure. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him. It was fortunate they were family and not foes. Otherwise, the grass on their graves would have grown a foot high. After a lengthy pause, Wu Zhao rose and said, "I understand now. Allow me to ponder this carefully." Gao Yang's words struck a deep chord within her. Initially, she intended to consult Gao Yang on how to diminish the fiefs, yet unexpectedly, the matter of eliminating Prince Rong had become an urgent priority. In fact, Gao Yang's insinuation made it seem imperative that she act. Not only would this rid her of a formidable adversary and secure her dominance in the court, but it would also spare her from the taint of fratricide. To be candid, Wu Zhao felt a stirring temptation. This issue was of monumental significance and must not be whispered to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be unforgiving. Wu Zhao's gaze turned to Gao Chongwen, clearly addressing him with her words. Gao Chongwen trembled all over, fearing for his life at the hands of the two before him. He hastily knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I may not be particularly clever, but I am not foolish. This matter is of great significance, and I shall not utter a single word more." Gao Yang chimed in. "On this, your Majesty can be assured. Most young scions are unworthy of great responsibility, indulging solely in pleasure and languishing in the embrace of luxury. Yet, this does not imply that they are devoid of wit. Gao Yang understood Wu Zhao's hesitation. Such monumental issues undoubtedly require further contemplation. Nevertheless, the words spoken today had already sown a seed in Wu Zhao's heart, one that would soon burgeon into a towering tree. To spare Prince Rong while stripping his fief would be a colossal farce, let alone imposing sanctions on the six kingdoms and unifying the realm. He was adept at discerning human emotions and recognized that the empress before him, though a woman, possessed ambitions that rivaled those of any man in her era. Who dared to obstruct her path to sovereignty would surely meet their demise. Even a general's triumph is often paved with countless bones. How much more so the path of an emperor? The carnage and torrents of blood would be no exaggeration. Moreover, within his discourse, he painted a grand vision for the empress, an illustrious Dacian, with ingenious plans to sanction the six kingdoms. Psychologically, there exists a fascinating phenomenon. Individuals tend to remember the beginning and the end of a conversation more vividly. He had intentionally paused for several seconds before proclaiming the prosperity of Dacian and his brilliant strategies. According to the Zygarnik effect in psychology, people are prone to ruminate over unfinished matters, ensuring that related information is firmly retained. Prince Rong would soon find himself devoid of options. Wu Zhao took a step forward, paused at the door, and inquired, "Might I ask, what deep-seated animosity do you harbor towards Prince Rong?" Her curiosity was piqued. Gao Yang candidly replied, "I possess a rather narrow heart. I believe in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. From the moment I brought your Majesty's decree for talented individuals to light, to the subsequent accusations I faced in the court, the shadow of Prince Rong has loomed large. He seeks to establish his authority through the Duke of State's manor, while I desire to extinguish his entire lineage." Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's lofty gaze with unwavering determination, articulating each word with precision. His words were straightforward and unembellished. Wu Zhao had anticipated that Gao Yang would offer some other justification, yet his forthrightness pleasantly surprised her. She pushed open the door, her voice cool and resolute. "Within 3 days, I shall provide you with an answer." A smile graced Gao Yang's lips as he respectfully responded, "I shall await your Majesty's word." Soon, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wanner exited the Rouge Pavilion and entered an opulent carriage. Disguised guards within the palace quickly formed a line, their expressions stern and menacing. "Your Majesty." Shangguan Wanner gazed at Wu Zhao with beautiful eyes, hesitating to speak. Wu Zhao's countenance remained icy, enveloped in an aura of sovereign authority. In truth, only Gao Yang could stir such profound emotions within her. She closed her eyes to rest, yet her mind was filled with Gao Yang's words. After a moment, a soft voice echoed within the carriage, "Find me a death row inmate with a family." Shangguan Wanner's pupils dilated in shock, and she promptly replied, "As you command." Chapter 60, The Supreme Membership. Has it truly been obtained without cost? As Wu Zhao departed, Zhao De and Qin Xing swiftly entered. Yet, before they could utter a word, one of them knelt. Gao Changwen bowed to Gao Yang, exclaiming, "Brother, I was wrong. Your foolish younger brother has erred." Zhao De looked on in astonishment. Gao Changwen, known as the Tyrant of Chang'an, was not particularly malevolent but had always been fearless, unperturbed even by Gao Feng. In fact, the only person who held any sway over him was Gao Tianlong. At the tender age of 10, Gao Feng had punished Gao Changwen for his mischief, delivering a thorough beating. That very night, Gao Changwen urinated in a teacup, covered it, and with a mischievous grin declared that his child was merely naughty. Before presenting the cup to Gao Feng, with a look of satisfaction, accepted the cup, ready to drink it all. Had it not been for the overpowering stench of the child's urine, Gao Changwen might have succeeded. That night, Gao Changwen's cries echoed throughout the Duke of Dinghua's residence, reverberating for 3 days. But now, within the span of a mere afternoon, Gao Changwen knelt before Gao Yang. What could have transpired? Gao Yang helped Gao Changwen to his feet, chuckling, "Dear brother, what is this? We are all family." This statement prompted Gao Changwen to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief. Indeed, they were a loving family. "Brother, shall we continue the music and dance?" Gao Changwen tentatively inquired. Gao Yang shook his head, his gaze profound. "Let us return home. There are matters to attend to." His visit to the Yanshou Pavilion was originally intended to personally experience the delights of the Dacian brothel. Upon entering, he found it intriguing, yet after the experience, it lost much of its allure. The Yanshou Pavilion paled in comparison to the clubs, especially the thrill of opening a box while carrying a small case, an experience that was simply incomparable. Gao Changwen felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from arguing. His eyes flickered, evidently harboring other intentions. As Gao Yang and his entourage exited the private room, they encountered a figure hurrying towards them. It was Lu Yue, adorned in a flowing gown that accentuated her elegant collarbone and porcelain skin. Is Master Gao departing? Not wishing to linger a while longer? Lu Yue inquired sweetly as she approached him. Another day will suffice. I have matters to address, Gao Yang replied succinctly. Since you have obligations, I shan't impose. But please accept this gift. Lu Yue respectfully presented a finely crafted token, fashioned from exquisite rosewood, inscribed with the flamboyant characters for Yanshou Pavilion, alongside a numeral 1. It was evident that the item was freshly made. Following Master Gao's suggestion, they had hastily created the first membership card. From this day forth, Master Gao would be a distinguished guest of the Yanshou Pavilion, elevated to the esteemed rank of Supreme Member. With this card in hand, he would enjoy priority entry, exclusive private rooms, complimentary fine beverages and cuisine, and the company of a lady each day, along with the privilege of a night with an esteemed courtesan once a month. Strictly for his personal use, Gao Yang accepted the card, taken aback. In such a short span, they had not only grasped his intent, but had also crafted the inaugural membership card. Lu Yue is indeed a talent in the realm of commerce. Gao Yang maintained a serene demeanor, yet Gao Changwen was visibly unsettled. He turned to Lu Yue, uncertainty etched on his face, and inquired, a young lady every day, and a night of indulgence with a courtesan each month? Miss Lu, where is my membership card? Gao Changwen could not suppress his excitement, his eyes glimmering with a predatory gleam. Lu Yue maintained a polite smile, responding, Second young master, you must recharge your account. And how much silver is required for this esteemed membership card? Gao Changwen asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his expression, yet he remained defiant. Lu Yue replied with a smile, it's not excessive. A recharge of 200,000 taels at the Yanshou Pavilion, or a total expenditure of the same amount, will grant you the supreme membership. What? 200,000 taels? That is highway robbery. Gao Changwen's voice rose, and he could barely contain his agitation. The Yanshou Pavilion also offers a standard membership, which only requires 500 taels, though the privileges are somewhat diminished. Additionally, starting today, guests at the Yanshou Pavilion must pay a portion of the silver upfront, with adjustments made for any excess. Lu Yue emphasized this to Gao Changwen. His lips twitched in discomfort at her words, feeling the impertinence of the suggestion. Did he appear to be someone who would take advantage? Gao Yang chuckled and addressed Lu Yue, in that case, I shall not be modest. Please convey to the pavilion master that I appreciate this kindness. Lu Yue's smile deepened. I shall escort you, Lord Gao. She stepped ahead to lead him. As Gao Yang ascended the stairs to the first floor of the Yanshou Pavilion, he noticed that the main hall was filled with patrons, most of whom were captivated by the dancers on the circular stage, their thin veils both revealing and concealing. Utterly enticing. The strategy of igniting desire to stimulate consumption was indeed effective. Upon reaching the center of the first floor, just as he intended to make his way towards the exit, a voice suddenly called out from the other side. Brother Gao, why not come over and join me? Gao Yang looked up to see Wu Qing approaching, dressed in white and wielding a feather fan. His complexion was pale, and he walked with an unsteady gait, accompanied by 5 or 6 guards. One of them, robust and muscular, exuded explosive strength, clearly of formidable caliber. Gao Yang halted, his gaze fixed on Wu Qing, a brow arched, sensing that the arrival was not fortuitous. He had truly lost interest in confronting Wu Qing, yet here the latter was, seeking him out. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. I was unaware of your presence, young master, and regret my lack of propriety. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, making a show of departing. Wu Qing, noticing Gao Yang's intent to leave, quickly stepped forward. Brother Gao, what does a brief moment matter when there are so many pressing issues? It seems you have been quite elusive from me. First, you stabilized grain prices in Jiacheng, then proposed methods to exterminate locusts. I even heard that today His Majesty issued an edict to mix sand with the grain to curb corruption, a brilliant scheme of yours, I must say. I am truly impressed. Gao Yang scrutinized Wu Qing's expression. Typically, when an adversary begins to extol your virtues in public, it is often a precursor to a trap. Indeed, with Wu Qing's proclamation, the first floor of the Yanshou Pavilion erupted into a fervor. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Young Master Gao's extraordinary talent in elevating grain prices to attract merchants from afar was truly a masterstroke. The notion of mixing sand with grain to thwart corrupt officials, while seemingly malevolent, was, in fact, a strategy to rescue the populace. Young Master Gao's concealed depths were truly remarkable. As admiration resonated among the assembly, Wu Qing's countenance broke into a smile. He cast his gaze over the throng on the first floor and declared with a booming voice, "Master Gao possesses talents that defy common perception. Since he has graced us with his presence at the Yanji Pavilion today, how could we not seize this opportunity? Let us invite Master Gao to compose an impromptu piece, shall we?" At Wu Qing's suggestion, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, readily echoed their agreement. Wu Qing then turned his attention to Gao Yang, a smile gracing his lips, and continued, "Now that the atmosphere is set, dear brother Gao, why not share a poem with us to broaden our horizons? In the peaceful realm of Deqian, where martial prowess waned and scholarly pursuits flourished, the voices of learned men often resonated through Chang'an, earning them respect and even the favor of high officials who might recommend them for positions of power." Wu Qing's intentions were insidious. He likely drew confidence from the original owner's verse. From a distance, the stone appears grand. Up close, it is merely a large stone. Indeed, the stone is substantial. Should he proceed with this, the entire literary community of Chang'an would surely scoff at him. Although Gao Yang remained unfazed after all, the opinions of outsiders bore little weight. He could not entirely dismiss the annoyance of being publicly challenged. He even dreaded the prospect of Wu Qing becoming an incessant nuisance in the coming days. Thus, he resolved to quell this inconvenience. Composing a poem was hardly a daunting task. With a calm demeanor and a smile, Gao Yang spoke, "Why not? It is a simple matter to recite a poem." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing was instantly elated. The officials in the court regarded Gao Yang with trepidation, akin to the fear of fierce beasts. Even his father and military strategist viewed him as a formidable adversary. Yet, it appeared that he was not so intimidating after all. "I shall await your masterpiece." "Dear brother Gao," Wu Qing said, his expression brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Gao Yang interjected, "If we are to compose poetry, how can we do so without wine? Although I have but one dear friend in this gathering, we can still share a drink and let our poetic spirits flourish. Changwan, please go to my private chamber and bring forth some fine wine. This poem pertains to the young master, and we must toast to it." Chapter 61. A poem stirs the Rouge Pavilion. The strong man's composure shattered, your highness, please. Soon, Gao Changwan returned, carrying a jug of wine, and poured a cup to present to Wu Qing. Wu Qing accepted the wine glass, scrutinizing the liquid within, his gaze filled with suspicion. This wine was not within his familiarity, which aroused his inherent caution. After all, it was not uncommon for the young scions of Chang'an to sabotage one another with drugs. Yet, he mused, it would be too audacious to drug a prince in public. Nonetheless, he refrained from drinking, instead smilingly remarked, "Brother Gao is truly remarkable. Even his poetry diverges greatly from that of other talented scholars. However, I shall forego the wine." Gao Yang feigned a stern expression and said, "Could it be that the prince looks down upon me, unwilling to partake? If that is the case, then I have misjudged my own importance." With that, he turned to walk toward the door again. Wu Qing, noticing this, hastily interjected, "If Gao Yang were to seize the opportunity to slip away now, all his efforts would be in vain. Brother Gao, please wait. If that is the case, let us drink together to inspire your poetic fervor." Wu Qing lifted his wine glass, his gaze fixed on the jug from which Gao Changwan had just poured. He had witnessed the act with his own eyes. "Come, fill brother Gao's cup," Wu Qing called out cheerfully. Observing the situation, Gao Changwan had no choice but to pour another cup. He glanced at Gao Yang, feeling a twinge of concern. He had suspected that Wu Qing was not so foolish, in a world where young elites often resorted to drugging one another. How could Wu Qing be completely unguarded? If there was poison, it would surely be hidden in plain sight. Yet Gao Yang maintained an air of nonchalance as he accepted the cup, addressing Wu Qing, "Your Highness, please, wait. In honor of our friendship, let us exchange our cups." With that, Wu Qing and Gao Yang swapped their glasses. As long as Gao Yang dared to drink first, the wine would be assuredly safe. Otherwise, there would be a trap. A smile danced upon Gao Yang's lips. After exchanging their cups, Gao Yang tilted his head back and gulped the wine down in one swift motion, his Adam's apple bobbing. And he even turned the cup upside down to indicate that he had finished it entirely. Gao Changwan was taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged Gao Yang's intentions? Perhaps he had never intended to drug him at all? Or did the poisoner believe in the principle of inflicting harm upon oneself to defeat the enemy? Wu Qing exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Gao, you truly possess great capacity. I shall certainly drink alongside you to inspire your poetic musings." With that, Wu Cheng also downed his drink, his throat moving as he similarly turned his cup upside down, signaling that he had left not a drop behind. A smile spread across Gao Yang's face. In the next moment, he tilted his head back and abruptly spat the wine he had held in his mouth. "Ah, this fine wine truly inspires my poetic spirit." This unexpected maneuver nearly caused Wu Cheng's eyes to bulge in disbelief. "Gao Yang, did you not drink that wine?" Wu Cheng's face turned pale. Gao Yang's actions indicated that the wine was most likely tainted. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Yang cut him off, his gaze suddenly sweeping over the crowd. Unable to refuse such hospitality, and finding himself in the enchanting atmosphere of the Rouge Pavilion, the young gentleman decided to recite a delicate poem. "Everyone, please lend me your ears," he proclaimed, and then, facing the audience, he recited with clarity, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty, as spring breezes caress the railing. The dew's brilliance deepens." These lines flowed from Hai Yang's lips, quoting the first of Li Bai's Qing Ping Diao. This poem was originally composed by Li Bai in praise of the renowned Yang Guifei, conveying a simple yet profound meaning. The sight of clouds reminded one of her splendid attire, while flowers evoked her captivating visage. The spring wind gently brushed against the balustrade, enhancing the vibrancy of the blossoms with dew. Such celestial grace could only be likened to an ethereal fairy atop the peaks of Mount Chuanyu, or a divine maiden illuminated by moonlight before the Yaotai Palace. As the final words reverberated through the air, a hush fell over the once boisterous Rouge Pavilion, as if thunder had struck in the minds of the onlookers. They gazed at Hai Yang as if witnessing a spectral apparition. The women present were equally astounded, their delicate faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Lu Yuer, who had initially worn an expression of worry, found herself captivated. Composing poetry was not as straightforward as concocting a scheme. It required a profound literary foundation. Yet upon hearing Qing Ping Diao, her enchanting eyes were filled with awe. Though she was the proprietor of the Rouge Pavilion, she had been well versed in the classics since childhood, excelling in poetry and verse. Not only she, but all the young women in the pavilion were compelled to study poetry and couplets, as they catered to a sophisticated clientele. Mere beauty would not stir the hearts of literati. However, donning the mantle of a talented woman from a fallen house could often triple their worth. With the emergence of this poem, Lu Yuer was certain that it would resonate throughout Chang'an, treasured by countless noble ladies. She found herself whispering the lines, "Clouds evoke garments. Flowers evoke beauty. As spring breezes caress the railing, the dew's brilliance deepens." Was there truly such exquisite poetry in this world? Her gaze fell upon Hai Yang's countenance, filled with astonishment. Qing who had been on the second floor, emerged upon hearing the commotion. A lover of poetry herself, she felt her entire being weaken at the beauty of the lines. With such a poem, what harm was there in reaping the benefits? Perhaps she, too, could see her worth soar overnight thanks to these verses. Even Wu Cheng, momentarily distracted from the potential issues with his drink, found his eyes wide with shock. As if he had encountered a ghost. Hai Yang possesses such talent? How could he have penned such verses? Had he been hiding his poetic prowess? It was inconceivable. With his face contorted in disbelief, Wu Cheng shouted, "Hai Yuan, why? How dare you? To plagiarize another's verses is a crime deserving of scorn from all scholars." Simultaneously, a surge of heat coursed through him, compelling him to tear off his garments and liberate himself, even causing him to regard Hai Yang's visage with newfound admiration. To make matters worse, a storm brewed within him. This was dire, very dire. He hastily shook his head, striving to maintain clarity. Observing Wu Cheng's expression, Hai Yang surmised that the effects of the concoction had likely begun to take hold. He took a step forward, preparing to leave. But the muscular man beside Wu Cheng suddenly advanced, his gaze icy and his voice resonating like thunder. He intoned gravely, "Has the esteemed gentleman not heard the prince's inquiry?" At that moment, Zhao De and Chen Sheng also stepped forward, positioning themselves beside Gao Yang. They could easily discern that this brawny figure was undoubtedly a formidable warrior from the military, a true master of his craft. Tension enveloped the entire Rouge Pavilion, with everyone feeling the palpable strain, retreating a few steps in unison. The muscular man flexed his explosive physique, towering with an oppressive aura that bore down like a mountain. Until the prince spoke, none were permitted to depart. The man's voice thundered, laced with a chilling intent to kill. Wu Cheng's mind grew increasingly foggy. Standing behind the muscular figure, he found himself oddly fixated on the man's rear, which, usually dismissed with disdain, now swayed enticingly as if it possessed a lethal allure. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious onlookers, Wu Cheng made the first move, just as the muscular man prepared to strike. Wu Cheng abruptly wrapped his arms around the man's waist from behind. In that instant, the warrior froze, his iron-like frame stunned as if struck by a heavy blow. He turned his head in disbelief to gaze at Wu Cheng, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stammered, "My prince, what are you doing?" Chapter 62. The martial guardian. Surely, you do not wish to witness the heir's demise in such a catastrophic manner. In an instant, the entire Rouge Pavilion was enveloped in a profound silence. Lu Wei, Qing'er, and numerous patrons within the establishment gazed incredulously at Wu Cheng. The two factions had yet to engage, yet the burly man had already been ambushed. What on earth is this? The heir has such peculiar tastes. Ah, my eyes. The cacophony of astonishment jolted Wu Cheng's mind back to lucidity. Upon realizing the gravity of his actions, his countenance turned ashen, subsequently filled with a murderous intent directed at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Wu Cheng charged at Gao Yang, his demeanor bordering on madness. He was now utterly convinced that the wine held sinister secrets. Gao Yang remained composed, though the Prince of Rome wielded immense power. The Duke of Dinghua's estate was not to be underestimated. Amongst the dissipated elite, who would truly fear whom? Moreover, the Prince of Rome had already lost the Empress's trust and could not hope to thrive for long. With a sudden, forceful kick, Gao Yang struck directly at Wu Cheng's groin. The self-defense techniques of a poison master encompassed merely two moves, a vicious jab to the eyes or a brutal assault upon the lower regions. If the target were a woman, then a relentless attack to the chest would suffice. Even in defeat, there would be no loss. Wu Cheng felt an overwhelming force wash over him, followed by an agonizing pain that was simply unfathomable. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. The men present shared in his shock, their horror palpable. The burly man, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Daring to strike the heir was tantamount to a death sentence. He charged at Gao Yang, followed closely by the guards of the Prince of Rome. Zhao Da's expression darkened as he swiftly drew his sword, forming a defensive array. Anyone who dared lay a hand on the young master would be met with merciless retribution. Hai Chongwen hastily concealed himself behind Gao Yang, yearning to voice the fact that the Duke of Dinghua's estate comprised more than just one young master. Was the life of the second young master to be disregarded? The situation escalated with alarming rapidity, catching everyone off guard. Yet, Wu Cheng trembled, as if straining to endure something unbearable. "Leave." Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. "I said leave. Take me back to the estate, and we shall discuss this later." At that moment, an odd sensation coursed through him. Below his abdomen, he felt an intense, debilitating pressure, while above surged a nefarious heat that threatened to overwhelm his senses. The turmoil within his stomach was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Should he falter within the Rouge Pavilion, the entire reputation of the Prince of Rome's estate would be irrevocably tarnished. The burly man, sensing the urgency, quickly assisted Wu Cheng to his feet and hastened towards the carriage outside. Gao Yang, taken aback by the potency of the drug, shouted after them, "We must thoroughly investigate this treachery. Be wary of an explosive demise." Wu Cheng paused momentarily, but soon found himself assisted into the carriage. The vehicle sped towards the Prince of Rome's estate in a frantic rush. The burly man, with a resolute expression, urged, "Young master, endure a little longer. Once we arrive at the estate, there will be women to assist you in neutralizing the poison." Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with a fervent intensity. His hands glided over the bronzed muscles of the burly man. The man's body tensed, his eyes wide as saucers. "My lord, this is utterly inadvisable." Yet Wu Cheng pressed closer, resembling an octopus ensnaring its prey. "Guardian Wu, you have served the Prince of Rome's residence for decades. Surely, you do not wish to witness this lord's demise." The guardian's robust frame shuddered violently. In the Yanshou pavilion, on the third floor, Louis Wei pushed open the door and respectfully regarded a woman. "Mistress, the esteemed membership card has been delivered to Lord Gao as per your instructions, and the chaos below has subsided." The woman turned, her visage partially obscured by a thin veil, yet it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. She murmured, "Clouds suggest garments. Flowers hint at beauty. The spring breeze caresses the threshold. Dewdrops glisten in abundance. Had it not been for the sight atop the mountain of jade, one might meet under the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." Lu Ruoyan was astonished, never expecting such poetry to emanate from Gao Yang's lips. The more she pondered the lines, the more she appreciated their exquisite language and vivid imagery, far surpassing ordinary verses. Her identity was not to be underestimated. outwardly. She was one of the 4 celebrated courtesans of the Yanshou pavilion, but in truth, she was the mistress of the establishment. Today's affair, Lord Gao's methods are rather overt. I fear it may not conclude well and could potentially implicate us, Lu Wei expressed her concern. Although she relished Gao Yang's actions against Wuqing, she felt the situation was precarious, given that the latter was the son of the Prince of Rome, not just any frivolous scion. She perceived Gao Yang's approach as excessively blunt, lacking any semblance of subtlety. A smile graced Lu Ruoyon's lips. Overt? You underestimate Lord Gao. Lu Wei was taken aback. Mistress, what do you mean? Lu Ruoyon's gaze deepened, her enchanting eyes resting on Lu Wei's face. A master of manipulating hearts. He even proposed a cunning strategy to undermine the younger generation of the 6 kingdoms through tales and illustrations. His actions are surely calculated. She continued confidently. In the coming days, I suspect there will be more entertainment to witness, and the son of the Prince of Rome may find himself at a disadvantage. Lu Wei appeared contemplative. Indeed, if Gao Yang had taken action, it could not be so simple. Next time Lord Gao visits the Yanshou pavilion, I shall personally accompany him. If such a person could be won over, it would bode well for my endeavors. Reflecting on Gao Yang's capabilities and Wu Zhao's imminent arrival, Lu Ruoyon's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky, radiating boundless anticipation. On the streets of Chang'an, within the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua, Gao Chang'an exclaimed, Brother, your strategy is nothing short of brilliant. I nearly believed you would plunge into the fray yourself, opting for a risky exchange to ensnare Wuqing. His face beamed with excitement. Upon reflection, this was indeed his first successful use of poison. The sense of satisfaction was nothing short of that brief shiver that lasted several seconds. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Chang'an and chuckled. Isn't that the son of Prince Rome? Aren't you afraid? Gao Chang'an puffed out his chest, a hint of youthful confidence gracing his otherwise boyish face. The Prince Rome's residence is not to be trifled with. But neither is my Duke of Dinghua's manor. As fellow libertines, if he were to falter in his tactics, who could he blame? The mere thought of it spreading would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, Gao Chang'an squinted. His elder brother's public display of prowess seemed overly direct. And even he felt that there must be a backup plan. What could possibly concern him? Gao Yang looked on in astonishment, questioning who claimed that libertines were of no significant use. His reasoning was astute. You are mistaken, there is no backup plan. Besides, it was you who administered the drug. What relevance does this have to me? Even if Prince Rong were to retaliate, I shall shoulder the burden. With that declaration, Gao Chang'an's expression froze. Soon after, panic set in. Brother, you cannot say that. At the very least, I might be left crippled, if not worse, by our father. Witnessing his brother's reaction, Gao Yang erupted into laughter. All right, I was merely teasing you. Look at that little heart of yours. Fear not, this matter does not involve you. At these words, Gao Chang'an wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. That nearly scared the life out of me. Zhaoda, find a fabric shop. Today we shall spend not a single coin, but procure some fine silk to take back. Gao Yang's expression turned contemplative. There was something he needed to verify. Yes. In no time, their carriage set forth with great momentum toward the largest fabric shop in Chang'an, the Brocade Pavilion. Chapter 63, Gao Chang'an's Curiosity. What is a lick dog? As Gao Yang stepped into the brocade house, he was immediately greeted by exquisite silk fabrics and a young attendant who approached him. The spacious shop was bustling with well-bred young ladies perusing their selections. Brother, when do you plan to seek out the eldest daughter of the Song family? Gao Chang'an suddenly inquired, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Gao Yang, taken aback, replied, Why would I seek out the eldest daughter of the Song family? You have admired her for 10 years and invested so much. Wouldn't it be a shame to simply give up? Gao Chang'an continued, Moreover, with your current favor in the emperor's eyes and your numerous achievements, even if Miss Song is proud, she would surely consider you first. At this, Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Consider me first? Why should I allow her to do so? As you mentioned, the emperor values me. And I am the eldest son of the foremost duke in the realm. Why should I hang my hopes on her? For a moment, Gao Chang'an felt the truth in his brother's words, yet something felt amiss. Did you not notice the admiration in the eyes of the young ladies at the Yanshou pavilion when that Jinping tune was played? Gao Chang'an nodded emphatically. He had clearly observed the adoration in their gazes, as if they wished to devour him. It is no exaggeration to say that even without exploiting the law, simply with those 2 lines, clouds dream of garments, flowers long for beauty, spring breezes caress the threshold, and dew is rich, you could easily gain their favor, Gao Chang'an expressed enviously. In times of need, one truly realizes the scarcity of knowledge. In that moment, I truly grasped what that feeling entailed. Gao Yang then produced the Supreme Membership card from Yanji Pavilion. Even without relying on talent, gaining favor is not a concern. So why should I pursue Song Qingqing? Gao Changwen scratched his head, increasingly convinced by his brother's logic. Though Song Qingqing is beautiful, far surpassing the women of Yanji Pavilion in appearance, the allure of the women there is undeniable, and they are ever-changing, with even courtesans accompanying them. The beauty of these courtesans may not pale in comparison to Song Qingqing. Between the two, he found himself preferring the latter. Brother, your reasoning is quite sound. However, I feel that you have invested so much. To abandon it now would be a great loss. Changwen, you are still young. The waters of love run deep and are beyond your grasp. Just by uttering those words, you have already assumed the role of A-Lick Dog. What is A-Lick Dog? Gao Changwen asked, his curiosity piqued. The large yellow dog in our household. Should you encounter it upon your return, what would it do? Gao Yang asked with a smile. It would undoubtedly rush over to me. Licking my hand and expressing its joy, he replied. And if you were in a good mood, how would you respond? I would surely pat its head affectionately and perhaps toss it a bone or two for play. But what if you were in a foul mood and it still eagerly approached you, licking you with fervor? Gao Changwen scratched his head again, estimating. I would probably give it a kick. Yet, upon reflecting on this, Gao Changwen was struck with realization. Is this what it means to be A-Lick Dog? Gao Yang regarded Gao Changwen with a nod of affirmation. Furthermore, if that dog were to be hurt by your demeanor and became distant, a mere toss of a bone would coax it back into your affection. Thus, the cycle continues, entirely dependent on the master's whims. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Gao Changwen gasped in astonishment. Enlightened by the essence of a sycophant, he inquired, Brother, I suddenly find the role of a sycophant rather intriguing. Gao Yang's lips twitched. Feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity, Gao Changwen, brimming with excitement, continued, Brother, I have another thought. If I were to flatter one person as a dog, what if I flattered 10 or 100? Would I still be considered a sycophant? Gao Yang. He should have realized that no one in the Duke's residence was simple-minded. However, he was too disinterested to indulge Gao Changwen further and called out, Innkeeper. At the sound of Gao Yang's voice, a plump, middle-aged man promptly approached. The moment he laid eyes on Gao Yang, he recognized the presence of a distinguished guest. Esteemed young master, I am the innkeeper of the Silk Pavilion. My surname is Qi. May I inquire what kind of fabric you seek? The innkeeper wore a beaming smile. Gao Yang's gaze swept over the exquisite silks displayed in the shop. I have heard that the state of Zhao produces a fabric known as Zhao Gao. Might you have some to show me? Please hold on a moment, young master. You have indeed come to the right place. I believe we are currently the only establishment in Chang'an with stock. The innkeeper continued, his tone filled with admiration for Zhao Gao. This Zhao Gao is a splendid fabric. You shall know its quality upon touch. Only the textile techniques of Zhao can yield such fine and white cloth, but it is currently only available in the storeroom. So I kindly ask for your patience. Then I shall trouble you, innkeeper, Gao Yang replied courteously. Gao Changwen, observing this interaction, felt a twinge of confusion and curiously asked, Brother, with so many fabrics available, why have you singled out Zhao Gao? While Zhao Gao is indeed delicate and comfortable to wear, its transportation from Zhao incurs significant costs, making its price rather steep and its value questionable, Gao Yang remarked, somewhat surprised. Today, you have opened my eyes, dear brother. You grasp the concept of cost-effectiveness? Gao Changwen, feeling restless, responded, Brother, your words imply that I am but a simpleton, yet I am not entirely devoid of understanding. The state of Zhao borders our great Qian, but the distance spans thousands of miles. Merchants must account for labor, transport, and protection against bandits, all of which amount to astronomical figures. Consequently, the costs rise. And so too does the selling price. Gao Yang nodded. You speak wisely. This indeed elucidates the primary reason for Zhao Gao's high value. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Gao Changwen's eyes. Do you believe there is profit to be made from Zhao Gao? Are you considering an intervention? Gao Yang glanced at the eager Gao Changwen and replied ambiguously, perhaps, but the specifics remain to be seen. It is too early to draw conclusions. A smile graced Gao Yang's face at the thought of Zhao Gao. If it were to unfold as he anticipated, the possibilities would extend far beyond mere profit. It was merely a fleeting smile, yet for some inexplicable reason, it sent a chill coursing through Gao Changwen's entire being, as though it heralded the demise of many. A mere illusion, it must be, he reassured himself. However, just as doubt clouded his thoughts, two young women entered through the grand doors of the brocade hall. Gao Changwen recognized them both, the eldest daughter of the Minister of War, Chen Yi, and the eldest daughter of the Song family, Song Qingqing. They were accompanied by several maidservants. Qianyi was certainly a beauty, with delicate features, fair skin, and a petite face that drew attention. Yet, in comparison to Song Qingqing standing beside her, she paled significantly. Clad in a flowing green gown, Song Qingqing's fair complexion appeared even more luminous. Her exquisite features rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of outward appearance, she could easily rival the likes of Shang Wanwaner. Gao Chaowen hesitated, contemplating that if it were not for Gao Yang's reputation as a sycophant, he would have approached them to greet them. However, that was no longer an option. For Song Qingqing regarded her brother as a mere flatterer, an affront not only to Gao Yang but to him as well. He merely nudged Gao Yang to indicate the unexpected guest at the door. Gao Yang instinctively glanced over, while Qianyi gently touched Song Qingqing's fair arm. Song Qingqing, with her beautiful eyes, followed Qianyi's gesture to see what lay ahead. In the charged atmosphere, their gazes met, yet there was no melodramatic spark of connection. Only Gao Yang swiftly averted his gaze, turning to the other side. Although he held no fondness for individuals like Song Qingqing, he chose to disregard her. As he awaited Zhao Zhao, this dismissive attitude towards strangers caused Song Qingqing to falter, her eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Chapter 64, Triple Crit. So heart-wrenching how Changwen suddenly erupted into laughter, startling Gao Yang. What has gotten into you? Gao Yang remarked, his expression darkening as he turned to Hao Changwen. Hao Changwen scratched his head and replied, I merely found the atmosphere rather awkward, so I couldn't help myself. Qianyi, noticing the situation, graciously pulled Song Qingqing forward. Feigning casualness as she said, Gentlemen, it appears that fate has brought us together in this unexpected encounter. Are you here to purchase clothing as well? As Song Qingqing's close friend, she was well aware of her sentiments and shared in the awkwardness. Just after calling off the engagement, Gao Yang had transformed from a mere dandy into a formidable pillar of support in Chang'an, eclipsing even the esteemed Cui Zhuangyuan. Even the empress had been moved by his transformation. The most uncomfortable party in this situation was undoubtedly the Song family. However, Qianyi refrained from voicing her thoughts, as it was ultimately Song Qingqing's actions that had gone too far. Nevertheless, given their prior relationship, she maintained a decent rapport with both Gao Yang and Hao Changwen. Upon hearing her words, Hao Changwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. After visiting the Yanshou pavilion, we typically head straight to the residence to recuperate for a few days. Who would have thought we would encounter you here at the Silk Pavilion for the first time? The Yanshou pavilion? You visited a brothel? Qianyi exclaimed, her surprise evident. Song Qingqing's expression shifted as well. Yet, Hao Changwen looked bewildered. What kind of expressions are those? As a dandy, what else would one do if not frequent brothels? Should we march to the front lines and meet our demise instead? His brazen demeanor and certainty left Qianyi momentarily speechless. His reasoning was so sound that she found herself at a loss for words. As Hao Changwen contemplated the experiences within the Yanshou pavilion, his interest was piqued. Not only did we visit the Yanshou pavilion, but my brother will also enjoy complimentary privileges in the future. In Hao Changwen's eyes, possessing a supreme membership card to the Yanshou pavilion was a symbol of honor. He promptly recounted the privileges associated with the card, which was worth 200,000 taels of silver. Instantly, Qianyi was taken aback, considering the salaries in Dakian. Her father, despite being a third-grade official, earned merely a few thousand taels annually, including various allowances. Of course, this was the visible income. However, there were dozens of servants to support within their household, making 200,000 taels an astronomical sum. The Yanshou pavilion, renowned in Chang'an, was known for its exquisite courtesans, most of whom offered artistry rather than intimacy, showcasing unparalleled beauty. The privileges Gao Yang possessed were indeed formidable. Moreover, in the course of their conversation, Hao Changwen casually recited Gao Yang's composition, Qingping Diao. In an instant, both women were left in shock, especially Song Qingqing, whose heart swelled with astonishment. Having studied the 4 books and 5 classics from a young age and being well-versed in poetry and couplets, she was celebrated as one of Chang'an's 4 great talents. Yet, even she was taken aback upon hearing the lines, clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew is rich and thick. Song Qingqing could no longer contain herself, her crimson lips parting as she questioned, Gao Yang, did you truly compose the lines the clouds yearn for garments? The flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, and the dew glistens richly on a whim? Her expression was one of disbelief. With such poetry, Gao Yang could easily ascend to the ranks of the foremost poets of the great Qin dynasty. Upon hearing the skepticism in Song Qingqing's tone, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable irritation. For indeed, her suspicion was warranted. He had merely transcribed the works of Li Bai from another realm. He retorted sharply, "No, I copied it." His cold demeanor and unwavering tone instantly reminded Song Qingqing of the hours she had spent waiting for Gaoang beneath the tree yesterday, only to be bitten by mosquitoes. Though she acknowledged her wrongdoing and recognized the slight she had cast upon the Duke of Dinggua's household, her pride would not allow her to yield without reservation. Why could Gaoang, a man, not exhibit a broader perspective? Furthermore, she merely wished to befriend Gaoang, not believing that having surpassed Cui Xinghe and gained the favor of the Empress made her indispensable to him. After all, she, Song Qingqing, was merely offering him another opportunity to pursue her. In a world brimming with talented individuals, which of them could she not be matched with? Seeing the tension escalate, Qinyi hastily intervened. "Young Master Gao, please do not take offense. Qingqing did not mean it that way." Gaoang remained non-committal. He simply held disdain for women like Song Qingqing, who sought to curry favor. He had encountered many such individuals in his previous life. Yet, it was akin to being surrounded by the stench of dog excrement. One could not become accustomed to the odor through constant exposure, unless one became a sycophant. That was the principle of the matter. Suddenly, Chun Yi's eyes brightened as she addressed Gaoyang. "You must have written those lines for Qingqing, correct?" Gaoyang was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Song Qingqing, too, was momentarily stunned. The meaning of the poem was exceedingly clear, depicting a woman's beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Given that she had called off her engagement just over 10 days ago, who else could occupy Gaoyang's thoughts but her? While she spoke harshly, he evidently still held her in his heart. Humph. Song Qingqing's lovely complexion brightened. "Gaoang, I can understand your feelings. It is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards me for making you wait yesterday. Consider it settled, and we may still be friends." Gaoyang could no longer contain his frustration and quickly replied, "Sister, please do not tarnish the beauty of this poem. When have you ever encountered a sycophantic fairy? I implore you, go seek out Cui Xinghe." The terms insult, sycophantic, and fine Cui Xinghe struck Song Qingqing like a devastating blow, sending a barrage of emotional turmoil through her heart. "Gaoang, what do you mean by insult? What do you mean by sycophantic? And what do you mean by seeking out Cui Xinghe? You must clarify your words today." Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing erupted in anger. Gaoyang's remarks were not only highly offensive but also deeply insulting. Gaoang, however, chose to ignore her, deeming it an unnecessary expenditure of breath. Just then, the shopkeeper Qi approached, cradling a delicate and pristine piece of Zhao silk. Gaoyang stepped forward, greeting him directly. "Young Master Gao, here is the Zhao silk you requested." However, as the eldest son is aware, the journey from the Zhao kingdom is long, and coupled with the maturity of the textile techniques, the price is rather steep. Gaoyang accepted the silk, gently caressing its surface. Indeed, this Zhao silk surpassed the quality and feel of any fabric from the Deqian dynasty. "Is this silk exclusively produced in the Zhao kingdom?" he inquired. "Naturally, as it is a significant means of wealth for Zhao, and the core technology has always been kept confidential," replied the smiling shopkeeper Qi. Examining the silk in his hands, Gaoyang asked, "What is the price for this piece of Zhao silk?" "It is 10 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Gaoyang was taken aback. The price was indeed quite considerable. "Zhao De, please settle the payment," he instructed, his fingers still gliding over the silk, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He then left the brocade building, scarcely glancing at Song Qingqing, as though she were invisible. Chapter 65. As I read the spring and autumn annals, do not even think about taking advantage of the situation. Song Qingqing gazed in disbelief at the retreating figure of Gaoyang, unable to grasp the reality of the moment. He actually left, deeming the Zhao in his arms more significant than me. A look of incredulity adorned Song Qingqing's face. In the past, Gaoyang would never have treated her this way. With just a word, she could summon him or send him away at will. In fact, since being stood up yesterday, she had resolved that, as her feelings for Gaoyang were not particularly strong, it would be better to let go entirely. After all, it is rare to find a four-legged frog in this world, but two-legged men are plentiful. As a descendant of a prestigious family, Song Qingqing felt a sense of reluctance and imbalance. However, Gaoyang's demeanor now pierced her heart, as if she were the most repugnant thing on earth, unworthy of even a glance. Qinyi, witnessing this scene, sighed deeply. It was difficult for her to reproach Song Qingqing, as they were the best of friends, and their families had long-standing ties. Yet, Song Qingqing's personal visit to annul the engagement was a significant humiliation. Gaoyang's indifference was, to some extent, understandable. One must either completely distance themselves from Gao Yang or prepare for the possibility of humiliation if they draw near. Seeing Song Qingqing's expression, Chun Yi felt a twinge of sympathy and said, Qingqing, the deeper the love, the stronger the hate. This poem was surely composed by Gao Yang for you. However, your past actions have caused him great hurt, and thus his heart is now filled with animosity towards you. Try not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing's face flickered with emotion. Is it true? Did he truly compose clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty for me? If so, why then does he insult me? Indeed, Chen Yi replied, her expression one of resignation. Having spoken, she could only muster the courage to offer comfort. Humph. Song Qingqing scoffed, her eyes glinting with resentment. When he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I shall ensure he experiences a taste of my current feelings. No, tenfold, 100-fold of this sensation. Song Qingqing eagerly anticipated that moment, finding solace in the thought. Chen Yi felt overwhelmed as she secretly leaned towards believing Gao Yang spoke the truth. He genuinely felt that Song Qingqing had insulted the poem. However, seeing her in such a state made it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. On the carriage, Gao Changwen looked at his brother with admiration. Elder brother, you were simply magnificent just now. As he spoke, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. But Song Qingqing is truly perplexing. She clearly annulled the engagement yet now displays such affection. Gao Yang chuckled derisively. Affection? This is merely a sense of imbalance. A discomfort from losing a devoted admirer. If the Duke of State's residence were successfully suppressed by the Prince of Rome, and if I were to be punished by the Empress or even imprisoned in the dungeon, Song Qingqing would only feel fortunate. Once separated, few genuinely wish for their former partner's well-being. The worse you fare, the more she will believe her initial choice was correct. Conversely, if you excel, she will feel discontent and begin to regret. Such is human nature. Gao Changwen held his head, exclaiming, Elder brother, my head aches terribly. Could it be that I caught a chill? But that shouldn't be the case. Gao Changwen shook his head, saying, No, after hearing my brother's words, I feel as though my mind is expanding. Gao Yang responded with a pause, and soon regained his composure. Reflecting that women would merely affect his speed in drawing his sword, while the brothel remained a constant allure, he shifted his gaze, suddenly saying, Brother, might you return to the manor first? It has taken me quite some effort to come out, and I have some pressing matters to attend to. Gao Yang looked surprised and replied nonchalantly, Oh, what matters? Gao Changwen, with a face full of righteous indignation, declared, studying the books of righteous principles. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's lips twitched. Outside the carriage, Chen Sheng and Zhao De also wore expressions of disbelief. The excuse was so transparent that even a fool could see through it. Studying, are you sure? You wouldn't be contemplating a stealthy exit, using learning as a pretext to visit a brothel, would you? Gao Yang remarked with profound implications. Gao Changwen, unflustered, firmly denied the accusation, saying, Brother, how could you think such a thing? It seems you have misunderstood me. I am studying the spring and autumn annals. How could I possibly venture to such a sordid place? After hearing his brother's words, he felt an unprecedented thirst for knowledge. Unable to listen any longer, Gao Yang said, Very well, but do not touch alcohol and mind your words. Gao Changwen was taken aback by how easily he had succeeded. Overjoyed, he quickly exited the carriage. Gao Yang, with a look of resignation, instructed Zhao De, this lad is likely racing towards the brothel. Arrange for a few people to follow him discreetly. Zhao De reined in the horses, somewhat surprised. Young master, isn't it legal to indulge without consequence? Can one not revel outside the bounds of law? Gao Yang replied with a knowing look, While it is indeed not illegal in Qian, I never claimed he wouldn't face repercussions. Upon hearing this, both Zhao De and Chun Sheng widened their eyes in shock. Gao Yang continued, Otherwise, why maintain so many bodyguards? Are they merely there to prevent those wayward women from running away? It would be beneficial for this young man to experience a few hardships and understand the perilous nature of the world. This first lesson in life ought to be imparted by me. Zhao De and Chen Sheng exchanged sympathetic glances towards Gao Changwen's departing figure as the carriage gradually made its way towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence. In the imperial palace, within the study, Wu Zhao murmured a poem. Clouds think of clothing, flowers think of beauty, spring breezes brush the railing, dew glistens abundantly. Were it not for the sight atop Mount Chuanyu, I would meet you beneath the moonlight at Yao Tai. A look of astonishment crossed her stunning face. Was this poem truly composed by Gao Yang? Suddenly, Wu Zhao turned, her gaze fixed on Shang Wanwaner, who also displayed a flicker of shock, affirming the authenticity of the matter. All the guests at the Rouge Pavilion had witnessed it firsthand, And now the poem was spreading rapidly throughout Chang'an. Wu Zhao, surprised, picked up the copied poem, her phoenix-like eyes fixated upon the verses, growing increasingly satisfied with each glance. However, Gao Yang had publicly embarrassed Prince Rong's son, Wu Cheng, not only kicking him where it hurt, but also conspiring with Gao Changwen to drug him. According to the disposition of these two brothers, I surmise that a combination of the exquisite and intoxicating powder with the potent elixir has been clandestinely mixed. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's mind conjured a disconcerting image of the two substances intertwined, sending a shiver down her spine. The most crucial aspect is that this potion was not administered covertly. Rather, it was deceitfully offered to Prince Rong's son, Wu Cheng, who subsequently expelled it. It is likely that Prince Rong will not let this matter rest easily. Shangguan Wan'er wore a troubled expression, feeling that Gao Yang's methods were rather impulsive. Wu Zhao shook her head and remarked, "The schemer, the deputy minister, is unparalleled in the realm of Deqian. He has always calculated before taking action. When he decides to act, he possesses at least a 90% assurance of success. I shall not shield him from the consequences of this incident. Tomorrow at court, summon Gao Yang to accompany Deputy Minister Gao." Wu Zhao spoke decisively. Shangguan Wan'er nodded in agreement, fully supportive of her stance. However, at that moment, Wu Zhao suddenly inquired, "I have heard that Gao Yang has long harbored affections for the eldest daughter of the Song family, but was jilted just 10 days ago." The question left Shangguan Wan'er momentarily stunned, as she had not anticipated Wu Zhao's interest in such matters. "Your Majesty, it is indeed true. It is said that Lord Gao is quite enamored with the Song family's eldest daughter, who can be summoned and dismissed at will. This poem must have been composed by the deputy minister in admiration of her ethereal beauty." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's expression darkened. Although it was broad daylight and the summer heat was oppressive, Shangguan Wan'er inexplicably felt a sudden chill sweep through the chamber, as if the temperature had dropped by 8 degrees. To summon the eldest daughter of the Song family with such ease, yet to be more cunning than anyone in my presence. This poem is unacceptable. Burn it, Wu Zhao declared coldly. Shangguan Wan'er? Chapter 66. The Wail of Gao Chang When You Have Left Me Bereft of Love. The Chunjiang Tower, one of the 4 renowned brothels of Chang'an, may lack the profound heritage of the Yinji Pavilion, yet it boasts an exotic allure from the distant western regions that surpasses in certain aspects. Gao Changwen hurriedly arrived at the entrance of Chunjiang Tower, his heart ablaze with fervor and a broad smile adorning his face. Upon seeing Gao Changwen's attire, the matron's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Her discerning eyes, honed by years of experience, quickly discerned his extraordinary status. "Young master, as you are new to Chunjiang Tower, do you have a preference for the lovely maidens?" Gao Changwen, familiar with the matron's ample figure, embraced her as he stepped inside. Yet, his next words left the matron astounded. "According to ancient wisdom, a commander should gather many troops, and so too do I. Gao Changwen, wish to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, bring forth not 5, but 10. I am not short of money." With a countenance full of bravado, Gao Changwen declared, his expression reflecting disdain for wealth. In truth, he had no intention of paying. The matron was taken aback, then a brilliant smile spread across her face. This was indeed a windfall. "With such generosity, I assure you, young master, you shall be escorted out on wings today." In an instant, Gao Changwen's grand demeanor astonished all the maidens within Chunjiang Tower. For them, this was an effortless and lucrative endeavor. They flocked to Gao Changwen, affectionately draping their arms around his. A smile graced his face as he reveled in the attention. Half an hour later, while the matron was delightfully contemplating the identity of this extravagant young master, a woman in a sheer gown rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Matron, we are in grave trouble. Someone is attempting to settle their bill with paper money meant for the deceased, seeking a free meal." At these words, the matron's face turned ashen. "What? Paper money for the dead?" A murderous intent suddenly enveloped her once alluring form as she hastily ascended to the 2nd floor, her countenance dark with fury. Who among the living would dare use such sacrilegious currency to settle their debts? Upon bursting through the door, she beheld Gao Changwen sprawled upon the bed, brazenly clutching a stack of paper money. His hair was disheveled, and his face bore the marks of passionate kisses. "How bold of you! Even I, Qianyang, have been deceived. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise?" She seethed, her voice laced with menace. Gao Changwen remained unfazed, raising the paper money in his hand. "Matron, your words are misguided. Is this not money?" The notion that some paper money meant for the dead could truly fool him was an affront to his intelligence. Recalling Gao Yang's words, he boldly retorted, "Though I indulge without cost, what can you do about it? If you disagree, report me. Allow me to enlighten you on the laws of the Great Qian. Firstly, this does not constitute a crime of coercion. Secondly, it does not engender a crisis of confidence in the currency of our realm, thus it cannot be deemed counterfeit. Secondly, there is the crime of fraud, a matter that warrants considerable elaboration. Allow me a moment to reflect before I proceed. Before long, Gao Changwen had articulated all three offenses. However, the brothel keeper maintained an unflinching demeanor, her countenance as frigid as ever. Clearly, she was well versed in the law. But who said I intend to report this to the authorities? Gao Changwen was momentarily taken aback. Not reporting to the authorities? In the next instant, the brothel keeper clapped her hands, and a throng of burly men wielding long clubs emerged. A sinister grin adorned their faces. Dare to indulge without payment, and we shall break your legs. The brothel keeper's voice turned icy. Gao Changwen sprang to his feet, panic etched across his features. What the hell? This predicament was not something his brother had forewarned him about. What should he do? I need assistance, urgently. In the next moment, a hand as large as a fan came sweeping toward him. What happened to? Indulging without payment. Brother, you've left me devoid of hope. A wail pierced the air. At the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gao Yang strode directly towards his quarters. He bore no concern for Gao Changwen. With his guards present, he was no fool. As long as he revealed his identity, few in Chang'an would dare to act against him. It would serve as a valuable lesson for Gao Changwen, and importantly, it would attract Gao Feng's attention, diverting some of the scrutiny. Nevertheless, this day had indeed been disheartening. He had intended to rise early and head straight to the Rouge Pavilion, but unexpectedly, the arrival of several seasoned generals had delayed him. He had originally planned to indulge in a leisurely afternoon, engaging the courtesan in profound discussions about life's ideals, only to be interrupted by the empress, who lectured him on governance for several hours. Ultimately, he felt utterly drained, returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Now, all he desired was to experience the soothing embrace of the green vine, to enjoy a deep slumber. If it were to be unorthodox, that would be even better. Infamous creature. Just as Gao Yang was about to step forward, he heard a familiar voice. There was no need to guess whose voice it was. Turning his head, he spotted Gao Feng and his mother, Lady Li, approaching along the corridor. Gao Feng wore his customary stern expression, striding towards him as though Gao Yang owed him a debt. Greetings, esteemed father and mother. Gao Yang promptly bowed. Upon seeing Gao Yang, memories of the morning's awkwardness flooded Gao Feng's mind. He coldly remarked, "Do not presume that just because Her Majesty protects you, I am powerless against you. While I cannot strike you, standing in punishment or copying the works of the sages are certainly within my means." Gao Feng felt his authority diminished and was eager to re-establish his dominance over Gao Yang. As for the method, it was not difficult. Where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below. How much of the silver I provided you remains after your visit to the Rouge Pavilion? Gao Feng inquired in a deep voice. His visit to the Rouge Pavilion had cost him nothing. He had purchased a bolt of brocade for 10 taels of silver. A mere bolt of brocade for 10 taels? Such extravagance. Gao Feng seized the opportunity to launch a vehement critique. This is the renowned Zhao silk, light and comfortable, specifically chosen for you, dear mother. Madam Mother has toiled tirelessly for this family, yet her garments remain largely worn and outdated. Observing this, my heart aches. For it is said that time does not diminish beauty. Should Mother don splendid attire, she would undoubtedly appear as resplendent as in her youth. Lady Li's noble and elegant visage blossomed with delight as she accepted the exquisite silk presented by Zhao Da, moved by the gesture. Time indeed does not conquer beauty. My child possesses a way with words. Lady Li wore a satisfied expression, casting a warning glance at Gao Feng. Gao Feng stood in a state of astonishment. How could this little rascal articulate so charmingly? Yet, gazing at the silk in Lady Li's hands, he felt a twinge of envy. Presenting gifts to your mother. And if I am left out, I might become quite irate. Gao Feng's gaze settled on the rosewood plaque hanging from Gao Yang's waist. If father desires this item, I shall dutifully comply. With that, Gao Yang produced his esteemed membership card and handed it to Gao Feng. Gao Feng accepted the rosewood card, inspecting it with curiosity, and casually inquired, "What is this?" "It is an esteemed membership card gifted to me by Manager Liu of the Rouge Pavilion, exclusively for my use. However, it is of little concern, as I can have Manager Liu change the name later, allowing father to enjoy the corresponding privileges," Gao Yang replied. Gao Feng was deeply moved. Having heard of Gao Yang's antics at the Rouge Pavilion, he initially sought a reason to admonish him. Yet he was taken aback by Gao Yang's generosity. To give so freely stirred a sense of shame within him. This plaque appeared to be quite valuable. But what privileges did it confer? Gao Feng scrutinized it with curiosity. Gao Yang shrugged, feigning innocence, and responded, "There are not many privileges, merely access to the Rouge Pavilion, where food and drink are plentiful, and one may enjoy the company of a beauty daily, along with a courtesan for a delightful evening each month. Note, it is 7 in the morning, yet should someone assist me in rising, I am still able to fight on and provide readers with an abundance of updates. I humbly request a small gift, and I thank everyone for their continued support." Chapter 67. Gao Yang's Confidence, Master of Economic Warfare. To have a beautiful companion each day and a courtesan to share splendid nights each month? Gao Feng gasped in astonishment. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed an overwhelming and palpable aura of murderous intent sweeping in from all directions. He did not even need to glance back to ascertain the source of this hostility. Danger. Strangely, the wooden plaque in his hand felt as if it were burning due to this intense aura, causing him to falter in his grip. With a stern expression, Gao Feng reprimanded, "Wretched child, your words are sheer nonsense. Ever since I united with your mother, I have never set foot in such sordid places. This mere wooden plaque. You may keep it." Gao Feng handed over the now warm plaque to Gao Yang, who reached out to take it, only to discover a formidable force opposing him from the other end. "Father, you are gripping rather tightly," Gao Yang remarked with a smile. Beside them, Li Shi maintained a stern demeanor and replied indifferently, "If my husband desires to go, then by all means, do so. I am not a jealous woman, and certainly would not engage in any mischief in the dead of night." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng instantly relaxed his grip, bursting into laughter as he turned to Li Shi. "My dear wife, how can you say such things? Clearly, it is this wretched child's frail constitution that prompts my concern, and I happen to possess innate strength." His words, resolute and unwavering, slightly improved Li Shi's expression. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang and said, "Yang, you are young and impetuous. This object is of great utility in your hands, merely a waste in your father's." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Gao Feng, her eyes seemingly conveying, "Do you not understand your own condition, Gao Feng?" Gao Yang nearly burst into laughter, while Gao Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Not only had he failed to assert himself, but he had also lost face before Gao Yang. Realizing he had been humiliated, he became somewhat submissive in front of Li Shi, yet he admonished Gao Yang, "Though you are young, you must pay more attention to your health. Remember, in youth, one often neglects the value of health, only to shed tears in old age for missed opportunities." "Yes, I understand, father," Gao Yang responded, looking at Gao Feng. He prepared to take his leave. "If you have no further instructions, I shall return to my room to rest." Gao Feng replied nonchalantly, "First, visit your father. Today's events are not insignificant. He has been waiting for you." Understanding the implication, Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "I shall go at once." It was no surprise that this matter reached Gao Tianlong's ears. Indeed, it was likely that all of Chang'an was aware of his administering a drug to Wu Qing and giving him a kick. "Wait, where's Chang'an? Why did he not return with you?" Gao Feng asked, having just realized Chang'an's absence as he watched Gao Yang prepare to depart. "I returned home first. Chang'an said he went to study and would return later," Gao Yang replied. Gao Feng was taken aback. "He went to study? Is the sun rising from the west?" Both Gao Feng and Li Shi were astonished. Could it be that their lineage was destined for late bloomers? Gao Yang nodded in affirmation, stating that Chang'an had explicitly mentioned a desire to study the spring and autumn annals, and also expressed his intention to bring glory to the duke's estate. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng stroked his beard, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his face. "How rare. This brings great comfort to a father's heart." Zhao De and Chen Xing, trailing behind, twitched at the corners of their mouths but managed to restrain themselves. The young lad had gone to pay his respects to his grandfather. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng waved his hand, and Gao Yang proceeded towards the courtyard where Gao Tianlong resided. Inside the inner chamber, Gao Yang pushed open the door and instantly beheld Gao Tianlong seated at the table. Even in his simple home attire, he emanated an imposing dignity that made one hesitant to meet his gaze. "Grandfather, the child pays his respects," Gao Yang said with utmost reverence. Gao Tianlong poured a cup of hot tea, the fragrant steam curling upwards, a clear indication of its quality. "I happen to be quite parched. Thank you for the tea, grandfather," Gao Yang expressed gratefully. Gao Tianlong replied, "When did I grant you tea?" He responded with a hint of irritation, "You rascal, your courage surpasses even your father's. Now, tell me, what transpired at the Yanshou pavilion today? Instead of seeking the courtesan's company, why did you resort to administering drugs?" Gao Tianlong cast a sidelong glance at Gao Yang before pouring another cup, then spoke nonchalantly. You see, grandfather, it is difficult to articulate the events of today. He had indeed not wished for matters to unfold in this manner. He had prepared ample funds, merely lacking the opportunity to stay overnight. Gao Yang promptly recounted the empress's visit to the Yanshou pavilion and her intentions to diminish the feudal lord's power. Gao Tianlong's face registered surprise. He had not anticipated such turbulence from a mere visit to a brothel. It appears the empress, despite being a woman, embodies a spirit no less formidable than a man. After a moment of reflection, Gao Tianlong finally spoke. I am well aware of the current empress's ambitions. Yet we must not rush the matter of diminishing the feudal lords, for pulling one thread may unravel the entire tapestry, leading to great calamity. The decree of bestowing favors is indeed clever, but the timing is simply not right. You have considered this quite thoroughly. He could not help but acknowledge his grandson's remarkable talent. The strategy of bestowing favors, even he held in high regard for its sophistication. However, Gao Tianlong then remarked with an odd expression, so, you intend to seize this opportunity to first eliminate Prince Rong, then implement reforms to strengthen the nation and diminish the feudal lords? How much of this is for the nation's benefit, and how much is driven by personal vendetta? Gao Yang looked directly at Gao Tianlong and answered candidly, there is not a shred of national service in this. It is purely personal vendetta. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. Gao Tianlong responded, indeed, your words are refreshingly straightforward. However, this poses a significant temptation for the empress. Have you considered that should Prince Rong be eradicated, the path to strengthening the Qin may remain elusive, or even lead to the weakening of the Six Kingdoms? What fate would await you then? Gao Tianlong's gaze bore into Gao Yang, revealing his concerns. Yet, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with confidence. Grandfather, I possess absolute confidence in this regard. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. In matters of strategy, I may be less adept, but I excel in economics. The concept of economy, as understood by the grandfather, can be equated with money. In the eyes of the grandson, economic means often wield an insidious power, capable of inflicting harm without a trace. When employed adeptly, their destructive potential rivals that of an army of hundreds of thousands engaged in battle, perhaps even exceeding it. When Gao Yang articulated this notion, the confidence radiating from his countenance was unmistakable, a manifestation of his absolute self-assurance within his realm of expertise. Remarkably, he had yet to commence his strategic planning. The idea that economic means could kill invisibly struck Gao Tianlong, whose murky eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. Clearly, Gao Yang's words had piqued his curiosity. If that were the case, it would indeed be a boon for the valiant soldiers of Deqian. No one understands the brutality of the battlefield better than Gao Tianlong. If it were possible to vanquish an enemy without bloodshed, or to minimize the loss of his comrades, he would wholeheartedly endorse it. But did such means exist? A glimmer of anticipation shone in Gao Tianlong's eyes. Today, the grandson had visited the brocade house to inquire about the renowned Zhao silk produced in the Zhao kingdom, a resource ripe for exploitation. If utilized effectively, it could severely weaken the Zhao kingdom. Gao Yang, facing Gao Tianlong, spoke candidly without reservation. Chapter 68. Your notion is not only audacious, but also somewhat perilous, Zhao Zhao. Gao Tianlong furrowed his brow, for he was well aware that Zhao Zhao was a luxurious fabric from the Zhao kingdom, commanding a hefty price. However, the potential for this item to unleash economic strategies that could severely weaken the Zhao kingdom piqued his curiosity. I shall await to witness your methods. This great Qian has undoubtedly become lively due to your actions, Gao Tianlong remarked with profound significance. Before the matter with Prince Rong is settled, Gao Yang has already devised strategies to counter the Zhao kingdom. Such swiftness is remarkable. Gao Yang inquired with curiosity. Grandfather summoned his grandson. Is it due to concerns that tomorrow in the court, Prince Rong might seize the opportunity to retaliate? Gao Tianlong cast a glance at Gao Yang and replied nonchalantly. Your father remains untroubled. Why should I be concerned? You dared to administer the drug publicly and even kicked Wu Cheng. Even if a crisis arises tomorrow, it should not pose a significant problem. I harbor no worries on that front. My purpose in calling you here is not merely regarding Wu Cheng, but rather to impart some admonitions, so listen closely. Gao Tianlong's expression turned serious, his formidable presence enveloping Gao Yang like a tidal wave. Even though Gao Yang was accustomed to grand spectacles, he nonetheless felt an indescribable pressure. He composed himself, fixing his gaze directly upon Gao Tianlong. Please, grandfather, instruct me. You accepted silver from County Magistrate Du. Indeed. This is not a grave matter. Even if the censors were to discover it and issue a reprimand, you would likely emerge unscathed. However, regarding the conflict at the Rouge Pavilion, many in Chang'an are eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Yet, with the issuance of the enfeoffment decree and the reduction of fiefs, even if Prince Rong clings to this matter tenaciously, you may find yourself at a loss. The Empress will ultimately protect you, for she requires your talents. In the future, your standing will rise ever higher. Even should you indulge in greed, the Empress would likely turn a blind eye, as she needs you to balance the power of the Six Kingdoms. But once she no longer requires your services, and if the great Qian attains true strength, your penchant for corruption will become your demise. The wealth you have accumulated over a lifetime will revert to the national treasury. Do you comprehend this? Gao Tianlong spoke slowly, his authoritative gaze fixed upon Gao Yang. This is the matter I wish to convey, prompted by the silver I encountered in the tea box earlier. To accompany a sovereign is akin to navigating with a tiger. There is no room for carelessness. Any emperor is far more formidable than they appear, with hearts as unyielding as iron. But has it ever crossed your mind, grandfather, that if I were not greedy or lustful, a subject devoid of weaknesses and skilled in cunning, how could the Empress possibly place her trust in me? How could she grant me power? Gao Yang replied with calmness, adding that a minister without vulnerabilities typically meets a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong's face displayed astonishment. Could it be that your avarice and lust are merely feigned? Was the matter of the tea box a deliberate act to showcase your usefulness to the Empress? Gao Tianlong's eyes widened in wonder. If this were indeed the case, Gao Yang's cunning would be profound beyond measure. Gao Yang shook his head. That is not the case. My corruption and lust are indeed part of my nature, yet presenting them for the Empress's observation was indeed intentional. Furthermore, my ascension to the Ministry of Revenue was influenced by my father's position as an undersecretary therein, making it easier to navigate. And the ministry itself is replete with opportunities for profit. Gao Tianlong, what an impeccable justification. Gao Tianlong felt a wave of difficulty with Gao Yang's talent. Coupled with the Empress's decisiveness, De Qian was undoubtedly on the brink of transformation. Yet, to remain ungreedy and uphold integrity left the Empress uneasy. Should one succumb to greed, it would only pave the path to demise. Observing Gao Tianlong's concern, Gao Yang could not help but speak. Grandfather, there is no need for worry. Your grandson is inherently cautious and has devised several strategies for contingencies. Gao Tianlong's heart stirred with curiosity as he gazed at Gao Yang. Firstly, once De Qian grows powerful, without absolute certainty, the child proposes a moderate approach, allowing for some leniency. As long as the Seven Kingdoms remain embroiled in conflict, maintaining a balance, the grandson shall remain unharmed. Gao Tianlong frowned. Compared to such leniency, moderation, what he truly desired was for De Qian to grow strong. Yet not to the extent that a cunning hare meets its end while the hound thrives. Might there be a solution that satisfies both? Certainly. The child's second proposal could achieve this balance, albeit with a degree of boldness that might alarm the grandfather. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong's displeasure surfaced. You little rascal. What have I not witnessed? Even if it were your plague-ridden corpse defecting, I would remain unfazed. Speak boldly. What plan can achieve such a balance? Gao Yang cleared his throat and stated, secondly, we must subdue the Empress and win her allegiance by ensuring her unwavering loyalty and relentless discipline. We need not fear the demise of the hare while the hound flourishes, nor even the fate of our eldest son. Gao Yang cast a knowing glance at Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong's heart raced, and a vivid image of Wu Zetian seated upon the dragon throne, gazing down upon the masses, flashed through his mind. He regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression. This notion was not merely audacious, it was utterly audacious. Seizing the moment, Gao Yang continued, in comparison to the first two methods, my third strategy is not only bold but also quite severe. To be candid, grandfather, as a mere strategist, I possess considerable insights into swaying public sentiment. Gao Tianlong's brow twitched, even he felt a chill from Gao Yang's expression. Be cautious. There may be years behind the walls. He abruptly interrupted Gao Yang, shooing him away like a fly. Speak no more of such nonsense, or I shall break your legs. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles throughout his life, Gao Tianlong dared not hear the latter part of that statement. Such matters were best left unspoken. Seeing this, Gao Yang departed with a hint of regret. What traversing individual does not seek to subvert the Empress or incite rebellion? At the very least, one must succeed in one of those endeavors. As Gao Yang exited the inner courtyard, he fortuitously encountered Gao Changwen, who followed Gao Feng like a timid quail. His cheeks were flushed, as if he had received a beating. Gao Feng's expression was grim, walking ahead as if striving to suppress his inner fury. Upon spotting Gao Yang, Gao Feng's demeanor softened, and he inquired in a low voice, "Has father finished his instructions?" Gao Yang nodded, then turned his gaze to Gao Changwen's face, his own fury bubbling forth as he demanded, "Changwen, tell me, who was it that left you in such a state? I shall avenge you." Upon hearing these words, Gao Changwen felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Brother, my plight is truly dire. Were it not for my identity as the second son of the Duke of Ding and the timely arrival of my guards, you would never have seen me again. Wasn't it supposed to be a free indulgence? I rushed in with high spirits, only to find myself in a colossal trap." Gao Feng, maintaining a stern countenance, interjected. This wayward youth claimed he was off to study, yet in reality, he ventured to the Spring River Tower and ordered 10 courtesans, seeking to indulge without cost. Upon learning of his identity, the madam of the Spring River Tower personally came to apologize, stating she was unaware of Changwen's status. This incident was suppressed. But it is utterly disgraceful. The mere thought of this incident caused a surge of blood to rise within Gao Feng. "Changwen, you have greatly disappointed me. I specifically warned you against visiting brothels. How can I assist you now? You even ordered 10. Alas." Gao Yang feigned a look of deep sorrow. Lowering his head, Gao Changwen spoke in a feeble tone, "I merely contemplated the possibility of exploiting the legal loopholes within the Great Qian Code concerning such indulgences. And in a moment of impulsive folly, I indulged myself. Little did I know that the madam would act so unscrupulously, refusing to report to the authorities. Rascal, how dare you speak so recklessly?" Gao Feng thundered, chastising him. Then, turning to Gao Yang, his tone softened. "The hour is late. You must await outside the palace gates tomorrow. Rest early." "Yes." Observing the retreating figures of Gao Changwen and Gao Feng, Gao Yang's smile grew increasingly radiant. As an elder brother is akin to a father, he acted out of goodwill, intending to enlighten Gao Changwen about the perils of the world, urging him to exercise caution with others henceforth. Thus, his plan reached a satisfactory conclusion. He had merely sought to ensnare Gao Changwen, fully aware that as long as he proclaimed his identity and had guards, he would not come to harm. The true tempest lay with Gao Feng. In this way, it balanced the scales with the earlier admonition regarding the care of your women. Furthermore, he would find some relief tonight and for the coming months. A dead friend is better than a living enemy, he mused, as Gao Feng's ire would now be directed at Gao Changwen. Returning to the spacious bed in his chamber, Gao Yang instructed Qin Sheng to gather information regarding the Zhao state before collapsing into a deep slumber. This sleep was profoundly restorative, especially given the cotton stuffed in his ears, which provided excellent soundproofing. In the dead of night, while Gao Yang enjoyed a sweet slumber, someone at the Prince Rong's residence was unable to find rest. "Father, I cannot sleep, I cannot sleep." Wu Cheng lamented from his bed, his eyes bloodshot as he ground his teeth in frustration. He felt utterly drained, not only physically but emotionally as well. Wu Long gazed at his son lying on the bed, torn between concern and fury. With a resounding bang, he slammed his palm upon the table. His voice laced with murderous intent. "The Duke of Dingwa has gone too far. To publicly humiliate my son and brazenly administer drugs. If I do not avenge this wrong, I, Wu Long, am unworthy of being a prince of the Great Qian. Tomorrow, I shall take action against the Duke of Dingwa and that Gao Yang." Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated Gao Yang's directness, but the more straightforward the approach, the less optimistic he felt about the outcome. Upon witnessing the pitiable state of Wu Qing and the fury radiating from Wu Long, he judiciously chose to remain silent. Wu Qing spoke, "Father, tomorrow when you attend the court, I too shall accompany you. I will personally accuse Gao Yang. He must pay the price. And I demand that the entire court supports my cause." Wu Long, however, expressed his concern. "Qinger, given your current condition, do you believe you can manage this?" Wu Qing nodded emphatically, asserting that if he could exact vengeance by incarcerating Gao Yang in the dungeon, it would all be worthwhile. In front of the public, "I shall witness how he defends himself," he declared, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly, and ominous feeling surged within him once more. Wu Qing dashed towards the restroom. Wu Long followed him into the courtyard, where his gaze fell upon a figure as imposing as an iron tower. He approached silently and placed a reassuring hand on the broad shoulder of the strong man. "I am fully aware of your struggles. You have endured much. The Prince Rong's residence shall not treat you unjustly, nor shall I. I shall avenge your grievances with the heads of the entire family of the Duke of Dingwa." The formidable body of the guard quivered once again, and Wu Long felt an overwhelming sense that he might shatter under the weight of his emotions. Chapter 69. You drugged me, yet you were the one to suffer first? The following day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the land of Chang'an. On the streets, merchants in small groups began to peddle their wares. While within the Golden Luan Hall, officials lined both sides. Dressed in a resplendent golden dragon robe, the noble Wu Zetian sat upon the dragon throne. And all officials bowed in unison. "Long live your majesty." Wu Zetian's gaze swept over the officials before she calmly commanded, "Be at ease." One by one, the ministers stepped forward to report on significant matters of the realm and engaged in state affairs. Wu Zetian listened intently, while Wu Long stood at the forefront of the officials, his eyes cold and silent. After about half an hour, the hall fell into a profound silence. "My esteemed ministers, is there any matter to be presented?" Wu Zetian's eyes scanned the officials, ultimately resting on Wu Long. In response, Wu Long took a deep breath and stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I, Wu Long, have a matter to report." Feigning ignorance, Wu Zetian inquired, "What is it that the Prince of Rome wishes to convey?" "I condemn the Duke of Dinggua's household, Gao Yang, for flouting the law, showing no respect for your Majesty or the royal family. Not only did he dare to drug the Crown Prince in public, but he also assaulted him. I implore your Majesty to exact severe punishment." Wu Long's voice resonated throughout the hall. Other ministers stepped forward in succession, voicing their agreement. "Is this true? Does the Assistant Minister of Revenue have such audacity?" Wu Long clasped his hands and stated, "My son awaits outside. I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for him and for the royal family of Deqian. Summon him." Soon, Wu Cheng, pale and laid upon a stretcher, was brought in. When the ministers laid eyes on him, astonishment swept across their faces. The sight was truly tragic. While Wu Cheng had appeared somewhat frail before, he now looked ghostly and spiritless, as though he had endured 1,000 tortures. Upon seeing Wu Zetian, Wu Cheng struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, please, I implore you to grant me justice." Wu Zetian was somewhat taken aback. What a potent dosage this must have been. Did the Prince of Rome truly assert that the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Gao Yang, drugged and assaulted you? Is this true? Wu Cheng replied, "This incident occurred within the Yinji Pavilion, and it is indeed the truth. I requested the Assistant Minister of Revenue to compose a poem, to which he insisted that no wine, no poem. He tricked me into drinking, and the wine was out of my sight. Ultimately, he forced me to drink, and he even struck me inappropriately. I beseech your Majesty to impose severe punishment." As his words fell, all the officials turned their gazes toward Wu Cheng's lower half, then shifted their attention to Gao Yang. However, most of the ministers merely watched with interest. They were well aware of the conflict between the Prince of Rome and the Duke of Dinggua, and they were not oblivious to the Empress's edict for talent and Gao Yang's subsequent actions against the Duke. They simply did not expect such a direct act of retribution from Gao Yang. Revenge for the insult of a poisoner does not wait for the night to pass. Wu Zetian directed her gaze towards Gao Yang. "Deputy Minister Gao, is this matter true?" Gao Yang stepped forward, stating, "My son is of pure character. He would not harm even an ant on the ground. This matter is undoubtedly slander." Upon uttering these words, the officials exclaimed in disbelief at the audacity. The Honorable Gao Yang pure and innocent? Not even willing to crush an ant? Even the locusts in Guangzhou would have cursed aloud upon hearing such a statement. Wu Long stepped forward and declared, with both human and material evidence at hand, "Do you still dare to quibble? Can Gao Yang truly be called pure and innocent? Lord Gao, have you lost your senses?" Gao Feng nearly broke into laughter. Indeed, this statement was rather inappropriate. "My son Gao Yang awaits outside the hall. It would be prudent to allow them to confront each other directly. I implore your Majesty to restore my son's honor." Wu Zhao promptly waved her hand, ordering, "Summon him." Soon after, Gao Yang stepped forward. "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your Majesty." Wu Zhao's keen eyes fell upon Gao Yang as she coldly inquired, "Has the Prince of Rome disrespected the imperial family by publicly drugging the Crown Prince of Deqian and assaulting the present heir? Is this true?" Gao Yang clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, this assertion is half true and half false. Oh, I indeed disregard the imperial family, for in my heart, your Majesty and the Deqian royal lineage, as well as the nobility of the world, deserve reverence rather than mere lip service." The officials gasped in astonishment. Such flattery. Shameless, insincere, utterly brazen. They ought to take notes. Even Wu Zhao found it difficult to maintain her composure. This fellow was indeed a master of flattery. And what of the latter accusations? Did you truly drug and assault the Crown Prince? Wu Zhao maintained a stern expression as she continued her inquiry. "Slander. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I beseech you to render justice on my behalf." Wu Cheng was nearly apoplectic with rage. You dare claim to be wronged? He snapped. Gao Yang, do not attempt to feign ignorance. The evidence from Yanji Pavilion is irrefutable. Do you dare to deceive His Majesty to his face? Gao Yang turned his gaze to Wu Cheng, smiling. Might I inquire, esteemed Crown Prince, do you possess evidence that I drugged you? Certainly. You commanded the second sons of the Gao family to fetch wine in my presence and deceived me into composing poetry to enhance my inspiration, ultimately causing me to drink it, only for you to regurgitate it. Is this not evidence? Wu Cheng sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Crown Prince, you unjustly accuse me. I have always believed that poetry should be savored like fine wine. Is that a crime? Moreover, who would brazenly administer poison in such an ostentatious manner? Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Gao Yang, do not be so shameless. This is clearly sophistry. You deceived me into believing this poem pertained to me, yet it speaks of clouds resembling garments and flowers resembling beauty, the spring breeze brushing the railing. Dew rich and fragrant. How do you explain this? Was this poem composed for me? The officials turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, particularly those like Cui Xinghe, whose expressions were even more intricate. The line clouds resembling garments and flowers resembling beauty, the spring breeze brushing the railing, dew rich and fragrant indeed revealed profound depth. Gao Yang slowly responded, yesterday, the Crown Prince departed in haste. And I neglected to mention that this poem is titled Qing Ping Tiao, reflecting on the past beauty with His Majesty Wu. How could it be unrelated to the Crown Prince? Moreover, setting facts aside, if I were to dedicate this poem to the Crown Prince, what offense would there be? The Crown Prince's visage is like that of a jade crown, exuding grace. In my heart, he is a figure more beautiful than any celestial being. What sin lies therein? Note, here are some clarifications. Firstly, regarding the sources. This article primarily draws upon historical and contemporary schemes of deceit, intricately woven into an alternate ancient setting. The backdrop should be perceived as a reimagined world, albeit with echoes of various dynasties. 1. The concept of exterminating entire families and the strategy of Monkey Play Bureau originates from the internet. The term Monkey Play Bureau hails from the Ming Dynasty and is also referred to as the Bureau of 72 Doors, a method of setting traps, akin to burying treasures in desolate mountains. 2. The strategy of raising grain prices, substituting labor for relief, and stimulating consumption through tourism is inspired by Fan Zhongyan of the Northern Song Dynasty, known as the 3 policies of disaster management. 3. The methods for eradicating locusts are informed by both modern and ancient techniques, referencing a variety of resources such as academic papers on the East Asian locust, including studies on gregarious and solitary types, as well as biological control measures. Additionally, it draws from historical instances, such as Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty consuming locusts, the superstitions that demoralized the populace, and the notable efforts of Yao Chong during the Kaiyuan era of the Tang to combat massive locust plagues, alongside Su Shi's measures during the Song Dynasty and contemporary practices for consuming locusts. 4. The military strategies reflect the Mongolian approach to conquering the world, involving the slaughter of a few cities followed by the siege of others, culminating in the concepts of Wen and Zhangde. Furthermore, in response to numerous readers who have remarked on the historical nature of these deceptions, the author acknowledges that if they possess such capabilities, they would have long since orchestrated schemes akin to Gao Yang's ventures with foreign elites and the enchanting golden-haired beauties. Finally, for those interested in topics such as economic warfare, Ponzi schemes, and other related subjects, please feel free to explore further. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Chapter 70. I have never encountered such brazen scoundrels. What sin is there? Upon hearing these words, Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body trembling with indignation. You have abandoned the facts. Thus, even if one were to assert that this poem was composed for him, or even to deem Wu Cheng a woman, what would be the harm? Curse you. Wu Cheng nearly erupted with foul language. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but he had never encountered such audacity. Among the assembly of officials, Wu Zhao also felt a wave of dismay upon hearing this. She realized the truth when it came to sophistry. Tin Wu Cheng's could not contend with Gao Yang. Gao Yang wore a grin, while Wu Cheng's face turned crimson. She feared he might spit blood from sheer rage. Seeing this, Wu Long hurried to support Wu Cheng, casting a cold glance at Gao Yang. Gao Yuan, why? You are engaging in sophistry, attempting to divert the topic. Though your words may be sharp, they cannot conceal your ulterior motives. Now, confess the truth. Considering your contributions to Diqian, we may show leniency in your punishment. Wu Long narrowed his eyes, fixating on Gao Yang. After hearing these words, he could not help but feel a silent lament within. This person must not be allowed to remain. So shameless, so utterly devoid of shame. In all his years, he had never encountered such nonsensical rhetoric that disregarded reality. What a level of shamelessness must one possess to utter such words? Gao Yang met Wulong's gaze, noting the resolute expression and formidable aura surrounding him, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Since Prince Rong insists on evidence, I shall present it. The young master claims that the poison belongs to my subordinates. Thus, before the assembly of civil and military officials, and before your majesty, I wish to ask the young master, what is the effect of this poison? Where are the witnesses? And who administered the antidote to the young master? I implore the young master to answer. Gao Yang's words were laden with righteous indignation, and Wu Qing almost blurted out a response. However, upon glancing at the inquisitive faces of the officials in the imposing Wu Zhao, his complexion suddenly paled. The effects of the poison? Witnesses? His mind raced back to the events of the previous day. If he were to confront this matter directly, he would have to lay everything bare and pursue the truth to its very end, even if Gao Yang obstinately denied it. He could incite the criminal ministry or the court of judicial review to conduct a thorough investigation. This would escalate the situation dramatically, although he could fabricate evidence. Unprepared as he was, Gao Yang, being a skilled poisoner, would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly, exposing the lies. Gao Yang could not escape punishment. But what about him? Wu Qing, the esteemed heir of the Prince Rong's residence, renowned in Chang'an for his talents and appearance, admired secretly by countless noble ladies. If it became public that he had been administered potent aphrodisiacs and laxatives, and the matter was as scandalous as it appeared, he would never be able to hold his head high again. This was all part of Gao Yang's sinister scheme. Wu Qing stared at Gao Yang, feeling as though the smiling face of his adversary was that of a devil. Vicious, despicable, shameless. After being forced to consume a potent mixture of laxatives and aphrodisiacs, he had foreseen his escape route. Once exposed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He could even envision the jests and mockery that would arise among the populace. Have you heard? The heir of the Rong prince's residence possesses a remarkable talent in the art of intimacy, even employing thrusting techniques. Wu Qing's molars ached from the strain. Gao Yang presented him with a formidable choice. Wulong's countenance darkened, realizing Gao Yang's tenacity. This young man indeed harbored a certain malice. Noticing Wu Qing's expression, Gao Yang stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Wu Zhao. Before the assembly of civil and military officials, the heir declared that he had been wronged, beseeching His Majesty to intervene, urging the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to conduct a thorough investigation and reveal the truth to the public, thus restoring his honor. He expressed his unwavering belief that in the clear heavens and the bright moon, white cannot be deemed black, nor black white. His grievances would ultimately be vindicated. Gao Yang's voice resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall, his demeanor radiating righteousness and fearlessness, as if he were indeed a victim of egregious injustice. Wu Qing gazed at the shameless individual, nearly spitting blood and fury. You speak of clear skies and bright moons, of restoring your honor? Wu Qing clenched his molars, trembling with rage. In his 20 years of life, he had never encountered such an audacious scoundrel. Wu Zhao fixed her gaze upon Gao Yang. Had she not witnessed the aphrodisiacs and laxatives at the Rouge Pavilion the previous day, she might have almost believed Gao Yang's claims of victimhood. She surveyed the officials and remarked coolly that since both the heir and the assistant minister held opposing views, the Ministry of Justice should intervene to reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing broke into a cold sweat. He hastily interjected, Your Majesty, the Rouge Pavilion is a den of vice. And the assistant minister speaks with such conviction, declaring that I was hasty in my actions. However, the fact that the assistant minister assaulted me before the public is undeniable. Wu Qing took a deep breath, casting a piercing glance at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, what say you in your defense? If it could be established that Gao Yang had indeed struck the current heir, it would suffice for him to face severe consequences. Wu Zhao turned her attention to Gao Yang and inquired, Gao Yang, did you truly strike him? To which Gao Yang replied, Your Majesty, I did not strike him. I merely used my foot. Wu Zhao. At this, Wu Qing's expression brightened. Your Majesty, this official has confessed. I implore you to mete out justice. Wu Long also bowed coldly, requesting Your Majesty to speak on behalf of my son. As Wu Long's voice echoed, Chancellor Su Xuanji stepped forward and cupped his hands, stating that assaulting the current heir is a grave offense, and if not punished severely, the dignity of the royal family will be utterly compromised. Wu Zhao turned to Gao Yang, asking, Gao Yang, do you have anything to say? Indeed, I have much to say, Your Majesty. The heir. As a member of the Deqian royal family, not only fails to set a proper example but also exhibits shamelessness, publicly disrespecting my guard and intending to harm me. I merely reacted instinctively with a kick. This declaration caused an uproar among the officials, their astonished gazes fixated on Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in fury, exclaiming, "Gao Yang, before His Majesty, do you dare speak such nonsense? Where have I wronged you?" Gao Yang immediately countered, before the watchful eyes of all. Does the heir still wish to deny it? Just yesterday, within the Rouge Pavilion, when I was reasoning with the heir's robust guard, the heir encircled the guard's waist from behind, pressing closely against him. Subsequently, like a frenzy, the courtiers surged forth. The minister, a dignified 7-foot man, with a penchant for women, instinctively delivered a kick. Although the force was akin to thunder, upon realizing it was the young lord, he tempered his strength, merely grazing him lightly. Should the young lord harbor doubts, he could readily summon a physician to assess the injury publicly, to ascertain its condition. If it proved grievous, the minister would willingly accept punishment. Yet if it were intact, it would validate his claims, rendering any notion of a forceful kick to the young lord's lower regions moot. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had knelt in pain, the sensation utterly incredulous. How could he deem it a mere 9/10 of his strength? Furthermore, the physician's examination of the injury, situated below the navel, would yield only two conclusions. Either it was incapacitated or it was not. If it were functional, it would undermine Gao Yang's assertions. Yet if it were incapacitated, Gao Yang would undoubtedly face punishment, tarnishing his reputation. After all, he was the eldest son of the Prince Rong's household, and still childless. This fellow was exceedingly cunning. Chapter 71. The Prodigal Son, Daring to Gaze? Is the Empress truly so alluring? In an instant, the entire court descended into silence. Cui Xing stood at a distance, compelled to utter a remark of brilliance. With just a few words, he deftly transformed passivity into initiative. Such tactics truly befit the ministers of a prosperous age or the schemers of a tumultuous one. His gaze was filled with complexity. At that moment, Gao Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and declared, "Your Majesty, my son has only recently matured into his potential and seeks to carry on the legacy of the Duke's residence. Yet, the young Master Wu dares to commit such a transgression against my son. I implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment." Upon hearing this, Wu Long's expression darkened. Gao Feng had not previously displayed such shamelessness. From whom had he learned this? Observing this, Qin Jinghua also stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, our great Qian has always valued propriety and morality. The young master, being of royal blood, engaging in such scandalous affairs, would bring disgrace upon us. I beseech your Majesty to enact punishment." Lu Jin and Zhao Ponu also clasped their hands and voiced their agreement. However, soon after, Su Xuanji and a host of censors rose to join the fray. In an instant, the Grand Golden One Hall resembled a bustling marketplace. Wu Long realized that it would be challenging to manage Gao Yang today. He shared a glance with Wu Cheng, who gently shook his head in response. Wu Cheng could only grit his teeth and say, "Your Majesty, if this is merely a misunderstanding, let it be resolved. I assure you, there is no significant issue at hand." As Wu Cheng spoke, Song Li wore a complex expression. What had begun as an attack on Gao Yang now dissipated into nothingness through Gao Yang's clever words. Such tactics were simply astonishing. And this was supposed to be his son-in-law. The Qilin child, even if a black Qilin, was still a Qilin. Regret began to take root in Song Li's heart. At that moment, Gao Yang stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." As he spoke, the gaze of the civil and military officials turned in unison towards him. Wu Cheng appeared equally astonished. "Gao Yang, what do you have to say?" Wu Zhao inquired. Gao Yang clasped his hands and replied, "Though the truth of the matter is now clear, my innocence has yet to be restored. Scholars of the world place great value on their names. As a mere strategist, I cannot be exempt from this norm. Moreover, I possess an inherently pure character and conduct myself with integrity, yet I find myself maligned and defamed. I seek compensation of 1,000 taels of silver from the young master as a form of mental restitution, and I ask for your Majesty's discernment in this matter." Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng could no longer contain himself. "Inherently pure and upright? Is this truly you? Are you placing such attributes upon yourself?" He could not pursue the matter as a victim, yet Gao Yang had the audacity to demand compensation. This was utterly outrageous. "Gao Yang, do not go too far." Wu Cheng was infuriated. Standing tall, Gao Yang proclaimed, "Bamboo may be burned, yet its integrity remains unshaken. Jade may be shattered, yet its purity cannot be altered. Even in death, one's name may endure through history. If the young master is dissatisfied, I shall request the Ministry of Justice to intervene and investigate this matter thoroughly. Wu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, within Gao Yang's gaze, he perceived fearlessness, a challenge to confront him. Gao Yang harbored no fear of punishment. With the empress's favor and the protection of the Duke of Dinghua, his reputation was of little concern. The officials present, particularly the censors led by Yanshou, were visibly astonished. They murmured to themselves, "Bamboo may be burned, yet its integrity remains unscathed. Jade may shatter, yet its purity cannot be altered. Though the body may perish, one's name can endure through the ages." Just a single phrase encapsulated the lifelong aspirations of the censors. Yanshou stepped forward, stating that Gao Yang's words reflected profound integrity, and that any malicious schemes attributed to him were merely misunderstandings. Wu Zhao, too, was impressed by Gao Yang's eloquence. Such words commanded respect from anyone. Yet when uttered by Gao Yang, they struck her as a deep-seated irony. This farce, she declared, was merely a misunderstanding, and with a decisive tone. She brought it to an end. Wu Long and Wu Qing wore expressions of discontent, realizing they had once again stumbled. Gao Yang bowed in acknowledgement. But his true intent was merely to vex Wu Qing. Cui Xinghe regarded Gao Yang with a complex expression, setting aside his disdain and viewing him as a formidable rival. He firmly believed that Cui Xinghe, would not be outshone by Gao Yang. He too would radiate his own brilliance. His resolve was unwavering. "I have another matter for discussion, esteemed ministers," Wu Zhao announced, raising a memorial. "Since my ascension to the throne, only the kingdoms of Yin and Qi have sent congratulatory gifts, while the other 4 nations remain silent. Among these, Zhao is the most detestable. Sharing a border with our great Qian, they once expressed a desire for submission, yet now refuse to bow, clearly disregarding my authority. What do you propose we do?" Her icy gaze betrayed her fury. Upon hearing this, Elgin erupted in anger, declaring, "This insignificant Zhao nation dares to show such contempt for your majesty. I believe we must send our troops to quell them. Once our iron cavalry arrives, the Zhao emperor will surely beg for mercy." Wu Long interjected coolly. "Zhao has significantly strengthened its military over the past decades. Should war be ignited, our great Qian may not prevail." Elgin countered, "If we cannot take military action, what course remains? Shall we simply ignore this affront and endure the humiliation?" Silence enveloped the court. Wu Zhao's gaze finally settled on Gao Yang, and she gently inquired, "Minister, do you have any clever strategies to impose sanctions on Zhao?" At her words, all eyes turned to Gao Yang. Qin Jinghua, Elgin, and Zhao Pona fixed their intense gazes upon him, their murky eyes suddenly sparkling with anticipation. In an instant, Gao Yang became the focal point of the Grand Qian's imperial court. Even Cui Xinghe could not help but glance at him. Feeling overshadowed in the realm of cunning and schemes, Gao Yang had been dozing with his eyes half closed, for in the presence of the ministers, there was little for him to contribute. Even a straightforward decree like the bestowal of favors was conducted discreetly. Upon this reflection, he could not help but cast a lingering gaze upon Wu Zetian's bosom. The empress, in comparison to Shang Wanwaner, appeared rather more simplistic. "Your Majesty, the Zhao kingdom boasts a formidable military. Should war erupt, the outcome remains uncertain. I possess no exceptional strategies." He mused, "Let him be audacious. We of Deqian shall remain steadfast. It is perhaps wiser to exercise patience, to treat others with kindness, and to inspire through love." As these words fell, the officials displayed a hint of disappointment. Was this truly Gao Yang's counsel? The brows of Elgin and others furrowed deeply. Something felt amiss. This young man, though seemingly crafty, should not be devoid of any strategy. And as for the notion of inspiring through love, that was preposterous. Wu Long exhaled, relieved. The youth was not as malicious as he had imagined, yet he still deemed him a potential threat. Cui Xinghe, lost in thought, pondered the concept of inspiring through love, his expression becoming rather peculiar. Gao Feng, however, could only grimace. It was one thing to lack a strategy, but where was this boy's gaze directed? This brought to mind Gao Yang's earlier remark about not casting sidelong glances. Could he possibly be staring intently? Wu Zetian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. Just yesterday, Gao Yang had spoken of eliminating Prince Rong, hinting at a plan to subdue the 6 kingdoms. But now, in the face of Zhao, it seemed. Wait. She caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, her expression turning frigid. What was this insolent fellow gazing at? Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she suddenly regained her composure, realizing the folly of her actions. She had openly inquired of Gao Yang regarding strategies against Zhao in the court. Surely, Gao Yang's utterance would alert Zhao of their intentions. As for the gaze directed at her bosom, they likely had already devised a countermeasure. Contemplating this, Wu Zetian felt a surge of heat within her, maintaining an icy facade. She addressed the officials. The words of the assistant minister ring true. For the sake of the Deqian populace, I shall feign ignorance. I intend to inspire Zhao through love. With no further matters to discuss, she declared the court adjourned. Wu Zetian rose, her eyes, imbued with deeper meaning, settled upon Gao Yang. He, in turn, returned a gaze laden with significance. Their exchanged looks, observed by Shangguan Wan'er, evoked a sense of dread, although somewhat inappropriate. The first term that sprang to her mind was colluding in mischief. She sensed that the empress had changed since her ascension to the throne, and an unspoken understanding appeared to have developed between the two. A glimmer of satisfaction danced in Gao Yang's eyes. The empress was indeed perceptive. While her resources surpassed those of Shangguan Wan'er, it was not overly exaggerated. At least her intellect remained intact. Gao Feng's expression darkened instantly. This scoundrel still gazing? Was the empress truly so alluring? Chapter 72. A national strategy to strike at the economy outside the palace. The morning sun bathed the earth in a gentle warmth, far from the harshness of noon, creating a comfortable ambience. Gao Feng wore a grim expression and could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "You wretched child, tell me honestly. Where were your eyes wandering?" He continued, "Do you not realize that such an act is a grave disrespect?" Lowering his voice and glancing around, he turned his gaze to Gao Yang, his words laced with sorrow. "You, my child, were peeking at the empress. How did your father come to know?" Gao Yang, with a curious look, replied, "How could you possibly know that? I have traversed the corridors of power for decades in this court. The most vital skill is to read the subtle cues of others. How could I not perceive what you are observing?" Gao Feng retorted with a cold snort, taking a measure of pride in having caught his son. "By that logic, dear father, you too must have been peeking at the empress. Otherwise, how could you know of my indiscretions, or even what I was gazing upon?" Gao Yang added, "Father, you too exhibit great disrespect. If your wife were to learn of this, oh dear." With this retort, Gao Feng's expression faltered, his eyes widening in surprise. This reasoning was indeed compelling, rendering him momentarily speechless. And this audacious boy had even dared to threaten him? "I heard from LV Luo that on the first day after leaving the city, you were trying to catch a glimpse of Lord Shangguan's legs, and your previous claim of unwavering focus was equally brazen." Gao Yang shook his head, insisting that was not the case. Gao Feng exhaled in relief. Amidst the throngs in the court, casual glances were permissible, yet in private, the stakes were different. The empress would surely take notice. However, before he could fully relax, Gao Yang added, "But you did look at her legs last time." Gao Feng immediately looked up, gasping in shock. Did others not know of his penchant for beauty? Did he not know it himself? Could he truly restrain himself from looking? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Gao Yang stepped briskly to the side. "Lord Shangguan, what a coincidence," he called out in greeting. Knowing that Shangguan Wan'er had arrived, he chose to tease in front of Gao Feng, embodying a spirit of rebellion. Shangguan Wan'er approached with an icy demeanor, first nodding coldly to Gao Feng in acknowledgement before saluting. Gao Feng, accustomed to her seriousness, understood that she was known throughout the court for her impartiality, remaining unflappable even in the face of Prince Rong, Wulong. Upon meeting Gao Yang's gaze, a strained smile forced its way onto her face. "Secretary, Her Majesty wishes to see you." After delivering her message, she nodded to Gao Feng and prepared to depart. However, Gao Feng hastily interjected, "Lord Shangguan, may I have a word?" Shangguan Wan'er paused briefly but acquiesced, following Gao Feng to a secluded spot. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Lord Shangguan, as the saying goes, if a son is unruly, the father must bear the blame. I have heard that my wretched child, while alone in a carriage with you, spoke most indiscreetly. I hope you will not take it to heart." Shangguan Wan'er was taken aback, but quickly recalled Gao Yang's reckless desire to glimpse her legs. Yet soon, the harrowing images of Wang Zheng's tragic fate, the insidious schemes within the Rouge Pavilion, and Wu Cheng's misfortunes surged back into her mind. Her icy visage bore no expression, and after a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke, "It matters not, merely a glance at the legs. I am not so petty." With that, Shangguan Wan'er took her leave. Gao Feng, perplexed, gazed at the departing figures, feeling utterly disoriented by the wind. Had he truly fallen behind the times? Is it now customary to speak of such things upon first meeting? Soon, Gao Yang followed Shangguan Wan'er into the imperial study. Inside, Wu Zhao stood by the window, awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing Gao Yang, she coldly commanded, "Announce him." Gao Yang entered the study and promptly bowed, declaring, "I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to your majesty. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I inquire if you possess a brilliant strategy to counter the Zhao kingdom," Wu Zhao stated directly, her phoenix eyes fixed upon him with anticipation. If Gao Yang had devised a plan, it would ultimately serve the greater good of Deqian, and she could muster the patience for it. However, should he lack one, both new and old grievances would be settled. At the very least, he would face 30 lashes. I do indeed possess some clever schemes, but I am unable to disclose them in the presence of others. I beseech your majesty to dismiss all but Lord Shangguan, Gao Yang insisted. This single utterance piqued Wu Zhao's curiosity. Gao Yang's reaction indicated that what he was about to reveal was far from simple, potentially more severe than his prior schemes. Dismiss them all. Despite the fact that her attendants had been thoroughly vetted for loyalty, she unhesitatingly ordered their removal. I have complied with your request. Now, reveal the nature of your ingenious plan. Gao Yang clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your majesty. The matter I am about to disclose is of utmost importance and must not reach the ears of the Six Nations, lest it bring ruin upon Deqian. If executed well, this strategy could resolve the Zhao kingdom without shedding a single drop of blood. And, remarkably, it could address matters beyond just the Zhao kingdom." At this pronouncement, both Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wanner were taken aback. To resolve the Zhao kingdom without a single soldier? Even Wu Zhao felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. "If what you say is true, I shall not be stingy with rewards," she replied, taking a deep breath, her gaze becoming solemn. If there truly exists such a strategy, then a mere glance becomes insignificant. For the sake of Deqian and its imperial ambitions, she would temporarily endure. Gao Yang, not one to delay, unfurled a sheet of Xian paper and, with a brush in hand, began to sketch with remarkable fluidity. Showing no signs of hesitation, Wu Zhao leaned in with eager anticipation, only to furrow her brow the next moment. The paper bore erratic lines that delineated 7 locations, each marked with a large character. These characters resemble cryptic symbols, grotesque beyond measure. At a cursory glance, they can barely be deciphered, likely hailing from the realms of Qi. Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, and Yin. How could such unsightly script exist in the world? Wu Zetian was taken aback. Shangguan Wanner, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "I have encountered countless characters. Regardless of their ugliness, I seldom voice my opinions unless compelled to do so. Yet, this script is indeed unattractive." Gao Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, acutely aware that the original owner of the handwriting was rather unskilled, lacking any proficiency in brushwork, resulting in a truly difficult-to-describe appearance. Recognizing the awkwardness of the moment, he swiftly shifted the topic. His gaze fixed intently on Wu Zetian, his countenance radiating an unwavering confidence. "Your Majesty, today I wish to discuss with you the art of strategy, employing the nation's resources to deliver precise economic strikes." Chapter 73, Manipulating the Market Through the State. In the imperial study, Wu Zhao's expression was one of astonishment, her phoenix eyes fixed on Gao Yang, as a buzzing sensation filled her mind. To use the nation as a pawn to undermine the economy? Her demeanor grew grave, and she inhaled deeply. She sensed that today she would encounter revelations that would shatter her worldview. "Gao Yang, please continue. How should I orchestrate this scheme to reap the wealth of a nation and potentially bring its entire system to collapse?" Wu Zhao's curiosity shone through her eyes, which gleamed with a hint of excitement. If it were possible to dismantle a country without bloodshed, she would welcome it wholeheartedly. Shangguan Wanner, too, regarded Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes, her heart stirred with shock. Yet, should such words be uttered by anyone else, even by the top scholar Cui Xinghe of the current era, she would harbor some skepticism. However, the mere presence of Gao Yang, discussing such strategies with undeniable authority, commanded her complete trust. Gao Yang addressed Wu Zhao, saying, as the saying goes, the highest form of warfare is to outsmart the enemy. To conquer a nation solely through military might is a strategy of the lowest order. Moreover, the mobilization of troops incurs astronomical costs and provisions, and the toll of casualties can be staggering. Should a renowned general fortify himself within a city, the losses could be immense, ultimately draining national resources. Thus, I advocate for an economic warfare strategy, one that achieves its objectives without shedding blood, a force comparable to an army of 100,000. Since the state of Zhao exhibits disrespect towards your majesty and harbors rebellious intentions, I propose we use Zhao as a case study for the harvesting the grain crown strategy. The essence of the harvesting the grain crown strategy lies in exploiting human weaknesses, centering on the idea of offering small benefits to entice the opponent into continuous participation, ultimately leading to a greater investment and eventually, a successful harvest. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao furrowed her brows, seemingly pondering Gao Yang's words. The notion of luring the opponent with minor gains to entice ongoing involvement before achieving the ultimate harvest intrigued her. With a casual gesture, Gao Yang picked up a piece of pastry from the table and remarked, "Allow me to be more specific. Might I inquire if your majesty is familiar with Zhao Jiao?" "Indeed, I am aware of Zhao Jiao," Wu Zhao responded. "It is a fabric that the state of Zhao produces abundantly, reputed to be thin and delicate, resulting in exquisite clothing. However, Zhao Jiao is merely an ordinary garment. How does it relate to the economic warfare and the harvesting the grain crown strategy you speak of?" Gao Yang shook his head, stating, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, constitute the foundation of human existence. In an economic war, one must start from these basics. Have you ever worn garments made of Zhao Jiao?" Wu Zhao frowned slightly and replied, "Since my ascension to the throne, I have never donned Zhao Jiao. The price of such garments is considerable, and as the sovereign, if I were to lead by example, the nobility and commoners alike, including wealthy merchants, would undoubtedly follow suit. Would this not be akin to gifting silver to the state of Zhao, even using the wealth of the great Qian to sustain their forces, which may then turn against us? Do I appear to be such a foolish ruler?" Wu Zhao's voice was cold, yet resolute. Shangguan Wan'er chimed in. "The distance between the state of Zhao and great Qian is vast, and the costs are exceedingly high. Thus, the prices are not affordable. It is exceedingly unwise to support one's adversaries." Gao Yang maintained an air of calmness. He comprehended Wu Zhao's reasoning, which was indeed a reflection of conventional thought. Yet, in the next breath, he remarked, "However, if your majesty were to don garments fashioned from Zhao silk, and even encourage the populace of Deqian to wear such attire under the pretext of fostering amicable relations between our two nations, would that not serve a greater purpose?" At this utterance, Wu Zhao's composure faltered. "What? You propose that I personally wear this Zhao silk and even issue an edict urging our Deqian citizens to don it as well?" Shangguan Wan'er, equally astonished, could not restrain herself from interjecting. "If that were the case, the price of Zhao silk would undoubtedly soar, and the Zhao kingdom would reap substantial profits. Thus, their national strength would inevitably grow, leaving us at a disadvantage." Gao Yang, Wan'er raises a valid point. "As you previously stated, to strengthen ourselves, we must diminish our adversaries. If the Qian seeks to grow in power, we ought to impose sanctions on Zhao. Why then would we willingly enrich them?" Gao Yang met Wu Zhao's gaze, standing tall. "Your Majesty, if this notion were to arise from the common folk of Deqian, it would not be erroneous. Yet, as the sovereign, your Majesty must adopt a broader perspective." "Broader perspective?" Wu Zhao queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "A broader perspective entails vision. As the Emperor of Deqian, destined to be a ruler of renown through the ages, your Majesty must regard the matter with a more expansive outlook. If it is a game, one must not merely observe the surface. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, the essence of the strategy lies in allowing minor gains to entice the opponent into deeper involvement, ultimately leading to a bountiful harvest." Wu Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Gao Yang. For a moment, she found herself perplexed as to whether he was insinuating her vision was too narrow or bestowing her with praise. Yet, she grasped his implication. He suggested that Zhao's substantial profits were merely superficial. They were being lured into a trap that she had overlooked. Gao Yang's eyes shimmered with profound confidence. "Indeed, when your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, personally adorns garments made from Zhao silk, the nobility and commoners of Deqian shall undoubtedly follow suit. Not to mention, should your Majesty issue a decree encouraging the populace to wear Zhao silk, the demand in the marketplace would surpass supply, causing prices to rise rapidly. This would inevitably give rise to a phenomenon, the price differential. Once profit becomes apparent, merchants will flock to Zhao to procure goods and then resell them at a premium in Deqian. Zhao merchants too will traverse vast distances, seeking to capitalize on the lucrative opportunities in Deqian." At this juncture, Gao Yang deliberately paused, casting his gaze upon Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er. A smile reappeared on his face, yet it sent a shiver down Wu Zhao's spine. Shangguan Wan'er tensed, as if facing a formidable adversary, her eyes fixed intently on Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled. "In the realm of commerce, when supply exceeds demand, prices fall. Conversely, when demand outstrips supply, prices soar. If supply and demand are balanced, prices will consequently stabilize." Taking the grain prices in Linjiang City as an example, when Deqian is stable and there is an abundant harvest, the price of grain in the market will stabilize at 31 per do or even lower. However, during periods of severe drought or flooding, When the harvest is poor, demand surpasses supply, and grain prices begin to soar. As grain becomes valuable, more individuals will turn to agriculture. The same applies to Zhao silk. The primary objective of this strategy is to inflate the price of Zhao silk, thereby benefiting the Zhao state. As the price of Zhao silk begins to rise, merchants from Deqian and those from Zhao will frantically purchase it, consequently increasing the stakes for local traders in Zhao. Previously, the demand for Zhao silk was limited, and merchants would not venture thousands of miles to transport it to Deqian due to stable market demand, often leading to unsold stock and lack of profit. Yet at this moment, the entire nation of Deqian is adorned in Zhao silk, resulting in a sudden surge in demand. This not only causes the price of Zhao silk to soar but also exerts pressure on supply. Greedy merchants and local aristocrats, eager to capture next year's market, will inevitably raise the wages of silk weavers and invest more in mulberry cultivation and sericulture. In this competitive environment, the common folk of Zhao, who traditionally engaged in mulberry farming and silk production, will also reap substantial profits. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, who would still choose to cultivate farmland? Initially, Wu Zhao's gaze was contemplative, as if weighing her options. However, upon hearing that increased demand would inevitably lead to greater supply, and that merchants and aristocrats would enhance wages and expand mulberry cultivation for the prospect of significant profits in the coming year, she was overcome with goosebumps. The intentions of Gao Yang became glaringly evident. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Your ultimate aim is the farmland of Zhao?" Wu Zhao's expression was one of incredulity, as a tempest of emotions surged within her. Chapter 74. A spectacular and terrifying economic warfare. Shangwanwaner, being a confidant of the empress, was no fool. She instantly discerned Gao Yang's intentions. This maneuver seemed familiar to her, as she had witnessed firsthand in Linjiang City how Gao Yang had driven those grain merchants to ruin. While there were differences, the essence of the scheme bore a striking resemblance. This time, however, Gao Yang's trap was set for the entire Zhao kingdom, from the imperial family and nobility down to the common folk. How many lives would be lost this time? Gao Yang's gaze fixated on Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner, his smile growing ever more pronounced. This was his domain. One must admit, the thrill of deception was utterly exquisite. With a serene expression, Gao Yang stood in the imperial study, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Wealthy merchants and prestigious families, eager for vast profits, would need to boost production and hire numerous workers to weave silk. The common people, finding weaving more profitable than agriculture, would flock to the looms, while those seeking greater gains would turn to mulberry cultivation and silkworm rearing. Consequently, the Zhao kingdom would witness a multitude of its populace engaged in silk-related industries, leading to the neglect of farmlands. After all, in their eyes, as long as they earned money, what concern was it if food became scarce? Grain was but a few coins per measure. When the Zhao kingdom's farmlands lay fallow, and His Majesty dispatched individuals to confirm this, the final phase of the scheme, reaping the rewards, would ensue. Gao Yang's smile, though genuine, appeared devilish in Wu Zhao's eyes. Shang Wanwaner couldn't help but swallow hard. Gao Yang continued to speak with chilling detachment, much like a merciless harbinger of death. Once the time was ripe, His Majesty could decree that the entire Deqian refrain from wearing Zhao silk and formally sever relations with the Zhao kingdom. Consequently, the price of Zhao silk would plummet. And tragically, with their farmland abandoned and grain in short supply, the price of food would soar, allowing Deqian to seize the opportunity to inflate prices tenfold, even 100-fold, thereby harvesting the wealth of the Zhao kingdom. Countless merchants of Zhao would face bankruptcy, and innumerable citizens would starve, unable to afford food. Even those merchants who had profited handsomely from the rise in Zhao silk prices would swiftly fall into ruin as the silk became worthless and grain prices skyrocketed, forcing them to return their gains. Deqian would not only reap substantial profits but also achieve this without a single soldier, causing the Zhao kingdom's economy to collapse and its people to suffer. Thus, as Gao Yang's words resonated, a gentle breeze swept through the imperial study. The pages of an ancient tome on the dragon table fluttered in response. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner exchanged terrified glances at Gao Yang. First, they would issue a decree to elevate the price of Zhao silk, instigating a surge. Then exploit the merchants' greed to drive countless Zhao citizens to cultivate mulberry and rear silkworms for weaving. Thus, as the farmlands lay abandoned, Deqian would counter the trend, bursting the bubble of Zhao silk, inflating grain prices, and reaping substantial rewards. Deqian would accomplish this without shedding a drop of blood, leading to the collapse of the Zhao economy and the suffering of its populace. Wu Zhao instinctively swayed, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. The situation was exceedingly ruthless, even tenfold more so than the machinations within the Golden Hall. Shangguan Wanner wore an expression of sheer astonishment, and in her eyes, Gao Yang's visage resembled that of a devil. Could this truly be the eldest son of a noble house with a legacy spanning a century? Was he indeed a scion of a martial lineage? Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Just from Gao Yang's description. She envisioned the commoners of Zhao flocking to engage in the work of Zhao Zhao, believing they would strike it rich, when in reality it was nothing but a nightmare. A descent into an abyss. The soaring grain prices would herald a catastrophic disaster. Seizing the moment while Wu Zhao was still in shock, Gao Yang unabashedly cast a few more glances. Indeed, merely to behold was already quite gratifying. However, despite his admiration, Gao Yang maintained his moral compass and continued, "Your Majesty, this is not all. Once the grain prices in Zhao skyrocket, we shall not only seize the opportunity to harvest Zhao's wealth but also arrange for internal collaborators to infiltrate Zhao. By a stroke of serendipity, I have conceived several brilliant strategies." Wu Zhao's gaze turned toward Gao Yang, intrigued by his ingenious plans. When our internal agents penetrate Zhao, they can disseminate rumors throughout the realm, embedding messages within fish bellies proclaiming the rise of Deqian and the fall of Zhao, while a white fox speaks human words at the mountain's edge under the cloak of night. Furthermore, we could unearth a one-eyed giant near the Yellow River. With 3 people telling the same tale, rumors shall flourish. The populace, already struggling to fill their bellies, will be ripe for manipulation amidst soaring grain prices, inevitably plunging Zhao into chaos. Deqian shall reap the benefits. As his words concluded, both Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wanner regarded Gao Yang with incredulity. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts racing. For the common people, as long as they could fill their stomachs, they would remain docile. Yet, if hunger struck, their ignorance and blind faith would render them vulnerable to such instigation. What calamity awaited them? The masses would surely be displaced, their lifeless bodies strewn across the land. Moreover, what kind of stratagem was this? Messages hidden within fish, a white fox articulating human speech, and the excavation of a one-eyed giant. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. Toxic though it was, she could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of the scheme. Manipulating human nature, offering trifling benefits to ensnare the entirety of Zhao, thus facilitating the harvest. By waging an economic war against Zhao, Deqian could potentially annex the realm without shedding a drop of blood. Gao Yang, truly the foremost poison master of Deqian. She could not resist exclaiming, "This scheme of the sudden harvest is indeed the most ingenious stratagem in the world." Harnessing the greed inherent in all, Gao Yang, I have not misjudged you. Though his methods were merciless, they heralded tremendous fortune for Deqian. As the sovereign of Deqian, she felt a twinge of compassion for the people of Zhao. Yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Gao Yang smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty, if you believe the sudden harvest scheme merely exploits human greed, you underestimate its depth." "Oh, it does not merely exploit greed?" Wu Zhao inquired, somewhat taken aback. Shangguan Wanner too turned her gaze toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang spoke slowly. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires, compounded by greed, anger, ignorance. These are vulnerabilities in human nature that many merchants readily recognize. Yet, there exists a profound weakness in human nature that the vast majority remain oblivious to, and that is the inertia of thought. The strategy employed by the Zhao Guanguan Bureau capitalizes on this very inertia. When the price of Zhao silk escalates to exorbitant heights, the citizens of Zhao do not perceive the subsequent plummet as a decline, but rather as a continual scarcity. Alternatively, even if they are aware of the potential for catastrophic losses, they steadfastly believe that misfortune will not befall them. Similarly, once a downturn begins, this inertia induces a paralysis of action, leading individuals to assume that the decline will persist indefinitely. Gao Yang maintained a composed demeanor, for indeed, such examples abound in the annals of history. In the stock market, how many retail investors chase after rising prices only to be ensnared by the machinations of market makers? Indeed, to exploit the frailties of human nature, these market makers may elevate stock prices during a downturn to attract interest, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with devastating effect. All of this is a manipulation of human nature. Once this tactic is unleashed, the citizens of Zhao can only ruminate on how Zhao silk will become even more coveted. Naturally, there are those with clear minds who maintain skepticism. However, even this group may find themselves ensnared in self-deception amidst the soaring prices of Zhao silk. The inertia of thought. Wu Zetian murmured, a sudden clarity dawning in her mind. Gao Yang's words had profoundly impacted her, illuminating the reality that warfare encompasses not only direct confrontations but also the insidious realm of economic conflict. Economic warfare is far more clandestine and intricate, should it succeed. Its potency rivals that of a nationwide battle. Chapter 75, The Joy of Rulers and Subjects Alike from this day forth. I shall don the resplendent garments crafted by Zhao Zhao and commence my plans. Should I manage to resolve the situation with Zhao without bloodshed, I shall bestow ample rewards. Wu Zhao's countenance gleamed with excitement, clearly intrigued by the prospect. However, Gao Yang remained indifferent to the grand visions painted by the empress. Instead, he sagely cautioned Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, economic warfare cannot be achieved overnight. It requires at least a year or two to bear fruit. Moreover, this strategy bears resemblance to the cunning tactics employed against the vassals. Yet it hinges on a crucial premise, that our great Qian possesses a formidable military and a well-stocked treasury. Otherwise, if Zhao were to retaliate, it would be our kingdom that suffers the consequences. Your Majesty, I trust you comprehend my meaning. Wu Zhao arched an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang with a hint of perplexity. The Minister of Revenue emphasized the necessity for great Qian's prosperity and strength while offering me a clever scheme to punish Zhao. What could this imply? Gao Yang, with an earnest expression, declared, I have no intention of urging your Majesty to eliminate Prince Rong. I swear it. Wu Zhao responded with a bemused expression. Shang Wanwaner, observing the exchange, remarked with a hint of incredulity, one would think Prince Rong has unearthed the ancestral tomb of the Duke of Dinghua, given the depth of enmity displayed. Gao Yang, scratching his nose, turned to Wu Zhao and inquired, Your Majesty, what do you believe Prince Rong and the heir are engaged in within their residence? I am certainly unafraid of peril, but I also wish to burn brightly for the glory of great Qian. Wu Zhao chuckled at his words. Fear not. I shall not grant Prince Rong the opportunity to strike at you. However, this matter is of great significance, and even I require some time to deliberate. Rest assured, the plan to extinguish Zha shall proceed concurrently. With a resolute expression and an air of authority, Wu Zhao contemplated the myriad schemes devised by Gao Yang. Why should she worry about the treasury of Great Qian remaining filled? In fact, Wu Zhao found the entire affair rather amusing. If they could not be immortalized in history as paragons of virtue, they might as well be remembered as a notorious duo. In any case, they would leave their mark in the annals of history. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Gao Yang beamed with satisfaction. Now, he had developed a keen understanding of the Empress's temperament, allowing for a more relaxed exchange. This forthright communication only served to put the Empress at ease. Wu Zhao turned her gaze back to Gao Yang, proclaiming, I am thoroughly pleased with this scheme. You, my esteemed minister, have truly proven yourself to be a loyal servant of Great Qian. This plan must surely rank among the most cunning ever conceived, utilizing the resources of the state in a manner that is nothing short of terrifying. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's signature smile reappeared, eliciting a shared sense of trepidation in both Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner. By observing Gao Yang's smile, one could glean the malevolence of his schemes. It was evident that this was not yet the most diabolical of his ideas. Bang! In the residence of Prince Rong, Wu Long slammed his palm onto the table, his face a mask of fury. Beside him, Wu Qing implored, Father, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel came today demanding reparations from me. It is utterly outrageous and an affront to our dignity. Wu Cheng trembled with rage as he recounted the events that transpired in the court. I have never encountered such unabashed individuals. Gao Yang has deceived him so grievously, yet he dares to demand compensation. It is utterly revolting. It is simply outrageous. Without avenging this grievance, it will be difficult for me to maintain my standing in Chang'an. With an imposing wave of his hand, Wu Long declared, I am the foremost minister of the great Qian dynasty, a prince by imperial decree, and the empress has always held me in high regard. I shall decisively advocate for you in this matter. Although Gao Yang may have triumphed in the court, in Chang'an, I shall not permit him to thrive. Wu Long turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man clad in a blue robe beside him. Mr. Qin, you are renowned as the greatest strategist of the great Qian. Do you possess any brilliant plans? Mr. Qin looked at Wu Long and replied, Indeed, I have strategies aplenty. However, I am somewhat apprehensive. Based on my observations of Gao Yang over the past few days, he is not one to act impulsively. In other words, his audacity in confronting the heir suggests he harbors no fear of retaliation from the prince. This aspect confounds me. From where does his confidence stem? Wu Long scoffed. It is merely a squabble among juniors, not a matter of life and death. Does he truly dare to challenge me? Since the Duke of Dingwu wishes to engage in a contest with me, let us engage fully. Mr. Chen observed Wu Long's disdainful demeanor and remained silent. Yet his unease intensified. He sensed that offending this youth might lead to dire consequences. In the imperial study, Shangwan Wanner felt a chill as she perceived Gao Yang's smile. That unsettling sensation returned, as if countless individuals were on the brink of ruin. Wu Zhao also felt goosebumps rising on her skin and could not help but speak up. High official, temper your smile. I find myself unwell. The goosebumps are overwhelming. Gao Yang replied, is there no justice or law left? Is my mere smile truly so fearsome? Your words wound me deeply. Though their harm may be minimal, the insult is profound. I am wronged. Wu Zhao resumed her seat, deliberately ignoring Gao Yang's remarks. Her gaze fixed upon him, her disbelief evident, yet she still inquired, given your smile. Are you perhaps concocting a scheme more sinister than the Crown Harvest Festival? Surely, that cannot be the case. Chapter 76. The Tulip Scheme. Deception is an intrinsic human trait. In the realm of treachery, there exist schemes more insidious than the last. Although the scheme of the Grain Crown is indeed cunning, it is far from the most ruthless. There are far more devious plots, ones that ensnare the unwary with empty promises, and I hold them in the utmost contempt. As Gao Yang articulated this sentiment, Wu Zhao's gaze shifted abruptly. What kind of treachery could provoke such disdain from Gao Yang? With a smile, Gao Yang remarked that the brilliance of a deception does not solely lie in its malevolence. Even schemes that appear blatantly false can ensnare the unsuspecting. Why is this so? Despite being aware of the deception, they cannot resist the allure of the trap. Wu Zhao appeared perplexed. Should not all deception strive to be concealed and disguised? Yet, Gao Yang took an unconventional approach. I have faith in your capabilities, Gao Yang. But I cannot fathom why these individuals would fall for a ruse they know to be false. How could they be so easily deceived? Wu Zhao's incredulity was palpable. Even as an emperor, she struggled to grasp the underlying principles. Shangwan Wanner, too, cast a curious glance toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang, employing the example of Zhao Guo's Zhao Zhao, explained how he artificially inflated the price of Zhao Zhao through various means, ultimately directing attention toward the agricultural lands of Zhao Guo. This revelation astounded her. Should the citizens of Zhao Guo all cultivate silkworms, their farmland would fall into disrepair. If this scheme were to succeed, the people of Zhao Guo would suffer grievously, their corpses strewn across the land. Countless individuals would find themselves in despair as grain prices soared, while the Qian would remain idle, significantly weakening Zhao Guo's power and reaping the rewards as a bystander. This ignited Shangwan Wanner's interest in economic warfare and monetary strategies. Yet, Wu Zhao's question echoed her own thoughts. I shall elaborate on this scheme shortly. However, regarding the psychological phenomenon, I can indeed provide an explanation. It bears some resemblance to the Grain Crown scheme, yet the economic tactics employed are far more brutal and insidious. Let us henceforth refer to it as the Tulip Scheme. Wu Zhao's curiosity intensified, her gaze fixed upon Gao Yang, eagerly awaiting further elucidation. Gao Yang's eyes became reflective, as if recalling a tumultuous episode from a future era, witnessing firsthand the devastating consequences of such a scheme. A nation brought to ruin, countless citizens bankrupt, merchants profiting immensely. Such is the potency of treachery. Gao Yang slowly began. For your understanding, your majesty, I shall use an overseas example. In a distant land far from Deqian, there lies a large island inhabited by a prosperous nation, which we shall call Languo. The people of Languo enjoy a life of peace and prosperity. One day, a group of merchants arrived from afar, not only to conduct trade, but also to present a bouquet of flowers, known as tulips. These merchants offered their gifts to the royal family of Languo, for the nation had no tulips of its own. The beauty and rarity of these flowers led to their adoration, and they gradually became symbols of status and wealth. In no time, countless local merchants caught wind of this lucrative opportunity. There was a chilling depth in Gao Yang's eyes, one that even Wu Zhao could sense, revealing the sinister intent lurking beneath the allure of the tulip. As Shangwan Wanna felt her heart race, she instinctively clenched her fists. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. With the local merchants taking action, they began hoarding tulip bulbs, causing prices to surge dramatically. Before long, these bulbs became a nationwide sensation. Their worth surpassed that of grains and even gold. Everything had changed. Tulips were no longer mere ornamental flowers, but a means for quick profit. Consequently, some commoners went to the extent of selling their homes to stockpile these bulbs. At this moment, everyone was aware that tulips were no longer a rarity in the market. Yet they continued to buy frantically, eager to make a fortune. They believed prices would rise even further. However, at the peak. Those merchants who had driven up the prices began to sell off their stocks. Your Majesty, can you guess what happened next? Gao Yang wore a chilling smile. Wu Zhao, with a serious expression, inquired, what transpired? Gao Yang replied bluntly, in just over 10 days, prices plummeted by 90%, leading to the bankruptcy of countless individuals and even starvation for many. These merchants then turned around to inflate grain prices, plunging the Lan Kingdom into economic decline, unable to compete with neighboring nations. With that, both Shangguan Wanner and Wu Zhao were left in shock. A 90% drop in just over 10 days. Wu Zhao, visibly moved, felt the cruelty of such events. Was this the power of a treacherous scheme? Its destructive capacity surpassed even that of war. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. What lesson did your Majesty derive from this situation? Gao Yang felt a wave of satisfaction. It was rare to witness Wu Zhao so astonished. Wu Zhao's gaze turned steely, brimming with murderous intent. Those unscrupulous merchants from afar must be punished. Is this not true? Gao Yang, taken aback, observed Wu Zhao's noble visage and realized that this angle was quite striking. Indeed, it is true. Those merchants from outside are either treacherous or thieves. They deserve to be executed. Shangguan Wanner could not help but interject. Yet this was clearly a scam from the outset, and yet they fell for it. What is the connection? Gao Yang replied with a smile. In the beginning, it was not apparent that this was a trap, but it became glaringly obvious in the later stages. With the entire nation hoarding tulip bulbs and various parties entering the fray, could the common folk truly be unaware? They all knew. Yet they still mortgaged their homes and fields to participate, driven fundamentally by greed, believing prices would ascend even higher. They thought that before the bubble burst, they would not be the unfortunate ones, akin to a game of hot potato. So long as one is not the last unfortunate soul, they stand to gain immensely. Moreover, very few could escape, for once they tasted profit, resisting the urge to gamble further became exceedingly difficult, much like in the gambling houses of Chang'an. You may win once or even multiple times, but over time, the house always prevails. This is human nature. The world is rife with schemes, fundamentally exploiting human nature. Beyond these tactics, painting grand visions is also a common method in orchestrating traps. Wu Zhao paused, pondering. Painting grand visions? Gao Yang cleared his throat twice and said, for instance, when your Majesty commands me to weaken the 6 nations, promising me 10 beautiful maidens in return, that is painting a grand vision. Certainly, I harbor no ulterior motives. Your Majesty, nor do I seek any specific rewards of beautiful courtesans or vast treasures. I merely wish to elucidate my thoughts to you. Gao Yang fixed his gaze intently upon Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's lips twitched slightly. After all this time, it had become apparent that Gao Yang was attempting to curry favor with her, despite having ascended the throne for quite some time. This was the first occasion she encountered a subject who boldly sought rewards. Initially, I contemplated bestowing upon the Minister of Personnel several exquisite beauties, yet, given his courteous demeanor, I shall forego such gestures, Wu Zhao remarked with a subtle smile. Gao Yang was momentarily struck with disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and deliver 2 resounding slaps to the Empress, pondering whether this was truly how one conversed. Indeed, those who engage in politics often possess thick skins and dubious intentions. However, he felt a sense of resignation. After all, this was the Empress of the Great Qian. In any case, there will undoubtedly be many such schemes from subjects like myself. Should your Majesty find yourself in need of funds, I shall wholeheartedly offer my support from the shadows. Chapter 77. The Peculiarities of Shangguan Wanner. The Emperor seems to have changed. Is the most effective way to confront a deception simply to disregard it? To resolutely reject the notion of fortune falling from the sky? And to never gamble in a game of passing the parcel? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner in astonishment. Indeed, the clarity of insight emerges from a smooth path. The ancients do not deceive me. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, affirming that these individuals, aware of the ruse, still fall prey to it. Fundamentally, it is a grand game of passing the parcel. In his previous life, the stock market had ensnared Gao Yang many times. The intricacies of this gamble reveal the depths of human nature. One must not provoke it. Wu Zhao's pale face reflected a wave of agitation, and the imperial study fell into silence. Her phoenix eyes seemed to perceive countless commoners cautiously testing their fortunes, ultimately leading to ruin, the shattering of families. That was indeed a scene of utter chaos. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. On that day within the Golden One Hall, her thoughts had been sound. If this young man could not serve in government, he must not be allowed to engage in commerce, even if it meant eliminating him. It was imperative to avert disaster for the populace. Though he bore an innocent visage, his heart was as treacherous as a rushing river. Just as Wu Zhao's mind swirled in contemplation, Gao Yang suddenly rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. Wu Zhao had yet to react when a large face appeared before her, wearing a look of embarrassment. Gao Yang, with a hint of impatience, spoke, "Your Majesty, I beseech you for a favor. May I indulge myself a little?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Zhao furrowed her brow, her expression one of disbelief. Had Gao Yang lost his senses, or was she unable to wield her authority? Shang Wanwan too was taken aback. What kind of brazen words were these? Had Gao Yang gone mad? Realizing the impropriety of his statement, Gao Yang quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My intention was merely to express a bit of restlessness, yet my nature is pure. How could I bring harm to my own? Thus, I wish to request your permission to dispatch a team to protect me as I venture to the Six Kingdoms, where I plan to execute a grand scheme. To be candid, Your Majesty, I have devised hundreds of ingenious plans for accumulation of wealth, which will surely leave the nobility of the Six Kingdoms in deep distress." This was no mere boast from Gao Yang. In the present Six Kingdoms, the populace was innocent, still entrenched in mutual warfare and the exploitation of their own people. He aimed to confront these illiterate commoners and the unscrupulous merchants exploiting them. This was a guaranteed pitfall. After all, even the highly educated in his previous life had fallen prey to such traps. Countless families had been shattered, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Among them were numerous high-ranking officials and educated elites. Could they not discern the deception? Not at all. This is human nature. The more intelligent one is, the easier it is to be deceived. How much more so in an era where literacy was scarce. Yet, Gao Yang held little interest in the commoners, not out of moral superiority, but because they yielded little profit and were prone to retribution. His true targets were the aristocratic families of the Six Kingdoms, even the royal lineage. However, in antiquity, gold was heavy and escape was difficult, especially when the dynasty required stability. Yet it was precisely this challenge that made it enticing. With this thought, his eagerness grew. Hundreds of ingenious plans for wealth accumulation? Wu Zhao was left in shock, yet she immediately shook her head. "This request is one I cannot acquiesce to." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's face exhibited a look of utter bewilderment. "Why? Does His Majesty doubt my capabilities?" "No, you're mistaken. It is precisely because I have faith in your abilities that I cannot allow you to leave Deqian. Should you fall into the hands of the enemy, I fear the repercussions upon my reign. You might as well resign yourself to this fate. As long as I draw breath, you shall not set foot outside Deqian. I will arrange for individuals to scour Deqian. Should any suitable tulips arise, I shall send emissaries to Dechu and Dezhao, as you suggested, to test the waters and see how much silver can be amassed." Wu Zhao spoke with unwavering resolve. After this discourse, her conviction only grew stronger. She would not require Gao Yang's treacherous schemes. Yet, she could not allow such malevolence to be unleashed upon Deqian, for it would spell disaster. Particularly given Gao Yang's seemingly fickle resolve. Gao Yang interjected, "Your Majesty, what should I do if my hands itch?" He scratched at his palms, pondering the futility of his talents if not utilized for deceit. Wu Zhao smiled enigmatically. "No need for you to target the Six Kingdoms. But as for the noble families of Deqian, the affluent clans, and the aristocrats of Chang'an, you may employ your stratagems at will. Let me witness your prowess." Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Majesty, are you truly sincere?" With this, he would have work to undertake. "Indeed, as you have predicted, the witchcraft incident will soon unfold. You may prepare your methods in advance. Once Prince Rong falls, I shall support you from the shadows. However, you must understand that the ties between the noble families and the royal family are intricate, not to mention the princes of the royal lineage." Wu Zhao concluded, her gaze fixed intently upon Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded, frowning as he mused, "If we cannot target the noble families and royal kin, then we must focus on the wealthy merchants." Wu Zhao replied nonchalantly, "No, you are mistaken. What I mean is that the royal kin are my closest relatives, and this matter will require a division of profits. Be bold in your schemes. I shall provide the silver, and we shall split the earnings 50-50, shall we?" Wu Zhao proposed, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with excitement. Gao Yang, ever perceptive, remarked, "I have no great interest in silver. A 70-30 split would be a blessing for me." A smile blossomed on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang was quite astute. Although occasionally audacious, he still held her in high regard. "Very well. My treasury has been depleted for far too long. It is time to replenish it." Gao Yang mirrored her smile. There was one thing he did not voice. He had a slight understanding of accounting. Meanwhile, Shang Wanwan gazed in astonishment. observing the conniving smile shared between the sovereign and her subject, feeling somewhat disoriented. Especially with Wu Zhao's commanding presence, she sensed that the situation had veered off course. With the inception of two schemes, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang meticulously discussed the details once more. Ultimately, Gao Yang left the imperial study, satisfied, and Wu Zhao wore a beaming smile. The sovereign and her minister enjoyed a delightful conversation. That day, the noble families of Chang'an, the royal kin, and the prominent clans across the realm all inexplicably sneezed. It seems they are under close scrutiny. In the imperial study, the Empress Wu Zetian was addressed by Shang Wanwaner, who inquired, "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to send someone to orchestrate schemes in the 6 states?" Wu Zetian nodded, her gaze resolute. "The ruthlessness of Gao Yang's strategy is unparalleled in my lifetime. Such a venomous plot deserves to be unleashed upon the 6 states. While her agents may not match Gao Yang's prowess, under his tutelage, they would undeniably suffice. Once the Prince Rong is eliminated within the Great Qian, with her backing, the next step would be to amass wealth for the nation. The centuries-old prominent families, entrenched for far too long, possess untold riches. Now is the opportune moment for plunder." With Gao Yang by her side, she felt no trepidation. Moreover, in accordance with Gao Yang's counsel, she decreed another imperial edict to foster amicable relations between the Great Qian and the Great Zhao, encouraging the citizens of Great Qian to don garments made of Zhao silk. Additionally, provide me with a set of garments fashioned from Zhao silk. From this day forth, I shall wear only Zhao silk. The glint in Wu Zetian's eyes revealed her icy resolve as she issued the command. Clearly, with her proclamation, an economic warfare targeting the Zhao kingdom was about to commence, orchestrated by none other than Gao Yang. It was only July, yet should the price of Zhao silk be inflated, within a few short years, the Zhao kingdom would confront an authentic nightmare. Furthermore, upon the issuance of this edict, the Zhao kingdom might mistakenly believe that Great Qian's intentions were sincere, perhaps even sending envoys bearing gifts. In reality, however, this would be an invisible war, one that strikes in silence. Chapter 78. The Tremors of Chang'an. The prelude to economic warfare with the decree of Empress Wu, the entire city of Chang'an was momentarily stunned, and the officials bore expressions of astonishment. Just hours before, they had been filled with ire, eager to instigate a war against the Zhao kingdom. Yet, astonishingly, within the span of a mere morning, the empress had altered her stance. It appeared, as Gao Yang had suggested, that she sought peaceful coexistence, advocating for patience and the power of love to transform adversaries. This was utterly inconceivable. After all, the empress had ascended the throne only months prior, and they were acutely aware of her temperament. Despite the Zhao kingdom's overwhelming dominance, the empress chose to endure, even bestowing significant advantages upon them. To the officials, this was almost unfathomable. Some astute officials sensed an underlying shift, their gazes flickering as they speculated on the empress's intentions. Yet, no matter how hard they pondered, they could not decipher her true motives. Most court ministers breathed a sigh of relief, for the realm was currently governed by civil officials who had no desire for war. Otherwise, the rise of military leaders would spell doom for them. Meanwhile, prominent merchants in the capital, upon seeing the posted edict, were filled with exhilaration. They swiftly recognized the burgeoning opportunities. With the issuance of the decree, the price of Zhao silk surged from 10 taels of silver per bolt to 11. It was evident that prices would continue to escalate. Seizing the moment, some merchants wasted no time in organizing caravans, preparing to venture into the Zhao kingdom. They aimed to catch Zhao merchants off guard and procure goods at lower prices, capitalizing on the information gap. After all, the Zhao were not naive, and prices were bound to soar. In an instant, the atmosphere of Chang'an became charged with anticipation, ignited by a single decree from Empress Wu. At the Chui residence, the grand hall was adorned with exquisite carvings and opulent decor, radiating luxury. Chui Jian, donned in an elaborate robe, exuded a calm demeanor while toying with 2 polished walnuts, their crunching echoing softly. "My dear father, what is it that you seek from me?" "If there is no pressing matter, I shall take my leave to study." Chui Xinghe approached and inquired, his presence commanding and his expression composed. Chui Jian regarded his most cherished son with a tinge of regret. Clearly, Gao Yang had caught him off guard as well. "My son, I understand that the esteemed Gao Yang of the Duke of Ding's household has dealt you a significant blow, yet you need not belittle yourself. There is no need to seclude yourself in your chamber, poring over the classics day after day. In my heart, I still hold the belief that you possess the qualities of a chancellor." Upon hearing these words, Chui Xinghe lifted his gaze to meet his father's, visibly moved. "I shall remember your guidance, dear father. However, I merely wish to ensure that I am not overshadowed. The glory of the Cui family ought to shine brightly in Chang'an. While I acknowledge my current shortcomings, I am determined to rise and prove myself beyond doubt. His voice resonated throughout the hall, calm yet resolute. Cui Jian smiled with satisfaction. Cui Xinghe was indeed his son. With such poise, his future accomplishments were bound to be remarkable. You are aware of the matter at hand, and I have summoned you for a particular reason. I seek your counsel and decision, for the future of the Cui family is destined to rest in your hands. Cui Xinghe, with a countenance full of curiosity, implored his father for clarification. Cui Jian, toying with a decorative walnut in his grasp, replied nonchalantly, "Just now." His Majesty issued a decree, not through the 6 ministries but directly to the Hanlin Academy for proclamation. His Majesty encourages all of the Qian to don Zhaogao, and he will personally take the lead. Numerous families in Chang'an have already begun to respond. He inquired whether the Cui family should involve themselves in this favorable affair. Cui Xinghe was taken aback by the revelation. What? The Empress has issued such a decree? His eyes flickered with astonishment. Cui Jian added, "Word has circulated from the palace that not only has the decree been issued, but His Majesty has also donned Zhaogao himself. It appears this is a serious endeavor." Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe felt no delight. Rather, his expression grew increasingly grave. Something is amiss. The Empress's actions are exceedingly unusual. He quickly turned to Cui Jian, anxiously inquiring, "Did His Majesty summon Gao Yang privately?" Cui Jian nodded, confirming that he had, and that Gao Yang had spent several hours within the palace. Just as he exited, the decree spread throughout Chang'an. Several hours. Cui Xinghe's heart raced with alarm. If a score of 10 indicates something amiss, he now sensed 100. Father, even if Zhaogao were to soar to the heavens, our Cui family must not engage with it. It is best to avoid this altogether. Cui Xinghe inhaled deeply, his face a mask of seriousness. Why not? This is an unprecedented opportunity to gain wealth. Could it be that my son has discerned the profound implications behind the Empress's actions? Cui Jian's voice escalated in pitch, filled with confusion. Cui Xinghe raised his gaze earnestly, stating, "I do not comprehend the Empress's deeper intentions, but I do understand Gao Yang. He has spent several hours alone with the Empress. Aside from the possibility of an illicit affair, it must be that some treacherous scheme is brewing. For our safety, the Cui family must not involve ourselves. This situation likely conceals a trap, perhaps a significant one." Upon exiting the palace, Gao Yang met with Chen Xing, who had been waiting outside, and they ventured into the streets of Chang'an. His purpose was straightforward, to witness firsthand the Empress's influence. Should the populace respond positively, the price of Zhaogao would rise accordingly, presenting a tremendous opportunity. Beneath this lies a flourishing marketplace. Conversely, if an economic upheaval were to be instigated, it would require more cunning strategies. Fortunately, the initial results appeared promising. "Let us return home," Gao Yang beckoned to Chen Xing. Just as he prepared to head back, he noticed a gathering of people in the distance, assembling a substantial circular platform. What is happening there? Is there a major event underway? Gao Yang pondered with intrigue. Chen Xing glanced around and quickly replied, "My lord, you may not be aware, but our Deqian has always held the belief that food is paramount to the people. Even before the establishment of Deqian, a culinary competition was held every 5 years. This tradition has persisted over time, and this year, it is organized by the Imperial Kitchen, generating considerable excitement. It is rumored that the winner will receive a substantial monetary reward." Gao Yang was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression turned peculiar. A culinary competition? Chapter 79. The excitement of Emperor Zhao. The people of Gao Yang are rather impressive, aren't they? Could it be that the esteemed gentleman is intrigued by culinary delights? The competition is set to continue for many days. Chen Xing wore a face of curiosity. Gao Yang averted his gaze and shook his head, saying, "I merely conceived a brilliant stratagem upon hearing of the culinary contest. However, since no one has dared to provoke me, let it be." In his heart, he deemed the Edict of Favor to be the most insidious scheme of antiquity. Yet, when it comes to modern stratagems, the Edict of Favor must take a backseat. The ability to conquer the strong with the weak, to navigate the intricate machinations of the world, is undoubtedly the foremost modern cunning. Even Gao Yang could not help but exclaim how terrifying it is. Let us return to the residence. With a sense of regret, Gao Yang made his way to the Duke of Dinggua's manor. Behind him, Chen Xing was filled with curiosity, his heart stirred by confusion. A brilliant scheme? It sounded as though anyone who dared to provoke would face dire consequences. But what sort of scheme could culinary delights harbor? Chen Sheng scratched his head, perplexed yet dismissive of the notion. In the following days, aside from the ongoing news and rising prices concerning Zhao, Chang'an fell into a state of tranquility. This prompted Gao Yang to lament the rampant decadence. Each day was spent idly consuming food and flirting with maidservants. Such was the life of an ancient dandy, simply exquisite. 5 days later, in the imperial city of Zhao, within the palace, dozens of dancers clad in sheer veils twirled gracefully. At the highest point, Emperor Zhao Wujing received intelligence delivered swiftly by the horses of Daqian. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The Empress of Daqian is truly foolish and easily vanquished." As the dancers withdrew, the officials gazed at one another with curiosity. Zhao Feng, the Chancellor of Zhao, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "May I ask, Your Majesty, what brings such joy?" Adorned in a dragon robe of black and red, Zhao Wujing replied with a disdainful glint in his eyes, "Daqian has sent urgent news. The Empress of Daqian has decreed that in the interest of fostering friendship between Zhao and Daqian, she encourages all citizens to wear the Zhao produced by our kingdom. Even she herself leads by example. I have humiliated Daqian, yet the Empress sends me gifts. How strange." In an instant, the official's eyes widened in astonishment. This declaration left them bewildered. What could the Empress of Daqian possibly be thinking? But in the next moment, they sensed a tremendous opportunity for commerce. The entire market of Daqian was now within reach, and the price of Zhao would undoubtedly soar. This was a fortune waiting to be seized. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, could there be a hidden ulterior motive?" "This action is indeed perplexing." Zhao Wujing waved his hand dismissively. "The Chancellor is overthinking. The intelligence indicates that a certain Gao Yang, an official, advised the Empress of Daqian to maintain amicable relations with Zhao and refrain from rash military action. This Gao Yang fellow seems rather commendable." Zhao Feng's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, I have heard of this Gao Yang in recent days. His methods of reducing grain prices and mitigating locust plagues are remarkably astute. He is no fool. Moreover, he is referred to as the living king of hell in Daqian, which adds a layer of intrigue to this matter." Yet before he could finish, the Zhao officials could no longer contain themselves. "The Chancellor is overly cautious. The Empress of Daqian has just ascended the throne, and our Zhao kingdom is strong and powerful. Would she dare to initiate conflict?" The words of Lord Huang resonate profoundly. "The Empress of Daqian must be endeavoring to curry favor with our Zhao state. I concur that since the Daqian Empress has taken the initiative to bow, we must maintain the stature befitting a great nation. We should promptly dispatch envoys bearing substantial gifts to uphold the relations between our two countries, lest we become the subject of gossip. With the surge in Zhao silk, our Zhao citizens stand to reap considerable profits, and I lend my support to this course of action." Zhao Feng remained silent. Although he sensed a problem, he could not voice his dissent. Behind these courtiers lay powerful families, evidently intent on stabilizing relations for the opportunity to profit handsomely. Should he speak out, he would surely incur the wrath of the multitude. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujing nodded and declared, "Esteemed ministers, your words hold merit. Effective immediately. We shall send envoys to Daqian with generous offerings. Furthermore, we shall send forth the beauty I recently captured, ensuring she is delivered into Gao Yang's hands as a token of gratitude for his counsel. In these times, individuals who selflessly contribute to Zhao's prosperity are few and far between." Zhao Wujing lamented. The ministers hastily knelt, exclaiming the emperor's wisdom. Their eyes flickered with anticipation. It was predictable that once the banquet concluded, they would eagerly acquire Zhao silk. Who would be foolish enough to forego such wealth? In Daqian, within the city of Chang'an, the weather was stifling, rendering the entire city akin to a colossal steamer. Gao Yang, having retrieved ice from the cellar, tossed it into his cup, quenching his thirst with a satisfying gulp. Although the Duke of Ding's residence was relatively cool, it too was oppressive. Only in the latter half of the night did comfort grace the air. After sweating profusely, the absence of soap left him feeling perpetually sticky, a sensation Gao Yang found intolerable. "El Luo, accompany me to the kitchen. We must concoct soap today," Gao Yang bellowed, striding towards the kitchen of the Duke's residence. This endeavor served dual purposes, to cleanse himself and to seize an opportunity for profit, lest he face the ire of Wu Zhao. Upon entering the kitchen, he encountered a plump fellow with a naive countenance, his expression one of bewilderment, evidently still grasping the situation. "Bring me all the lard from the kitchen." Upon hearing Gao Yang's command, Wang Tao, thinking he was being scrutinized for thievery, promptly presented all the lard available. "Good, you are quite perceptive." Gao Yang commended before instructing Qin Sheng to remove it all. As he beheld the now empty jars, Wang Tao gasped, "My lord," he wailed. for culinary delights surpassed all else for him, with lard being indispensable. Soon after, within a courtyard of the Duke of Ding's residence, Gao Yang set up 2 large cauldrons, with Qinsheng and El Luo standing by. El Luo, fetch me some quicklime, Gao Yang called out. El Luo hurriedly retrieved it from the side. Young master, I have brought it, she said, pouring it into the cauldron. What? Pour it in? El Luo's face fell into confusion. She was taken aback, questioning the use of quicklime, typically employed for moisture absorption in a cauldron. She hesitated, uncertainty etched on her features. Following my instructions, pour it in, then immediately add water and stir. Stepping back a bit, Gao Yang cautioned, retreating several paces. The addition of water to quicklime generates a significant amount of heat, should it splash onto one's skin. The sensation would be quite unbearable. However, Luo Luo remained oblivious to Gao Yang's concerns. She instead thought to herself that her master was rather considerate. In theory, both lard and vegetable oil can be used to produce soap, as it fundamentally involves a saponification reaction. When quicklime is mixed with water, it releases substantial heat, resulting in lime water. Adding caustic soda to the lime water yields an alkaline solution. When this alkaline solution is combined with lard, a saponification reaction occurs. Although caustic soda is somewhat challenging to handle, it can be substituted with the ash from the stove. Gao Yang, having read numerous time travel novels in his previous life, particularly favored the historical narratives penned by Xing Xingzi. He was well acquainted with the soap-making process. After mixing in the wood ash, he proceeded to render the lard. The alkaline solution took time to develop. Luo Luo watched as Gao Yang ladled spoonfuls of lard into the pot, her eyes filled with concern. In Deqian, lard was a precious commodity, and most households were reluctant to use it liberally. Yet, Gao Yang was pouring it into the pot without hesitation, which pained Luo Luo greatly. Young master, what culinary delight are you preparing? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Having come from a humble background, she considered this a wasteful act. Chen Xing also wore a puzzled expression. Do not fret, for I shall be crafting soap. Once completed, the profits will be immeasurable, Gao Yang explained casually. Soap? Luo Luo's face lit up with curiosity. Gao Yang cast a glance at Luo Luo's graceful figure and teased, after bathing with this soap, not only will your skin be left soft and fair, but you will also exude a delightful fragrance. Luo Luo felt as if she were being eyed hungrily by a wolf. Young master, your gaze frightens me. Gao Yang burst into laughter at her response. Although I may be a rabbit who only grazes near its burrow, you are still quite innocent. You need not worry, just focus on being your skilled technician. As long as you do not tempt me or attempt to escalate to inappropriate services, all will remain well. Hearing this, Luo Luo's expression dimmed slightly. Gao Yang then resumed his task. Before long, he poured the rendered lye into the lard and stirred it thoroughly with a stick. Once the pot was brought to a boil, he reduced the heat and completed the process. Now, they awaited the complete saponification of the fats, heralding the birth of Deqian's first bar of soap. Sitting on a nearby chair, Gao Yang added salt and spices to the prepared mold, eagerly anticipating the soap's emergence. He picked up a volume of Deqian's legal statutes, engrossed in its contents. To orchestrate a scheme, one must understand the law. Gao Yang's proficiency in this regard was almost painfully impressive. Chapter 80, The Audacity of Coveting Shangguan Water? A narrow perspective meanwhile, within the inner chambers. Gao Feng stepped into Gao Tianlong's room, inhaling deeply, his expression grave. Father, he began, respectfully bowing. Gao Tianlong, clad in simple home attire, exuded an air of authority without anger. What is it? Speak your mind, he demanded, his sharp gaze fixed on Gao Feng. Recalling Shangguan Wanner's words from a few days prior, Gao Feng's countenance grew increasingly solemn. In a recent conversation with Lord Shangguan, I sense that Yang has become rather audacious. Oh, in what manner? Gao Tianlong pondered, reflecting on his own discussion with Gao Yang, finding himself in agreement. Could it be that Gao Feng was also aware? Yang had brazenly expressed a desire to glimpse Lord Shangguan's legs. As a close confidant of the empress, there might be a unique relationship between them. How could Yang entertain such covetous thoughts towards Lord Shangguan? Gao Feng's concern was palpable. Yet, upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong couldn't help but chuckle, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Is that all? Gao Feng was taken aback. Father, is this not bold enough? With a dismissive smile, Gao Tianlong posed a profound question. Since time immemorial, emperors have relied on treacherous ministers to govern and reformers to strengthen the nation. Yet, how many treacherous ministers and reformers have met a good end? However, Yang has presented me with 3 schemes. Do you know what they are? Gao Feng's expression turned serious as he recognized Gao Yang's cunning nature. Although poison schemes can be effective, they carry a tarnished reputation. While enjoying the Empress's favor, one may be untouchable and wield immense power, but once that favor fades, they could face execution, their family annihilated to quell public outrage. It is indeed a double-edged sword. Has this wretched child truly contemplated such far-reaching consequences? Gao Tianlong's gaze bore into Gao Feng as he articulated each plan. The first scheme is the doctrine of the mean, allowing De Qian to flourish while ensuring the 6 nations do not perish. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This strategy was indeed commendable. He continued to look at Gao Tianlong, eager for the next point. The second scheme involves winning over the Empress, making her infatuated to bear a dragon son, thus securing her unwavering loyalty. Gao Feng's expression abruptly shifted. Hiss. He gasped, realizing that he had thought coveting Shangguan Wan'er was audacious, but he had underestimated the scope of his son's ambitions. This wretched child had set his sights on the Empress. Yet, it did not end there. Gao Tianlong continued with a haunting tone. The third scheme is to create a natural disaster, seizing the opportunity to sway public sentiment. At this revelation, Gao Feng's face turned ashen. Disbelief etched across his features. Observing Gao Feng's pale visage, Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and chuckled. Do you still believe that desiring to glimpse Shangguan Wan'er's legs, harboring a modicum of covetousness, is audacious? Gao Feng fell into a sudden silence. He could hardly fathom that his son possessed such audacity. He even entertained notions regarding the Empress, contemplating rebellion. While it seemed utterly mad, the thought of the Empress serving him tea and calling him father was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, one must admit that this wretched child lacks even a fraction of my former prowess. The likelihood of him subduing the Empress is exceedingly slim. Gao Tianlong cast a glance at Gao Feng, took a sip of tea, and remarked, My son, one must not possess such a thick skin. Gao Feng, visibly wounded, found these words rather piercing. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, causing both men to twitch their noses. Who was rendering lard within the estate? It smells exquisite, Gao Tianlong inquired. At that juncture, Fu Bo entered, hastily declaring, Esteemed Duke, it is the eldest son who is busy rendering lard. I have heard that he has prepared over 10 pounds of it, seemingly for some concoction. Upon hearing this, both Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's expressions shifted dramatically. What? This wretched child is using over 10 pounds of lard? What is he planning to create? Gao Feng seethed with indignation. The family of the Duke of Ding has always upheld frugality, never indulging in extravagance. The precious lard, being rendered in such vast quantities, was simply intolerable for Gao Feng. While the flowers in the Yanshou pavilion were indeed lovely, one must never demean food. Gao Tianlong's countenance darkened as well. Having lived through times of famine, he had witnessed the desperation of the populace, ravenously consuming earth to stave off hunger, ultimately succumbing to their plight. Such was the true hell on earth. Therefore, he held a profound reverence for food. However, recalling the various attributes of Gao Yang, Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and said, Younger would not be so wasteful. You should go and take a look. Gao Feng snorted in disdain. I shall see what this wretched child is up to. If he is indeed squandering resources, even the Empress's token will not protect him. I shall give him a good thrashing. After bowing, Gao Feng hurriedly departed, his steps growing increasingly swift. Today, he thought, he would surely be able to discipline this wayward son. Today, he would strike him, and he would do so in front of the Li family. In the courtyard, Gao Yang poured the finished liquid from the pot into a mold infused with spices. Once it cooled, the first bar of soap was successfully born. Gao Yang raised the fragrant soap in his hand, a smile illuminating his face. Green Lo, fetch a basin of clean water. Gao Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With this creation, he would no longer feel sticky. Green Lo quickly brought a basin of water, and Gao Yang handed her the soap. Wet the soap and wash your hands to test its effectiveness, he instructed. Me? Use this soap? Green Lo replied, astonished. Yet, upon meeting Gao Yang's assured gaze, she silently complied, moistening the soap in her hands before gently rubbing them together. Soon, delicate bubbles began to form, captivating Green Lo's attention. Having spent the day assisting Gao Yang in rendering lard, her hands were quite dirty. However, as the clean water washed away the foam, an astonishing scene unfolded. Young master, my hands are clean, and I feel they have become even more tender and fair. Green Lo exclaimed, raising her hands in delight. Although De Qian had its own soap with decent cleansing power, this was a luxury exclusive to the royal palace. Ordinary folk relied solely on water. Furthermore, as it was Green Lo's first experience with soap, the results were naturally remarkable. Observing Green Lo's delicately refined hands, Gao Yang deliberately stepped closer, asking, "Is that so?" "Allow this young master to see." Gao Yang grasped Luro's hand, examining it closely. Indeed, it had become smoother and paler. With a teasing tone, he gently caressed it, eliciting a slight blush on Luro's charming face as she initially looked up with a hint of pride, only to soon realize something was amiss. "Young master, your touch is a bit painful for this humble servant," she murmured softly. Immediately, Gao Yang released her hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Do not overthink. I merely wish to assess the soap's cleansing efficacy." "Oh," Luro's cheeks flushed even more. "You must be weary today. This soap is a gift for you." Upon hearing this, Luro's head jerked up in astonishment. A gift for the servant? While she had never experienced the luxury of expensive soap, she was certain that this soap would undoubtedly surpass it in quality and fragrance. The price must be exorbitant, and yet she was merely a lowly maid. "Indeed, it is a gift, a reward for your efforts in massaging this young master. Although there is room for improvement, your efforts are commendable, hence this soap is yours." As for Luro's foot massage, there was nothing to critique. Her looks and service were impeccable, though her slender frame lacked strength. He recalled a time when, having downgraded his spending, he had entered a foot massage parlor where a hefty technician, smoking a cigarette, had approached him. He had been too intimidated to request a change. The force of her massage had been unforgettable. After casually stating his thoughts, Gao Yang proceeded to replicate the process, intending to procure several more bars of soap. It was not solely for his personal use. There were significant financial implications behind it. He had promised the empress to acquire more wealth from the noble families. Watching Gao Yang's diligent figure, Luro's face grew increasingly crimson. She understood. She had exerted herself to the utmost. What more could she do to advance further? The answer was evident. The young master was hinting at a desire for her to provide him with more intimate, unconventional services, even offering her a bar of soap as incentive. Yet, she was uncertain how to fulfill such a request. It seemed she would need to borrow a copy of the Spring Official's Handbook from an elder sister to learn. Tonight, she would give the young master a trial. Chapter 81. The Art of Scarcity Marketing, the Philosophy of Luxury Goods, and Deceptive Advertising. 3 Pillars of Business. Child, I have heard that you have rendered several pounds of lard. What mischief are you up to now? Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall surely face my wrath today. Before he arrived, his voice had already preceded him. Upon turning, Gao Yang was taken aback to see Gao Feng and Li Shi approaching. He stepped forward to pay his respects, feeling somewhat helpless, for Gao Feng was either about to beat him or was already on his way to do so. Yet, the beating never materialized, almost becoming an obsession. "Father, mother, you have arrived just in time. I am in the midst of crafting soap." "What is this soap?" Li Shi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just then, Gao Yang retrieved a piece of soap that had cooled and handed it over. Gao Feng took the soap first, inhaling its delightful fragrance, and was momentarily astonished. Could lard truly yield such a captivating aroma? However, using several pounds of lard seemed rather extravagant. "Let me taste it. If it proves unpalatable, I shall surely give you a sound thrashing," he declared, stuffing the soap into his mouth. Gao Yang attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Gao Feng had already taken a bite and promptly spat it out, exclaiming that it tasted like chewing wax and was nearly impossible to swallow. "Child, to produce such rubbish from over 10 pounds of lard, you cannot escape my punishment today." Li Shi remained silent, observing the scene. Gao Yang quickly explained, "Father, soap is not meant for consumption. It serves as a cleaning agent, akin to the soap used in the palace, but far more economical and effective, with a lingering fragrance." Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. "What? You have used lard to create a cleansing substance? Why did you not stop me earlier?" "Child, was this a deliberate act or merely an oversight?" Gao Feng spat a few more times. "Father is decisive and acts swiftly. I assure you, it was unintentional. But rest assured, this substance, even if ingested in small quantities, is harmless, at worst resulting in a mild stomach upset." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nearly choked. "The palace soap is not cheap. My son possesses such talent?" "Mother, do give it a try," Li Shi said, her astonishment turning into eagerness. The cost of soap was exceedingly high, and even she seldom employed it in the face of the frugal duke's household. Yet, every woman possesses a desire for beauty. And now that Gao Yang had created a soap with superior efficacy, she was eager to test it. Green Vine hastily brought forth a basin of clean water, and Li Shi followed the steps to experiment. As she gazed at her fair and refreshed hands, she too was astonished. The cleaning effect was 5 times that of palace soap, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. "Do you think this product would sell well?" Gao Yang inquired, without hesitation. Li Shi nodded. "In Chang'an, Where prominent families abound, this is a rarity. Once it hits the market, demand will undoubtedly exceed supply. However, I wonder about the scarcity of its raw materials and the potential yield. Gao Yang pointed to the two large cauldrons nearby. As you mentioned, father, with these two cauldrons, some lard, and a few inexpensive ingredients, the yield would be substantial. I wish to invite you to attend the gatherings of Chang'an's elite ladies for tea and conversation. Once promoted, it will surely be in high demand. A smile graced Li's face as she remarked on the astuteness of her son. Once this product circulates within the noble circles, its sales will undoubtedly flourish. However, how does Yang intend to sell it, and what will the pricing be? Gao Yang's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm as he responded, I plan to set the price at 10 guan per bar. The moment these words escaped his lips, both Li and Gao Feng were taken aback. Currently, the most expensive soap commands merely a few hundred won, not even reaching 1 guan. Yet Gao Yang had proposed a price several times higher. Gao Feng could not help but exclaim, 10 guan for a bar of cleansing soap? Are you planning to rob someone? Gao Yang shook his head, asserting, Father, your reasoning is flawed. There's no quicker way to amass wealth than this. Gao Feng found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing the soundness of his son's argument. Li was equally astonished by Gao Yang's audacity. Such a price was almost exorbitant. Scarcity begets value, she reflected. My son does not intend to produce a large quantity of soap, but rather to employ the strategy of scarcity marketing. Scarcity marketing? Li and Gao Feng exchanged puzzled glances, both perplexed by the concept. Gao Yang nodded affirmatively, elaborating in simple terms. I will produce only 1,000 or 5,000 bars of soap per month, not only selling them in Chang'an, but distributing them throughout the vast lands of Daqian, ensuring they remain perpetually sold out. By employing strategic tactics, I will elevate soap to a luxury status, to the extent that within the prominent families of Chang'an, it would be considered embarrassing to venture out without a few bars. This will inevitably drive the black market price even higher, far surpassing my initial pricing. Through this approach, I shall reap profits twice over. Li's expression was one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a business strategy. While she pondered the implications, she realized that mere cleaning efficacy would not suffice to provoke a bidding war among the affluent. Gao Yang smiled, adding, I have researched and found that there are no laws against false advertising in Daqian. This soap, previously unseen, can be claimed to be made from ginseng, deer antler, and an array of 81 rare medicinal ingredients. Heaven knows, earth knows we know. I will not only assert that the soap cleanses, but also that it absorbs internal toxins and promotes longevity. With its delightful fragrance and cleansing properties linked to detoxification, I have no doubt they will be entrapped by this allure. The wealthiest families, particularly those most fearful of death, will be compelled to purchase. By mastering their psychology and inflating the price, I will imbue the product with the value of gifts and collectibles, leading to a frenzy of demand among the elite. Once substantial profits have been garnered, I shall then produce unscented soap for the common folk and merchants, allowing for yet another lucrative venture. As Gao Yang's voice resonated through the courtyard, Li and Gao Feng stood in stunned silence, while Chen Sheng and Lu Luo were utterly speechless. The concepts of scarcity marketing, luxury branding, and false advertising were entirely foreign to them. Though Gao Feng held the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue and was familiar with financial tactics, he had never contemplated such an innovative business approach, especially the link between cleanliness, delightful fragrance, detoxification, and longevity. This strategy was nothing short of a game-changer for the aristocracy of Daqian. Due to the profound filial piety of the Daqian dynasty, the utility of items, whether they be of East or West, pales in comparison to their market value. As long as they are exorbitantly priced and receive accolades for their efficacy, it suffices to fulfill the obligations of filial devotion. However, he could not deny that if Gao Yang were to proceed in such a manner, the entire Dinghua Gong estate would reap considerable profits. Such tactics truly manipulate the aristocratic families as if they were mere pawns. The merchants of Chang'an have nearly all been accounted for. Who could possibly rival him? Gao Feng felt a twinge of alarm and instinctively glanced at the Li clan. Lady Li, bewildered, inquired, My husband, why do you suddenly gaze upon me? My dear wife, look above my head. Are you certain there is nothing amiss? Chapter 82. Is this the test you present to me, my lord? My husband, what could possibly be atop your head? Li, with a face full of bewilderment, directed her regal gaze towards Gao Feng. The moment the words escaped Gao Feng's lips, he recognized his blunder. Such utterance is utterly inappropriate. He chuckled awkwardly, my lady. I merely asked out of curiosity, thinking perhaps there was some dirt upon your head. If there is none, then that is indeed splendid. Fortunately, Li did not comprehend the implication of his words. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Gao Feng let out a sudden sigh of relief. Realizing how perilous the situation had been, he resolved to exercise greater caution henceforth, aware that calamity often springs from careless speech. However, a fleeting glance caught the corner of Gao Yang's lips curving into a slow smile. His expression shifted, as if his heartbeat had faltered momentarily. This is troublesome. That wretched child. Mother, I understand Father's intentions. He believes that I have suddenly matured and gained the Emperor's favor, and now, with the introduction of this soap, I have resorted to such unscrupulous business tactics. Hence, he questions whether I am truly his flesh and blood. Upon uttering this statement, Li's countenance darkened abruptly. Gao Feng stood there, dumbfounded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You, wretched son, Gao Feng stammered, pointing at Gao Yang, trembling in disbelief. How dare you think such a thing after all I have done for you over these 20 years, bearing you 2 children? Li, gritting her teeth, fixed her piercing gaze upon Gao Feng. My lady, please allow me to explain. This child is speaking nonsense. Gao Feng shot a furious glance at Gao Yang. His composure shattered. This child is undoubtedly scheming. He must be afraid of punishment and is deliberately diverting blame. Truly malicious. My husband, after 20 years of marriage. How could I not know what manner of man you are? You are fully aware whether Yang is speaking the truth. Li's voice was icy. Her disdainful gaze directed at Gao Feng. Gao Yang hastily interjected, Mother, do not blame father. Rather, hold me accountable for my earlier mischief. What does this have to do with you? Your late blooming brings me joy, and I am not like your heartless father. Tomorrow, I shall invite the esteemed ladies of Chang'an to gather at the Duke's residence. Rest assured, I will ensure the promotion of your soap. Gao Yang promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude to his mother. However, if it is only you, even with hunger marketing, you shall find yourself overwhelmed. Have you considered how to manage this? Li inquired, her sharp gaze fixed upon Gao Yang. Gao Feng, gritting his teeth, retorted coldly, commerce is a trivial pursuit. Do not squander your talents meant for governing the nation. The soap formula is not difficult to concoct, and while its production is straightforward, the process must remain confidential. I believe it is best entrusted to your mother. Li nodded. I shall make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry. However, a portion of the profits must be shared with the Emperor. Likewise, we can operate under his auspices. Upon hearing this, even Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Are you implying that this wretched child has entered into business with the Emperor? Gao Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gao Yang would be so close to Wu Zhao. Could it be that his son truly had the potential to win the affection of the Empress? His eyes flickered with uncertainty. It was imperative to find an opportunity to confront him. Otherwise, if he truly succeeded in capturing the Empress's heart, even a confrontation would be too daunting for him. Li Shi's face radiated joy. Under the auspices of His Majesty, the nobility would undoubtedly scramble to partake. What share does His Majesty seek? She inquired eagerly. Gao Yang gestured with his hand, indicating a division of 7. His Majesty originally desired a 50-50 split, but how could he, as a mere child, accept such terms? Thus, it was settled at 70-30. Li Shi nodded. 70% was indeed substantial. However, with the support of His Majesty, the Duke's estate would dominate not only Chang'an but all of Deqian, reaping considerable profits. I shall make arrangements tomorrow. Ensure you deliver a bar of this fine soap to the palace, she instructed. Gao Yang promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Li Shi nodded and turned away, not sparing Gao Feng a glance throughout the exchange. Madam, Gao Feng called out. He had yet to confront Gao Yang. Yet, Li Shi did not pause. Father, I shall send someone shortly to present this exquisite item for your enjoyment. I am certain it will be to your liking, Gao Yang respectfully remarked. At that moment, Gao Feng was far from contemplating the soap. He glared at Gao Yang with clenched teeth. Wretched child, even if I were to wallow in filth and stench for a lifetime, I would never stoop to using this so-called soap. With that proclamation, Gao Feng swept away in indignation. Madam, do not leave so hastily. Gao Yang observed his father's hurried departure and stretched luxuriously. What a splendid day of filial piety it was. Although he promised 70% of the profits, one must consider the cost of promotion and labor. Deducting a portion seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, with Wu Zhao's illustrious endorsement, even false advertising would pose no threat. Across the realm of Deqian, it was virtually a clear path. Otherwise, should the Empress be enraged, how many officials would have their heads on the chopping block? As dusk descended, the soap that Gao Yang had crafted cooled completely. He stretched once more, his bones cracking audibly. Luo, return to the quarters. Today, you must give this young master a proper foot massage. In light of the soap, you must exert yourself a little more, Gao Yang instructed. He emphasized the need for a stronger massage, as while Luo's beauty was undeniable, her strength was woefully inadequate. It must be said that a seasoned practitioner, the kind who could effortlessly lift 200 pounds, was far more effective. That level of pressure was almost nostalgic. Luo stiffened momentarily. Was the young master hinting at something more? It appeared that an unconventional service was now unavoidable. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Young master, I shall first seek guidance from the ladies in the household and return shortly. She was destined to be Gao Yang's, especially now that she had uncovered the valuable formula for the soap. Although Li did not speak, if she did not diligently follow Gao Yang, she would likely find herself deprived of freedom for the rest of her life. Oh, Gao Yang expressed some surprise. Is it possible that the art of foot massage into Qin involves acupressure points that require special study and experience? This mindset is indeed commendable. Indeed, acquiring experience can enhance one's comfort. Gao Yang reflected on this. Greenvine's face inevitably flushed deeper. Though I am inexperienced, I shall strive to become more adept. Hoping to satisfy the young master, Gao Yang observed her cheeks, as red as blazing clouds, with a puzzled expression. Was the weather too hot? Why did she blush like a monkey's posterior? Gao Yang dismissed his thoughts and instructed a servant to deliver soap to Li, then proceeded towards his chamber. He waited for a considerable half-hour, nearly an hour, and had yawned several times, yet Greenvine's presence remained elusive. Could the techniques of foot massage be so intricate that they required such an extensive duration to master? Gao Yang found himself bewildered. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air, laced with a hint of tension. Gao Yang's spirits lifted. Enter. Greenvine entered, carrying a basin of foot-soaking water, her timid voice following. Young master, technician number 98, Greenvine, is at your service. Gao Yang nodded coolly. Greenvine approached, expertly placing Gao Yang's feet into the warm water. A satisfied sigh escaped him. With her delicate hands and charming visage, the reputation of technician number 98 was indeed well-deserved. This wretched life of ancient debauchery was truly corrupt and loathsome. Move a little to the left. It feels somewhat sore. Greenvine hurriedly adjusted her hands to the left. However, recalling the guidance of the elder maids in the household, her cheeks burned even hotter. Biting her red lips in contemplation, she finally resolved to act. Her hands began to inch upward slowly. Gao Yang, with his eyes half closed, was relishing this rare moment of indulgence. He felt as though he was finally receiving what he was owed after encountering so many deceitful foreigners in his past life. Yet gradually, he sensed something amiss. The tender little hands were persistently probing upwards. Greenvine, are you testing me in this manner? This is an inappropriate form of service that leads to an irreversible path. Gao Yang's body tensed, shocked as he gazed at Greenvine. Greenvine's hands halted abruptly, her expression frozen in surprise as she stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. Did not the young master imply that I could advance further and desire a more unorthodox service? Gao Yang was taken aback, quickly realizing the misunderstanding. All this time, Greenvine had misconstrued his words, and her studies were not about foot massage techniques at all. As a paragon of virtue, he ought to enlighten Greenvine with the truth and without hesitation, chastise her thoroughly, leaving her blushing with shame. However, therein lies the dilemma. He was a rogue, and the notion of being a paragon of virtue had no bearing on him. Gazing at Greenvine's innocent face and graceful figure, Gao Yang took a deep breath. To be a beast, or to be less than a beast, this is an exceedingly grave question. Chapter 83. The Soaring Popularity of Soap and Its Deceptive Commercial Tactics. After indulging in a bath with this soap, I feel utterly refreshed. In another room of the Duke's residence, Gao Feng relished a newfound lightness in his body, exclaiming in admiration, "This bath has left me feeling entirely at ease." Li Shi, clad in a delicate sheer nightgown that accentuated her elegant collarbones and fair skin, appeared remarkably youthful despite nearing 40. Her well-maintained visage still radiated charm, stirring emotions within Gao Feng. Li Shi's satisfaction was palpable after her first experience with the soap. She felt not only physically liberated, but also sensed the delightful illusion of having brightened her complexion. This soap, crafted by Young Air, not only invigorates the body, but also leaves one feeling refreshingly dry. Even more astonishing was its enchanting fragrance, despite its 10 cash price tag. It was destined to sell like hotcakes. The more she spoke, the more pleased she became. Gao Feng, drawn to the alluring scent that enveloped Li Shi, found himself captivated. He leaned closer, his typically stern demeanor momentarily softened by a rare smile. Li Shi glanced at him, her delicate legs shifting enticingly, revealing her porcelain skin. Gao Feng's heart raced with desire. My dear wife, with our sons Yang Er and Chong when proving to be such disappointments, perhaps we should consider having another child while we are still youthful. With my 2 decades of parenting experience, I am certain I could raise a remarkable offspring. With that, Gao Feng reached out to embrace her. In the blink of an eye, however, Li Shi delivered a swift kick, sending Gao Feng tumbling off the bed. My dear husband, what are you doing? While I can tolerate your remarks about Changwen, it's nearly impossible to find a good child like Yang Er. If you wish for more children, you may bear them yourself. Besides, I have no desire to be suspected by you again. Gao Feng, taken aback, wondered why Li Shi had chosen to dress so enticingly and bathe with soap tonight. Is it merely a jest? He pondered, his frustration boiling. This cunning scheme. He thought of Gao Yang and clenched his teeth in anger. With this latest debacle, he would be lucky to share a bed for the next 10 days or so. All of this was the fault of that wretched child. Not only had he complained, but he had also failed to bring him the coveted Supreme membership card from the Rouge Pavilion. How could that child be so inconsiderate? One day, Gao Feng vowed to give that scoundrel a proper thrashing. The following day, early in the morning, the servants of the Duke's residence scoured the streets of Chang'an, delivering invitations to the noblewomen acquainted with Li Shi. Word had spread throughout the city that the Duke's household had produced a prodigy, even if he were a black unicorn. A unicorn nonetheless. Coupled with the Duke's formidable influence, the event garnered significant attention, prompting a flurry of guests. A gathering of esteemed ladies arrived at the Duke's estate, exchanging pleasantries about mundane family matters while sipping on chilled refreshments. Their discussions were hardly extraordinary, revolving around which shops in Chang'an offered the finest cosmetics, the mischief of their wayward sons, and which of their husbands had taken a new concubine. As they aged, they spoke unabashedly of risque topics, their candor evident. Early in the morning, Mrs. Li meticulously arranged the soap in exquisite boxes, instantly captivating numerous onlookers. What is this? It appears rather appealing. Finally, a noble lady spoke up. Observing that the time was ripe, Mrs. Li picked up a bar of fragrant soap and proclaimed, "This is known as fragrant soap," boasting a cleansing power tenfold that of the soap used in the palace. It whitens and brightens the skin, eliminates bodily toxins, and restores skin elasticity. Furthermore, most intriguingly, after bathing with it, one is enveloped in a unique fragrance that is not